Chapter 1. After uninstalling Core from his phone, he took a long drag from his cigarette and sighed. Alas, it seems I shall never be able to quit in this lifetime. Suddenly, his face turned ashen, and he began to collapse slowly. In his final moments, he couldn't help but recall the myriad admonitions from his predecessors. Take care of your health. Ding! The host's first death has triggered successfully. The immortality system is now fully loaded. In the 48th year of Konoha, Sunagakure invaded the Land of Rivers, seeking to claim the fertile lands beyond the sands. The Land of Rivers sought aid from Konoha, which agreed to dispatch troops, initiating the Western Front campaign against Sunagakure. The two villages traveled thousands of miles to converge here, engaging in a large-scale conflict. It was spring, with the sun's warmth casting a gentle glow, as the sea breeze wafted over the verdant fields of the Land of Rivers, carrying with it the languid fragrance of wildflowers. In a clearing within the forest, a group of ninjas clad in green vests had kindled a fire. The aroma of wild boar soup, a gift from nature, wafted through the air, tempting many ninjas to swallow in anticipation. In a corner, two lower-ranking ninjas, dressed in plain clothes, neatly held bowls to serve the soup. A boy with slightly curly hair carried a porcelain bowl brimming with soup, approaching a boy whose upper body was wrapped in bandages. Luyan, get up. Drink some soup to regain your strength and heal your wounds. The bandaged boy, possessing short, jet-black hair and appearing around 10 years of age, looked weary, yet his delicate features were still discernible. Luyan propped himself up halfway, glancing at his companion's concerned gaze, and sighed inwardly. Brother, your comrade just kicked the bucket. Luyan, come and hold this. With trembling hands, Luyan received the bowl, inhaling deeply, which stirred a hunger within him, as he slowly brought the soup closer to his lips. Suddenly, enemy attack. With a swift whoosh, a kunai affixed with an explosive tag was forcefully thrust into the ground before Luyan and his companion. Luyan appeared momentarily stunned, dazedly sipping the soup while fixating on the kunai that sparked ominously. I just got here. With a thunderous boom, the explosion unleashed a massive shockwave that easily tore through flesh. As he departed from this world, memories of the past echoed in his mind. Luyan gradually began to recall the memories of his previous life. His name was Mu Luyan. Known for his anonymity, the Mu in his name signified his affiliation with the village, akin to figures like Chuan Jiangwo and Bai Jinhua from that era. Those familiar with him would simply call him Luyan, as it rolled off the tongue more easily. As the son of a commoner, he was unremarkable, lacking any significant highlights. He attended the same class as Obito and often found himself at the bottom of the rankings, forming a trio with Obito and Might Guy, perpetually occupying the last position. Logically, such a seemingly talented individual should not have been dispatched to the front lines, let alone deprived of even a graduation opportunity. Alas, like Kakashi, Luyan was also a member of the Konoha Fathers Lamenters Alliance. His father had once made an unfortunate remark while drunk, criticizing the third Hokage for holding power for too long and neglecting opportunities for civilian ninjas to rise. Subsequently, he was fortuitously assigned to the most perilous battlefield in the Land of Mist, leaving Luyan with nothing but a death notification as his sole inheritance. The war came swiftly. Konoha had just driven away Kumogakure when Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure all converged. The village, in a display of warmth, hastily sent the freshly graduated Luyan to the front lines, treating him as fodder. As memories came to a close, resurrection began. Amidst the swirling smoke, a plume of white vapor emerged, and Luyan's heart, obliterated by the explosion, vanished, leaving behind a Luyan wrapped in bandages, slowly lying on the grass. The immortality system, as the name implies, ensures that the host does not perish, while each death grants experience points. Ding! You were killed by the explosive tag of Chunin Pingliang experience points 30. Can one truly gain experience from death? What absurd system. Yet, I rather like it. Luyan gently smiled, directing his gaze to the system interface within his eye's iris. His current experience points stood at 31. Oh, where did this extra point come from? This puzzled Luyan. The system kindly explained, it is from the host's first death. Given my glorious demise, Why is the experience so paltry? Liu Yun perused his lower ninja template. Lower ninja, Mu Liu Yun. Ninja attributes, Ninjutsu 1, Taijutsu 1, Jinjutsu 1, Wisdom 3, Strength 1, Speed 1, Precision 1, Seals 1. Chakra attributes, Chakra volume, lower ninja level. Chakra nature, Fire and Yin. Chakra control, proficiency level 10. Chakra nature change, proficiency level 2. Ninja profession basics, Theory 2, Stealth 1, Tracking 1, Assassination 1, Traps 1, Poisoning 1. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique Proficiency Level 30. Taijutsu, Monkey Steals the Peach Proficiency Level 90. Jinjutsu None, Evaluation. Without a doubt, the lowest of the low among lower ninjas, a bronze among bronzes, colloquially known as stubborn bronze. Liu Yun opened a main quest interface, revealing only one task. Die in the belly of Otsutsuki Kagaya, no time limit, no restrictions on methods. Liu Yun. System, for this final task of death, should I select the nature of my second death or the first? The system offered no response. Liu Yun clicked on another interface, revealing a catalog of experience point exchanges, greedily scrolling down. Reincarnation Eye, Transmigration Eye, Shared Killing Bone, Eternal Mangeki. Would release. Sharingan. Undoubtedly, this was the exchange directory for bloodline limits. Liu Yun compared his experience points to the listed prices, discovering he could afford nothing. Even the ordinary, unawakened Byakugan required 1,800 points. He would need to be killed by explosive tags 180 times, exhausting himself 1,800 times to accumulate enough experience points for a Byakugan. Liu Yun continued scrolling through the available items, which encompassed nearly everything in the ninja world, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and sealing techniques. There were also ninja tools, such as the Sage of Six Paths, Heavenly Decree Spear, and Might Guy's Nunchaku. Among the various odds and ends, Liu Yun found items like Sasuke's Renegade Forehead Protector, Naruto's Instant Ramen, and Tsunade's personal garments. Liu Yun swallowed hard and continued scrolling down. Orochimaru's Human Trafficker Attribute Bonus. Pain's Heavenly Paths, Rice Bag Pain Bonus. There were even mental bonuses. The immortality system truly encompassed a myriad of aspects within the ninja world. At the very end, Liu Yun discovered a card catalog. There were various types of cards, including ninjutsu synthesis cards, ninjutsu development cards, and bloodline synthesis cards. After finishing his scroll, Liu Yun inquired, System, do you have any sort of beginner's gift package? Ding! There is none, but there are 3 opportunities for a grand lottery each month. And one is available right now. A lottery. I like it. Liu Yun rubbed his hands together, and the system interface swiftly transitioned to a large wheel, brimming with possibilities. Liu Yun wasted no time. All right, let's spin. The wheel began to turn, the pointer gliding past numerous items Rasengan, Raikiri, Sharingan. As Liu Yun watched with anticipation, it finally landed on a specific position. Temporary boost from Air Zuzi's Whim. A mental attribute enhancement useless. It quickly integrated with Liu Yun, and when he opened his eyes again, he felt an air of subtle arrogance, as if he were floating. Continue. As long as I am inspired, I can surely draw the Reincarnation Eye. The wheel spun once more. Drank Ninjutsu. Body Flicker Technique. A mere drank Ninjutsu, Mu Liu Yun can master with a glance. For the final draw, the wheel came to a stop directly on Forbidden Technique. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Liu Yun suddenly waved his hand. This is it. This is the technique that will elevate Mu Liu Yun to greatness. The Shadow Clone Technique allows for the accumulation of experience and accelerates the main Bodhi's training progress, though this training method is primarily suited for Naruto. A simple organism with a vast chakra reserve, blessed with protagonist-level plot armor. Why is this technique particularly fitting for Liu Yun? Firstly, the downside of training with shadow clones is the cumulative fatigue experienced after dispersing them, as a massive influx of information can overwhelm one's mind, potentially leading to a vegetative state or even death. However, this does not apply to Liu Yun. He is immortal. Even if he becomes a vegetable, a quick slice to the neck will see him back in action within 2 seconds. This means he can utilize the multiple shadow clone technique to rapidly grow in a short amount of time, ultimately standing atop the world. Upon mastering the 3 rewards he had drawn, Liu Yun discovered that his chakra control had risen to level 40, which is considered intermediate. The utilization of any ninjutsu is inherently tied to chakra control, and the ninjutsu he learned would also reflect positively on his chakra management. Liu Yun closed the system interface. At this moment, he lay amidst a heap of corpses, surrounded by scattered entrails, intestines, and the foul stench of excrement. The expressions of his 2 fallen comrades were one of eternal unrest, while the remains of the Jonin lay in disarray. This was war. Suppressing his nausea, Liu Yun activated the spirit traits of Erzuzi, his body infused with a trace of Erzuzi's character. Indecision and cowardice only lead to mediocrity. I am an immortal ninja, and death is merely a fleeting agony for me. With a mighty roar, Liu Yun sprang to his feet, grasping a kunai. There's another one, isolated. A fleeting shadow of light brown zipped past, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Although Liu Yun retained his integrity, bodies were left in tatters. Indeed, as soon as Erzuzi ascended to the heavens, he was immediately yanked back down. Ding! You have been slain by Chunin Guchuan using wind release experience points 50. Sand Ninja Guchuan gazed quizzically at the white smoke emitted by Liu Yun, reminiscent of the explosion of a shadow clone, enveloping the scattered remains around him. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Upon reviving, Liu Yun lay quietly on the ground, striving to suppress even the faintest breath, analyzing the recent experience point gain in his mind. Death came in varying degrees. The more powerful the adversary, the greater the experience points gained for being slain. The smoke soon dissipated, and Guchuan strained to listen for the slightest hint of breath. The peculiar death of the Leaf Village's Genin he had just dispatched piqued his vigilance. Liu Yun's concealment was rudimentary and quickly detected by his foe. Ridiculous! Guchuan wore a cruel smirk as he deftly launched 3 shuriken with a flick of his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh! The shuriken pierced through Liu Yun, and the agony of death flooded his mind. Once more he fell lifeless. Ding! You have been slain by Chunin Guchuan using shuriken experience points 30. Being killed by a ninja, varied in quality, iron weapon wounds, paled in comparison to ninjutsu. White smoke reappeared, and this time, upon reviving, Liu Yun seized a broken ninja blade from the ground and charged forth with wild abandon. Concealment was futile. He could only charge forward recklessly. Guchuan frowned. Strange. My shuriken clearly pierced his heart. How is this fellow unscathed? And what that smoke? Liu Yun swung his blade, but Guchuan easily deflected it with his kunai. Following that, he delivered a swift kick to Liu Yun's chest, sending him sprawling 10 meters away. Liu Yun crashed into a large tree, his bones feeling as though they might shatter. Damn! How can a mere Chunin leave me in such disarray? How will I stand tall in the heavens henceforth? Grinding his teeth, Zaolian rose, raising both hands to form the seals for the shadow clone technique. All his physical strength and energy transformed into chakra, immediately refined and concentrated. As the chakra amassed to a significant degree, a faint blue aura ignited around Liu Yun. Guchuan squinted. To refine such a quantity of chakra, does this fellow wish to perish? Chakra was intrinsically linked to life should it be exhausted. A ninja would meet instant demise. Multiple shadow clone technique. Liu Yun evenly distributed all his chakra, the sound of bang resonating around him as 15 shadow clones materialized around him. Clones? No. Physical shadow clones. How could a lower ninja possibly master such a technique? Guchuan finally took the matter seriously. Had he known that Liu Yun was employing the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones, his seriousness would have escalated significantly. Liu Yun was fatigued, yet he had to summon a surge of energy to command his shadow clones. Brothers, charge forth and slay him. Yura! The shadow clones surged forward en masse, some hurling stones, others flinging mud, some retrieving kunai from the ground, while others hurled insults at his entire family. Guchuan let out a cold laugh. What of employing such a technique? Your foundation is far too weak. It had been said by Uchiha Itachi that the potency of ninjutsu is not determined by the difficulty of learning it, but rather by the inherent abilities and qualities of the user. Liu Yun lay weakly on the ground, watching helplessly as Gu Chuan dispatched his shadow clones with a mere kick, effortlessly handling them. The experiences of his shadow clone's demise impacted Liu Yun's mind, compounded by the agony of chakra depletion as he slowly closed his eyes. Ding! You have perished due to chakra exhaustion experience points 30. Gu Chuan observed Liu Yun's closed eyes, his chest no longer rising and falling. Has he truly died from chakra depletion? Surely, there will be no more of those peculiar occurrences this time. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Yun erupted in a cloud of white smoke, reviving once more. He swiftly entered the system exchange interface. With 141 experience points, he pondered what valuable items he could redeem to confront Gu Chuan. The system's notification chimed. Use experience points to enhance the 8 attributes of a ninja, improving physical capabilities. At this moment, Shui gazed at the screen as his secret was unveiled. He had never disclosed his awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to anyone. However, since the truth was now laid bare, he was curious about the village's reaction. He had long concealed this fact out of fear that revealing his Sharingan would rekindle the tensions between his clan and the Uchiha clan. Now that the village and the Uchiha were gradually moving towards reconciliation, he pondered how they would perceive him possessing an eye akin to that of Uchiha Madara. In the original narrative, Shui similarly kept his Sharingan a secret. Had the conflict between the village and the Uchiha not reached an irreparable state, he would never have confided in the Hokage. Influenced deeply by his grandfather Kagami, he leaned towards a pacifist stance within his clan, aligning more with the Hokage's ideals. At this juncture, he was apprehensive that the revelation of his Sharingan might lead the village to suspect him of harboring ill intentions. Shui had already internalized the will of fire to a significant extent, leading him to contemplate whether this disclosure would be detrimental to the village. As he observed the lack of responses in the discussion, a figure emerged from the shadows, Orochimaru, who had not yet defected from Konoha. Although he had not yet descended into madness, he had begun conducting human experiments and had developed a certain understanding of the Sharingan. Teacher, should I step forward to address this? Orochimaru inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still nurturing Orochimaru as the potential successor to the Hokage, and it was inconceivable for him to put him at risk. Moreover, such recklessness was not in Orochimaru's character. After all, making a mistake could cost him his lifespan, a concept he valued above all else. It was highly unlikely that he would willingly step forward. Unknown to Sarutobi, Orochimaru had already initiated human experiments with Danzo, recently implanting Sharingan and Hashirama cells into him. Orochimaru was currently captivated by the Sharingan. Observing that his teacher did not intervene, Orochimaru stepped forward to answer, Manjiki. His answer was correct, earning him the reward of a single 3-tomo Sharingan. As he gazed upon the Manjiki Sharingan in his hand, myriad predictions flooded his mind. In the examination hall, not only were members of the Uchiha clan present, but even those from other villages could witness his acquisition of the Sharingan. Given the narrow-mindedness of the Uchiha clan, it was certain they would never allow him to possess such power. Contemplating a swift body flicker technique to escape, he reassured himself that his teacher would vouch for him. Sarutobi watched as Orochimaru vanished in an instant, his heart brimming with resentment towards this rebellious disciple. Yet, he had to defend him. After all, the Uchiha clan leader was currently scrutinizing him, and failing to provide an explanation could incite unrest among the Uchiha. In the scene, Ao activated his Byakugan and noticed a peculiar chakra emanating from the individual ensnared in the illusion. As he traced the chakra, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Half of their small team had fallen into the Genjutsu, without even encountering the enemy. At this moment, through the white eyes, it became evident that those ensnared in the illusion were subtly connected by a thread of chakra to a distant individual, particularly around the region of the latter's eyes, where an abundance of azure chakra was visibly apparent. If that individual is indeed the one, then the mission can be abandoned, Qing remarked to his subordinates, who were preparing to retreat. With confusion, one of his subordinates inquired, Lord Qing, are we truly retreating just like this? What about the mission? Qing, with a sense of helplessness, responded, across from us stands Uchiha Shui. Encountering him leaves us with no chance of victory. What? Uchiha Shui? The prodigious genius who can disregard missions upon meeting him? At that moment, they finally comprehended that it was Uchiha Shui who had been dispatched to thwart their plans. If it were indeed he, they posed no threat whatsoever. Qing, harboring a palpable sense of trepidation, cast a wary glance in Shui's direction, never anticipating that their assignment would lead them to the illustrious figure of Uchiha Shui. Haha, this is hilarious. I thought the ninjas of the Mist Village were formidable. Yet upon encountering Brother Shui, they are reduced to a state of utter disarray. Uchiha Obito guffawed as he observed the antics of the Mist Village on the screen. In the future, once I awaken my Sharingan, I shall undoubtedly surpass Shui in prowess, he proclaimed proudly, carefully adjusting his goggles. Little did he realize the immense power of the Sharingan. It seemed that once he activated it, he would effortlessly outclass Kakashi, especially considering Kakashi's perpetually sour demeanor. Kakashi, wearing a bemused expression, questioned, "How can you be so confident? Did you not notice the multitude of ninjas on the screen? If it were merely the Sharingan, they would not be so apprehensive. There must be other strategies at play." At this moment, Kakashi's understanding of the Sharingan pales in comparison to his future knowledge. Most outsiders perceive the Sharingan merely as 1, 2, or 3 tomo. And even many members of the Uchiha clan remain oblivious to the fact that 3 tomo can evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. Suddenly, a question appears on the screen. What is the current level of Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan? A. 1 tomo B, 2 tomo C, 3 tomo D, Manjiki. The crowd quickly comprehends that this is the inquiry posed by the inventory system. Answering correctly would yield rewards, while an incorrect response would incur penalties. However, no one dares to answer first, as the nature of the rewards remains unknown, and a wrong answer could lead to a deduction of vital life force and jutsu. Generally, ninjas possess only a few jutsu, and once those are depleted, they would be left with nothing but kunai to defend themselves. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, is taken aback by the options displayed on the screen. The Manjiki Sharingan has always been a closely guarded secret within the Uchiha clan, and it is astonishing that the inventory system would be privy to such information, especially since he himself had inadvertently awakened his own Manjiki recently. Moreover, Fugaku feels a sense of dread. If his clan members were to discover that the 3 tomo can indeed evolve further, it could lead to unforeseen chaos. Meanwhile, Shirsui gazes at the screen as his secret is laid bare. Ever since awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, he has refrained from disclosing this fact to anyone. However, with his secret now exposed, he is curious about the village's reaction. He had kept his ability hidden, fearing that if the village learned of his Manjiki Sharingan, it would exacerbate tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village. At this critical juncture, the village and the Uchiha clan have slowly begun to reach a state of detente, revealing that he possesses eyes akin to Uchiha Obito's could jeopardize this fragile peace. In the original narrative, Shirsui also chose not to announce his awakening of the Sharingan. It was only when the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan reached an irreparable state that he felt compelled to confess to the Hokage. Deeply influenced by his grandfather, Kagami, Shirsui leans towards the pacifist faction aligned with the Hokage within the clan. Now, as the truth of his Sharingan is exposed, he worries whether the village might perceive him as harboring ulterior motives. As the question lingers unanswered, a figure gradually steps forward, none other than Orochimaru, who is yet to betray Konoha. Although he has not yet descended into madness, he has begun conducting human experiments and possesses a certain degree of knowledge regarding the Sharingan. "Sensei, would you like me to respond?" Orochimaru inquires of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen was nurturing Orochimaru as a potential successor for the position of Hokage. It was inconceivable for him to allow Orochimaru to take unnecessary risks. Moreover, such behavior was uncharacteristic of Orochimaru, who valued his life above all else, especially considering the consequences of failure could be dire. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, Orochimaru had already commenced human experimentation with Danzo, having recently implanted the Sharingan and Hashirama cells into him. At that moment, Orochimaru was particularly intrigued by the Sharingan. Noticing that his mentor did not deter him, Orochimaru boldly stepped forward to answer, "D. Manjiki," and was rewarded with a single 3-tomo Sharingan. Gazing at the Manjiki Sharingan that materialized in his hand, a flurry of predictions swirled in his mind. The examination hall was filled not only with members of the Uchiha clan, but also outsiders who could witness his acquisition of the Sharingan. Given the narrow-mindedness of the Uchiha clan, it was unlikely they would permit him to possess such power. Contemplating a swift escape using body flicker technique, he reassured himself that his mentor would cover for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as Orochimaru vanished in an instant, feeling an overwhelming desire to reprimand his wayward disciple. However, he had to defend him, as the Uchiha clan leader was currently scrutinizing him. Failing to provide an explanation could incite unrest within the Uchiha ranks. Meeting Uchiha Fugaku's gaze, Hiruzen awkwardly stated, "Since this is a reward from the inventory system, I will certainly admonish Orochimaru and ensure he does not leak the Uchiha Sharingan." However, Fugaku interjected, "Lord Hokage, the Sharingan is known as the ultimate bloodline limit. If others were to acquire it and harbor ill intentions towards the Uchiha clan, the consequences could be catastrophic. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha do not protect their bloodline limit to such an extreme. The Sharingan is not like the Byakugan, it is immediately usable, as demonstrated by Madara." Fugaku clearly wished to express more, yet the weight of the Hokage's disposition tempered his words. He hoped that Hiruzen's assurances would hold merit. Nonetheless, there was no need for excessive concern. The third Hokage was advanced in years, making the stance of the next Hokage towards the Uchiha clan particularly significant. In contrast to Orochimaru, who was closely aligned with the Hokage, Fugaku held greater faith in the rising civilian ninja, Namikaze Minato, during this war. He was well acquainted with Minato, and his wife, Makoto, shared a close friendship with Minato's girlfriend, Kushina. Rather than acquiescing to the hawkish faction within the village that aimed to appoint an Uchiha Hokage, a rather impractical prospect, Fugaku believed it would be wiser to invest in a Hokage who would be favorable to the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, even Fugaku began to admire his own strategy. Once the third Hokage stepped down, Minato would undoubtedly cultivate his own cadre of support, and through this connection, Fugaku envisioned himself integrated into the Hokage's faction. It must be noted that Fugaku's plan was indeed astute, had he anticipated the premature demise of the fourth Hokage. It is conceivable that the Uchiha clan could have been more seamlessly integrated into Konoha, provided that a certain fifth-generation Hokage did not undertake unforeseen actions for the sake of the village. At this moment, the screen continued to showcase the deeds of Shisui, transitioning to his teenage years. Shisui and Itachi were planning to rescue a fellow Umbu member when they found themselves surrounded by 3 Nin. How could Shisui and Itachi be pursued by the Umbu? Fugaku, witnessing his beloved son on screen in such a perilous situation, felt a deep ache. Who could accept such a sight? After all, how could 2 children possibly contend with seasoned Umbu operatives, especially those of Nin rank? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious upon observing the Umbu on the screen. Understanding that all major ninja villages were watching, what would they think upon seeing the Umbu hunting down the clan leader of the Uchiha? This must surely be Danzo's doing. It is absolutely not my command. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen distanced himself from Danzo. Knowing full well that Danzo had a history of dubious deeds, adding one more to the list was hardly a concern. As the Hokage, he could not afford such a blemish on his reputation. Were Danzo to hear Hiruzen's words, he would undoubtedly question, "Do you truly believe I would act without your tacit approval?" At that moment, confronted by the 2 Umbu, Itachi declared, "I am Uchiha Itachi, and I shall fight alongside Shisui." With that, he selected an opponent, and the fierce battle commenced. At this moment, although Uchiha Shisui was still quite young, his combat experience was remarkable. Faced with a Chunin wielding dual blades, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he retreated while countering with his short sword. Suddenly, a ninja armed with a large sword charged in, swinging his weapon toward Shisui. In a graceful backflip, Shisui evaded the attack, causing the large sword to strike the water below, leaving a trail in its wake. Rather than merely dodging, Shisui swiftly transported himself behind the large sword-wielding ninja and delivered a powerful kick. The ninja, brushing his hand against his neck, warned, "Your friend's opponent is a particularly ruthless kunoichi from the Umbu. If you do not stop her quickly, your friend will lose his life. Surrender." However, Shisui placed unwavering trust in Itachi, shouting, "Do not underestimate the Uchiha. Moreover, that guy is exceptionally talented." Watching his older brother speak so highly of him, Itachi felt a rush of shyness. Shisui had always been someone he deeply respected, unlike their father, who rarely offered encouragement. Consequently, Itachi often spent time with Shisui. Realizing they could not persuade Uchiha Shisui, the 2 ninjas ceased their idle chatter and attacked from either side, oblivious to the fact that all their actions were clearly within the range of Shisui's Sharingan. Recognizing that Itachi was close to resolving his own battle, Shisui decided to conclude his fight swiftly as well. With a decisive strike, he sent both attackers backward. Continuously forming hand seals, he executed the body flicker technique. In an instant, multiple shadow clones surrounded the 2 ninjas. They quickly found themselves back to back. Shadow clones. If they are merely illusions, I should be able to locate the real body with my sensing abilities, one of them remarked. However, the other interjected, "Wait, something's off? I can't find a real body." Just as he finished speaking, one of Shisui's shadow clones lunged at him. After evading that strike, he found another clone attacking from behind. While an endless stream of clones continued their assault, the ninja wielding the large sword thrust his weapon downward, sending several shadow clones flying and granting him a brief respite. Yet, it seemed as though the surrounding clones remained stationary, as if untouched, while each attack felt substantial. My shadow clones may lack physical form, yet they can still be perceived as real entities, Shisui thought as he appeared behind them, his kunai poised at their backs. It was evident that Shisui was showing mercy, refraining from delivering a fatal blow to the 2 Konoha ninjas. Ultimately, their presence was discovered by the supervising Jonin, prompting the 3 to make a hasty retreat. Uchiha Obito watched in astonishment as the teenage Shisui skillfully matched the Chunin in combat, feeling inadequate at his own age when he struggled against even a basic opponent. Noticing Uchiha Fugaku's gaze, Sarutobi Hamura quickly interjected, "Since this is a reward from the assessment system, I will ensure that Orochimaru does not leak the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." However, the Hokage remarked, "The Sharingan is renowned as the foremost bloodline limit. If others acquire it, they may harbor ill intentions toward the Uchiha clan." Fugaku explained. Unlike the Hyuga clan, who protect their bloodline limits zealously, the Uchiha clan does not have the same level of safeguarding. If outsiders gain the Sharingan and develop malicious designs, the implications could be dire. After all, the Sharingan is not like the Byakugan, it is immediately usable, as demonstrated by Madara. Fugaku appeared to have more to say, but upon recalling the Hokage's stance, he hoped that the Hokage's assurances would prove effective. Nevertheless, there was no need for excessive concern. The 3rd Hokage was aging, and the attitude of the next Hokage toward the Uchiha would be particularly significant. In contrast to Orochimaru, who was aligned with the Hokage, Fugaku held greater faith in the rising civilian ninja, Namake's Minato. He was quite familiar with Minato, and his wife, Makoto, was close friends with Minato's girlfriend, Kushina. Rather than heed the hawkish sentiments within the village and pursue the impractical notion of selecting an Uchiha Hokage, it would be wiser to invest in a Hokage who would be favorable to the Uchiha clan. By this point, even Fugaku began to admire his own strategy. Once the third Hokage stepped down, Minato would likely cultivate his own faction within the Hokage's office, and with this connection, Fugaku could seamlessly integrate into the Hokage's circle. It must be said that Uchiha Fugaku's plan was indeed astute, though he could not foresee the fourth Hokage's untimely demise. Had the fourth Hokage lived longer, perhaps the Uchiha clan could have successfully assimilated into Konoha, provided that a certain fifth and a half Hokage did not make unexpected decisions for the sake of the village. At this moment, the screen continued to display the exploits of Shursui, transitioning to his adolescent years when he and Itachi resolved to rescue a fellow Umbu member who had fallen prey to the dark side. In the midst of their training, they found themselves surrounded by three Chunin. How could Shursui and Itachi be pursued by the Umbu? Fugaku, witnessing his cherished son on the screen in such a disheartening manner, felt an indescribable anguish. After all, how could two mere children contend with seasoned Umbu operatives, especially those of Chunin rank? As Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the Umbu on the screen, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Numerous ninja villages were now watching, and one could only ponder how they would perceive the Umbu pursuing the leader of the Uchiha clan. This must be an act orchestrated by Danzo, entirely devoid of my sanction. Without hesitation, Sarutobi cast Danzo aside, for he had committed numerous dubious deeds. Adding one more to the list posed no dilemma. As the Hokage, he could not afford to bear such a blemish on his reputation. Should Danzo ever confront Sarutobi regarding this remark, he would undoubtedly question, "Do you truly believe I would act without your implicit consent?" In the face of the two Umbu interrogators, Itachi Uchiha declared, "I am Itachi Uchiha, and I stand ready to fight alongside Shursui." With that, he selected his opponent and engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, despite his youth, Uchiha Shursui possessed unparalleled combat experience. Faced with a Chunin wielding dual blades, he exhibited no signs of panic, retreating while deftly countering with his short knife. Suddenly, a ninja armed with a large sword burst forth, swinging his weapon towards Shursui. In a swift maneuver, Shursui executed a backflip to evade the strike, the sword crashing down into the stream, leaving a trail of water in its wake. Rather than merely dodging, Shursui teleported behind the swordsman and delivered a powerful kick. The swordsman, touching his neck, ominously remarked, "Your friend's opponent is a notoriously ruthless kunoichi from the Umbu. If you do not stop her quickly, your friend may not survive. Surrender now." However, Shursui, placing his unwavering trust in Itachi, shouted back, "Do not underestimate the Uchiha. Besides, that kid is exceptional." Observing Shursui's commendation from outside the screen, Itachi felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Shursui had always been someone he deeply respected. Unlike his father, Shursui frequently encouraged him, leading to their close bond. Realizing they could not sway Uchiha Shursui, the two attackers ceased their verbal sparring and approached him from either side, unaware that their every move was clearly discerned by Shursui's Sharingan. With Itachi nearing his own resolution, Shursui knew he had to conclude his engagement swiftly. He executed a slashing strike that repelled both assailants, then began forming hand seals for the body flicker technique. In an instant, multiple shadow clones emerged around him, encircling the duo. The two quickly found themselves back to back. Shadow clones? Huh? If they are mere illusions, I should be able to locate the original swiftly. One of them commented, but soon realized, wait, something's amiss. I can't find the original. Just as he spoke, one of the shadow clones lunged at him. After narrowly dodging that attack, he found himself under assault from the clones behind him, with more and more shadow clones joining the fray. The swordsman, using one hand, struck the ground, sending nearby clones flying, granting him a brief moment of respite. Yet, the surrounding shadow clones remained unmoved, their positions unchanged, yet each seemed to possess substance, delivering heavy blows. My shadow clones lack physical form, but paradoxically, each can be regarded as tangible. At that moment, Shursui appeared behind them, his ninja blade aimed at their backs. Clearly, Shursui had shown restraint, refraining from swiftly eliminating the two-leaf ninjas. Ultimately, their actions attracted the attention of the observing Genin, prompting the trio to make a hasty retreat. Uchiha Obito watched in admiration as the teenage Shursui skillfully held his own against Chunin, contrasting it with his own inability to best even a lesser opponent at his age. Noticing Obito's envious expression, Kakashi seized the opportunity to tease him. "I could also take on two Chunin," he declared, eager to gauge Obito's reaction. Obito, instinctively skeptical of Kakashi's claim, acknowledged his prowess but found it incredulous that someone of their age could contend with Chunin. "I don't believe it. Kakashi must be boasting," he thought, unable to suppress his disbelief. "Obito, Kakashi has long since achieved the rank of Genin," Rin interjected, further complicating Obito's feelings. Feeling embarrassed by Rin's support of Kakashi, Obito pondered when he might earn Rin's acknowledgement. He resolved to seek guidance from Shursui to learn about his training regimen. In truth, Obito did believe Kakashi's assertion. He simply found it difficult to admit, often adopting a dismissive attitude toward him. despite their well-known camaraderie. Uchiha Fugaku, upon observing the events, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the Umbu had not been dispatched to assassinate Itachi. Had that been the case, the Uchiha clan in the village would be on the brink of conflict. Nevertheless, he could not overlook Danzo, the esteemed aide to the Hokage, who, despite his status, was embroiled in nefarious dealings. Rumors suggested that this elder harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage, which amused Fugaku greatly. If Shimura Danzo can ascend to the position of Hokage, then I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall consume the clan's ancestral tablet. Little did Fugaku know. The unfolding events were about to become even more riveting. The scene shifted to Uchiha Shisui after his Sharingan had been seized. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui found himself evading an unseen threat amidst the dense forest, pursued relentlessly by a throng of masked shinobi. Shisui appeared somewhat disheveled, having lost one of his Sharingan. Those observing the unfolding scene were left utterly astonished. What was transpiring? Was this truly something within their realm of perception? Uchiha Shisui was being hunted by a multitude of Umbu ninjas. Onlookers, unaware of the circumstances, speculated that the Uchiha clan might be staging a rebellion. After all, as one of the two prominent clans that helped establish Konoha, even if the villagers had reservations about the Uchiha, it was a matter for their own community. Yet now, they were witnessing the Umbu turn against the clan's prodigy. Not only the Uchiha, but also the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and various other ninja clans began to believe that Konoha was preparing to betray its own. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily stepped forward to clarify that perhaps there had been a misunderstanding, assuring that the village would not neglect those who had contributed to its welfare. However, few were convinced by his explanations, as the miraculous screen had demonstrated the ability to instantly manifest Sharingan. Sarutobi found himself in a rather awkward position. Having just assured the leader of the Uchiha clan of their safety, the system now exposed the theft of their Sharingan, casting doubt upon his credibility as Hokage. The footage did not reveal the identities of those pursuing Uchiha Shisui, merely showcasing his fierce battle against numerous elite shinobi. As he fled, he dodged flying kunai, his unsteady form teetering dangerously close to falling from the trees. He had been ambushed by Danzo, who had harbored ill intentions towards his Sharingan. With his strength diminished to a mere fraction, it was no wonder he found himself in such a precarious predicament. Suddenly, a cadre of elite shinobi produced explosive tags, affixing them to their kunai and launching them toward him. At this juncture, Shisui no longer possessed the capacity to fend off the impending assault. Was he truly destined to fall here? He had unfinished business. It was unacceptable. The remaining Mangeki Sharingan within him continued to whirl. With a resounding explosion, smoke billowed and gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal green giant that shielded him from the onslaught. What was this creature? One of the elite shinobi gazed in awe at the towering figure, which stood several dozen meters tall, clad in armor and wielding an enormous blade, instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan is a power that can only be accessed upon awakening the Mangeki Sharingan. Generally, an Uchiha who activates the 3-Tomo Sharingan is already of elite status. The emergence of this 20 to 30 meter Susanoo rendered kunai mere playthings. As for the kunai's attempts to pierce the Susanoo, our esteemed elder brother Danzo had much to say, though the others remained oblivious. They continued to hurl various kunai, but upon striking the Susanoo, they merely clattered to the ground, inflicting no harm whatsoever. At this moment, Shisui had no time for frivolities. With a mere gesture, the colossal Susanoo descended with a single, sweeping strike, cleaving the earth and creating a vast chasm. The surrounding ninjas were not as fortunate. Those in close proximity were violently propelled several dozen meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Shisui hastily made his escape. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted at the scene before him. Could it be that Susanoo was now exposed? He had never activated Susanoo himself, yet today, he witnessed someone awaken it with just a single eye. To be frank, it seemed that the secrets of the Uchiha clan were being unveiled excessively today. First the Mangeki Sharingan, and now Susanoo. It appeared that the system intended to lead the Uchiha clan to their doom. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Fugaku with a knowing gaze. Fugaku, tell me, who among the Uchiha clan can manifest such a form? He inquired. If every Uchiha could do so, who in Konoha could possibly suppress the Uchiha clan? Lord Third, this is a unique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Apart from the defector Uchiha Obito, no one else has been able to awaken it. Fugaku reluctantly concealed the fact that he too could activate it. However, Lord Third, there are individuals in Konoha who wish to covet the eyes of my clan. You must safeguard our interests. Though the ninjas in the visual feed wore Umbu attire, their mannerisms mirrored those of the root organization founded by Danzo. Fugaku felt compelled to inform the third Hokage. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan, as the preeminent clan of Konoha, possessed the strength to address such threats themselves. Observing Obito's envious expression, Kakashi decided to tease him. I could take on 2 Nin, he boasted, eager to gauge Obito's reaction. Obito, upon hearing Kakashi's claim, instinctively doubted him. Although he recognized Kakashi's prowess, the notion that someone their age could contend with Nin seemed utterly implausible. I refuse to believe it. Kakashi must be exaggerating. Obito retorted stubbornly. Oh, but Kakashi has already attained the rank of Genin, Rin interjected at that moment. Obito felt increasingly embarrassed by Rin's faith in Kakashi. He wondered when he might earn Rin's acknowledgement. He resolved to seek guidance from his brother Shisui on effective training methods. In truth, Obito did believe Kakashi's assertion. He was simply too shy to admit it. Despite often appearing to disdain Kakashi, everyone was aware of their bond. After observing the situation, Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was not the Hokage's dispatched to assassinate Itachi. Had that been the case, the Uchiha clan and the village would never reconcile. However, he could not overlook Danzo. As the Hokage's advisor, he was a high-ranking official in Konoha. Yet he engaged in such sordid dealings. Rumor had it that this elder aspired to become Hokage, which amused Fugaku. If Shimura Danzo can ascend to the position of Hokage, then I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall immediately consume the ancestral stone tablet of my clan. What Fugaku was unaware of was that the subsequent events would prove even more riveting. The scene shifted to Uchiha Shisui after his Sharingan had been seized. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui was desperately evading something in the forest. Pursued by a throng of masked ninjas, Shisui appeared somewhat disheveled, having lost one of his Sharingan. Those watching from beyond the screen were left in utter astonishment, questioning the nature of the scene before them. Was this truly something they could witness? Uchiha Shisui was being hunted by a multitude of ninjas. Uninformed onlookers speculated that the Uchiha clan was on the verge of rebellion, after all, as one of the two prominent families that had founded Konoha. Any grievances the villagers harbored against the Uchihas were considered internal matters. Yet, what transpired now was shocking. The had begun to target the genius of the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Hyuga, Inazuka, and other smaller ninja villages believed that Konoha was about to betray its own. In a bid to clarify, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stepped forward to suggest that perhaps there had been a misunderstanding, assuring that the village would not forsake those who had contributed to it. However, few believed his words, for the miraculous screen had seemingly conjured Sharingan with ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat awkward, having just assured the leader of the Uchiha clan of his support, only to have the system reveal his own attempt to seize the Uchiha Sharingan, casting doubt on his integrity as Hokage. The footage did not reveal who was pursuing Uchiha Shisui. It merely displayed Shisui's fierce battles against numerous jonin. While evading flying kunai, he stumbled precariously as if he might fall from the trees. Having been suddenly ambushed by Danzo, he feared the assault due to his Sharingan. With only a fraction of his strength remaining, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament otherwise. Suddenly, the jonin behind him produced explosive tags, affixing them to kunai and hurling them at him. At this point, Shisui lacked the capacity to fend off the impending attack. Was he to perish here? There were still matters to attend to. He could not allow this to happen. Shisui's remaining Manjiki Sharingan continued to spin relentlessly. With a resounding explosion, smoke gradually dispersed to reveal a colossal green figure that had intercepted the attacks. What is this? One jonin exclaimed, gazing at the towering giant, standing several dozen meters tall. Clad in armor and wielding a massive sword, instilling immense fear in all present. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan could only be summoned upon awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. While a typical Uchiha with 3 tomo would already possess the prowess of a jonin, with the activation of this gigantic Susanoo, kunai became mere toys. As for the kunai striking Susanoo, the elder brother of the root, Danzo, had much to say about it. Yet, the others were oblivious, resorting to throwing various kunai, which merely clanged against Susanoo, falling harmlessly to the ground, inflicting no damage whatsoever. At this moment, Shisui found himself without time to indulge in frivolities. With a mere wave of his hand, the colossal Susanoo struck down, cleaving the earth and creating a massive fissure. The surrounding ninjas were not as fortunate. Those closest were violently propelled several meters away. Seizing this opportunity, Shisui swiftly made his escape. Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. Could it be that Susanoo had been exposed? He himself had never activated Susanoo, yet today he witnessed an individual manifesting it with a single eye. To be frank, the secrets of the Uchiha clan were being unveiled rather excessively today. First the Manjiki Sharingan, followed by Susanoo. It seemed the system was intent on leading the Uchiha clan to ruin. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Fugaku with a knowing gaze. Fugaku, who among the Uchiha can assume such a form? He inquired. If every Uchiha could attain such power, who in Konoha could possibly contain them? Lord Third. This is the unique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Aside from the defector Uchiha Obito, no one else has ever activated it, Fugaku replied, concealing the fact that he too possessed that ability. However, Lord Third, there are those in Konoha who seek to covet the eyes of my clan. You must act on behalf of my family. Though the shinobi in the scene wore A&B attire, their methods were reminiscent of the route established by Danzo. Fugaku felt it necessary to inform the third Hokage. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan, as the foremost clan in Konoha, certainly had the strength to address the situation themselves. The question arose, who had stolen one of Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and who would ultimately claim the other? Upon its utterance, representatives from various shinobi villages were left in stunned silence. Was it too much to ask for a simple video of Shisui taking on 5 opponents and then guess the outcome? The Chunin exams in Konoha had been urgently halted, with all the prominent figures gathering, including Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his advisors, Koharu and Hamura. One might wonder why Danzo was absent. Hiruzen thought to himself, thank heavens Danzo is not here. It was a relief to temporarily hide him away. I fear the enraged Uchiha clan might strike him down on the spot. After all, they had been old comrades, and Hiruzen felt a degree of responsibility towards Danzo. As for the notable families in Konoha, there were Fugaku from the Uchiha clan, Hayashi from the Hyuga clan, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Noichi, Akimichi Chca, as well as the heads of the Inazuka and Yamanaka clans. Upon their arrival, none knew how to approach the sensitive topic before them, especially in the presence of the Uchiha clan's leader. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Hiruzen addressed Fugaku, saying, rest assured, should anyone dare to threaten the Uchiha clan, Konoha will not let them go unpunished. However, the others remained skeptical of the third's assurances. Could he truly disband Root? At this moment, Obito and his companions were not expelled from the venue. Instead, they were escorted by the Umbu to a secluded area to avoid disrupting the Hokage's deliberations. Bored, Obito gazed at the screen, feeling a mix of anger and frustration, yet he understood that with his current capabilities, avenging his brother Shursui was beyond his reach. Suddenly, he noticed a change on the screen. Chat mode is being added. Addition successful. Connecting to the chat room. Uchiha Obito, why is there a strange thing in my mind? Kakashi, foolish Obito, don't voice your thoughts out loud. The entire shinobi world can hear you now. In that instant, others also caught wind of Obito's utterance. Killer Bee. Yo, it's Killer Bee, the strongest rapper from Kumobikure, sneaking out today. Fourth Reikage, 8 Yericus, Killer Bee, are you once again seeking my Iron Fist? Third Suchikage Inoki, I see. So linking everyone creates a platform for conversation. How intriguing. Might Guy, Kakashi-san, let us engage in a youthful showdown. Rin, Guy. Aren't you nearby? Why resort to this? At this moment, Nara Shikaku of the Hidden Leaf Village discovered that the chat room was not merely populated by their own comrades, but also included ninjas from other villages, allowing for communication across borders. Lord Third, I believe we should attempt to respond. Although there may be repercussions for failure, the rewards from the previous occasion make it worth the risk, Shikaku contemplated before addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. After some reflection, Hiruzen concurred. But he was reluctant to expose his dear friend. It was not that he feared for his life, but rather out of loyalty to his friendship with Danzo. He resolved to let others take the lead in responding. The third Suchikage, Inoki, boldly stated, I choose Shimura Danzo. The fourth Reikage followed suit, declaring, I too select Shimura Danzo. The third Kazekage, seeing the boldness of the others, added, in that case, I shall also choose Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, no longer hesitating, chimed in as well, Shimura Danzo. Mito and Kamen were astonished, exchanging glances at Hiruzen's unexpected betrayal of his long-standing friendship. What has happened? You were just comrades. And now you've thrown him under the bus. How can you justify such a breach of loyalty? Hiruzen, however, remained unfazed. Knowing Danzo well enough to believe he could compensate him privately later, he was sure Danzo wouldn't pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Danzo at the root base was incensed to see Hiruzen's name alongside his in the chat room. How could you doubt me? I, Danzo, stand firmly in my integrity. How could our friendship crumble so easily? He seethed. Hiruzen, I never imagined you would betray my trust in such a manner. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, Danzo was watching the screen, which only fueled Danzo's ire further. Uchiha Obito, perplexed, inquired, who exactly is the Shimura Danzo that everyone is voting for? Just then, returning from a mission, Namake's Minato approached Obito. Knowing too much about this could bring you trouble, he warned, summoning Kakashi and Rin to his side. Ah, Sensei Minato has returned. Obito exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Minato, still in shock from the unfolding events on the screen, replied, after this incident, my mission was abruptly cancelled, and I was ordered to return. At this moment, besides the shadow of the Hidden Mist Village, the shadows of the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Rock, and Hidden Sand villages all pointed their fingers at Danzo. The responses were incomplete, devoid of punishment or reward. The third Suchikage, Inoki, remarked, that cannot be right. Did not Danzo acquire the other eye of Uchiha Shursui? Nara Shikaku asserted, clearly, he must have evaded pursuit. As for who received the other eye, could it be that Shursui did not survive? Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, at home, grew increasingly anxious upon seeing Shursui, especially since the report indicated Shursui would be killed. Shursui, noticing Itachi's tense expression, laughed heartily, saying, Itachi, there's no need to be so worried. If my sacrifice holds significance, then there's no reason for you to grieve. As for the other eye, I believe I have come to understand. Itachi, perplexed, inquired, understand what? Shursui replied thoughtfully, indeed, that person is you. Uchiha Shursui, the one who stole my eye was Danzo, while the other eye ultimately fell into the hands of Uchiha Itachi. Ding. Correct answer. Reward. A portion of Genin level chakra. Eliminate the defect of blindness caused by prolonged use of the Manjiki Sharingan. Question. Who seized one of Uchiha Shursui's eyes? And who ultimately obtained the other eye? Upon the emergence of this question, everyone from the various ninja villages fell silent. Isn't it a bit excessive to show us a video of Shursui taking on 5 opponents and expect us to guess? The Chunin Exams in Konoha were abruptly halted. and all the prominent figures gathered, including Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his two advisors, Koharu and Hamura. You may wonder why Danzo is absent. Hiruzen thought to himself, thank heavens Danzo is not here. That alone is the greatest reprieve for me. I can only hope that the enraged Uchiha clan does not take it out on him, considering he is an old comrade. As for the heads of Konoha's various clans, such as Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Noichi, Akimichi Choza, and leaders from clans like the Inuzuka and Yamanaka, none knew how to address the gathering. After all, discussing such a sensitive topic in the presence of the Uchiha clan leader felt inappropriate. Sensing the tension in the air, Hiruzen turned to Fugaku and reassured, Fugaku, rest assured. Should anyone intend to harm the Uchiha clan, Konoha will not let them go. However, the crowd did not take the third Hokage's words seriously. How could the third Hokage possibly disband the rude organization? At this moment, Obito and his companions had not been expelled from the venue. Instead, they were escorted by the Umbu to a tranquil location, lest they disturb the Hokage's contemplation. Obito gazed at the screen with a sense of ennui. Though he was filled with fury, he recognized that his current strength was insufficient to avenge Shursui. Suddenly, he noticed a change on the screen. Chat mode initiating successfully added connecting to chat room Uchiha Obito. Why has a peculiar entity appeared in my mind? Kakashi, foolish Obito, refrain from voicing your thoughts. The entirety of the ninja world can hear you now. In an instant, the others also heard Obito's utterance. Killer Bee. Yo, it's Killer Bee, the strongest rapper from Kumobakure. Sneaking out today. Yo. Fourth Reikage, 8 Yalix, Killer Bee, are you once again yearning for my iron fist? Third Suchika Jinoki, I see. Linking everyone to create a medium for conversation, how fascinating. Might Guy, Kakashi-sensei, let us engage in a youthful duel. Rin, Guy, are you not nearby? Why resort to this? At this moment, Nara Shikaku from the Hokage's side discovered that the chatroom was not limited to the people of Konoha. Even other ninja villages could communicate through it. Lord Third, I believe we should attempt to respond. Although there may be consequences for failure, given the rewards from the last event, it is worth taking a risk. Nara Shikaku contemplated before addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, after some thought, agreed, yet he was determined not to expose his dear friend. He resolutely stated that it was not out of fear, but rather for the sake of his friendship with Danzo, that he would let others answer instead. The third Suchikage, Onoki, declared, I answered Danzo Shimura. The fourth Reikage followed suit, I too answered Danzo Shimura. The third Kazekage remarked, since you all have said so, I shall also choose Danzo. Goodness, I hesitated for just a moment, yet you all are so bold, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, and without further hesitation, he too joined in the response. Fourth Hokage, Danzo Shimura. Mito and Kamenyan exchanged surprised glances at Hiruzen. What is going on? You were just good friends. Yet you have betrayed Danzo so swiftly. How do you justify such a long-standing friendship? Hiruzen paid no mind, knowing Danzo well enough to believe he could compensate him privately later without further inquiry. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo, upon seeing Hiruzen's name on the list, was instantly filled with rage. How can you not trust me? I, Danzo, uphold my dignity. How could I ever commit such treachery? The fragile boat of friendship capsizes so easily. Danzo, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Do you truly have such little faith in me? Hiruzen had not anticipated Danzo was watching the screen and chose to feign ignorance, which only fueled Danzo's anger further. Uchiha Obito inquired, by the way, who is this Danzo Shimura? Why is everyone voting for him? After Obito posed this question, Minato Namikaze, who had just returned from a mission, hurried over to him. Knowing too much about this matter may not bode well for you, he cautioned, summoning Kakashi and Rin to his side. Ah, Teacher Minato has returned. Obito exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Yes, after this incident, my mission was abruptly cancelled, Minato responded, equally astonished by the events unfolding on the screen. At this moment, the shadows of the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Rock Village, and the Hidden Sand Village all directed their focus towards Danzo. The response was incomplete, devoid of both punishment and reward. The third Suchikage, Onoki, remarked, this should not be the case. Did Danzo not acquire the second eye of Uchiha Shursui? Nara Shikaku replied. Clearly, he must have evaded capture. As for to whom the other eye was entrusted, are we to assume that Shursui did not survive in the end? Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, at home, grew increasingly anxious upon seeing Shursui, especially since the inventory indicated that Shursui would meet his demise. Shursui, observing Itachi's tense demeanor, chuckled heartily. Itachi, there is no need for such concern. If my sacrifice bears significance, do not mourn for me. As for the other eye, I believe I am aware of its fate. Intrigued, Itachi inquired, aware of what? Shursui responded thoughtfully, indeed, that person is you. Uchiha Shursui continued, the one who seized my eye was Danzo. The remaining eye ultimately found its way to Uchiha Itachi. Ding. Correct answer. Reward, a portion of Jonin level chakra. Remedy for the potential blindness caused by prolonged use of the Manjiki Sharingan. The inventory concluded, with a promise to continue the tally the following day. Itachi's elder brother speculated that Shursui must have chosen to sacrifice himself, bequeathing his sole remaining Sharingan to Itachi, as a regular advisor to the Hokage. Akimichi Choza could no longer tolerate the unfolding situation. Danzo, after all, is the sole grandson of Kagami. How can you abide such impudence? Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that this was Choza's subtle criticism of his leniency towards Danzo. While other Uchiha might be inconsequential, Shisui was a direct descendant of Kagami. And as former comrades, they deserved special consideration. Faced with the turmoil Danzo had wrought, Hiruzen understood that this matter could not be overlooked. He resolved to decisively remove Danzo from his position as Hokage's advisor, along with the Root organization. Fujitaka had initially contemplated having the Hokage keep an eye on Danzo. But upon reflecting on the revelations regarding the Uchiha clan, he could only silently endure the frustration. Hiruzen was somewhat surprised to find that Fujitaka did not delve deeper into the matter. After all, it was merely a glimpse of the future. As long as they could avert the impending disaster, such failures should not arise again. Meanwhile, Itachi, upon learning that Shisui had chosen to entrust his Sharingan to him, expressed confusion. Why did you decide to give me your eye, when you could? Shisui interrupted, the village no longer trusts me. Thus, only you can alter the future of the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Itachi had matured beyond his years, at merely 4 years of age. He had already witnessed the brutalities of war. He comprehended that the Uchiha clan could not afford to drift further from the village. Yet it seemed that the members of his clan were oblivious to this truth. Without the village, the Uchiha would become like rootless weeds, adrift in the currents of fate. Even his once revered father, Fugaku, could not fathom that his young son had begun to ponder the destiny of their clan. After the evaluation concluded, Hiruzen Sarutobi exercised his authority as Hokage to postpone the upcoming Chunin exams, recognizing that the current circumstances were ill-suited for competition. Meanwhile, in the village of Iwagakure, Inoki observed the Susanoo of a young man named Uchiha Shisui, and his thoughts drifted back to the time he faced Uchiha Madara alongside his mentor. The pressure exerted by Madara was incomprehensibly greater than that posed by this youth. Must we allow Konoha to impose their will upon us once more? Inoki muttered to himself. At this moment, the Rock Ninja Village had just employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers to exhaust the third raikage, and in the meantime, the Cloud Village announced its withdrawal, rendering the situation increasingly ambiguous. Should the development of Konoha continue unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, Noki took up his pen and composed secret letters to both the Mist Village and the Sand Village. What was once a conflict anticipated to unfold later in history was now precipitated by the butterfly effect. In the original timeline, after the demise of the third raikage, the third Tsuchikage united with the Sand and Mist villages to launch a surprise attack on Konoha to curtail its growth. The unfortunate Mist 7 encountered Might Guy, who was then elevated to legendary status. Meanwhile, the Rock Village proved formidable as Obito was grievously injured, indirectly paving the way for the Fourth Great Ninja War. At this juncture, Obito, the true architect behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan and a betrayer of his master, was undergoing rigorous training under Minato, who was somewhat perturbed about Obito's path to becoming a Nin. Hey, Obito, focus. If you lose concentration, beware of my iron fist, Minato admonished, while a striking flash of red hair caught the eye. I understand, Kushina. I am certain I will successfully advance to Nin, declared Uchiha Obito with unwavering confidence. In the midst of his declaration, he was met with a resounding thud from Kushina's iron fist. Confidence is commendable, but one must avoid excessive pride, Kushina remarked, proudly shaking her fist. What's this? Rin and Kakashi are resting nearby, while I am here training alone. They call it special training. Yet it merely involves some water walking and tree climbing techniques. I will surely accomplish it with ease, Obito mused. When will I awaken my Sharingan, like Brother Shisui, and transform into a towering giant? Lost in thoughts of one day unleashing his Sharingan to overpower Kakashi, Obito's spirit soared. Minato observed Obito's evident distraction with a sense of helplessness. The war situation was becoming increasingly grave, and they could be thrust into battle at any moment. Obito could not continue in this manner. He needed to enhance his abilities. Following the inventory, they would continue their preparations tomorrow. Obito speculated that Brother Shisui must have chosen to sacrifice himself, entrusting his remaining Sharingan to Itachi. As usual, as a Hokage advisor, Akimichi Torafu, who seldom engaged in political affairs, could no longer bear to witness the unfolding events. Hiruzen, Shisui is the only grandson of Kagami. How can you tolerate Danzo's audacity? Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that Torafu's discontent stemmed from his displeasure at Danzo's favoritism. Other Uchiha might be of little concern, but Shisui, as a descendant of Kagami, warranted special consideration given their history as comrades. Recognizing the trouble Danzo had caused him, Hiruzen understood that this matter could not be resolved lightly. He would have to resolutely remove Danzo from his position as Hokage's advisor, merging the Root organization into the main body. Fugaku had initially considered having the Hokage supervise Danzo, but upon recalling the revelations surrounding the Uchiha clan, he opted to swallow his grievances in silence. Hiruzen was somewhat surprised to find that Fugaku did not pursue the matter further. After all, it was merely a glimpse of the future. As long as they could prevent such outcomes, mistakes of this nature would not recur. Meanwhile, Itachi, upon learning that Shisui had chosen to bestow his Sharingan upon him, was left perplexed. Why would you choose to give your eyes to me when you can keep them for yourself? Shursui interrupted. The village no longer believes in me. Only you can alter the future of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Itachi had matured into a precocious child. Having witnessed the harsh realities of war at the tender age of 4, he understood that the Uchiha clan could not afford to drift further away from the village. Yet, it seemed that the members of his clan failed to grasp this crucial truth. Without the village, the Uchiha would become like rootless weeds, adrift on the currents of fate. Even his father, whom he had always respected, was oblivious to the growing concerns of his young son regarding the destiny of their clan. After the assessment, Hiruzen Sarutobi exercised his authority as Hokage to postpone the Chunin Exams, recognizing that the current circumstances were unsuitable for competition. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki gazed upon the Susanoo of the young Uchiha Shursui, and his thoughts drifted back to the time he faced Uchiha Madara alongside his mentor. The pressure exerted by Madara was incomparably more formidable than that of this boy named Shursui. Must we once again bear the weight of Konoha upon our shoulders? Inoki murmured to himself. At this moment, the Hidden Rock Village had just employed a strategy of overwhelming numbers to exhaust the third Raikage, while simultaneously, the Hidden Cloud Village announced its withdrawal, casting uncertainty over the situation. Should Konoha be permitted to progress unchecked, the repercussions would be dire. Consequently, Noki took up his pen to compose secret letters to both the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village. What was originally a conflict set to unfold later in history was now hastened due to the butterfly effect. Historically, following the death of the third Raikage, the third Suchikage allied with the Sand and Mist villages to launch a surprise attack on Konoha to curb its advancement. Unfortunately, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist encountered Might Guy, who was fortuitously elevated to the status of a good omen. Conversely, the Rock Village was formidable. Obito was grievously injured, inadvertently paving the way for the perpetrator of the Fourth Great Ninja War. At this juncture, the true architect of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the one who annihilated the Uchiha clan and betrayed his master, our dear Obito, was undergoing intensive training under Minato's guidance, who was rather troubled by the prospect of ensuring Obito's successful advancement to Chunin. Hey Obito, focus. If you lose concentration, beware of my iron fist, Minato admonished. Amidst Minato's rigorous training, a striking flash of red hair was conspicuous. I understand, Kushina-ne. I am certain I will succeed in becoming a Chunin, Obito declared confidently. Just then, a resounding thud echoed as he was met with Kushina's iron fist. Confidence is commendable, but one must not become overly complacent, she remarked, proudly shaking her fist. What is this? Rin and Kakashi are resting nearby, while I am here undergoing special training. Furthermore, this so-called special training merely involves some tree climbing and water walking techniques. I can easily master these, Obito mused, yearning for the day he could awaken the Sharingan and transform into a colossal giant like Shursui. The thought of one day awakening the Sharingan and overpowering Kakashi filled him with joy. Minato, observing Obito's evident distraction, felt a sense of helplessness. The gravity of the war was escalating, and it was uncertain when they would be thrust onto the battlefield. Obito could not continue in such a manner. It was imperative to find a way to enhance his strength. The following day, the ninjas of Konoha gathered at the Chunin examination venue. For only such a place could accommodate such a multitude. At this moment, Obito brimmed with confidence. He believed that if he could answer a few questions correctly in the assessment, he would reward himself by unlocking his Sharingan. However, he reminded himself to exercise caution. They had yet to fully comprehend the penalty mechanisms of the assessment system. Should it excessively deduct his lifespan, it could pose a grave danger to his health. Just as he was lost in these musings, Kakashi interrupted him. Rin, too, looked at Obito with a worried expression, sensing that he seemed overly excited today. Unsure if it was a positive or negative sign. Obito, however, was unfazed by such concerns, although he verbally agreed to Kakashi's caution. His desire to acquire methods to enhance his strength overshadowed everything else. He pondered how he could protect Rin on the battlefield if he did not strive to improve his abilities. The mere thought of Rin's gentle smile ignited a silent vow within him to safeguard her. Before he could finish his thoughts, the assessment system in the sky activated once more. Ninja World Assessment. Ninja World Shadow Level Combat Power 19. Deidara. Third Suchikage Inoki. Is this an obscure character? Kuratsuchi, not necessarily. A ninja who has reached the level of a shadow cannot be merely an insignificant figure. Third Kazekage, to be honest, even Uchiha Shursui, ranked 20th, could single-handedly confront over 20 elite jonin. I must admit, my interest is piqued. Inoki, by the way, Kazekage, do you think you can handle battling 20 Umbu jonin simultaneously? The third Kazekage contemplated for a moment. His abilities were only average among the shadows, if the terrain was advantageous. His magnet release could indeed force even the other shadows to retreat, especially in the desert, where sand and iron were abundant. Third Kazekage, I am confident in dealing with 20 elite jonin. However, I am curious if any of the higher-ranked ninjas are familiar to me. Sunagakure, being remote and resource-scarce, had half of its territory covered in desert. Were it not for his magnet release facilitating trade for resources, life would be considerably more challenging. It seemed he would need to devise strategies against Konoha. The third Kazekage recalled reviewing the proposal Inoki had sent him the previous day. If an alliance with Kirigakure and Iwagakure could be forged, they might compel Konoha to cede territory and pay reparations. Assessment questions, a small prize awaits. Note: this series of questions can only be answered by Genin level ninjas, accepting only the first 10 responses, with no penalties for incorrect answers. A. Battle Uchiha Itachi. B. Capture one tail. C. Capture three tails. D. Battle Uchiha Sasuke. E. Eliminate the third Kazekage. F. Eliminate the fourth Kazekage. G. Eliminate the fifth Kazekage. H. Battle the fifth Hokage. Upon viewing the responses given by the assessment system, the third Kazekage felt a sense of indignation. What do you mean? We Kazekage should be slain by you. You, rank 19th, possess such prowess? Has a significant player emerged in the ninja world? Why is it always about battling or eliminating Kazekage? Meanwhile, Kumogakure urgently summoned its elite Genin, including the newly appointed two-tails Jinchuriki, Yomiuri, and the future fifth Raikage, Darui. The fourth Raikage, surveying the elite within the village, brimmed with confidence. Do not be misled into thinking that Kumogakure consists solely of brash warriors. There are strategic talents here as well, such as the third Raikage's partner, Suchikage, and the future beauty with ample bosom, fair skin, and short yellow hair, Samui. Similarly, Yomiuri was a capable kunoichi, displaying both intelligence and valor, rivaling the talents of Konoha's finest. You two are the most elite genin in the village. I will do my utmost to help you deduce the correct answers to these questions, stated the Raikage's advisor, Suchikage. Darui, appearing disinterested, remarked, what a hassle. Why must I be the one to answer these questions? I would rather take a rest. Conversely, Yomiuri, with her proud demeanor, could never relinquish her mission, nor be as indifferent as Darui. Having just become a Jinchuriki, she fervently yearned for recognition, desiring the acknowledgement akin to that of Lord Killer Bee. Rest assured, Raikage-sama. I shall complete this task successfully, Yomiuri declared resolutely. At this moment, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Obito, Rin, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Saratobi, Kakashi Hitaki, and many other lower-ranking ninjas such as Hizashi, Guy, and Shizen gathered together. Obito felt a twinge of anxiety as he pondered why Kakashi had not yet arrived. Most of his companions and classmates were present, yet Kakashi was conspicuously absent. Rin, perceiving Obito's unease, gently reassured him, Obito, Kakashi has already attained the rank of Jonin. He cannot participate in the QA with us this time. Indeed, Kakashi, with his prodigious talent, had long since achieved the rank of Jonin. And according to the regulations of the assessment system, he was naturally prohibited from answering questions. Realizing this, Obito felt somewhat foolish for his concern. However, at that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly emerged from beside the third Hokage. Although he could not answer questions, he could still serve as a reference for Obito, who struggled with knowledge-based inquiries. The following day, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village gathered at the Chunin Exam venue, which was the only place capable of accommodating such a large assembly. At this moment, Obito brimmed with confidence. He believed that if he could answer a few questions correctly in the inventory assessment, he would reward himself by unlocking the Sharingan. However, Obito reminded himself not to act recklessly, as they had yet to fully comprehend the punishment mechanism of the assessment system. Excessive deductions from his lifespan could pose a danger to his health. Lost in his daydreams, he was abruptly interrupted by Kakashi. Rin, with a worried expression, observed Obito today. He seemed unusually overly excited, leaving her uncertain whether it was a good or bad sign. Regardless, Obito was undeterred by such concerns. Although he verbally assented to Kakashi, his desire for a means to enhance his strength remained paramount. He knew that without improving his abilities, he would be unable to protect Rin on the battlefield. The mere thought of Rin's gentle smile ignited a silent vow within him to safeguard her well-being. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the inventory system activated once again in the sky. Inventory of the Ninja World, Shadow Level Combat Power 19, Deidara. The third Suchikage, Anoki. Is this an obscure character? Kagetsuchi Yagura. Not necessarily. A ninja who reaches the level of a Kage cannot simply be an inconspicuous figure. The third Kazekage remarked, to be honest. Even Uchiha Shursui, ranked 20th, can single-handedly confront over 20 Jonin. I find myself intrigued. Anoki responded, by the way, do you have confidence in simultaneously battling 20 Umbu Jonin? Kazekage. After contemplating, the third Kazekage recognized his strength as merely average among the Kage. He mused that if the terrain favored him, his magnet release could indeed compel other Kage to retreat, especially in a desert abundant with sand and iron. The prospect of facing 20 Jonin is within my capabilities. However, I am curious whether any of the higher-ranked ninjas are familiar to me. The Sunagakure, situated in a remote area with scarce resources, comprised half-desert. Had it not been for his magnet release facilitating the acquisition of supplies for Sunagakure, their existence would have been even more arduous. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy involving Konohagakure. The third Kazekage reflected on the proposal from Anoki he had reviewed yesterday. If they could indeed unite with Kirigakure and Iwagakure, they might compel Konohagakure to cede territory and pay reparations. Inventory questions, rewards await. Note: this series of questions can only be answered by Genin-level ninjas, with only the top 10 accepted. No penalties for incorrect answers. A. Battle against Uchiha Itachi. B. Capture the one tail. C. Capture the three tails. D. battle against Uchiha Sasuke E, eliminate the 3rd Kazekage F, eliminate the 4th Kazekage G, eliminate the 5th Kazekage H. Battle against the 5th Hokage. Upon reviewing the answers provided by the inventory system, the 3rd Kazekage felt a sense of indignation. What do you mean? We Kage should be killed by you. You, rank 19th, are that formidable? Has a significant figure emerged in the ninja world, leading to such a predicament? Meanwhile, Hyuumogi urgently summoned its lower-ranked ninjas, including the newly appointed Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yuki, and the future 5th Raikage, Darui. The 4th Raikage, observing the elite forces of the village, felt confident. Do not assume that Hyuumogi is merely a congregation of brutes. We possess strategic talents within our ranks, such as the 3rd Raikage partner, T-Dai, and the forthcoming beauty with ample curves, fair skin, and short yellow hair, Samui. Similarly, Yuki was an exceptionally capable kunoichi, exhibiting both wisdom and valor, rivaling the talented ninjas of Konoha in her conduct. You two are the village's most elite Genin. I will do my utmost to help you deduce the correct answers. The Raikage's advisor, T-Dai, proclaimed. Darui, displaying disinterest, muttered, what a hassle. Why must I be the one to answer questions? I would rather rest. In stark contrast, Yuki's proud nature precluded her from abandoning the task. Unlike Darui, she harbored a strong desire for recognition, wishing to gain the esteem of her village akin to Lord Killer Bee. Rest assured, Raikage-sama, I shall accomplish this task successfully, Yuki declared with determination. At this moment, the inhabitants of Konoha, including Obito, Rin, Might Guy, Yugao Yuzuki, Asuma Saratobi, Karina Yuhi, and others, gathered together. Obito, feeling somewhat anxious, wondered why Kakashi had yet to arrive. Almost all of his comrades were present, so where could Kakashi be? Rin, noticing Obito's distress, gently reassured him, Obito, Kakashi is now a Jonin, and he cannot participate in this QA with us. Indeed, Kakashi was an exceptional talent who had long since ascended to Jonin status. And according to the regulations of the inventory system, he was naturally disqualified from answering questions. Reflecting on this, Obito felt somewhat foolish for worrying over him. However, at that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly emerged from beside the 3rd Hokage. Although he could not answer questions, he could serve as a reference for Obito, who had little understanding of knowledge-based matters. Noki remarked, since so many of the provided answers pertain to the Kazekage, why not let the Kazekage share his adversaries with us, so that we may all gain insight? The 3rd Kazekage responded, let us not speak so definitively. Is there not a Konoha representative present? Noki countered. The inventory system offers no hints whatsoever. If only answers are given, it becomes exceedingly difficult for us to guess. Saratobi Hizashi suggested, how about Noki demonstrates first? After all, there is no penalty for incorrect answers. Noki replied, do you take me for a fool? If I eliminate the wrong answers first, you would simply arrive at the correct one. Narashikaka interjected, Hokage, I believe one of the options provided actually involves capturing tailed beasts. Saratobi Hizashi responded, private conversation. The 4th Raikage inquired, what do you mean, Saratobi Hizashi? Do you not wish to share any information? Saratobi Hizashi replied, these are merely speculations and cannot be deemed reliable. Did not the Raikage refrain from sharing his information as well? All present were cunning foxes, unwilling to eliminate wrong answers first, as the initial respondent would merely serve as a stepping stone for others. The 3rd Kazekage declared, since you are unwilling to answer, let us from Sunagakure provide an example. Saratobi Hizashi praised, indeed, the strongest Kazekage has my utmost admiration for such magnanimity. Noki added, yes, it is the vigor of youth that shines, unlike a certain Hokage who relies on his age. Saratobi Hizashi responded with a puzzled expression, seeing that no one from other villages was willing to answer. The 3rd Kazekage decided not to delay any longer. He needed to discern a critical matter, lest he act recklessly in his initial response. He summoned a lower-ranked ninja from his village and instructed, choose the 3rd Kazekage. Upon receiving the answer, the lower ninja promptly replied, I choose E. The response was met with a notification, incorrect. Deidara was forced to leave the village at the age of 9 due to frequently causing terror-related incidents. He is the disciple of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki. With only 20 seconds remaining, the options were as follows. A. Battle Uchiha Itachi. B. Capture the 1-tail C. Capture the 3-tails D. Battle Uchiha Sasuke E. Eliminate the 3rd Kazekage F. Eliminate the 4th Kazekage G. Eliminate the 5th Kazekage H. Battle the 5th Hokage. Upon deducing the answers, the 3rd Kazekage sighed in relief. Since it did not involve his own demise, it suggested he had much longer to live. Meanwhile, Narashikaki noted that after the 3rd Kazekage eliminated one answer, he had gained some insight based on the information provided. He quickly shared his knowledge with others, as time was of the essence, and they could only eliminate certain options to make deductions. Other ninja villages began to prepare their participants to answer the questions. Uchiha Obito declared, I choose B, C, G. Yoshinomori stated, I select A, D, H. The latter thought to himself that it seemed Obito was firmly convinced of Konoha's involvement, as Uchiha Itachi, the 5th Hokage, and this Uchiha Sasuke were undoubtedly members of Konoha. Yoshinomori believed that since Naka's disciple could not be too closely tied to Konoha, the likelihood of selecting other options was slim. Might Guy announced, I choose H. Zabuza Momochi remarked, since you all select Konoha, I shall choose Sunagakure. I select F, G. Asuma Saratobi stated, I choose A, B, C, D, F. My goodness, Asuma. You are quite bold, selecting so many. Cannot you learn from Guy, who wisely chose only one? Your numerous selections suggest you are not concerned about losing, someone noted. Asuma felt awkward and asked Guy, why did you only select one? To which Guy replied, because I might only know the fifth Hokage. Hearing this, Asuma was left speechless, realizing he had overestimated Guy's prowess, who had inadvertently exposed his lack of knowledge. Ultimately, the correct answers were revealed. A, B, C, D, G, H, surprisingly. Fewer than 10 individuals succeeded in selecting the correct answers, with 4 from Konoha, 1 from Kumogakure, 1 from Iwagakure, 2 from Kirigakure, and none from Sunagakure. Noki questioned. Saratobi Hizashi, have you been concealing information? Why is Konoha's accuracy rate so high? The third Kazekage retorted, you are aware that this is your own disciple. Are you not at all informed? This remark darkened Naka's expression. He had no idea where his prized disciple was at that moment. Noki added, you dare criticize me? At least our Shikaku managed to answer correctly, while none from your Sunagakure did. It was understandable that the third Kazekage felt this way. Currently, Sunagakure had only the strategist, while other ninja villages boasted a multitude of talents. Reflecting on this, he envied the other villages. The fourth Raikage, A, inquired. How has Konoha managed to answer so many correctly? Nara Shikaku explained, it is quite simple, really. The answers provided include the option to capture tailed beasts. And since Sunagakure only has the one tail, it is evident that Naka's disciple cannot be of the same generation as the third Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage's era is also insufficient, leaving only the fifth Kazekage's generation as a possibility. Based on this, we can delineate 2 potential directions for our answers. Additionally, Shikaku did not mention that Konoha had a greater number of lower-ranked ninjas, easily producing dozens to answer, while the combined lower-ranked ninjas from other villages likely paled in comparison to Konoha's strength. At this moment, Obito gazed excitedly at his name. Astonished that he had managed to answer correctly, he pondered what reward he might bestow upon himself, feeling a thrill at the thought. Moreover, Rin had also answered correctly, which meant that she too would receive a reward. This realization brought him joy, as it would narrow the gap between him and Kakashi, allowing him to eventually catch up to Kakashi. Inoki remarked, since so many of the given answers pertain to the Wind Shadow, why not have the Wind Shadow elucidate the various enemies, so that everyone may gain a better understanding? The third Kazekage replied, do not speak so definitively. Is there not a Konoha participant who answered correctly? Inoki countered, the inventory system provides no hints at all. Merely presenting the answers makes it exceedingly difficult for us to guess. Saratobi Hiruzen suggested, why doesn't Inoki demonstrate first? After all, there would be no penalty for an incorrect answer. Inoki retorted, what do you take me for? If I were to eliminate the wrong answers first, wouldn't you simply arrive at the correct one? Nara Shikaku interjected, Lord Hokage, I believe one of the options presented involves capturing a tailed beast. Saratobi Hiruzen responded. Private conversation. The fourth Raikage inquired, what do you mean, Saratobi? Are you not sharing information? Saratobi replied, these are merely conjectures and do not hold weight. Did not the Raikage himself also withhold information? Everyone present was a cunning strategist, reluctant to eliminate incorrect answers first, as the one who answered would merely serve as a stepping stone for others. The third Kazekage declared, since you are unwilling to respond, let us from Sunagakure set an example for you. Saratobi Hiruzen praised, truly, the mightiest of the Wind Shadows. Your magnanimity is admirable. Inoki added, indeed. It is your youthful vigor that stands out, unlike a certain elder who relies on age. Saratobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Observing that no one from the other villages was answering, the third Kazekage decided he needed to ascertain a crucial detail. Otherwise, he would not have been so audacious as to answer first. He summoned a low-ranking ninja from the village and instructed, choose the third Kazekage. Upon receiving the answer, the ninja promptly replied, I choose E. The third Kazekage. Incorrect, came the prompt. Note, Deidara was forced to leave the village at the age of 9 due to frequent acts of terror and is the disciple of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. 20 seconds remaining. A. Battle Uchiha Itachi. B. Capture the one-tail C. Capture the three-tails D. Battle Uchiha Sasuke. E. Kill the third Kazekage. F. Kill the fourth Kazekage. G. Kill the fifth Kazekage. H. Battle the fifth Hokage. Upon receiving the answers, the third Kazekage sighed in relief, since he was not among those to be killed. It indicated that he had many more years to live without concern. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku, observing the third Kazekage eliminate an answer, began to piece together the information provided. He hurriedly shared his insights with others, as time was of the essence, and they could only eliminate certain options before deducing the answer. Other ninja villages began preparing their own ninjas to answer the questions. Uchiha Obito declared, I choose B, C, G. Yui replied, I select A, D, H. Goodness. You really do believe in Konoha? Yui thought. Uchiha Itachi, the fifth Hokage, and this Uchiha Sasuke are surely all part of Konoha. Konoha has done nothing to provoke you. Yui considered that Inoki's disciple likely had ties to Konoha, hence selecting only Konoha options seemed the most plausible. Might Guy stated, I choose H, Zabuza declared. Since you all opt for Konoha, I shall choose Sunagakure. I select F and G. Asuma Saratobi remarked, I choose A, B, C, D, and F. Goodness, Asuma. You are quite ambitious, selecting so many. Could you not follow Guy's example? He understands his limitations and chooses only one. Your numerous selections suggest a lack of concern for losing, someone pointed out. Asuma felt a wave of embarrassment and asked Guy, why do you only select one? Because I only recognize the fifth Hokage among them, Might Guy replied without hesitation. After hearing Guy's answer, Asuma felt even more flabbergasted, realizing he had overestimated him. Ultimately, the correct answers were revealed. A, B, C, D, G, H. Astonishingly, fewer than 10 individuals selected the correct answers, with 4 from Konoha, 1 from Kumogakure, 1 from Iwagakure, 2 from Kirigakure, and 1 from Sunagakure not making the cut. Inoki exclaimed, Saratobi Hiruzen, are you hiding something? Why is Konoha's success rate so high? The third Kazekage responded. You dare to question me? This is your own disciple. Are you not aware of his capabilities? Inoki's expression darkened. His prized disciple was currently lost to him, and he had no idea what to choose. Inoki remarked, and you dare criticize me? At least our Shika managed to answer correctly, while, to my knowledge, not a single one from your Sunagakure succeeded. It was not entirely the third Kazekage's fault. Sunagakure currently had only the strategic genius of Chiyo, unlike other villages that were brimming with talent. Contemplating this, the third Kazekage envied the other villages. The fourth Reikage, A, questioned, how has Konoha managed to answer so many correctly? Narashikaku explained, it's quite simple, really. The options included capturing tailed beasts, and Sunagakure has only the one tail. Since he is Inoki's disciple, he certainly cannot be of the same age as the third Kazekage. The fourth Kazekage's era is also insufficient. He must belong to the same generation as the fifth Kazekage. By delineating these factors, one can arrive at 2 possible answers. Moreover, Narashikaku had not mentioned that Konoha possesses numerous low-ranking ninjas that could easily summon dozens to respond, whereas the combined numbers of your villages likely equate to Konoha's count. How could you possibly compete? At this moment, Obito gazed with excitement at his name, astonished that he had indeed answered correctly. He pondered what reward he might bestow upon himself later, feeling a thrill at the thought. Moreover, Rin had also answered correctly, which meant she would receive a reward as well. This would help narrow the gap between him and Kakashi, and he was certain he could eventually catch up to Kakashi. On the other hand, Inoki became serious, keen to discern what qualities made Deidara worthy of being his disciple. Even more serious than Inoki were the villagers of Sunagakure. They were eager to understand how their tailed beast could be so easily snatched away, resulting in the death of their Kazekage. It was akin to being utterly humiliated in one's own backyard. Reflecting on the deceased fifth Kazekage, and then glancing at the current third Kazekage, one could not help but acknowledge the latter's formidable prowess. After all, the strongest Kazekage could not be merely trifled with by someone like Deidara. Had the third Kazekage been present at that time, he would have surely taught this impudent young man a lesson. Their confidence was not entirely unfounded, considering they had not witnessed the destructive might of Hashirama and Madara wielding their Susanoo in a grand display of power, obliterating 4 nations. They believed that all Kage might be comparable, yet the reality was that disparities existed among them. The third Hokage once boasted of being the strongest, yet what he could offer was merely the 5 nature release techniques, while Hashirama's simple clap could unleash devastation far beyond that. The scene unfolded before them, showcasing the comical duo of the Akatsuki, Deidara, and Tobi, as they embarked on the mission to capture the 3 tails. What exactly are we meant to capture again, Tobi? Deidara mused aloud. The 3 tails, of course, Tobi replied, and upon observing Tobi's unreliable demeanor, Deidara suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for Brother Scorpion. Ah ha ha. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. Then I must be the 10 tails. Tobi joked. The onlookers outside the screen were momentarily stunned. Were they genuinely attempting to capture a tailed beast? Looking at their attire, it was evident they were members of an organization. The fourth Reikage remarked, to attempt capturing a tailed beast is sheer folly. Should they dare approach Kumogakure? I will ensure they understand that not all Kage are as lenient as the Wind Shadow. The third Kazekage added, he merely mentioned capturing the 3 tails. As far as I know, the host of the 3 tails in Kirigakure is quite unstable. And can you refrain from dragging our village into this? The fourth Mizukage interjected. The 3 tails is not something just anyone can handle. The last time we attempted to capture it, we lost several elite jonin in the process. Relying solely on these 2 may not guarantee success. Inoki responded, is capturing a single 3 tails worth such a heavy toll? Why not allow me to intervene? My disciple could capture the 3 tails. As his master, I certainly could as well. How about we split the 3 tails evenly? The fourth Mizukage retorted, Inoki. Your calculations are quite clever, but do you truly believe the 3 tails is so easily captured? Each time it is reborn, it emerges in deep lakes and rivers. And simply locating it requires significant effort, let alone forcing it to surface. Indeed, it was as such, if not for White Zetsu's pervasive information network. Discovering the Three Tails rebirth site would pose considerable difficulty. Yet, the two on their journey wasted no time. Deidara swiftly formed a bird from clay, exclaiming. And it transformed into a gigantic avian creature. Both Toby and Deidara mounted the colossal bird to scout from above their destination. The site of the Three Tails rebirth was situated in a lake in the southernmost region of Kirigakure, not far from the village, necessitating a swift resolution. But it's an expansive body of water. How will we ever locate the Three Tails? Toby inquired, eager to understand Deidara's strategy. Watch closely, Toby, Deidara instructed, as he produced countless small insects and cast them into the water. The moment the insects touched the surface, they seemed to come to life, swiftly swimming downstream as if in search of something. At this moment, an enormous turtle rested at the bottom of the lake. Its colossal form nearly 100 meters in length. Its presence on the battlefield resembled a dimensional assault, rendering any ninjutsu cast against its formidable shell akin to mere tickling. Suddenly, the clay insects detected the Three Tails and swarmed towards it, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent water soaring to heights of several meters. As the spray settled, the nearly 100-meter-long Three Tails emerged from the water, visibly enraged by the recent disturbance. Upon closer inspection, it truly resembled a giant turtle, exuding an air of formidable power. As Afe gazed in awe. Indeed, such matters ought to be entrusted to the esteemed Deidara. Afe naturally assumed that Deidara would be tasked with capturing this tailed beast. However, to his surprise, Deidara jestingly remarked, Afe, you are a member of the Akatsuki. Are you not? The next mission shall be yours. With that, he commanded his giant bird to ascend, leaving Afe to face the Three Tails alone. What? Nanny? Before Afe could finish his protest, the Three Tails swung its tails toward him, prompting Afe to hurriedly employ his ninjutsu to escape. As he fled across the water, each strike from the Three Tails sent massive splashes cascading around him. While the Three Tails pursued, Afe lamented that the water-based assault should have been left to Kisame. Recognizing this as a grave misjudgment in personnel selection, before he could voice his thoughts further, a powerful impact from the Three Tails sent him plunging into the water. At this moment, Afe dared not let go, firmly grasping the shell of the three-tailed beast as it swiftly swam beneath the water's surface. The speed of the three-tailed beast was astonishing. If he were to loosen his grip even for an instant, he would be hurled far away. With no other recourse, Deidara, witnessing Afe being swept along, could only retrieve his explosive clay and mold it into the shape of a small fish. With a breath, the small fish then submerged into the depths. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At this moment, Akatsuki's member, Afe, lay atop the Three Tails, suddenly realizing that the creature had been rendered unconscious. What a splendid turn of events. Hooray, hooray. Deidara, did you witness that remarkable ninjutsu? We have vanquished this foe. Afe, still under the impression that he had single-handedly defeated the Three Tails, felt a surge of exhilaration at becoming part of the Akatsuki and being entrusted with significant responsibilities. Isn't that right, Deidara-senpai? He inquired eagerly. No, this is clearly my art, Afe, Deidara declared robustly. Observing this scene, Inoki couldn't help but adopt a serious demeanor. Keen to discern what qualities Deidara possessed that warranted his apprenticeship. Even more serious than Inoki were the representatives from Sunagakure, who were eager to comprehend how someone could steal their tailed beast and eliminate their Kazekage, which was tantamount to being completely humiliated at their own doorstep. Reflecting on the demise of the fifth Kazekage and then glancing at the current third Kazekage, one could not deny that he was indeed the strongest Kazekage. The likes of Deidara could hardly be a match for him. Had the third Kazekage been present, he surely would have taught that audacious young man a lesson. It is understandable why they held such confidence, for they had never witnessed the might of Hashirama and Madara Susanoo enveloping the great Buddha, nor their annihilation of four nations. They assumed that all Kage were relatively comparable. However, the reality is that disparities exist among them. The third Hokage once boasted of being the strongest. Yet his most formidable technique was merely the 5 elemental ninjutsu. In contrast, Hashirama's decisive techniques were far superior. The screen showcased the comical escapades of the Akatsuki duo, Deidara and Afe, as they attempted to capture the Three Tails. Senpai, what exactly is our mission? Afe mumbled to himself. We are to capture the Three Tails, Deidara replied. Observing Afe's seemingly unreliable demeanor, he suddenly felt nostalgic for his comrade, Scorpion. Ahaha. 1 tails, 2 tails, 3 tails, then I must be the 10 tails. Afe jested. The onlookers outside the screen were momentarily stunned. Were they genuinely attempting to capture a tailed beast? Noting their attire, it was evident they belonged to the same organization. The fourth Raikage remarked, to attempt capturing a tailed beast is sheer folly. Should they dare to venture into Kumogakure? I shall ensure they learn that not all Kage are as lenient as the Kazekage. The third Kazekage interjected. He merely mentioned capturing the Three Tails, as I understand it. The current Jinchuriki of the Three Tails in Kirigakure is quite unstable. And could you refrain from bringing up Sunagakure without reason? The fourth Mizukage added. The Three Tails is not a creature that just anyone can control. The last mission to capture it cost several jonin their lives. Relying solely on these two may not guarantee success. Inoki chimed in. Is it worth incurring such significant losses just to capture a three tails? Why not enlist my assistance? My disciple could capture the three tails, and as his master, I would have no trouble doing so. How about we split the three tails between us? The fourth Mizukage retorted. Inoki, you old fool, do you truly believe the three tails can be so easily captured? Each time it is reborn, it emerges from deep lakes. Merely locating it is already a monumental task, let alone forcing it to surface. Indeed, this was the case. If not for White Zetz's omnipresent intelligence network, discovering the three tails rebirth location would be quite challenging. However, the two in the scene wasted no time. Deidara swiftly formed a bird from his clay, which transformed into a towering avian creature. Afei and Deidara mounted the giant bird to scout from above their destination. The three tails had reborn in a lake situated to the south of Kirigakure, a location not far from the village, necessitating a swift resolution. Senpai, but this expanse is a vast marshland. How shall we locate the three tails? Afei pressed Deidara for insight on how he intended to find the creature. Watch closely. Afei, Deidara instructed, as he released countless small insects into the water. Upon contact with the liquid, the insects came alive, scuttling downstream as if in search of something. At this moment, a colossal turtle rests at the bottom of the lake. From a distance, this creature appears to be nearly 100 meters in length. One could say that the presence of such a tailed beast on the battlefield is akin to a dimensional strike. Any ninjutsu unleashed upon its formidable shell seems merely to tickle it. Suddenly, clay insects detect the presence of the three tails and hasten towards it. A deafening explosion resounds, sending water splashing up to several meters high. As the spray subsides, the nearly 100-meter-long three tails emerges from the depths, its anger unmistakably stirred by the recent detonation. Upon closer inspection, it indeed resembles a giant turtle, exuding an impressive aura, as Afei muses with a sense of awe. It seems this task should rightfully be left to Senior Deidara. Afei assumes, believing that Deidara would apprehend this tailed beast. However, to his surprise, Deidara jokingly responds. Speaking of which, Afei, you are a member of the Akatsuki, are you not? The upcoming mission is now entrusted to you. With that, he maneuvers the giant bird upwards, leaving Afei to confront the three tails alone. What? Before Afei can finish his thought, the three tails swings its tail towards him, prompting Afei to hastily employ his ninjutsu to escape. As he flees over the water, each of the three tail strikes sends enormous splashes cascading around. While the three tails pursues, Afei desperately retreats. This water-based combat should be left to Kisame. It would have been much more appropriate. This is a serious miscalculation in choosing the right person. Afei reflects, but before he can articulate his thoughts further, a sudden impact from the three tails sends him plunging into the water. At this moment, Afei dared not let go. He clung desperately to the shell of the three-tailed beast as it propelled through the depths of the water. The speed of the three-tailed beast was astonishing, and should he release his grip, Afei would undoubtedly be flung far away. Helplessly, Deidara, witnessing Afei being swept away, could only retrieve his explosive clay and mold it into the shape of a small fish. He then released it, and the tiny fish swiftly submerged into the water. At that moment, Sanwei believed he had successfully evaded his pursuers. As he swam, a small fish approached him. After casting a glance at it, he showed no concern. However, to his astonishment, the next instant, the small fish detonated. With a resounding blast, Sanwei was flipped upside down, rendered unconscious, and in the chaos, Afei was also expelled from the fray. At this moment, Akatsuki lay upon the body of the three tails, suddenly realizing that the creature had been rendered unconscious. How splendid! Hooray! Hooray! Deidara, did you witness that jutsu? It utterly vanquished this foe. At that instant, Akatsuki believed he had single-handedly defeated the three tails. Becoming a member of Akatsuki and suddenly being entrusted with an important mission was indeed commendable. Isn't that right, Deidara-senpai? Akatsuki inquired with uncontained excitement. No. This is clearly my art, Akatsuki, Deidara proclaimed loudly. Conan interjected. Wait, what kind of jutsu is this? How could it so effortlessly subdue the three tails? Obito Uchiha remarked. What an impressive technique, to defeat such a colossal creature merely by manipulating a few small animals. He gazed at the screen showing Deidara skillfully subduing the monstrous beast and felt a twinge of envy, wishing to master such a technique himself. But then he recalled his determination to awaken the Sharingan and steeled his resolve against being beguiled by these jutsu. Upon reassessing the flamboyant techniques displayed on the screen, they lost their allure. What were they compared to his own Sharingan giants? Inoki commented, do you all find this jutsu impressive? I believe it pales in comparison to my dust release, split earth technique. He watched his apprentice on screen with a mix of irritation and pride. Why was his student playing in the dirt instead of honing the art of dust release? Nevertheless, the apprentice's strength was acceptable, barely meeting Inoki's expectations. However, he resolved to be stricter in selecting future students, ensuring they would not indulge in such trivial pursuits, but rather learn the noble art of dust release. Capable of annihilating foes in an instant, truly befitting the Tsuchikage's legacy. Still, it seems unworthy. How can one so casually crush the three tails? The others listened in bemusement to Inoki's boastful tone. Did the old man not notice the line drawn across Deidara's forehead? He was now a rogue ninja. Moreover, The technique employed was in no way related to Inoki's dust release. Inoki dismissed the envious glances of others, confident that once he encountered Deidara, he would thoroughly instruct him. There was no way he could return as a rogue ninja. Meanwhile, the screen displayed Deidara and Akatsuki, having completed their capture, preparing to depart on a massive bird, carrying the three tails with them. At this moment, Afe lay languidly atop the three tails, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber. Listen well, Afe, do not grow too complacent. The three tails is weak due to not being a Jinchuriki. He lacks the awareness to control his power, Deidara remarked, imparting wisdom from his seniority. Yet, Afe remained motionless on the belly of the three tails, offering no response to Deidara. By the way, the former Jinchuriki of the three tails was a leaf ninja known as Rin, Deidara casually mentioned. Upon hearing this, Afe turned over, lying on his side, lost in thought. The onlookers from the Leaf Village were rendered incredulous by Deidara's revelation about the former Jinchuriki being Rin. At this moment, Obito comprehended the true significance of being a Jinchuriki. However, he pondered why Rin had become the host of the Three Tails. The Three Tails had always served as the ultimate weapon of the Hidden Mist Village. Why was it now residing within Rin? Minato gazed at Rin in astonishment. Possessing a profound understanding of Jinchuriki himself, as his beloved Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, he had previously encountered the brother of the fourth Raikage, Killer Bee, who was the host of the Eight Tails. Indeed, Jinchuriki held a position in modern society akin to that of a nuclear weapon. They were not to be wielded lightly, and their deployment signified a decisive strike. Coincidentally, at that moment, the inventory system posed a question. What was the reason for Rin Noera becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails? A. Rin Noera defected from Konoha to become a member of the Hidden Mist Village. B. Konoha seized the Three Tails and sealed it within Rin Noera. C. The Hidden Mist Village intended to seal the tailed beast within Rin and release it in Konoha. D. The Three Tails willingly sealed itself within Rin. Once the answers appeared, the conclusion was glaringly evident. Kakashi, rarely displaying concern, cast a sympathetic glance toward Rin, for she was his comrade and he could empathize with the unfortunate circumstances, having endured misfortune himself. Meanwhile, Obito wore a disbelieving expression, unable to fathom that he had failed to protect Rin. Despite his vow to safeguard her, the thought overwhelmed him, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. At this moment, Rin also noticed Obito's unusual demeanor. She gently approached him, taking a handkerchief to tenderly wipe away the tears from his face. It's all right, Obito. We are still uncertain about what the future holds. Obito quickly dried his tears, feigning strength as he replied, It's fine, Rin. Kakashi and I will surely protect you. We won't allow you to come to any harm. Rin smiled softly and said, I believe in you both. At this moment, Minato began to speculate that Rin was his student, and he knew all too well that she would never betray Konoha. As for the notion of the Three Tails being sealed within Rin, it was utterly implausible. Rin did not possess the formidable healing abilities or chakra akin to the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, she could not be a second vessel. Moreover, it was unlikely that the Three Tails would willingly seal itself within Rin, as Minato understood that the beast had always been difficult to cooperate with to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Thus, the final conclusion remained singular. There must be a conspiracy from the Mist Village. Konoha had yet to engage in war with the Mist Village. Yet it was evident to any observer that after the death of the third Raikage of the Cloud Village, Konoha had ascended to become the foremost ninja village. The other ninja villages were evidently coordinating, leading to the inevitable scenario of Konoha facing off against 4 other villages. Minato, I choose C. It is the Mist Village that has sealed the Three Tails within Rin. Kisame, hey, why does everything get blamed on our Mist Village? We are victims too. The Three Tails was captured. At this moment, Kisame was not yet the middle-aged woman of decades later. She was still a genin. Previously, she had decisively chosen her answers, and in retrospect, her abilities were certainly above that of a genin. However, she remained unaware that Uchiha Obito had long been fixated on the Mist Village. Upon answering correctly, Minato was rewarded with the 8 trigram seal. He suddenly felt an influx of knowledge permeate his mind, mastering the 8 trigram seal in an instant. It must be said that the inventory system was truly remarkable. After obtaining the answer, Obito's eyes became moist again. Damn it, I promised I wouldn't cry. Rin, aware that Obito was grieving for her, chose not to confront his stubbornness, silently taking a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Sorry, Rin. Before Obito could finish, Rin suddenly let out a shriek. What happened? Minato hurried over. Upon seeing her teacher approach, Rin quickly pointed at Obito's eyes, exclaiming, Teacher, look at Obito's eyes. At that moment, Kushina rushed over, crouching to examine Obito's eyes closely. 3 additional tomo had appeared in his originally normal eye sockets, making Obito's gaze exceptionally clear, capable of discerning even the minutest movements. However, Obito seemed to have lost his strength. After a quick assessment, Kushina remarked, It seems he has exhausted himself after activating his Sharingan. We should take him to the infirmary. Kisame interjected, Wait a minute, what kind of ninjutsu is this? How did it so effortlessly subdue the Three Tails? Obito exclaimed, What an impressive ninjutsu. Just by manipulating a few small creatures, he can bring down the giant. He gazed enviously at the image of Deidara on the screen, wishing he could master such ninjutsu. No, I am meant to awaken my Sharingan. I cannot be distracted by these techniques. Firm in his resolve to awaken his Sharingan, he found the flashy ninjutsu on the screen utterly lacking in appeal. Whatever giant birds they showcased paled in comparison to his own Sharingan. Inoki remarked, "By the way, do you all find this ninjutsu impressive? I believe my dust release, detachment of the primitive world, is far superior." Inoki glared at his student on the screen, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment. "Why are you playing with mud instead of learning proper dust release? His abilities are adequate, but I must be stricter when taking on apprentices in the future. No more playing in the dirt. He must learn dust release and master it to embody the true essence of Itachi." Inoki continued, "Nevertheless, it is still disappointing. How could he so casually overpower the Three Tails?" The others exchanged glances, bemused by Inoki's boastful tone. Did he not notice the horizontal line marking the rogue ninja above his head? After all, he had become a rogue ninja now. And the ninjutsu employed had nothing in common with Inoki's dust release. Inoki, undeterred by the envious gazes of others, thought to himself that when he met Deidara, he would provide thorough training, ensuring that his student would never return to being a rogue ninja. In the scene, Deidara and Obito completed their capture and prepared to depart with the Three Tails on a colossal bird. At this moment, a Fei lay languidly atop the Three Tails, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber, utterly motionless. Listen well, a Fei, do not become overly complacent. The Three Tails is weak due to not being a Jinchuriki, and thus lacks the consciousness to control its powers, Deidara remarked, imparting wisdom from his seniority. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a Fei remained unmoving on the belly of the Three Tails, offering no response to Deidara. By the way, the previous Jinchuriki of the Three Tails was a leaf ninja named Rin, Deidara casually mentioned. Upon hearing this, a Fei turned over, facing sideways, lost in thought. The gathered leaf shinobi were left in disbelief, pondering the implications of Deidara's final statement regarding Rin, the former Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. At this moment, Obito comprehended the significance of being a Jinchuriki. However, he pondered why Rin had become the host for the Three Tails. The Three Tails had always been regarded as the ultimate weapon of the Mist Village. How could it possibly manifest within Rin? Minato, equally astonished, gazed at Rin. He was well acquainted with the concept of Jinchuriki, as his beloved Kushina was the host for the Nine Tails, and he had previously encountered the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, the brother of the fourth Raikage. One could liken a Jinchuriki to a nuclear weapon in contemporary society, rarely deployed and, when utilized, a definitive trump card. As fate would have it, the inventory system then posed a question. What was the reason for Rin Noera becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails? A. Rin Noera defected from Konoha to become a member of the Mist Village. B. Konoha seized the Three Tails and sealed it within Rin Noera. C. The Mist Village intended to seal the tailed beast within Rin to unleash it upon Konoha. D. The Three Tails willingly sealed itself within Rin. Once the answers emerged, the truth became evidently clear. Kakashi, rarely displaying concern, cast a sympathetic glance towards Rin. After all, she was his comrade, and he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, having endured misfortune himself. In stark contrast, Obito was engulfed in disbelief, struggling to accept that he had failed to protect Rin. He had solemnly vowed to safeguard her. Yet as these thoughts crossed his mind, tears began to flow uncontrollably. At this moment, Rin also noticed Obito's distress. She slowly approached him, gently placing a handkerchief on his face to wipe away his tears. "It's all right, Obito. We cannot yet foresee what the future holds." Obito quickly dried his tears, feigning strength as he replied, "It's fine, Rin. Kakashi and I will surely protect you. We will not allow you to come to any harm." Rin smiled softly and said, "I believe in you both." At this moment, Minato began to speculate that Rin was a student, fully aware that she would never betray Konoha. The notion that the Three Tails could be forcibly sealed within Rin was implausible. She lacked the formidable recovery abilities and chakra of the Uzumaki clan. Furthermore, the idea of the Three Tails willingly sealing itself within her seemed far-fetched, as Minato understood that the creature had always been resistant to becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Hence, the only conclusion left was that Kirigakure must be harboring some sinister plot. Konoha had yet to engage in conflict with the Mist Village, but it was evident to any discerning observer that following the death of the third Raikage, Konoha had ascended to the status of the foremost ninja village, leading to a potential scenario where Konoha could find itself outnumbered. "Minato, I choose option C. It was Kirigakure that sealed the Three Tails within Rin." "Kagami, hey, why does everything get blamed on our Mist Village? We are victims too. The Three Tails was captured against our will." At this point, Kagami was not yet the formidable figure she would become decades hence. She was still a Chunin, having decisively chosen her answers previously. In retrospect, her strength was undoubtedly above that of a Chunin, though she was oblivious to the fact that Uchiha Obito had long set his sights on Kirigakure. Upon answering correctly, Minato was rewarded with the knowledge of the 8 trigram seal. He felt a surge of understanding flood his mind in an instant. It was remarkable how the inventory system worked wonders. After learning the answer, Obito's eyes welled with tears. "Damn it, I promised not to cry." Rin, aware of Obito's sorrow, refrained from confronting his stubbornness, quietly continuing to wipe his tears with a handkerchief. "I'm so sorry, Rin," Obito began, but before he could finish, Rin suddenly screamed. "What happened?" Minato rushed over. Rin pointed at Obito's eyes, exclaiming, "Teacher, look at Obito's eyes. At that moment, Kushina hurried over, crouching to examine Obito's eyes closely. 3 tomo had appeared in his previously ordinary eye sockets, making his gaze strikingly clear, capable of perceiving even the slightest movements with utmost clarity. However, Obito was beginning to show signs of fatigue. After a brief observation, Kushina remarked, it seems he merely overexerted himself after activating his Sharingan. We can take him to the infirmary shortly. Next, a major instance of the Land of Waves Bridge Builder quest was about to commence, promising abundant rewards upon completion. Death within the quest was not truly fatal. Each participant had only one chance. And the quest world was not a mere illusion but a parallel universe set a decade and a half in the future. This quest would last 3 days, after which all participants, regardless of success or failure, would return to the real world. Among the participants were Uchiha Obito, Mato Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Kagami, and Rin, leaving the ninja world astonished at the inventory system's capabilities to traverse time. However, these lower-ranked ninjas hardly seemed equipped to undertake significant missions. Only Mato Guy, Kagami, and H-Zuki Man Gitsu had attained Chunin-level strength, as others had not yet participated in the Chunin Exams. Those from Konoha hesitated to introduce themselves, as it would be embarrassing to say, this is our second-to-last member, and Obito was certainly not the least impressive. Rin had previously appeared as a member of the Iwagakure's explosive squad, possessing the powerful explosive release bloodline limit. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, she was resurrected using Edo Tensei, retaining her memories and consciousness, but was compelled to fight against her will, ultimately facing off against Kakashi's team before Itachi liberated her from the summoning. Yuhi Kurenai was destined to become Konoha's female Jonin in the future, the daughter of Yuhi Shinku, and the leader of Team 8, alongside Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata. She was also the partner of the elite Jonin Asuma Saratobi. However, at present, they were no match for the elite ninjas of other villages. Konoha's reputation seemed to suffer due to Kakashi's premature advancement, which limited their competitive edge. Given the announcement of such a mission, other ninja villages would undoubtedly make efforts to prepare, assigning elite Jonin to undergo special training. Concurrently, intelligence regarding the Land of Waves continued to flow into the hands of each village's leader, yet no notable differences could be discerned. The following day, upon awakening, Obito found Kakashi and Rin waiting for him. Rin, why did I suddenly faint yesterday? He remained unclear about the events that transpired, only recalling Rin helping him wipe his eyes before losing consciousness. Kakashi explained, you fainted right after activating your Sharingan. Yes, we were all worried about you, Rin added. What's this about activating my Sharingan? Obito quickly sought a mirror and, upon seeing his 3-tomo Sharingan, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Yesterday, clan leader Fugaku visited you and mentioned that your first activation was a 3-tomo Sharingan. Your physical condition was insufficient to handle it, but he praised you as a rare talent among the Uchiha, Rin relayed. You told him that? Now he's going to be insufferably proud, Kakashi interjected. Obito disregarded Kakashi's snark. He was too elated to have awakened his Sharingan to let Kakashi's comments bother him. At that moment, the door swung open, and Kurenai and Asuma entered. Seeing that Obito was recovering well, Asuma announced, the quest is about to begin, so you and Rin should prepare. A quest? Obito was confused. Having fainted early the previous day and unclear about subsequent events, Rin explained the mission assigned by the inventory system after he lost consciousness. Obito, astonished, asked, you mean we have to complete a task set 15 years in the future? Upon seeing Rin nod, he felt incredulous. How had the world become so bizarre in just one day? This meant he would be traveling with Rin to undertake a mission years ahead, possibly encountering their future selves. Kakashi and Rin. With excitement, Obito exclaimed, when do we leave? Can we go now? I can hardly wait. Asuma replied, it appears we are about to start. Everyone is waiting outside. Without further ado, Obito grasped Kakashi and Rin's hands, urging them toward the door. Hurry up. Let us not keep everyone waiting. Before long, everyone had gathered. The selected members from Konoha included Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Mato Guy. Once all were present, the third Hokage advised, as ninjas, you must strive to gather as much intelligence as possible while remaining cautious of other villages' ninjas. Narashikaku added, your advantage over other villages lies in numbers. If you encounter enemies in the quest, stick together to avoid being taken down one by one. If you find yourselves separated, try to regroup. He especially cautioned them about the ninja from Kumogakure, saying, be particularly wary of the one called Mato. If he unleashes his full strength, he can reach the level of an ordinary Jonin. Thus, avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. In the discourse of Minato Namikaze, he expressed his prior encounters with the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village, which granted him a certain understanding of the village. Rin diligently took notes, occasionally posing questions that Narashikaka carefully elucidated. Meanwhile, Obito assumed that Kakashi would accompany them, giving it little thought. Kakashi, discerning Obito's intentions, promptly interjected, stating, I fear I have not addressed your inquiries, hence I cannot join you this time. However, worry not, as I have entrusted Guy with your care. At that moment, Guy approached, clasping Obito's shoulder and reassuring Kakashi, rest assured, Kakashi, I shall take good care of him. He then turned to Obito, awkwardly inquiring, what is your name again? Obito, at a loss for words, thought to himself, "Oh, Kakashi, how considerate of you to appoint someone with face blindness to oversee me. Do you fear he might mistake others for me? No, I should rather say, who needs your care? I, Uchiha Obito, am a genius who has awakened to 3 Tomo Sharingan. How could I possibly require assistance?" Unbeknownst to him, Guy was exceptionally reliable in critical moments. As depicted in the original narrative when Kakashi, ensnared by Itachi's Genjutsu for 3 days and nights, found solace only when Guy arrived to support him. At this juncture, the inventory system finally activated the portal to a large-scale dungeon. The mission to the Land of Waves commenced successfully. Suddenly, a whirlpool materialized, rendering the bodies of Obito, Rin, Kurenai Yuhi, Guy, and others increasingly transparent until they vanished completely. Additionally, ninjas from Iwagakure, such as Kuratsuchi, and from Kirigakure, including Hozuki Mangetsu and Terumi Mei, alongside Waimuru from Kumogakure, were also included. They first arrived in a confined space, where Obito encountered ninjas from other villages. The explosive-haired individual beside him appeared to be Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure, reputed to possess the explosive release Kekei Genkai, capable of concentrating chakra into his fists to create explosive impacts upon contact. His strength was not to be underestimated. Alongside him were the male and female ninjas from Kirigakure, Terumi Mei and Hozuki Mangetsu. Terumi Mei, with her striking green eyes and long, wavy red-brown hair partially obscuring her right eye, possessed a fair complexion. However, one should not be deceived by her appearance. She was highly skilled in water release techniques, possessing both the dissolution and boiling release Kekei Genkai. Even Uchiha Madara's fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, was extinguished by her water techniques. Nevertheless, it appeared that Terumi Mei and Hozuki Mangetsu were not on amicable terms, the reason for which remained unclear. While Obito scrutinized the others, he was, unbeknownst to him, under their scrutiny as well. The ninjas from each village, meeting for the first time, instinctively began to assess their surroundings. Upon entering the space, Terumi Mei quickly observed that each village's members were segregated, and she anticipated that she would have to collaborate with Hozuki Mangetsu on a mission. Confident in her abilities, she noted the Uchiha boy's gaze fixed upon her. Realizing her charm was potent enough to captivate even a member of the renowned Uchiha clan, acknowledged as the foremost ninja lineage in Konoha. Soon, the large-scale dungeon mission, Bridge Builder of the Land of Waves, was announced. Completing it would yield substantial rewards. Death within the dungeon would not equate to true demise. Each participant had but one chance. The dungeon world was not a mere simulation but a parallel universe set a decade and a half in the future. This undertaking would last 3 days, after which all would return to the real world, regardless of success or failure in their tasks. The inventory system's operations left Obito, Waimuru, Guy, Kurenai, Terumi Mei, Hozuki Mangetsu, Rin, and Kuratsuchi astonished, as they realized they could traverse into the future. What could the inventory system not achieve? However, these lower-ranking ninjas were uncertain about the tasks they could accomplish. Only Waimuru, Terumi Mei, and Hozuki Mangetsu were of Nin caliber, albeit without having participated in the Nin exams. The others, like Guy, were relatively unknown. The Konoha ninjas felt somewhat embarrassed to introduce themselves, especially Obito, who, if every class's top student were an Uchiha, would be the last in line. Kuratsuchi had previously appeared in the original narrative as a member of the Iwagakure demolition team, possessing explosive release. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was resurrected by Kabuto through the impure world reincarnation technique, retaining his memories and consciousness but subject to control. Compelled to fight alongside Zabuza Haku, and Pakura against Kakashi's team, until Itachi liberated him from the technique, allowing his soul to ascend. Kurenai Yuhi was to become Konoha's female Jonin in the future, the daughter of Yuhi Shinku, and the instructor of Team 8, comprising Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazuka, and Hinata Hyuga, as well as the beloved of the elite Jonin Asuma Saratobi. At present, however, they could not compete with the elites of other villages, merely indicating that Kakashi's early advancement had hindered Konoha's standing in this regard. With such a mission announced, the various ninja villages would undoubtedly not relent, promptly dispatching elite Jonin for rigorous training, while intelligence regarding the Land of Waves continued to flow to the respective leaders. Yet, despite exhaustive examination, no discernible differences emerged. The following day, upon awakening, Obito found Kakashi and Rin awaiting him. "Rin, why did I suddenly faint yesterday?" Obito was still unclear about the events of the previous day, only remembering Rin assisting him with his eyes before he lost consciousness. Kakashi replied, "You fainted right after awakening your Sharingan." "Indeed, we were quite worried about you," Rin affirmed. "What do you mean I awakened my Sharingan?" Obito hurriedly searched for a mirror and, upon seeing his 3 Tomo Sharingan, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. "Yesterday, clan leader Fugaku visited you and mentioned that awakening the Sharingan for the first time resulted in 3 Tomo, and your physical condition could not cope, hence your fainting. He praised you as a rare talent within the Uchiha clan for achieving 3 Tomo." Rin relayed Fugaku's words to Obito. Kakashi interjected with a smirk, "Rin, you shouldn't have told him that. He'll only become more proud." Obito dismissed Kakashi's jibe, feeling elated to have finally awakened his Sharingan and not wishing to dwell on Kakashi's sharp tongue. At that moment, the door swung open, and Kurenai and Asuma entered. Noticing Obito's recovery, Asuma remarked, "The dungeon is about to commence. You and Rin should prepare swiftly." "Dungeon?" Obito inquired, his expression one of confusion. As he had fainted early the previous day and was unaware of subsequent events, Rin then elucidated the tasks assigned by the inventory system after his fainting spell. Obito, upon hearing this, was incredulous. "You mean we are to embark on a mission set 15 years in the future?" Seeing Rin nod, Obito felt as if he were losing his mind. It seemed surreal that within a mere day, the world had transformed so drastically. This meant he would be journeying with Rin to undertake a task from 15 years hence. Perhaps he would even encounter his future self, Kakashi, and Rin. With excitement bubbling within him, he eagerly asked, "When do we leave? Shall we depart now? I can hardly wait." Asuma then remarked, "It appears that the time has come. Everyone is waiting outside." After listening to Obito, he promptly grabbed Kakashi and Rin, heading towards the exit while urging, "Hurry up, we don't want to keep everyone waiting." Before long, the group had assembled, consisting of Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Might Guy. Upon confirming that everyone was present, the third Hokage cautioned, "As ninjas, it is imperative that you gather as much intelligence as possible and remain vigilant against the ninja from other villages." Narashikaka then added, "Your advantage over the other villages lies in your numbers. If you encounter them in a group, stick together to avoid being picked off one by one. If you find yourselves scattered, do your best to regroup." He particularly warned them to be cautious of the Mist Village's Kiri, whose strength could rival that of an ordinary Jonin if she unleashed her full power. Minato, the fourth Hokage, mentioned that he had some insights about the Mist Village from his previous encounter with the fourth Raikage. Rin diligently took notes, occasionally asking questions that Shikaku patiently answered. While Obito assumed Kakashi would accompany him, and thus did not pay much attention, Kakashi, sensing Obito's thoughts, quickly interjected, "I fear I may not have all the answers, so I cannot join you this time. However, do not worry, I have entrusted Guy with looking after you." At that moment, Guy approached, clasping Obito's shoulder and reassuring Kakashi. "Rest assured, Kakashi, I will take good care of him." Turning to Obito, he awkwardly inquired, "What was your name again?" Obito was left speechless, thinking, Kakashi, "You are truly kind, assigning a person who struggles with faces to look after me. Aren't you worried he might mistake someone else for me? And who needs looking after?" "I, Uchiha Obito, am a genius with the Sharingan." Unbeknownst to him, Guy was indeed a reliable ally in critical moments, having provided timely support in the original story when Kakashi was overwhelmed by Itachi. At this juncture, the system announced the opening of the large-scale dungeon. The Wave Country dungeon has successfully commenced. A sudden vortex appeared, and the bodies of Obito, Rin, Kurenai, Guy, and others gradually became transparent before vanishing. Alongside them were the ninjas from the Rock Village, the Mist Village, and the Cloud Village. They found themselves in a confined space, where Obito encountered other ninjas from various villages. The spiky-haired individual nearby, according to the information provided by the Hokage, was SH, a ninja from the Rock Village. Known for his explosive release technique that concentrated chakra in his fists, causing detonation upon impact, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the group were Terumi Mei and Ao from the Mist Village. Mei, with her striking green eyes and long, wavy auburn hair, concealed one eye behind her tresses and possessed fair skin. However, her beauty was deceptive. She excelled in water-style techniques and wielded both dissolution and boiling release, capable of extinguishing even Uchiha Madara's fire style, great fire destruction. It appeared that Mei and Ao were not on friendly terms, though the reason remained unclear. As Obito assessed the others, he too was scrutinized. Each ninja, encountering one another for the first time, began to analyze the situation. Mei, upon entering the space, noticed that each village's members were segregated. She felt confident in her abilities, anticipating that she would likely team up with Ao for the task ahead. Meanwhile, a young Uchiha from the Leaf Village had been gazing in her direction, causing her confidence to swell. As she realized even the renowned Uchiha clan was captivated by her allure. While everyone was preoccupied with their observations, a task scroll appeared beside each individual, clearly prepared by the system. Each task varied and might even conflict with others, but the specifics would only manifest upon entering the dungeon. Before anyone could respond, the system teleported them all, scattering them across different locations rather than gathering them together, thus significantly increasing the challenge. Obito found himself at the edge of the Wave Country. But to his surprise, Rin was nowhere to be found. He wondered if everyone had been assigned different starting points. However, this posed no challenge for Uchiha Obito. He quickly unrolled his scroll, which detailed his mission. The Wave Country is a land devoid of ninjas, currently under the control of a man named Gat. Mr. Tazuna has come to Konoha to hire ninjas to assist in building a bridge to strengthen his nation. Your task is to ensure Mr. Tazuna reaches the Wave Country safely and to dismantle Gat's monopoly over it. The scroll was filled with a dizzying array of names and locations, leaving Obito bewildered by the chaos of the Wave Country. He folded the scroll and surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any human presence apart from the dense forest. Is anyone here? Where am I? Obito began to call out, seeking a response, unaware that his loud outburst had already exposed him to potential threats. As a ninja, Drawing attention to oneself in such a manner during a mission was a grave mistake, and Obito, inexperienced in solo missions, was oblivious to the dangers of his actions. As he moved forward, he spotted a main road and decided to wait there, hoping someone would pass by, for he was unfamiliar with the area. Yet, due to the awakening of his Sharingan, he began perceiving things previously invisible to him. The weather was exceedingly dry, but he noticed a small puddle by the roadside, suggesting recent rain. Strangely, he sensed chakra emanating from the puddle, unbeknownst to him. The puddle was merely a ruse set by two Chunin dispatched by Zabuza to ambush Tazuna. Generally, a low-ranking ninja would never detect their presence. However, Obito had just activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and was keenly observant. Typically, a newly awakened 3-tomo Uchiha could reach the level of a special Jonin. But Obito's chakra and physical prowess fell short of that level. Otherwise, he would have been among the strongest in the mission team. Will this badass presence here disrupt our plans? One Chunin remarked. At this moment, they had been waiting here for an extended period. According to reliable information, Dazna was expected to pass through today. However, it was uncertain where the mischievous spirit lingering nearby had come from, and this could potentially disrupt their plans. Just hold on a little longer, one of them urged, sensing that Dazna was approaching with ninjas hired from the Leaf Village, advising caution. The one referred to as Big Brother instructed him to remain concealed and avoid detection. Suddenly, Obito noticed a group of individuals approaching and waved, calling out, "Hey, are you locals? I'm lost. Do you know the way?" Before he could finish, the two figures in the water, fearing exposure, acted swiftly. They circled around Obito, wielding chains and targeting the leader. The newcomers were none other than Kakashi and his team, who were escorting Dazna to the Land of Waves. They had been casually discussing their trip, completely oblivious to the impending danger of what was merely a minor C-rank mission. As they traveled, Kakashi suddenly heard a familiar sound and saw two ninjas cloaked in black rushing towards him. Intending to train Naruto and the others in teamwork, he feigned being trapped, employing a substitution technique to escape. The first attacker fell for the ruse, and together, they attempted to ensnare Kakashi, unaware that they had merely grasped a shadow. The two then reappeared behind Naruto, aiming for a lethal strike. At that moment, Naruto seemed frozen, oblivious to the need for evasion. Just then, Sasuke executed a body flicker technique, landing above the assailants and using their shoulders as leverage to kick them away before they could react. Sasuke swiftly produced a few shuriken, accurately dislodging their chains and pinning them to a nearby tree. The attackers struggled to free themselves, but to no avail. Witnessing Sasuke's seamless execution left Naruto in awe, prompting him to compare his own earlier fear and feel utterly inadequate. However, the enemy did not afford Naruto any time to reflect. Their prior actions had merely been a distraction, with the true target being Dazna. At that moment, Sakura swiftly positioned herself in front of Dazna, determined to protect him with her own body. A massive fireball surged forth, forcing the two assailants to abandon their assault. Well done. Naruto mistakenly believed that Sasuke had used ninjutsu to repel them and felt grateful for Sasuke's rescue of Sakura. Fool, that wasn't my fireball at all, Sasuke noted, clearly seeing that the fireball had originated from another direction, successfully driving back their attackers. At that moment, Obito hurried over, although he did not recognize these individuals. The Leaf Village headbands they wore instinctively led him to believe they were allies, prompting him to prepare for action. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke finally caught sight of the newcomer. Sasuke's expression was one of utter astonishment, for the figure before them was none other than Obito. His Sharingan adorned with 3 interlocking tomo, and the Uchiha clan emblem emblazoned upon his back. However, before they could exchange any words of recognition, two ninjas attempted to launch a surprise attack from the side. In that instant, Kakashi appeared beside them, swiftly seizing their necks and rendering them unconscious. At this moment, Kakashi paid no mind to the two individuals he had discarded upon the ground, and gazed at Obito with an expression of incredulity, inquiring, "Is it you? Are you truly Obito?" Kakashi could hardly believe that Obito stood before him, for he was convinced that Obito had already. Upon hearing someone call his name, Obito turned to see a figure resembling Kakashi, who was addressing him. The familiarity of this person sparked a flicker of recognition in Obito, prompting him to uncertainly respond. "You seem somewhat familiar, old man." As Kakashi attempted to introduce himself, Obito clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "I understand now. You must be Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Correct?" While the onlookers scrutinized the scene, a mission scroll materialized beside each individual, evidently prepared by the tallying system. The nature of these tasks would vary for each person and might even conflict with one another, though the specifics would only become apparent upon entering the dungeon. Before anyone could react, the tallying system promptly transported them all to their respective locations. However, they did not arrive at a single point but rather dispersed, undoubtedly increasing the challenge ahead. Obito found himself at the border of the Land of Waves, but contrary to his expectations, Rin was not by his side. He pondered whether each individual's starting point was indeed distinct. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for Uchiha Obito. He quickly unfurled his scroll. Task: The Land of Waves is a nation devoid of ninjas, currently under the control of a man named Gato. Mr. Tazuna has come to Konoha to hire ninjas to construct a bridge that would strengthen the nation. The objective of this mission is to ensure Mr. Tazuna's safe arrival in the Land of Waves and to dismantle Gado's monopoly over the region. What on earth is this? Obito exclaimed, bewildered by the myriad of names and places that adorned the scroll. Was the Land of Waves truly this chaotic? Folding the scroll, he surveyed his surroundings, noting only a dense forest devoid of any human presence. Is anyone here? Where am I? Obito began to call out as he walked, seeking a response. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had already exposed him to the gaze of others. As a ninja, shouting during a mission is considered a grave error, having never executed a mission alone. Obito was oblivious to the potential dangers his actions could invite. As he advanced, he spotted a main road and approached its side, intending to wait and see if anyone would pass by, for he was unfamiliar with the area. However, perhaps due to the influence of his Sharingan, Obito perceived things that had previously eluded him. The weather was particularly dry, yet upon closer inspection, he discovered a small pool of water by the roadside. It appeared as if it had recently rained, which was odd. More curiously, he sensed a chakra presence emanating from the water. Unbeknownst to him, this pool was not genuine but rather a trap set by two Chunin sent by Zabuza to ambush Tazuna. Typically, a lower-ranking ninja would not have been able to detect their presence. Yet, having just activated his three-tomo Sharingan, Obito's observational skills were remarkably acute. Generally, an Uchiha who had recently unlocked the three-tomo Sharingan would possess strength rivaling that of a special Genin. However, Obito's current chakra levels and physical condition fell far short of that, or else he would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable of the dispatched ninjas. Brother, do you think this little brat lingering here could jeopardize our plans? One of the Chunin remarked. At this moment, they had been waiting here for quite some time. According to reliable intelligence, today, Dazna would pass through this area. However, an unexpected presence lingered nearby, which might disrupt their plans. They resolved to endure a little longer. Sensing that Dazna, accompanied by hired ninjas from Konoha, was approaching, caution was advised. The individual referred to as Big Brother instructed him to remain hidden and avoid detection. At that moment, Obito suddenly noticed a group of people approaching and hurriedly waved his hand, calling out, "Hey, are you locals? I'm lost, do you know?" Before Obito could finish his question, the two individuals in the water, fearing exposure, swiftly launched their attack. They swiftly maneuvered around Obito, each wielding a section of chain while advancing toward the leader of the incoming group. The newcomers were none other than Kakashi and his team, tasked with escorting Dazna to the Land of Waves. Engaged in light-hearted conversation about their journey, they had not anticipated that a seemingly trivial C-rank mission would pose a threat. As they traveled, Kakashi suddenly heard a familiar sound and saw two cloaked ninjas charging at him. Intent on testing Naruto and the others' teamwork, he feigned being trapped, employing a substitution technique to evade capture. The first attacker took the bait, and as the two worked together to ensnare Kakashi, they were unaware that they had only ensnared a mere shadow. The two soon reappeared behind Naruto, aiming for a lethal strike, but Naruto, momentarily stunned, failed to react. Just then, Sasuke executed a swift body flicker technique, landing above the attackers, and without granting them a moment to respond, he kicked them away with precision. Sasuke then deftly produced a few shuriken, accurately disarming them and pinning their chains to a tree. Despite their efforts to pull free, they were utterly immobilized. Witnessing Sasuke's impressive display left Naruto in awe, making him reflect on his earlier fear and feel utterly useless. However, the adversaries were relentless, and the earlier actions had merely served as a diversion, with their true target being Dazna. At this critical juncture, Sakura hurriedly positioned herself in front of Dazna, determined to shield him with her own body. Suddenly, a colossal fireball surged forth, compelling the attackers to abandon their assault. Impressed, Naruto mistakenly believed that Sasuke's ninjutsu had repelled their foes, feeling grateful for Sasuke's timely intervention to protect Sakura. "Fool, that wasn't my fireball at all," Sasuke clarified, clearly observing that the fireball had originated from another direction, effectively driving the two attackers back. At that moment, Obito approached quickly, although he did not recognize the individuals. The sight of the Konoha headbands led him to instinctively regard them as allies and prepare to engage. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke finally caught sight of the approaching figure. Sasuke's expression mirrored his astonishment upon recognizing the visitor, for it was none other than Obito, who was now wielding the three-tomo Sharingan, adorned with the Uchiha clan's insignia on his back. However, before they could properly acknowledge one another, two ninjas swiftly attempted a surprise attack from the side. At that instant, Kakashi appeared beside them, effortlessly restraining their necks and rendering them unconscious. At this moment, Kakashi paid no heed to the two individuals he had thrown to the ground, gazing at Obito with disbelief and inquiring, "You are Obito?" Kakashi could hardly believe that Obito was standing before him, given that he had already, upon hearing his name called. Obito turned to see someone who bore a resemblance to Kakashi addressing him. The figure looked somewhat familiar, prompting Obito to uncertainly respond, "You seem a bit familiar, old man." Seeing that Obito did not recognize him, Kakashi was about to speak when Obito suddenly clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "I understand. You must be Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Right?" Kakashi was taken aback by Obito's response, Although many years had passed, surely his appearance could not have aged so drastically. Had he not specifically used his Sharingan to observe closely and discern no flaw, he might have thought this was merely someone impersonating him. Moreover, the three-tomo Sharingan in Obito's eyes could not possibly be a disguise. Kakashi recalled that Obito had given him one of his eyes. So why did Obito now possess two intact eyes? Additionally, there was the perplexity of Obito's apparent age. He seemed to be the same age as Naruto. Obito. I am Kakashi, he finally clarified. What? You are Kakashi? Obito was equally confused, realizing that upon crossing into the land of waves, he had encountered the future Kakashi. Kakashi, in turn, was curious about how Obito had arrived here and why he had changed so much. Obito explained that after answering questions from a tally system, he was dispatched to undertake some sort of mission, although to Kakashi and his companions, this sounded rather muddled. After listening to Obito's account, Kakashi asked, Are you saying you are Obito Uchiha from the past, who has come to the future via this tally system, and that this system has assigned you a mission? Kakashi felt as though his worldview had shattered. The notion of time travel and missions sounded like something out of a fantastical tale, yet it had truly transpired with Obito. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Obito in anger. Why are you dressed in Uchiha clan attire, and why do you possess a Sharingan? In Sasuke's memory, all members of the Uchiha clan had been slain by that man, making this individual's attire a sacrilege against the Uchiha lineage. Kakashi quickly sought to calm Sasuke, informing him that Obito had once been a member of the Uchiha clan. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to reveal that Obito had perished in the Third Great Ninja War. Naruto observed the young man named Obito Uchiha. Shocked that he had died in battle at such a tender age, Sasuke remained silent until he suddenly seemed to recall something, gripping Obito's shoulders with fervor. Since you are from the past, can you promise me one thing? Obito regarded the young Uchiha with curiosity, uncertain what could have prompted such excitement in Sasuke. Could you please release my shoulders and tell me what you are asking? Obito requested. Sasuke reluctantly let go, his expression intense. You must kill Itachi Uchiha. At this moment, Sasuke desperately hoped Obito would comply, believing that if Itachi were dead, the future would unfold differently. What? Why would you want to kill little Itachi? He is so adorable and incredibly talented. Obito firmly rejected Sasuke's request, for Itachi held a special place in his heart as a caring and gifted youth. Though puzzled by Sasuke's request, he could not fathom harming Itachi, otherwise, Uncle Fugaku would never forgive him. Just as Sasuke was about to mention Itachi's role in the Uchiha massacre, a warning echoed in his mind, and he discovered he was unable to speak about Itachi. Kakashi observed Sasuke's struggle to articulate his thoughts and deduced that it was indeed the tally system that had prohibited them from accessing such information upon their arrival. Ultimately, Sasuke had to relent. Naruto, filled with curiosity, asked, What is your mission? Can we take a look? Sakura and Sasuke shared the same inquisitiveness. Eager to learn about this unusual situation, Obito readily produced a scroll for them to examine. The mission stated, The Land of Waves is a nation devoid of ninjas and has been occupied by a man named Gato. Mr. Tazuna has come to Konoha to hire ninjas to build a bridge that would strengthen his country. The objective of this mission is to ensure Mr. Tazuna's safe passage to the Land of Waves and to address Gato's monopoly over the region. Upon reading Obito's mission, Naruto was astonished to find similarities with their own task, albeit without the need to confront Gato's monopoly. He turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, sensei, can we join forces with Obito? Kakashi glanced at Obito, seeking his consent, as he too wished to collaborate with him. Absolutely. I didn't expect our missions to align so closely. What good fortune. Obito readily agreed. Kakashi then approached their employer, Mr. Tazuna, who appeared somewhat anxious. Mr. Tazuna, if I recall correctly, this mission was designated as a C-rank task. However, it has already escalated to the level of a Chunin task, significantly increasing its danger, yet you failed to inform us, Kakashi stated sternly. In typical missions, if an employer conceals crucial information to minimize costs by misrepresenting the task's rank, it poses a considerable risk to the ninjas involved. Had it not been for Kakashi's presence, Naruto alone would have been incapable of completing the mission. Thus, the objectives of this mission must be revised. Under particularly perilous circumstances, I reserve the right to withdraw from this undertaking, necessitating a clear discussion with Mr. Tazuna in advance. Mr. Tazuna, realizing his fault, acknowledged that he had resorted to a lower C-rank task due to budgetary constraints, as the C-rank tasks typically involve participating in foreign conflicts, providing protection, conducting character assessments, capturing or exterminating wild beasts, and delivering confidential documents. The remuneration ranges from 30,000 to 100,000. However, the current situation undoubtedly exceeds the scope of a C-rank mission. Ultimately, after agreeing to a series of conditions set by Kakashi, the group, along with Obito, continued on their journey. Obito informed Kakashi that, aside from himself, Rin, Kurenai, and Might Guy were also involved in this mission, although they hailed from different origins. After a brief search, Obito had not encountered Rin. The thought of Rin possibly joining them filled Kakashi with both concern and a tinge of guilt. He wondered how Obito would react if he discovered Kakashi had failed to fulfill his request. Kakashi was taken aback by Obito's response, despite the passage of over a decade. It seemed implausible that he could appear so aged. Had he not meticulously observed with his Sharingan, he might have mistaken Obito for an impostor, especially given the unmistakable three-tomo Sharingan in Obito's eyes. Yet, Kakashi recalled that Obito had given him one of his eyes. Why, then, did Obito now possess both eyes intact? Furthermore, Obito's age appeared somewhat incongruous, as he seemed to be the same age as Naruto. Obito, it is I, Kakashi, he explained. What? You are Kakashi? Obito seemed equally perplexed, having unexpectedly encountered a future version of Kakashi upon his arrival in the Land of Waves. Kakashi, intrigued, inquired how Obito had come to be in this place and in such a state. Obito elucidated that after answering questions posed by a certain system, he had been dispatched to complete a mission, though Kakashi and the others found the explanation rather bewildering. After hearing Obito's account, Kakashi asked, "Are you saying that you are the Obito Uchiha from the past, transported to the future by this system, which has assigned you a mission?" Kakashi felt as though his worldview had shattered. The notion of time travel and missions sounded like something out of a fantastical tale, yet it was reality for Obito. Just as he was contemplating this, Sasuke approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Obito, saying angrily, "Why are you wearing the Uchiha clan's attire and bearing the Sharingan?" In Sasuke's mind, everyone from the Uchiha clan had been slain by that man. The sight of someone in Uchiha garb felt like a desecration to him. Kakashi quickly intervened to calm Sasuke, explaining that Obito had once been a member of the Uchiha clan. Although he hesitated before revealing that Obito had perished during the Third Shinobi World War, Naruto gazed at the young man named Obito, astonished that he had met such a fate at such a tender age. Sasuke fell into silence, but suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he grasped Obito's shoulders and excitedly exclaimed, "If you come from the past, can you promise me one thing?" Obito looked at the fellow Uchiha with curiosity, wondering what could have stirred such fervor in Sasuke. "Please, release my shoulders and tell me what it is," Obito urged. Sasuke complied, his expression intense as he declared, "Kill Itachi Uchiha." In that moment, Sasuke earnestly hoped Obito would fulfill his request, believing that if Itachi were eliminated, the future could be altered. "What? Why would you want to kill little Itachi? He is so adorable and incredibly strong," Obito replied, firmly declining Sasuke's request. Itachi was, in Obito's eyes, a considerate and exceptionally gifted youth. Although he was puzzled by Sasuke's demand, he knew he could never harm Itachi, lest he incur the wrath of Uncle Fugaku. Just as Sasuke was about to mention that Itachi had annihilated the Uchiha clan, a warning resonated in his mind, and he realized he could not speak of Itachi at all. Kakashi observed Sasuke's struggle to articulate his thoughts and deduced that the system Obito referred to had likely imposed restrictions on their knowledge. Ultimately, Sasuke had to concede defeat. Naruto, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is your mission? Can we take a look?" Sakura and Sasuke shared in his intrigue, eager for insights into this unusual situation. Obito readily produced the scroll, and the group gathered around to examine it. The mission stated, "The Land of Waves is a nation devoid of ninjas, currently ruled by a man named Gado. Mr. Dazuna has come to Konoha to hire ninjas to construct a bridge to strengthen his country. The objective of this mission is to ensure Mr. Dazuna safely reaches the Land of Waves and to dismantle Gado's monopoly over the region." Upon reading the task, Naruto was astonished to find it somewhat akin to their own mission, except they were not required to confront Gado's monopoly. He turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, can we join forces with Obito?" Kakashi glanced at Obito, seeking his agreement, as he too wished to collaborate. "No problem. I never expected our missions to align so closely." "What splendid fortune," Obito replied with enthusiasm. Kakashi then approached their employer, Mr. Dazuna, who appeared visibly anxious. "Mr. Dazuna, if I recall correctly, your mission was classified as a C-rank task, yet it has now escalated to a higher level of danger. You neglected to inform us of this," Kakashi stated solemnly. In typical circumstances, concealing critical information from a hiring party for the sake of saving costs could pose a significant risk to ninjas. Without Kakashi's presence, Naruto would have been ill-equipped to handle the mission alone. Therefore, it was imperative to revise the mission's objectives, should they encounter extreme danger. Kakashi reserved the right to withdraw from the task, necessitating clarity with Tazuna beforehand. Acknowledging his oversight, Tazuna admitted that his limited finances had forced him to opt for a lower-ranked mission. C-rank tasks typically involve participation in foreign conflicts, bodyguard duties, reconnaissance, capturing or exterminating wild beasts, or delivering confidential documents. The remuneration ranges from 30,000 to 100,000. However, the current circumstances undoubtedly exceed the scope of a C-level mission. After agreeing to a series of conditions set forth by Kakashi, the group, now including Obito, continued on their journey. Obito informed Kakashi that besides himself, Lin, Waihai Kurenai, and Might Guy were also involved in this mission, although they hailed from different origins. After a thorough search, Obito failed to locate Lin. Kakashi, upon recalling that Lin would also be present, felt a mixture of concern and guilt. He pondered how Obito would react if he discovered that Kakashi had not fulfilled his entrusted mission. Meanwhile, Murin was promptly gathering intelligence. Unlike Obito, Murin was not alone. He was accompanied by Might Guy from Konoha, both of whom were born on the small island of the Land of Waves. At this moment, Guy, still youthful and vibrant, appeared quite ordinary, which led Wymurin to refrain from dismissing his Konoha comrade. Initially, Wymurin could hardly believe his eyes until he saw the identical mission scrolls, confirming their partnership. Upon receiving Wymurin's acknowledgement of their camaraderie, Guy raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up, introducing himself. Hello, I am Might Guy. However, Wymurin paid little attention to him, finding it difficult to muster interest in someone whose exuberance seemed excessive. Nevertheless, as they were now teammates, she resolved to attempt communication. Wymurin extracted the mission scroll and meticulously analyzed its contents. It detailed, Mission: Kato has utilized his wealth and brute force to monopolize all maritime traffic in the Land of Waves. At this moment, the people of Waves have hired ninjas to expel Kato. Your task is to ensure Kato's safety. Kato? He sounds like a despicable individual, Wymurin remarked without hesitation. She then turned to Guy, seeking his input, but Guy was known for his brawn over brains. If tasked with combat, he could fight for 3 days and nights. Yet if required to devise a strategy, it would pose a significant challenge for him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Guy. We could tell Kato that someone intends to harm him, and then we can propose to protect him. At this moment, Wymurin could hardly believe that this exuberant figure clad in green could conceive such a notion. She felt a substantial decrease in the intimidation factor that Konoha held in her mind. It was evident that not everyone could rival the legendary Minato Namikaze, the man whose very name prompted other ninja villages to declare, if we encounter him, we can abandon the mission and flee. Seeing Guy engrossed in his seemingly flawless plan, Wymurin doused him with a bucket of cold water. On what grounds do you believe that someone like Kato would trust a total stranger? At this juncture, the puppet master had already undertaken numerous missions, even completing A-rank tasks more than a dozen times. His experience in executing assignments in the field was exceedingly rich, and he surmised that a leader of an underground force like Cardo would not easily place trust in others. For the time being, they could only proceed cautiously, observing the situation step by step. Their immediate goal was to locate Cardo and covertly protect him, since the villagers on the island had already employed ninjas. It was evident that Cardo's recent period would be anything but tranquil. Once Cardo had endured a few assassination attempts, they could emerge to clarify the situation. The puppet master gradually revealed his plan to Might Guy. Could it be that we share the same mission, which is why we were born in the same place? The puppet master pondered aloud. If that were the case, then the assassins sent to kill Cardo might very well be competitors from their own ranks, he speculated. For a while, the two engaged in reconnaissance on the island. Initially, they were cautious, but soon they discovered that this island, known as the Land of Waves, had no ninjas present. Even the leader of the underground faction had merely a few hundred well-trained samurai. However, unless one achieved a level akin to that of Mifune, the average samurai would struggle against even a low-ranked ninja, given the ninja's diverse range of jutsu compared to the samurai's relatively straightforward combat techniques. As the duo thoroughly surveyed the island, it became evident, just as the puppet master had conjectured, that the missions assigned to the likes of Hozuki Mangitsu from the Mist Village and Konoha Shino were to assassinate Cardo, the underground leader of the Land of Waves. Hozuki Mangitsu, with his distinctive white hair, bore clear traits of the Hozuki clan. Unlike his brother Hozuki Suigetsu, he exhibited a more meticulous demeanor coupled with a near-obsessive arrogance. Unlike the puppet master, Hozuki Mangitsu did not regard Shino as a potential ally, looking down on his capabilities instead. Shino, incensed by Hozuki Mangitsu's disdainful refusal of his cooperation, retorted, "You ought to recognize that our team includes a Jinchuriki like the puppet master, alongside members of the Uchiha clan and Tsunade from the Leaf Village, who is not to be trifled with. Is that so? And what of it?" Hozuki Mangitsu chuckled dismissively, as if he held little regard for the assembled group. This infuriated Shino, whose temperament was as explosive as his explosive release techniques. He felt compelled to teach Hozuki Mangitsu a lesson for his arrogance. Yet, Hozuki Mangitsu swiftly retaliated, forming his hand into a gun shape and shooting a liquid projectile from his fingertip, striking Shino and sending him flying. Realizing the seriousness of the encounter, Shino hastily retreated, executing a smoke bomb technique, and vanished as the mist cleared. Hozuki Mangitsu, however, showed no interest in pursuit. Instead, he transformed into mist using the mist body technique and drifted toward the center of the Land of Waves, seeking Cardo's hiding place. Meanwhile, the puppet master diligently gathered intelligence. And unlike Obito, he was not alone. He was accompanied by Might Guy from Konoha, both of whom hailed from this island. At that moment, Might Guy still bore a youthful essence, appearing quite ordinary, which led the puppet master to refrain from dismissing his Konoha companion. Initially, the puppet master found it hard to believe the situation until he saw their identical mission scrolls, confirming Might Guy's identity as his ally. Upon recognition, Might Guy cheerfully raised his right hand, giving a thumbs up. "Hello, I am Might Guy." However, the puppet master paid little attention to him, finding no interest in the exuberant character before him. Nevertheless, since they were now teammates, he decided to attempt communication. The puppet master examined the mission scroll closely, which read, "Mission: Cardo has utilized his wealth and violence to control all maritime transport in the Land of Waves. The people of the Land of Waves have employed ninjas to expel Cardo. Your task is to ensure Cardo's safety." "Cardo, you say? He sounds like a despicable individual," the puppet master remarked without hesitation. He then glanced at Might Guy, hoping to gauge his opinion. Yet, Might Guy was not one for contemplation. He thrived in physical confrontations. Capable of battling for days on end, but strategizing was not his forte. Suddenly, Might Guy proposed a brilliant idea. We could inform Cardo that there are threats to his life, and then offer to protect him. The puppet master was taken aback. Unable to comprehend how this exuberant figure could conceive such a notion, he felt the weight of Konoha's influence diminishing in his mind. Indeed, not everyone was on par with Minato Namikaze, the legendary figure whose mere presence made other ninja villages consider abandoning their missions. Observing Might Guy lost in his perfect plan, the puppet master doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. What makes you think someone like Cardo would trust a complete stranger? At this juncture, the puppet master had undertaken numerous missions, including over a dozen A-rank tasks, thus amassing considerable experience in the field. He surmised that a figure like Cardo, the leader of an underground faction, would be exceedingly reluctant to place his trust in others. For the time being, they could only proceed cautiously, first locating Cardo and discreetly surveilling him. Given that the island's villagers had already enlisted ninjas, it was evident that Cardo's situation would be anything but tranquil in the near future. After Cardo had endured a few assassination attempts, they would reveal themselves to explain the circumstances. The puppet master slowly articulated his plan to Might Guy. Could it be that we share the same mission? Hence our fateful encounter? The puppet master pondered aloud. If this were indeed the case, he speculated that the ninjas dispatched to eliminate Cardo might be competitors like themselves. In the ensuing period, the duo conducted reconnaissance on the island. Initially, they were cautious, but soon discovered that the small island known as the Land of Waves had no ninjas at all. The underground leader possessed merely a few hundred trained samurai, a profession that, unless one reached the caliber of a high-ranking warrior like Mifune, would struggle against even a lower-ranked ninja. After thoroughly surveying the island, the puppet master's conjectures were confirmed when Gado, the leader of the Land of Waves, received a mission to assassinate Cardo, dispatched by the likes of the ghostly Kagaya. With his characteristic white hair that marked him as a member of the Kagaya clan, unlike his brother, Kagaya Suigetsu, his personality was marked by meticulousness and an almost pathological arrogance. Unlike the puppet master, Kagaya saw no value in collaborating with his comrade and dismissed his abilities with disdain. This infuriated the other ninja, who pointed out the presence of formidable allies, including the puppet master, a Jinchuriki of the two-tailed beast, and members of the Uchiha clan, alongside the formidable Mei Terumi from the Hidden Mist village. So what? Kagaya scoffed, displaying indifference to their strengths. Enraged by this dismissal, the other ninja, whose temperament matched the explosive nature of his ninjutsu, sought to teach Kagaya a lesson. But Kagaya swiftly retaliated, forming his hand into a gun shape, from which he shot a liquid projectile akin to a bullet, sending the other ninja flying when he failed to evade. Realizing Kagaya was serious, the ninja could only retreat, using a smoke bomb to obscure his escape. Kagaya, however, showed no interest in pursuing him. Rather, he transformed into mist using his water transformation technique, heading directly to the center of the Land of Waves in search of Cardo's hideout. At this moment, the puppet master had pinpointed Cardo's location. As the underground leader of the Land of Waves, Cardo was exceedingly cautious, often accompanied by a band of rogue samurai, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary villager to assassinate him. His frequent haunts included his private casino and a heavily fortified headquarters, where the puppet master and Guy lay in wait, observing the vicinity for any signs of movement. Perched above the casino, the puppet master scrutinized the surroundings, puzzled as to why no one seemed to attack the seemingly vulnerable establishment. After a prolonged period of silence, he decided to position Guy at another location to monitor for potential threats. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the direction of Cardo's headquarters. Instinctively sensing something amiss, the puppet master recognized that an assault on Cardo's stronghold was underway and hastened towards Guy. Unluckily for Cardo, who had painstakingly cultivated his stronghold, a brash intruder with an explosive personality burst in, attacking without a word. Had it not been for his subordinates, who intervened just in time, Cardo would have been overwhelmed. Just as he was about to dodge another attack, a flash of green descended from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant sprawling. It was none other than Might Guy. Curse be it. There are indeed other competitors, the ninja exclaimed in frustration. Having failed to coordinate with Kagaya, he had intended to take the initiative by storming Cardo's lair, only to find himself confronted by additional challengers. At this moment, Might Guy extended his right hand, poised and ready to counter Sho's impending assault. Sho disdainfully glanced at Might Guy, knowing from his gathered intelligence that this individual, known as Might Guy, was utterly devoid of ninjutsu skills, rendering any physical confrontation unnecessary. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. Upon uttering this incantation, the ground beneath Might Guy transformed into a viscous liquid, creating a vast swamp that hampered his movements. Observing Might Guy's immobilization, Sho charged towards Kato. Just as Might Guy was growing anxious, a sudden idea struck him. Summoning technique, Ninja Tortoise. He hastily summoned the tortoise as a platform, stepping onto it and launching himself directly at Sho. Realizing that Might Guy had freed himself, Sho was compelled to abandon his offensive stance and prepare for Might Guy's retaliation. To his astonishment, the impact of Guy's kick felt as if he had been struck by a leaden hammer. sending him flying several meters away. This was no mere underdog. Such a kick could only be executed by someone with decades of mastery. What was the intelligence department even doing? Leaf Great Whirlwind. Subsequently, Guy unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Sho, executing a rapid succession of strikes, culminating in a powerful heel attack. At this juncture, Sho had no choice but to use the body replacement technique to temporarily escape Might Guy's relentless onslaught. After enduring a barrage of strikes, Sho realized that eliminating Kato would likely prove futile. He resolved to seek alternative methods. Just as Sho prepared to retreat, a fireball resembling a mouse hurtled toward him. It was none other than Mookie, who had swiftly arrived upon hearing the commotion. Fire mouse technique. Mookie formed several hand seals and subsequently expelled several fireballs. Believing them to be mere flames, Sho attempted to disperse them with his explosion release, only to find that the fireballs, once scattered, transformed into a multitude of blue flames, catching him completely off guard. Upon recognizing the source of the attack as a member of a Wagakure, Mookie unleashed several more fireballs. This time, Sho was utterly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of flames, which consumed him entirely. Ding. Iwagakure's Sho has perished. Mission failed. Immediate teleportation from the instance. A flash of white light ensued, and Sho's body vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Kato remained oblivious to the unfolding events, merely sensing that he had been reduced to ashes by the flames. In the real world of the ninja realm, upon witnessing a mission failure, Sho inexplicably reappeared in a Wagakure. What happened, Noki? How is it that your village was the first to be eliminated? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Just observing. It has nothing to do with my Sunigakure, replied the third Kazekage. Naka's expression darkened. Being publicly mocked in front of the entire ninja world was a bitter pill to swallow, even for his thick-skinned demeanor. He ordered someone to bring Sho to him for a thorough inquiry regarding the events that transpired in the instance. Had Noki known that Sho had been frightened away by the ghostly figure of Mizukichi, only to be subsequently beaten by the combined forces of Konoha and Kumogakure, he might have been even more enraged, for Sho's strength was at least average among the participants, yet he was eliminated on the very first day. After Mookie eliminated Sho, he and Might Guy approached Kato. As Kato regarded these two ninjas who had just saved him, he opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with Mookie's discontented glare, instinctively retracting his outstretched hand. After all, he possessed a modicum of discernment. Mookie was not the only one to regard Kato with disdain. Might Guy shared the sentiment as well. Who would wish to protect a local tyrant who exploited his own village? However, Guy's cheerful disposition prevented him from openly expressing his thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, their skirmish with Sho was being closely observed by the hidden figure of Ghost Lantern Mangetsu. As the leader of the second generation of the seven ninja swordsmen, he was not someone as simple-minded as Sho could contend with. It is worth noting that Mangetsu was the sole individual capable of simultaneously summoning 7 ninja swords, and his combat prowess rivaled that of any member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Moreover, his demeanor was strikingly similar to that of Uchiha Itachi, a prodigy, a devoted brother, and, like Itachi, destined for an early demise. At this moment, Mookie had pinpointed Kato's current location. As the underground lord of the Land of Waves, Kato was exceedingly cautious, often accompanied by a retinue of wandering warriors, rendering him nearly impossible to assassinate by ordinary citizens. Kato's frequent haunts were none other than his private casino and his heavily fortified headquarters. Mookie and Guy positioned themselves near these locales, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Mookie concealed himself above the casino, meticulously observing the surroundings. Oddly enough, despite the casino being a likely target due to its weak defenses, Mookie waited in vain for any signs of action. To mitigate potential threats elsewhere, he instructed Guy to remain vigilant in that area, ensuring that he would be alerted at the first sign of danger. Suddenly, as he pondered, an explosion erupted from the direction of Kato's headquarters. Mookie instinctively sensed something amiss and quickly deduced that an assault on Kato's stronghold was underway. He rapidly made his way towards Might Guy. The most unfortunate of all was Kato himself. Despite meticulously managing his headquarters, he was ambushed by an explosive-haired young man, who charged at him without hesitation. Had he not promptly ordered his subordinates to counter the attack, he would have been in dire straits. Just as another attack was about to strike him, a flash of green descended from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying. It was none other than Might Guy. Damn it, there are indeed other competitors. Sho seethed, having been kicked away. After his alliance with Ghost Lantern Mangetsu had failed, he had intended to take the initiative by infiltrating Kato's base, only to discover the presence of additional participants. At this moment, Might Guy extended his right hand, poised and ready to counter the assault from the adversary. The foe, however, regarded Might Guy with disdain, having gleaned from his sources that this individual, known as Might Guy, possessed no ninjutsu capabilities and thus deemed it unnecessary to engage him in physical combat. Earth-style, HR Swamp. With that proclamation, the ground beneath Might Guy transformed into a viscous liquid, forming a vast swamp that hampered his movements. Observing Might Guy's predicament, the opponent rushed toward Kato. In a moment of desperation, Might Guy suddenly devised a plan. Summoning technique, Ninja Tortoise. He swiftly summoned a tortoise to serve as a platform, leaping onto its back and propelling himself toward the enemy. The foe, realizing Might Guy had broken free from his restraints, could only abandon the assault and brace for his impending attack. To his shock, the impact of Might Guy's kick felt akin to being struck by a leaden weight, sending him flying several meters away. This was far from mere incompetence. Such a kick could only be executed with decades of training. How inadequate was the intelligence department? Leaf Great Whirlwind. Might Guy unleashed a flurry of kicks upon his adversary, executing a rapid succession of strikes, culminating in a powerful heel attack. The opponent, forced to resort to the body replacement technique, momentarily evaded Might Guy's relentless barrage. However, after enduring numerous strikes, he realized that his ambition to eliminate Kato was likely futile. Just as he contemplated retreat, a fireball resembling a rat surged toward him, summoned by the swift arrival of a wooden figure. Fire Rat Ball. The wooden figure formed several hand signs and unleashed a series of fireballs. The foe, mistaking them for mere flames, attempted to disperse them with his explosive techniques, only to be caught off guard as the fireball shattered into a multitude of blue flames, overwhelming him entirely. Death of the Rock Hidden Village's hunter. Mission failure. Immediate extraction from the instance. A flash of white light enveloped him, erasing his very existence. Kato remained oblivious, convinced that he had been reduced to ash by the flames. In the real ninja world, upon witnessing a failed mission, the hunter abruptly returned to the Rock Hidden Village. What happened, Noki? Why is your village the first to be eliminated? Saratobi Hiruzen inquired. Just observing. It has nothing to do with my Suna village, the third Kazekage replied. Noki, feeling the sting of embarrassment, struggled to respond under the scrutiny of the entire ninja world and ordered that the hunter be brought before him for a thorough inquiry about the events in the instance. If Noki had known that the hunter had been frightened away by Konoha's Mangetsu and subsequently beaten by the combined forces of Konoha and Kumobikir, he would have been even more infuriated, especially considering the hunter's strength was at least average among the competitors, yet he was eliminated on the very first day. Following the hunter's elimination, the wooden figure approached Kato alongside Might Guy. Kato, gazing at his rescuers, instinctively retracted his outstretched hand upon noticing the wooden figure's displeased expression. As he was somewhat perceptive, not only the wooden figure, but Might Guy also harbored disdain for Kato, for who would wish to protect a local tyrant. However, Guy's cheerful nature prevented him from expressing it openly. Unbeknownst to them, their skirmish with the hunter was closely observed by the hidden figure of Mangetsu. As the leader of the second generation of the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen, Mangetsu is far beyond the capabilities of a simple-minded foe like the hunter. It is worth noting that Mangetsu was the only man capable of simultaneously summoning 7 ninja swords, and his combat prowess rivaled that of any member of the Mist 7. His character bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Uchiha Itachi. Both were prodigies, doted upon their younger siblings, and met untimely ends. Kato hastily masked his inner displeasure, for the combat prowess exhibited by the two was superior to that of the explosive ninja. Thank you, esteemed ninja, for your timely rescue. Kato feigned humility. The wooden figure, taken aback by the underground emperor's demeanor, momentarily struggled to accept it but soon regained composure. Kato, do you not realize that disaster looms over you? Upon hearing these words, Kato's complexion drained of color. He had not provoked any of the 5 great ninja villages, so why was he being warned of impending doom? Sensing the effectiveness of his learned tactics, the wooden figure smiled with satisfaction, reveling in his own genius as he had frightened Kato, who had seen far more than this. He proceeded to suggest that they take a respite in the land of waves. Kato quickly expressed his desire to extend hospitality, offering accommodations to the esteemed ninja. Then we shall impose upon you. Should any troubles arise, I shall lend my assistance, the wooden figure concluded. Kato summoned his subordinates to escort the two in selecting their lodgings, while he seized the opportunity to tidy up. Witnessing Kato's willingness to comply, the wooden figure exchanged a triumphant smile with Might Guy. He then began to converse in a manner only Might Guy could hear. See, I told you my method would work. Kato has readily acquiesced, and we can prevent further assassination attempts. Might Guy, oblivious to any flaws, nodded in agreement. Once they departed, Kato's expression darkened with malice as he summoned several subordinates, instructing them, investigate the origins of these individuals. Kato remained skeptical of the wooden figure's claims. One wore the headband of Konoha, while the other bore the insignia of Kumobikir. They could very well be rogue ninjas seeking to exploit him. Kato contemplated prudence, recognizing the potential consequences of provoking them. He had already enlisted the aid of Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village and intended to deal with the bridge builders as well as these mysterious newcomers, ensuring none would escape alive. Zabuza, once a member of the second generation of the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen and the second wielder of the decapitating sword, had fled the village after a failed assassination of the 4th Mizukage due to discontent with the village's tyranny, becoming a rogue ninja. They had collaborated previously and were well acquainted. Meanwhile, Obito, having joined Kakashi's team, found Sasuke and Naruto incessantly questioning him. Hey, are you really a teammate of Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked incredulously. Of course. Kakashi and I have been rivals since our days in the academy. Let me tell you, Kakashi was quite arrogant back then. Before Obito could finish, Kakashi swiftly covered his mouth, chuckling, Obito, please show some restraint in front of the students. As the situation unfolded, Obito found himself desperately attempting to break free from his constraints, completely forgetting that Kakashi had now assumed the role of a teacher. Humph, We certainly refuse to believe that. He scoffed, skeptical of Kakashi's chronic procrastination. Naruto, oblivious to the implications, boldly aired his teacher's shortcomings. No way. Obito responded, somewhat incredulous. Of course. Kakashi-sensei always insists on delegating tasks to us while he secretly indulges in his books. Naruto continued. Books, huh? Obito mused, pondering when Kakashi had developed such a pastime. Fortunately, he was unaware of the existence of a particular book titled Make Out Paradise, for had he known, it would have surely elicited a bewildered expression. Let me tell you. Kakashi was quite remarkable in his youth, Obito exclaimed, eager to regale the Leaf Village trio with tales of Kakashi's early exploits. You're joking, right? Sakura interjected, her face a mask of disbelief as she processed Obito's claim that Kakashi became a Genin at the tender age of 12. Even Sasuke struggled to reconcile the current, seemingly lackadaisical leader with the prodigious genius who had supposedly passed the Chunin exam at such a young age. Indeed, at 12, Kakashi was already capable of undertaking S-rank missions independently, Obito added, prompting Naruto's eyes to widen further, while Sasuke regarded their unimposing teacher with newfound respect. Astonished by his formidable youth. Previously, Sasuke had merely intended to converse with this fellow Uchiha, but he never anticipated uncovering such a secret. Reflecting on his own lack of achievement, having yet to reach the rank of Chunin, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. How could he possibly avenge his clan in light of such disparity? However, Naruto shifted the focus back to Obito with a question. What about you, Obito? Caught off guard by Naruto's inquiry, Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled his struggles to pass the Genin exam, let alone the Chunin exam. Yet, he was reluctant to deceive his newly forged friendships and thus answered Naruto candidly. To his surprise, instead of mockery, Naruto expressed solidarity, proclaiming, honestly, Naruto Uzumaki, may have been at the bottom, but I will definitely become Hokage one day. Obito retorted defiantly, no way, the future Hokage will be me, Uchiha Obito. Watching the spirited exchange between the two, Kakashi couldn't help but notice the striking similarities in their personalities and aspirations. He recalled how Kushina had always hoped her child would grow up to be as optimistic as Obito. Kato, on the other hand, was busy suppressing his irritation. Recognizing that the combat prowess displayed by these two far surpassed that of the explosive ninja he had encountered. Thank you, esteemed ninjas, for your timely intervention, Kato said. Feigning humility. The villagers, witnessing this underground emperor's unexpected demeanor, momentarily struggled to comprehend the shift, though one managed to regain composure. Kato, are you aware that calamity is approaching? Upon hearing this, Kato's complexion drained of color. He had not provoked any of the 5 great ninja villages. Why was he suddenly warned of impending disaster? Sensing the effectiveness of his learned tactics, the villager smiled triumphantly, affirming his status as a talented ninja who could intimidate even the seasoned Kato with just a few words. Subsequently, the villager logically proposed that they rest in the land of waves. Kato quickly expressed his desire to extend hospitality, offering accommodations to the esteemed ninjas. Then we shall impose, the villager replied, adding, should any troubles arise, I will extend my assistance. Kato promptly summoned his subordinates to escort the 2 ninjas to select their lodgings, while he took the opportunity to tidy up. Observing Kato's compliant response, the villager exchanged a triumphant grin with Might Guy. They then began to converse in hushed tones, audible only to Guy. See, I told you my approach would work. Kato agreed without hesitation, allowing us to take precautions against further assassination attempts. Guy, oblivious to any flaws in this plan, nodded in agreement. Once the two departed, Kato's expression darkened as he summoned several henchmen, issuing a directive. Investigate these individuals' backgrounds. This pair, one bearing the Leaf Village forehead protector and the other from the Cloud Village, could very well be rogue ninjas attempting to exploit our hospitality. Kato pondered his next move, deciding it would be unwise to provoke them for now. After all, if matters escalated, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, he was no sheep to be easily slaughtered. If anyone sought to take a piece of him, they would need to be prepared for the consequences. He had already hired Zabuza, the former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, to handle the bridge builders, ensuring that none of these dubious newcomers would leave alive. Zabuza, once a notorious figure from the Mist Village and the second wielder of the decapitating sword, had turned rogue after assassinating the 4th Mizukage due to discontent with the village's tyranny. Kato had collaborated with him before, and their familiarity served them well. Meanwhile, after joining Kakashi's team, Obito found himself at the center of attention from Naruto and Sasuke, who bombarded him with questions. Are you really Kakashi-sensei's teammate? Naruto asked incredulously. Of course, Obito replied proudly. Kakashi and I have been rivals since school. Let me tell you, he was quite the show-off back then, always. Before he could finish, Kakashi quickly covered his mouth, chuckling as he interjected, Obito, at least show me some respect in front of the students. After listening, Naruto's eyes widened even further, while Sasuke gazed at this seemingly ordinary teacher, who was remarkably powerful in his youth. Sasuke initially intended to engage in conversation with this fellow Uchiha clan member, but was taken aback by such a profound secret. Reflecting on his own situation, he felt a deeper sense of disappointment, realizing that he had yet to attain the rank of Chunin. How could he possibly avenge that man under such circumstances? Just then, Naruto inquired, what about you, Obito? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the question, Obito hesitated to respond, aware that he had passed the Genin exam only after multiple attempts, let alone the Chunin exam. Yet, he felt reluctant to deceive his newly made friend and thus answered Naruto honestly. Contrary to his expectations, Naruto did not mock Obito for being at the bottom, but instead wholeheartedly empathized with him. To be honest, though Naruto Uzumaki, am also at the bottom. I will definitely become Hokage in the future, he declared resolutely. What? The Hokage will definitely be me, Uchiha Obito, Obito retorted defiantly. Kakashi, observing the spirited debate between the two, couldn't help but note that not only did they share similar personalities, but their dreams mirrored one another. He recalled how Kushina, his late mother, always hoped her child would grow up to be as optimistic as Obito. Meanwhile, Zabuza, noticing that his two subordinates had not reported back, decided to take matters into his own hands and bury the group in the woods. At that moment, Zabuza had already concealed himself among the tree trunks with his weapon, the decapitating blade, resting beside him. As Kakashi and the others approached, Zabuza leapt to the nearby riverbank. Ninjutsu, misconcealment technique, he announced. Instantly, the air filled with thick fog, enveloping the surrounding area for nearly 100 meters. This technique was identical to the one used by the Mist Ninja, Kiri's Manji. As one of the most elite shinobi from the Mist Village, Zabuza was exceptionally skilled in such assassination methods. On the other hand, Kakashi quickly sensed something amiss and immediately channeled chakra to disperse a small area of the fog around him. Is it really that simple? Zabuza scoffed. He then swiftly appeared behind Naruto and his friends. Obito and Sasuke instantly detected the enemy's presence and were about to warn Zabuza when the massive blade swung down. Sakura, too frightened to open her eyes, was astonished by Kakashi's sudden appearance. Kakashi thrust a kunai into Zabuza's body, but to his surprise, not a single drop of blood was shed. Instead, Zabuza's entire form dissipated into water. A water clone? Kakashi pondered, soon realizing the situation. When he turned around, he found Zabuza had materialized behind him. Prepare to die, Zabuza bellowed, swinging his decapitating blade towards Kakashi. However, once again, the expected outcome eluded Zabuza, as the strike landed on a water clone instead. My water clone technique, when did that happen? Zabuza exclaimed, astonished. Yet the exchange between the two was far from over. Taking advantage of Zabuza's momentary distraction, Kakashi seized the opportunity to strike again from behind, and once more, his attack met the water clone. Observing the unfolding scene, Naruto and the others were left speechless. Hey guys, are you two playing a game of clones? You create a water clone, and I create a water clone. At least consider our feelings. It's terrifying to be caught in the middle of your antics. It seemed Kakashi and Zabuza had heard their unspoken thoughts, as they ceased using clones and engaged in direct hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, Zabuza seized an opportunity and kicked Kakashi away. Kakashi, utilizing the momentum, dove into the water, prompting Zabuza to pursue with his blade raised. Unbeknownst to Zabuza, Kakashi had already prepared an ambush by scattering iron spikes across the ground. What a dull trick, Zabuza remarked, before turning and leaping into the water. Rather than evading Zabuza's pursuit, Kakashi embraced the terrain advantage and entered Zabuza's domain. As a ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza was most proficient in water-style techniques, and now that Kakashi had willingly walked into his trap, Zabuza was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. At this moment, Kakashi felt the water becoming increasingly oppressive, nearly suffocating him, prompting an urgent desire to break free from its surface. Unbeknownst to him, Zabuza had already begun weaving hand seals above the water. With the sequence of signs, snake, ram, horse, rabbit, ram, horse, rabbit, the water prison technique was nearing completion. And soon the water enveloped Kakashi, ensnaring him within its confines. Little did anyone anticipate that even this battle-hardened shinobi would encounter a moment of oversight. At this moment, Kakashi found himself unable to escape from the water prison, prompting Zabuza to leave behind a water clone to guard him while he proceeded to deal with the young ninjas. Obito was undeniably the most anxious, for through his Sharingan, he discerned that Kakashi had been ensnared by Zabuza. And it was inevitable that Zabuza would soon turn his attention to him and the others. Meanwhile, after enduring the assassination attempts of 2Ch Nin, Naruto compelled himself to muster courage, seizing a kunai and charging towards Zabuza. Individuals like you are unworthy of being called ninjas, Zabuza remarked as he observed the returning Naruto. Subsequently, with astonishing speed, he struck Naruto, sending him flying several meters away. Naruto, how infuriating! Sasuke exclaimed, witnessing Naruto's plight. He hurled several kunai in rapid succession. Yet Zabuza effortlessly swatted them aside with a mere flick of his blade. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke attempted to launch a surprise attack from above, aiming to deliver a lion's barrage. However, Zabuza merely extended a hand, grasping Sasuke by the throat. To put it bluntly, this moment could be described as Zabuza delivering a punch to the 6th Hokage, trampling the 7th Hokage, all while holding the strongest Uchiha, Sasuke, in his grip. When has such a scene ever been witnessed, except during the battle against Kaguya? Zabuza had his own thoughts on the matter. The 6th Hokage, the 7th Hokage, and the last of the Uchiha clan, alongside the heirs of the legendary 3, all teaming up against me? Apologies, but it's a 50-50 scenario. The second encounter with Kaguya was also a 50-50. Thus, I, Zabuza, equate to the sage of 6 paths Kaguya. As Sasuke struggled desperately against Zabuza's grip, Zabuza, noticing his efforts, hurled him away before delivering a powerful kick to his body. Sasuke was sent crashing down, spitting out a copious amount of blood. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted at this moment. Naruto witnessed Sasuke being trampled underfoot by Zabuza, igniting a fierce anger within him. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he summoned hundreds of Narutos, each wielding a kunai, charging forward en masse to surround Zabuza. However, in a matter of moments, they were all sent flying by the vicious sweep of Zabuza's blade. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto drew a wind shuriken from his pack and shouted. Meanwhile, Obito, standing nearby, grasped the wind shuriken, but as he did, he sensed something amiss. In an instant, he grasped Naruto's cunning plan. He hurled the wind shuriken with precision, yet, to Zabuza, it seemed utterly impossible for it to strike him. With a mere turn of his head, he deflected Obito's attack. Little did he know, the shuriken did not halt after passing him, but continued its trajectory behind. It was only then that Zabuza realized something was amiss, as the shuriken flew towards a shadow clone left by him in the water prison. At that moment, the wind shuriken transformed into Naruto's likeness. It turned out that after Naruto's clone was struck down, it had cleverly transformed into the shuriken, using Obito's hand to reach the water prison, where it unleashed a flurry of shurikens that decisively shattered the water clone. With the water clone's suppression eliminated, the water prison technique crumbled without further assault. Kakashi swiftly appeared beside Sasuke, rescuing him, then suddenly turned around, his face a mask of fury directed at Zabuza. Seeing that his two subordinates had failed to report back, Zabuza resolved to take matters into his own hands, intent on burying these intruders within the forest. At that moment, Zabuza had already concealed himself atop a tree, his weapon, the decapitating sword, resting nearby. As Kakashi and the others approached, Zabuza leaped to a nearby stream. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique, he declared. Instantly, the air thickened with dense fog, enveloping the area within 100 meters. This was identical to the hidden mist technique employed by the formidable Kisame, as the most elite ninja of the hidden mist village. Such assassination techniques were second nature to them. On the other hand, Kakashi quickly detected the anomaly and activated his chakra to disperse the fog in his immediate vicinity. Can it truly be so? Zabuza scoffed. He then used the body flicker technique to appear behind Naruto and his companions, causing Obito and Sasuke to perceive the enemy's presence immediately, yet before they could warn him, Zabuza's blade descended. Sakura, unable to bear the tension, shut her eyes, astonished by Kakashi's sudden appearance. Kakashi plunged a kunai into Zabuza's form, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Instead, Zabuza's entire body dissipated into water. A water clone. Kakashi pondered, swiftly realizing the situation. Just then, he turned to find Zabuza had appeared behind him. Prepare to meet your end. Zabuza bellowed, swinging his decapitating sword at Kakashi. After the strike, however, the outcome was not what Zabuza had anticipated, as it merely struck another water clone. When did you employ the water clone technique? Zabuza exclaimed in astonishment. However, the game of deception between the two was not yet concluded. Taking advantage of Zabuza's momentary distraction, Kakashi launched another attack from behind. Once again, he struck a water clone. Observing the exchange, Naruto and his companions could only shake their heads in disbelief. Seriously, you two are just playing a game of clones. You create a water clone, and I create a water clone. Could you at least consider our feelings? Here I am, startled to the core. And my heart can only take so much of this. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Zabuza seemed to hear their unspoken thoughts, ceasing their use of clones. They engaged in direct hand-to-hand combat, trading blows. At that moment, Zabuza seized an opportunity, kicking Kakashi away. Kakashi, using the momentum, dove into the water, prompting Zabuza to pursue with his blade raised. However, Kakashi had prepared a bed of iron spikes on the ground. Boring tricks, Zabuza remarked, turning to leap into the water. Instead of evading Zabuza's pursuit, Kakashi embraced the terrain's advantage, entering Zabuza's domain. As a ninja of the hidden mist village, Zabuza was most adept at water release techniques. With Kakashi willingly falling into his trap, Zabuza would not let this opportunity slip away. At this moment, Kakashi felt the water becoming increasingly oppressive, nearly suffocating him, prompting an urgent desire to break through the surface. Unbeknownst to him, Zabuza had already begun forming hand seals above the water, with a sequence of symbols: serpent, horse, monkey, rabbit. Horse, monkey, rabbit. The water prison technique was about to be completed, ensnaring Kakashi within its depths. Little did anyone expect that even a seasoned warrior like Kakashi could encounter a day of oversight. At this moment, Kakashi found himself unable to escape from the water prison, prompting Zabuza to leave a water clone to guard him while he proceeded to deal with the young ninjas. Obito was undoubtedly the most anxious of the group, as through his Sharingan, he discerned that Kakashi had been ensnared by Zabuza, who would soon turn his attention to them. Meanwhile, Naruto, having endured attempts on his life by two Chunin, forcibly steeled himself and seized a kunai, charging at the advancing Zabuza. You little pests aren't worthy of being called ninjas, Zabuza remarked as he regarded the returning Naruto. With astonishing speed, he struck, sending Naruto flying several meters away. Damn it, Naruto! Sasuke exclaimed upon witnessing his friend being hurled aside. He launched a series of kunai, yet Zabuza effortlessly deflected them with a mere swipe of his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke attempted a surprise attack from above, hoping to deliver a lion's barrage. However, Zabuza simply extended a hand and grasped Sasuke by the throat. This moment could be likened to the scenario of a fist striking the 6th Hokage, a foot trampling the 7th, while holding the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, in his grip. Such a scene, reminiscent only of the battle against Kaguya, raised the question of its rarity. Zabuza had his own reflections, with the combined forces of the 6th Hokage, 7th Hokage, the final Uchiha, and the heirs of the legendary 3 shinobi facing me. Let me clarify, it's a 50-50 scenario. The second confrontation with Kaguya was also a 50-50 match. Thus, I, Zabuza, equate to Kaguya of the 6th Path Sasuke. Desperately struggling against Zabuza's relentless grip on his throat, found himself violently tossed aside. Zabuza followed through with a kick to Sasuke's body, causing him to spit out a significant amount of blood. At this moment, Obito arrived behind Zabuza, intending to employ fire release to repel him. However, Zabuza would not grant him such an opportunity. With a swift thrust of his spear, he drew forth his decapitating blade and struck downward. Obito, caught off guard, could not evade in time and was forced back several meters by the ensuing shockwave. At this moment, Naruto observed Sasuke under the foot of Zabuza, and a surge of rage ignited within him. Utilizing his ninjutsu, he unleashed the shadow clone technique, resulting in the appearance of hundreds of Narutos armed with kunai, charging forth. They encircled Zabuza, leaving no room for escape, yet within moments, they were all sent flying by Zabuza's deadly blade. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto swiftly drew the wind shuriken from his pouch and shouted. Meanwhile, Obito, standing nearby, took hold of the wind shuriken, but as he grasped it, he sensed something was amiss. In that instant, he comprehended Naruto's cunning plan. Aiming the wind shuriken, he hurled it towards Zabuza. However, Zabuza, believing it impossible for the shuriken to strike him, merely turned his head, deflecting Obito's attack. Unexpectedly, the wind shuriken did not cease its flight upon passing Zabuza, but continued onward. It was then that Zabuza realized something was wrong. The shuriken had flown past him and reached the shadow clone he had left in the water prison. At that moment, the wind shuriken transformed into Naruto's likeness. After Naruto's clone was sent flying by Zabuza, it had cleverly morphed into a shuriken, using Obito's throw to reach the water prison, where several shuriken struck and shattered the water clone. With the water clone's suppression eliminated, the water prison technique faltered. Kakashi swiftly arrived at Sasuke's side, rescuing him, then abruptly turned, his face a mask of murderous intent directed at Zabuza. If Kakashi had previously been holding back, he was now undeniably serious. Raikiri. A surge of electric energy enveloped his right hand, and before Zabuza could comprehend the situation, he was forced to retreat from the high-speed Raikiri, compelled to block it with his executioner's blade. Yet, Zabuza underestimated the power of Raikiri. The impact sent his weapon flying. Seizing the moment, Zabuza attempted to escape. But Kakashi would not grant him such an opportunity, relentlessly pressing forward. Realizing Kakashi was not about to relent, Zabuza halted, preparing to counterattack. Both stood upon the water, commencing their hand seals. Cho. To Zabuza's astonishment, he noticed that Kakashi's sequence of seals matched his own perfectly, and even surpassed his speed. Water release, water dragon bullet. Kakashi completed his hand seals first, conjuring a water dragon extending several meters in length. Zabuza soon finished his own seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. The two water dragons entwined, yet it was clear that Kakashi's technique was swifter, shattering Zabuza's water dragon. Just as Kakashi prepared to deliver a fatal strike with a kunai, a volley of Sanban darted towards Zabuza with even greater speed. Zabuza, caught off guard, fell before he could react. At this moment, a youth resembling a member of the Umbu stepped forward. This individual is a rogue ninja from the hidden mist village whom I have been pursuing. I extend my gratitude to all for your assistance. At this moment, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Obito had all gathered together. Why didn't you show up when we were in danger? Now that he is on the brink of death, you appear to claim the glory, Naruto said indignantly. It was evident that they had exerted considerable effort to defeat this swordsman. At this moment, Bai spoke. This individual is the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, from the Mist Village. I refrained from intervening earlier as I was not his match. However, it is best that the Mist Village handles Zabuza's remains, as I require them to fulfill my mission. Kakashi, upon hearing Bai's words, wished to avoid further complications and was about to agree when a sudden voice interrupted. We cannot let them escape. At that moment, he finally spotted Rin, Yuhi Kurinai, and a green-eyed ninja whose face seemed familiar to Obito, though he could not quite place it. Hey, what are you staring at? Terumi Mei remarked irritably, having noticed that the Uchiha who had been watching her since their initial encounter was still fixated on her, as he had been before. Are you talking about me? Obito thought it was a misunderstanding, as he had clearly been pondering where he had seen her before. At this moment, Mei Terumi has not yet transformed into the composed and dignified figure of the later Water Shadow. She occasionally exhibits a hint of nervousness and can be prone to minor fits of temper. Kakashi, on the other hand, gazes in astonishment at the girl before him, who bears an uncanny resemblance to her future self. At this moment, Lin from the No-Era family felt a sense of relief for having arrived just in time. Kakashi had nearly allowed Zabuza to escape. Lin, what happened? Before Obito could inquire further, Haku, realizing that their plan had been compromised, fled with Zabuza without a backward glance. Upon witnessing Zabuza's successful escape, Lin sighed, her worst fears having materialized. Initially, she, along with Kurenai Yui and Mei Terumi from the Mist Village, had come here, only to discover that the mission assigned by the inventory system was to eliminate Zabuza and his companions, which led them to form a small coalition. However, due to their distant origins, it took them considerable time to follow Zabuza's trail, yet they still failed to apprehend him. But Lin, Kakashi said nervously, observing Lin, who was significantly shorter than him. Lin couldn't help but chuckle at Kakashi's current demeanor, which was a stark contrast to his usual self. I saw that the Umbu from the Mist Village had already pierced him with 1,000 needles, Kakashi questioned in confusion. At that moment, Mei stepped forward to clarify. You see, this is a very special technique from the Mist Village. By inserting 1,000 needles into the neck, one can induce a temporary state of false death. Although revealing such village secrets was typically a grave taboo, Zabuza's betrayal left her no choice but to disclose this information. Ah, that explains why the Umbu insisted on taking Zabuza's body. Obito realized suddenly that Zabuza's associate is truly despicable. Naruto exclaimed furiously upon realizing he had been deceived. Ultimately, with Zabuza having evaded capture, Lin and her companions were unable to complete their mission, and they had no choice but to abandon their pursuit. Meanwhile, after a considerable distance had been covered, Haku hastily awakened Zabuza using a specialized method. Mr. Zabuza, the mission has failed. Someone has discovered our ruse of feigned death. Haku reported. Zabuza's expression darkened. His task was to assassinate Tazuna and the ninja he had hired from the Leaf Village. Yet that damned old man had failed to mention that they were dealing with a Jonin. This was no ordinary Jonin. Kakashi Hitaki's reputation resonated throughout the ninja world. The thought of having engaged a Jonin of such caliber for a mere few million ryo was nearly fatal for him. Let us go, Haku. We can't linger in the land of waves any longer, Zabuza commanded. Haku, feeling perplexed, replied, but we haven't yet gone to confront Tazuna to reclaim our reward. As for the reward, it seems unlikely we will obtain it now. Did you notice those 3 girls who arrived later? Zabuza recalled the presence he sensed while feigning death. It was unmistakably that woman's aura. Mei Terumi from the Mist Village, it has to be her. Although Zabuza had not seen her, he had faith in his instincts. In that case, let us hastily withdraw from the land of waves. The Umbu from the Mist Village are likely hot on our trail, Haku concurred. Unbeknownst to them, this decision to flee would set off a chain of events that would significantly influence the unfolding narrative. Zabuza and Haku did not perish in the land of waves. Similarly, Naruto did not encounter Haku and missed witnessing a pivotal moment that would shape the course of his life. Tazuna, too, could not have anticipated that his seemingly trivial bridge-building task would lead to an encounter with 2 elite Jonin. A truly overwhelming experience for someone who had rarely encountered ninjas in his lifetime. At this moment, the inventory system's task was nearing completion, with the elimination of Sho. And since Jean had departed from the land of waves, it was evident that the mission of Lin and her companions could not be fulfilled. The tasks of Akatsuki and Might Guy clashed, ensuring that only one group could successfully complete their mission. In this instance, Obito felt as though he were favored by the heavens, as his journey had proceeded smoothly, bringing him closer to accomplishing his task. This thought brought a smile to his face. Sakura and Naruto were quite intrigued by the recent activities of Lin's trio, while Sasuke's disinterest was apparent. Save for his concerns regarding the Uchiha clan and that man, Lin, noticing Kakashi's worried demeanor, surmised that he might have something he wished to convey. Kakashi, I never imagined that after all these years you would remain so unchanged, Lin remarked with a smile. Just as Kakashi intended to share the future circumstances with Lin, he found himself unable to voice it, only able to sigh and hope that Lin would uncover the truth on her own. At this moment, Lin, sunset red, and Terumi Mei began to fade into an ethereal form. Upon witnessing this, Obito hurriedly attempted to grasp Lin, yet his hand merely passed through her corporeal being. It seemed Lin received some form of communication, reassuring Obito that there was no cause for concern, her mission had failed, and she was to be returned. Thus, without having accomplished much, the trio was expelled from the instance. If Kakashi had previously been lenient, it was evident that he was now fully committed to the confrontation. Lightning cutter. A surge of electricity crackled from his right hand, and before Zabuza could comprehend the situation, he was forced to retreat from the high-speed assault of the lightning cutter. Left with no choice, he wielded his decapitating blade to counter the strike. However, Zabuza had gravely underestimated the potency of the lightning cutter, as his weapon was violently hurled aside, seizing the opportunity to retreat. Zabuza soon realized that Kakashi would not grant him such an advantage, relentlessly pressing forward, determined to leave no room for escape. Seeing Kakashi's unwavering resolve, Zabuza had no choice but to halt and prepare for a counterattack. The two adversaries stood upon the water, commencing their hand seals. Boar, snake, rabbit, rat, pig, rooster. To Zabuza's astonishment, he observed that Kakashi's sequence of seals mirrored his own and even surpassed his speed. Water style, water dragon bullet. Kakashi completed his hand seals first, conjuring a water dragon that extended several meters in length. Zabuza soon finished his own seals as well. Water style, water dragon bullet. The two water dragons intertwined, yet it was evident that Kakashi's technique was far swifter, shattering Zabuza's water dragon. Just as Kakashi prepared to deliver a fatal blow with a kunai, a shuriken swiftly shot towards Zabuza, who had no time to react before collapsing. At this moment, a youth clad in the guise of a shadowy figure stepped forward. This individual is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, whom I have been pursuing. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your assistance. At this moment, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Obito had all gathered together. What is the meaning of this? Why did you not appear when we were in peril? Now that he is on the brink of death, you show up to claim credit, Naruto exclaimed indignantly. Clearly, the group had exerted considerable effort to defeat this formidable swordsman. At this moment, I spoke. This individual is the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village. Previously, I refrained from intervening as I was not his match. However, the body of Zabuza should be handled by the Mist Village, as I require it for the completion of my mission. Kakashi, upon hearing Bai's words, wished to avoid further complications and was about to acquiesce when a sudden voice pierced the air. We cannot let them escape. At that moment, he finally caught sight of Rin, Yugao, and a green-eyed ninja. Obito felt a sense of familiarity, though the specifics eluded him. Hey, what are you staring at? An irritated Terumi Mei remarked, surprised that the Uchiha had resumed his earlier scrutiny. Are you talking about me? Obito thought it must be a misunderstanding, as he had merely been contemplating where he had seen her before. At this moment, Mei Terumi has yet to evolve into the composed and dignified figure she will later become. Currently, she exhibits occasional bouts of neurosis and can be prone to minor tantrums. Kakashi gazes in astonishment at the girl before him, who bears an uncanny resemblance to her future self. At this moment, Lin from the wild field felt a sense of relief for having arrived just in time. Kakashi had nearly allowed Zabuza to escape. Lin, what is going on? Before Obito could inquire further, Haku, upon realizing that their plan had been compromised, fled with Zabuza without a backward glance. Lin sighed when she saw that Zabuza had ultimately managed to slip away. Her greatest concern had indeed come to pass. Originally, she, along with Yugao and Terumi Mei from the Mist Village, had come here and discovered that the tasks assigned by the inventory system were solely to eliminate Zabuza and his companions, swiftly forming a small coalition. However, due to the considerable distance from their birthplace, they had spent a long time tracking their trail, only to find that Zabuza had still managed to escape. But Lin, Kakashi said with a hint of anxiety as he looked at her. Lin gazed up at Kakashi, who stood a head taller than her, and couldn't help but chuckle at his current demeanor. The Kakashi she knew would never have displayed such a look. I witnessed it just now. The Umbu from the Mist Village had already pierced him with 1,000 needles. Kakashi questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Terumi Mei stepped forward. You're not aware of this, are you? This is a special technique from the Mist Village. By inserting 1,000 needles into the neck, one can create a temporary state of apparent death. She explained to everyone. Disclosing such a village secret was typically a grave taboo, yet with Zabuza's betrayal, she felt compelled to share this information. I see now why the Umbu insisted on taking Zabuza's body. Obito suddenly realized that Zabuza's companion is truly despicable. Naruto exclaimed angrily upon learning he had been deceived. Ultimately, Zabuza's escape meant that the mission of Lin and her companions had failed, and they were left with no choice but to abandon it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haku, having led Zabuza to safety over a significant distance, hurriedly employed a specialized method to awaken him. Zabuza-sensei, the mission has failed. Someone discovered our famed death technique, Haku reported. Zabuza's expression darkened. His assignment was to assassinate Tazuna and the ninja he had hired from the Leaf Village. But that cursed old man Kato had failed to mention that he was a Genin. This was not just any Genin. The name of Kakashi Hitaki was renowned throughout the ninja world. The thought of having engaged in battle with such a high-ranking Genin for a mere few million ryo nearly cost him his life. Let us go, Haku. We can't stay in the land of waves any longer, Zabuza declared to Haku. Haku felt quite perplexed, as they had yet to confront Kato to retrieve their rightful payment. As for the payment, we likely won't be able to recover it. Did you notice those 3 girls who arrived later? Zabuza recalled the aura he sensed during their feigned death. It was unmistakably that woman's presence. Terumi Mei from the Mist Village, there is no doubt about it. Although Zabuza hadn't seen her, he trusted his instincts. In that case, let us hastily withdraw from the land of waves. The Umbu from the Mist Village will likely be pursuing us shortly, Haku concurred. Little did they know, this very departure would send ripples through the unfolding narrative, allowing Zabuza and Haku to escape the land of waves. Similarly, Naruto would not encounter Haku, missing the opportunity to witness the event that would profoundly influence his life. Tazuna, too, had never anticipated that a simple bridge construction task would lead to an encounter with two elite Genin. For someone like him, who had seldom seen ninjas, this was nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, the task of the inventory system was nearing completion, with the elimination of the hunter. And since Jean had departed from the Land of Waves, it was clear that Lin and her companions would also be unable to fulfill their mission. The tasks assigned to Akatsuki and Might Guy were in direct conflict, indicating that only one group could successfully complete their objective. In this instance, Obito suddenly felt as though he were favored by the heavens, as his journey had been smooth and he was on the verge of accomplishing his task. The mere thought of it brought a joyful smile to his face. Sakura and Naruto were intensely curious about Lin's trio, while Sasuke, as usual, expressed little interest except for matters concerning the Uchiha clan and that man. At that moment, Lin noticed Kakashi's troubled expression and surmised that he might have something he wished to convey. Kakashi, it's surprising that after all these years, you haven't changed much, Lin remarked with a smile. Just as Kakashi was about to share the circumstances of the future with Lin, he found himself unable to voice it, letting out a sigh while hoping that Lin would eventually uncover the truth on her own. At this moment, Rin, Sunset Red, and Koan May gradually began to take on an ethereal quality. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Obito hastily attempted to grasp Rin, only for his hand to pass through her form. It appeared that Rin received some form of communication, reassuring Obito that there was no cause for concern, as her mission had failed, and she was about to be transported back. Thus, without having accomplished much, the three of them were extracted from the instance. A notification chimed. Rin no Era, Sunset Red, and Koan may have been eliminated. Hearing the long-awaited voice of the accounting system, Rin and the others were indeed transported out. What transpired in the instance? Narashikaku inquired, surprised at the swift elimination of the three. Consequently, only the formidable figures of Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu, Kumogakure's Jinchuriki, and our own Konoha's Might Guy and Uchiha Obito remained within the instance. At this moment, Sarutobi Sasuke approached, expressing concern for Rin before inquiring about the information he sought. He asked if she had gleaned any knowledge from the past. However, Rin, having spent little time in the replica, had not seized the opportunity to gather intelligence from bygone days. Moreover, in the final scene, it was evident that Kakashi intended to convey something significant, yet was unable to articulate it, suggesting that the replica's space forbade any disclosure. At this moment in the space of the copy, Obito once again retrieved his mission scroll, which detailed the task of escorting Dasna to the Land of Waves. They were nearing the village where Dasna resided. However, the matter of resolving the monopoly held by Kado over the Land of Waves weighed heavily on his mind. As Obito understood it, Dasna's purpose for this journey was to construct a bridge to the outside world, thereby liberating the region from Kado's exploitation. What are you pondering? Kakashi inquired. Noticing Obito's contemplative expression, could there be a change in the mission? Kakashi assumed that something had gone awry. No, I'm merely considering whether eliminating this Kado person might also alleviate the plight of the Land of Waves, Obito replied. At this moment, Kakashi also discerned the textual trap within Obito's mission scroll. Unlike Rin's scroll, which explicitly indicated the need to eliminate Zabuza, Obito's scroll afforded considerable leeway. According to Obito, they could only remain here for 3 days, and their journey thus far had already consumed a significant amount of time. Should they wait until Mr. Zabuza completed the bridge project, they would undoubtedly exceed their deadline. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi recognized the feasibility of his plan and resolved to personally eliminate Kado upon their arrival in the Land of Waves. At that juncture, the Land of Waves was in utter turmoil. Kado had not received news of Zabuza's assassination, leaving him with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Moreover, an inexplicable thick fog had suddenly enveloped the Land of Waves, shrouding the entire island in its oppressive grip. Indeed, this pervasive mist was evidently the work of the Mist Master, Hanzo, who, through the coastal geography of the Land of Waves and the chakra provided by the formidable swordfish, had expanded the range of the hidden mist technique to encompass the entire village. At this moment, both Might Guy and Yomurin had evidently sensed something amiss. Their familiarity with the unique assassination techniques of the hidden mist village was rather limited. Nevertheless, they chose to huddle together, lest they be picked off one by one. Meanwhile, Kado had ceased his wait for any news regarding Zabuza. Day after day, these ninjas were pocketing his money, boasting of their prowess, yet when it truly mattered, they proved to be unreliable. Kado pondered to himself, if he had known that Zabuza was so ineffectual, he would have been better off hiring a more competent organization. He had heard whispers of the Akatsuki, a group recently risen in the Rain Village that specialized in such tasks. Perhaps he would consider their services next time. Unbeknownst to Kado, Zabuza had already fled with Haku, and as for the mission Kado spoke of nonsense. Zabuza was not the type to sacrifice his life for a mere task. Moreover, if Kado were to hire the Akatsuki, given Kakuzu's obsession with money, it was highly probable that he would eliminate Kado and abscond with all his riches. Meanwhile, Yomurin grew increasingly agitated, unable to maintain his composure in such an oppressive environment. He had never anticipated encountering a figure so formidable within the hidden mist. A person undoubtedly among the elite Kisame Hashigaki. His strength far surpassed that of a mere Genin, nearing that of an elite Genin. In truth, Kisame had refrained from participating in the Genin exams, unlike Kakashi in the Leaf Village, as the current state of the hidden mist was rather peculiar. Kisame was remarkably perceptive, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Madara had begun to manipulate the fourth Mizukage with his Sharingan, although most of the time. The fourth Mizukage was unaware of it. After all, Madara's Genjutsu was notorious. If a mere fourth Mizukage could break free from Madara's illusion, it would severely undermine Uchiha Madara's reputation. At this moment, the appearance of a master possessing strength akin to Kakashi in front of these mere novices is nothing short of a blatant display of dominance. At this moment, Kakashi had arrived by boat at the small island where the Land of Waves was located. Something felt amiss. The fog enveloping the entire island was a clear sign of danger, and its density was at least tenfold that of the hidden mist technique. Zabuza had never anticipated becoming a unit of measurement. One Hozuki Mangetsu equated to 10 of Zabuza. Yet, the real question was, on what grounds did Kakashi make such a comparison? After all, he himself was a unit of chakra measurement. Hey, is the fog always this thick in your village? Naruto inquired, assuming it was merely a weather-related issue, addressing Tazuna. Tazuna, astonished, responded, how could things change so drastically while I was away? However, Kakashi and Sasuke were solemn expressions, clearly sensing the unsettling atmosphere. Obito, can you discern anything unusual? Kakashi requested, wanting Obito to use his Sharingan to investigate. There was no need to ask why Kakashi didn't do it himself. He simply had no chakra left. Obito's Sharingan, however, could only detect the chakra within the fog, and it was incapable of seeing further, as it was not the Byakugan. Naruto, Sakura, keep a close eye on Mr. Tazuna. Obito and Sasuke will survey the surroundings. Kakashi instructed. With that, the group ventured into the depths of the mist. At this moment, the enigmatic Akari gazes from the shadows, observing their movements. Possessing the ability to utilize the technique of hydromancy, Akari can transform into a mist, thereby concealing her presence. Has someone entered? It seems prudent to take the initiative. Akari murmurs to herself. With that, she directs the mist towards the heart of the island. Instantly, the fog surrounding Kakashi diminishes significantly, prompting him to urge his companions to hasten their pace. However, the headquarters of Kado grows increasingly dense with obscurity. Kado, feeling an involuntary tremor in his legs, finds his heart racing with anxiety, fearing an untimely demise at the hands of intruders. No, I cannot remain here. Perhaps they are seeking these individuals. I must not stay here to meet my end. Seizing the opportunity presented by the thickening mist, Kado calls upon a few subordinates, preparing to retreat. After all, he possesses ample wealth. He can return once the others have fought to their mutual destruction. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Yahiko, Rin, and Kurenai have been eliminated. Upon hearing the long-awaited voice of the assessment system, Rin and her companions are promptly transported out. What transpired among you in the instance? Nara Shikaku inquires, startled by the abrupt elimination of 3 comrades. With this turn of events, only Akari of the Mist Village, the Woodman of the Cloud Village, and our very own Might Guy and Uchiha Obito remain in the instance. At this moment, Saratobi Hizashi approached, inquiring about Rin's well-being before posing the question that had been on his mind. He asked whether she had obtained any information from the past. However, Rin, having spent little time in the replica, had not taken the opportunity to gather intelligence from bygone days. Furthermore, during the final scene, it was evident that Kakashi wished to convey something significant, yet found himself unable to articulate it, suggesting that the replica's realm forbade the disclosure of certain truths. At this moment, in the space of the mission, Obito once again retrieved his task scroll, which outlined the mission to escort Dazna to the Land of Waves. They were nearing the village where Dazna resided. However, the final section regarding the monopoly of Kado over the Land of Waves piqued Obito's interest. As far as Obito knew, Dazna's objective was to construct a bridge leading out of the Land of Waves, thereby liberating the villagers from Kado's exploitation. What are you pondering, Obito? Kakashi inquired. Noticing Obito's thoughtful expression, has there been a change in the mission? Kakashi speculated, assuming there was an issue with their assignment. No. I was merely contemplating whether eliminating this individual named Kado would alleviate the plight of the Land of Waves, Obito replied. At this moment, Kakashi also discovered the textual trap within Obito's mission scroll. Unlike Rin's scroll, which explicitly indicated the need to eliminate Zabuza, Obito's scroll allowed for considerable operational flexibility. According to Obito, they could only remain here for 3 days, and their journey had already consumed a significant amount of time. If they waited for Mr. Zabuza to complete the bridge mission, they would undoubtedly exceed the deadline. After contemplating for a moment, Kakashi recognized the feasibility of the situation and resolved to personally deal with Kado upon arriving in the Land of Waves. At this time, the Land of Waves was in turmoil. Kado had not received news of Zabuza's assassination, leaving him with an unsettling sense of apprehension. Moreover, for reasons unknown, a thick fog had suddenly enveloped the Land of Waves, trapping the entire island in its grasp. Indeed, this pervasive mist was evidently the handiwork of Mangetsu, utilizing the coastal terrain of the Land of Waves, along with the chakra provided by the Great Sword, to expand the hidden mist technique's reach to encompass the entire village. At this moment, my guy and Yamato had evidently sensed the anomaly, as they were not particularly well-versed in the clandestine assassination techniques of the hidden mist village. Nevertheless, they chose to huddle together, determined to prevent being taken down individually. Meanwhile, Kato had grown impatient, no longer willing to await news from Zabuza. These ninjas, day after day, took his money while boasting about their prowess, yet when the moment of truth arrived, they proved unreliable. Kato mused to himself that had he known Zabuza was so ineffectual, he might have opted to hire a more competent organization. He had heard whispers of the Akatsuki, a group recently on the rise from the Hidden Rain Village. Known for their expertise in such matters, perhaps he would consider their services in the future. What Kato was unaware of was that Zabuza had already absconded with Haku, leaving his assignments behind. Zabuza was not the type to sacrifice his life for a mere mission. Moreover, should Kato hire the Akatsuki, given Kakuzu's obsession with wealth, it was highly likely that he would eliminate Kato and pilfer all his money. Yamato was becoming increasingly agitated. It was impossible to maintain composure in such an oppressive environment. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable practitioner of the hidden mist techniques, an individual undoubtedly on par with the likes of the prodigious Hozuki Mangetsu. This level of prowess had long surpassed that of a mere Genin, nearing the capabilities of an elite Genin. In fact, Mangetsu had refrained from participating in the Chunin Exams, and unlike Konoha, the current state of the hidden mist village had taken on an eerie quality. Unbeknownst to them, Madara had begun to manipulate the fourth Mizukage using his Sharingan, though for the most part, the Mizukage remained oblivious. After all, those familiar with Madara's Jinjutsu understood its complexity. If a mere fourth Mizukage could break free from Madara's illusions, it would be a significant blow to Uchiha Madara's reputation. At this moment, the appearance of a master possessing the same elite strength as Kakashi before these novice Karamis is nothing short of a blatant display of superiority. At this moment, Kakashi had arrived by boat on the small island of the Land of Waves. Something felt amiss, gazing at the mist enveloping the entire island. Any sensible individual would recognize the inherent danger. The expanse of this fog was at least tenfold that of Zabuza's hidden mist technique. Zabuza could hardly fathom that he had become a unit of measurement. One Gado's full moon equated to 10 Zabuzas. The crucial point, however, was why Kakashi would make such a comparison, considering he himself was a unit of chakra measurement. Hey, does your village always have such dense fog? Naruto inquired, mistakenly believing it to be a mere weather phenomenon. Addressing Tazuna, Tazuna found it absurd. How could the situation change so drastically during his brief absence? Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sasuke wore serious expressions, clearly sensing something was amiss. Obito, can you discern any unusual circumstances? Kakashi urged, wanting Obito to utilize his Sharingan for observation. The reason for Kakashi's own lack of use was simply that his chakra was depleted. However, Obito's Sharingan could only detect the chakra within the mist. It was incapable of perceiving anything further, as it was not the Byakugan. Naruto, Sakura, keep a close watch on Mr. Tazuna. Obito and Sasuke will scout the surroundings. Kakashi instructed. With that, the group ventured forth into the shrouded mist. At this moment, Hsuki Mitsuki observed their movements from the shadows. With the ability to utilize the technique of water transformation, Hsuki Mitsuki could dissolve his form into mist, thereby concealing himself. Has someone arrived? It seems I must take the initiative, he murmured to himself. Having said that, he directed the mist towards the heart of the small island. Consequently, the surrounding fog where Kakashi was situated diminished significantly, prompting Kakashi to hastily instruct everyone to quicken their pace. However, the density of the fog at Kato's stronghold was increasing alarmingly. Kato, feeling an involuntary tremor in his legs, experienced a surge of anxiety. His heart racing as he feared an impending confrontation. No, I cannot remain here. Perhaps those who approach are in search of these individuals. I must not stay here and meet my demise. Seizing the opportunity while the mist was thick, Kato summoned a few subordinates and prepared to depart. Reassuring himself that he had ample funds, he resolved to return once the chaos ensued and the conflict had reached its zenith. At this moment, Yumu did not realize that Cardo had already departed with several trusted subordinates. After a considerable amount of time, Yumu finally turned his head and noticed Cardo's absence. That scoundrel! Yumu was instantly enraged by Cardo's reckless behavior. Kai, that fellow Cardo has left us behind. We must pursue him, Yumu declared to Kai, who was still wandering in the mist. He promptly seized one of Cardo's subordinates and, through illusionary tactics, extracted information before hastily following the direction Cardo had fled. Cardo, being merely an ordinary man, quickly became fatigued and, as he was about to call upon his remaining subordinates for support, he suddenly realized that only 3 or 4 remained by his side. Alarm bells rang in Cardo's mind. When he left, there had been over a dozen men with him. Where have the others gone? Cardo demanded of one subordinate, who appeared equally bewildered. Moments ago, they had all been fleeing, and none knew their whereabouts. Cardo, in his anger, chastised his subordinate for not observing the situation more closely, resulting in their current predicament of having only a handful left. However, as Cardo was scolding, one of his terrified subordinates interjected, "Boss, the others have also vanished." Upon hearing this, Cardo's instincts screamed that something was amiss. Years of experience told him he was being targeted. Suddenly, his sixth sense kicked in, and he sidestepped, hiding behind the last remaining subordinate. A stream of liquid, akin to a bullet, pierced through the head of his subordinate, startling Cardo with the splatter of blood. Kagami Manatsu momentarily paused, surprised that Cardo had managed to evade the attack, but quickly dismissed the thought. Water style, water iron cannon technique. This time, Kagami Manatsu did not hold back, unleashing a barrage of water projectiles towards Cardo. Just as Cardo braced for impact, Might Guy sprang into action, deftly kicking away the incoming water bullets with remarkable speed. Indeed, in critical moments, Might Guy proved to be exceptionally reliable. Realizing that Cardo had received reinforcements, Kagami Manatsu understood he could not escape the two of them. Then let us indulge fully, he declared, drawing forth his twin blades, the Hiramiki. During previous encounters, he had deemed it unnecessary to unsheath his blades, but this time, his interest was piqued. Come forth. Kagami Manatsu suddenly attacked, directing his Hiramiki towards a specific target. It turned out that Yumu had refrained from immediate engagement, opting instead to conceal himself and prepare for a surprise attack. However, Kagami Manatsu was keenly aware of his intentions and forced Yumu into the open. Now armed with the Hiramiki, Kagami Manatsu's combat prowess had nearly reached that of a Jonin, leaving Yumu unable to withstand the onslaught. Forced into a defensive stance while seeking a means to turn the tide. As Kagami Manatsu closed in, Yumu could only evade desperately. The Hiramiki, one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, indeed lived up to its reputation. In the moment he was struck and sent flying by a blade, Yumu seized the opportunity to create distance from Kagami Manatsu and began utilizing ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, rat tail bomb. Yumu expelled numerous chakra spheres, manipulating them with his fingers to control their trajectory and launch a fiery explosive attack towards Kagami Manatsu. With flames cornering him, Kagami Manatsu swiftly dodged to the side, while the rat tail bombs detonated against the wall behind him, creating chaos as they pursued him. Kagami Manatsu found himself slightly disheveled from the explosions, observing that Yumu continued to unleash ninjutsu without any signs of cessation. Water iron cannon. Double shot. Kagami Manatsu unleashed a perfected version of the water iron cannon technique, using his index fingers like pistols to fire highly compressed water bullets, doubling their power. In the original story, Kagami Suigetsu had employed this technique to shatter Akatsuki's mask. Pong. His hand shot forth a continuous stream of water projectiles, but compared to Yumu's relentless barrage of rat-tail bombs, they were akin to raindrops splattering against cotton, insignificant. A two-tailed Jinchuriki? Kagami Manatsu pondered. Though gifted, his chakra reserve was merely greater than that of an average Chunin. Yet facing a Jinchuriki revealed the stark truth. No matter the effort, he could not match his opponent. Yumu had been launching rat-tail bombs for 5 full minutes, expending over 20 chakra units, with no sign of slowing. Might Guy, astonished by Yumu's relentless use of ninjutsu, hesitated to intervene, fearing he might inadvertently become a target. Yumu unleashed several fireball attacks. Although these techniques could not compare to the full beast transformation's tailed beast bomb, they were not easily withstood by an ordinary ninja. Kagami Manatsu leapt upwards to evade the strike, aware that its force posed a significant threat. In that moment, Might Guy spotted an opening as Kagami Manatsu ascended, realizing that he could not alter his trajectory mid-air. Taking advantage of this, Might Guy struck downward with an elbow, forcefully driving Kagami Manatsu downwards. At this moment, the full moon of Ghost Lantern was about to collide with the fireball jewel, and Might Guy instinctively believed he had succeeded. However, Ghost Lantern merely chuckled lightly, indicating that success would not come so easily. The fireball jewel crashed down upon him with a thunderous roar, creating a massive crater and nearly sending Might Guy flying. Yet the figure of Ghost Lantern was nowhere to be seen. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Ghost Lantern standing before them, utterly unscathed, leaving them no time to ponder before he lunged once more at Might Guy. This time, however, in his hands was not the flatfish but a large blade, now split open. Might Guy attempted to parry the strike, but his companion, the wooden man, swiftly appeared at his side, helping him evade the blow. The dagger in Might Guy's possession was no ordinary weapon, as the wooden man elucidated. Indeed, upon realizing that the flatfish could not inflict damage on Might Guy, Ghost Lantern had opted for a different weapon. The decapitating blade, capable of siphoning blood to enhance its wielder's strength, was particularly effective against a ninja reliant on physical prowess. However, the incessant interference from the wooden man prevented the blade from absorbing any blood from Might Guy. It seemed necessary to first eliminate this bothersome foe, Ghost Lantern contemplated. Consequently, he switched to another large blade and swung it towards the wooden man, who, drawing from his experience, did not allow Ghost Lantern to close in, instead opting to unleash ninjutsu to deplete him. To their astonishment, all the ninjutsu dissipated upon striking the weapon, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the wooden figure was unable to evade and was struck upon the arm, the large blade resembling a fish sinking deeply into its flesh without relinquishing its grip, rendering the wooden figure utterly incapable of escape. The fireball jade. Guizhong Manua had anticipated this and once again employed the technique of hydromancy, transforming his entire body into liquid form, thus evading all physical assaults. The wooden figure contemplated unleashing another ninjutsu, yet suddenly sensed that the chakra within was rapidly depleting. As a Jinchuriki, it was unfathomable to experience a shortage of chakra. No, it was the blade that was siphoning off my chakra. The wooden figure instantly comprehended the situation. At this moment, Yumu had not realized that Cardo had already departed with several trusted subordinates. After a considerable amount of time, Yumu finally turned around to discover Cardo's absence. This scoundrel. Yumu was instantly infuriated by Cardo's reckless behavior. Kai, that fool Cardo has left on his own. We must pursue him, Yumu exclaimed to Kai, who was still wandering in the mist. He quickly seized one of Cardo's subordinates, extracting information through illusionary techniques, and then hurriedly set off in the direction Cardo had fled. After all, Cardo was merely an ordinary person. It wasn't long before fatigue set in. Just as he was about to call for his subordinates to support him, he suddenly realized that only 3 or 4 remained by his side. Cardo immediately sensed something amiss. He had left with a dozen men, so how could so many have vanished in such a short time? He pointed at one of his subordinates and demanded, "Do you know where the others have gone?" The questioned subordinate looked equally bewildered. They had all been fleeing together, and who could know where they had gone? Cardo angrily berated his men for not paying attention to their surroundings, leading to this predicament where only a few remained. However, just as Cardo was scolding them, one of his subordinates, in a panic, exclaimed, "Boss, the others are missing too." Upon hearing this, Cardo felt a shift in the atmosphere. Years of experience told him he was being targeted. Suddenly, his instincts screamed danger, and Cardo swiftly sidestepped, taking cover behind the last remaining subordinate. A stream of liquid, akin to a bullet, pierced through the head of his subordinate, causing Cardo to jump back in shock at the splatter of blood. Guei Dangmanyu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Cardo had managed to evade him, but quickly dismissed the thought. Water release, water iron cannon technique. This time, Guei Dangmanyu spared no effort, launching a barrage of water projectiles toward Cardo, just as Cardo braced himself for the onslaught. A powerful kick sent all the incoming water guns flying. Indeed, in critical moments, my Take-Hai proved to be remarkably reliable. Sensing Cardo's impending support, Guei Dangmanyu understood he could not evade both of them. In that case, let us engage fully. With that, Guei Dangmanyu unsheathed his twin blades. The Hiramakiri, ready for battle. Although he had previously dismissed the need to draw his weapon, this time he felt intrigued. Suddenly, Guei Dangmanyu lunged forward, his blades targeting a specific direction. In fact, Yumu had not struck immediately but had concealed himself, preparing for a surprise attack. Yet, Guei Dangmanyu wouldn't allow him to remain hidden for long, forcing Yumu to reveal himself. However, with the Hiramakiri in hand, Guei Dangmanyu's combat prowess had escalated to nearly that of a Jonin, leaving Yumu with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance while seeking a way to break free from the situation. Once Guei Dangmanyu closed in, Yumu could only dodge frantically. The Hiramakiri, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, truly lived up to its reputation. Taking advantage of a moment when he was struck and sent flying by a blade, Yumu used the momentum to distance himself from Guei Dangmanyu before unleashing a jutsu. Ninjutsu, mouse tail ball technique. Yumu expelled several chakra orbs from his mouth, manipulating them with his fingers to control their trajectory and unleash explosive flames upon Guei Dangmanyu. Cornered by the flames, Guei Dangmanyu quickly evaded to the side, while the mouse tail balls detonated against the wall behind him, creating a series of explosions as he fled. Guei Dangmanyu found himself somewhat disheveled by the blasts. Noticing that Yumu continued to unleash ninjutsu without any sign of abating. Water iron cannon, double shot. Guei Dangmanyu executed the advanced version of his clan's signature technique, using his index fingers like pistols to fire highly compressed water bullets, effectively doubling their power. In the original storyline, Guei Dangshueyu had shattered Akatsuki's mask with this very technique. Streams of water bullets erupted from his hands. Yet compared to the relentless barrage of mouse-tail balls from Yumu, they felt like mere raindrops upon cotton, producing negligible impact. Is he a two-tails Jinchuriki? Guei Dangmanyu pondered. Although gifted, his chakra reserves were merely greater than those of an average Chunin. In a confrontation with a Jinchuriki, one would inevitably find themselves outmatched. Yumu had continuously unleashed mouse-tail balls for a full 5 minutes, expending over 20 chakra points. Yet there was no sign of stopping. At this moment, my Take-Hai was also astonished by Yumu's relentless assault. It was hard to believe that someone could solely rely on ninjutsu for 5 minutes. He hesitated to intervene, fearing he might be mistakenly harmed by Yumu. Yumu then launched several fireballs. Although this technique could not compare to the full power of a tailed beast bomb, it was certainly not something an ordinary person could withstand. Guei Dangmanyu quickly leaped upward, attempting to evade the strike, as its power posed a significant threat. Seizing the opportunity while Guei Dangmanyu was airborne and unable to alter his trajectory, my Take-Hai identified a vulnerability. As Guei Dangmanyu ascended, he was caught off guard by a ninja protecting Cardo, who unexpectedly launched an attack. In that moment of unpreparedness, my Take-Hai approached and delivered a powerful elbow strike, forcefully sending Guei Dangmanyu downward. At this moment, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon was about to collide with the Fireball Jewel, and Might Guy instinctively believed he had secured victory. However, Ghost Lantern Full Moon merely chuckled lightly, for success was not so easily attained. The Fireball Jewel crashed down upon him with a resounding boom, powerful enough to threaten to send Might Guy flying. leaving a massive crater in its wake. Yet the figure of Ghost Lantern Full Moon was nowhere to be found. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Ghost Lantern Full Moon standing before them, unscathed. And before they could ponder further, he lunged once more at Might Guy. This time, however, he wielded not the flatfish but a large blade with a gaping wound. Might Guy attempted to counter this strike, but the wooden man swiftly appeared at his side, helping him evade the blow. The blade in his hand was no ordinary ninja knife, as the wooden man explained to Might Guy. Indeed. Upon realizing that the flatfish could not inflict harm upon Might Guy, Ghost Lantern Full Moon had switched to a different weapon, the decapitating sword. Capable of siphoning blood to enhance its wielder's strength, proved especially effective against a ninja reliant on physical prowess. However, the persistent interference from the wooden man prevented the decapitating sword from drawing any blood from Might Guy. It seemed that the vexatious adversary must first be dealt with. Ghost Lantern Full Moon contemplated. He then switched to yet another large blade, aiming a strike at the wooden man, who, having gained experience, offered no opportunity for close combat, and directly unleashed ninjutsu to exhaust him. Yet, to their astonishment, all ninjutsu dissipated upon striking the weapon, vanishing into thin air. At this moment, the wooden man had no time to evade and was struck, sustaining a wound to his arm, while the large blade, reminiscent of a fish, clamped down fiercely, refusing to release him and rendering him incapable of escape. The Fireball Jade. Gazai man, you had anticipated this. Once again employing the technique of liquefaction to transform his entire form into liquid, thereby evading all physical assaults. The wooden man contemplated unleashing another ninjutsu, but suddenly sensed a rapid depletion of chakra within him. As a Jinchuriki, he had never imagined a day where his chakra would be insufficient. No. It was the very blade that was siphoning his chakra, and instant comprehension dawned upon the wooden man. At this moment, the wooden puppet had already sensed something amiss. Just as Might Guy was about to step forward to offer assistance, a kunai suddenly emerged from behind him. It was then that Kaigetsu Manatsu dashed to Might Guy's rear, wielding a decapitating sword that plunged into Might Guy's body, with the blade continuously drawing the iron from his blood. At this moment, Cardo witnessed the two individuals who had been protecting him being taken down simultaneously. He could hardly afford to concern himself with them any longer and swiftly turned to continue his escape. Before long, he encountered Kakashi and his companions who had hastened to the scene. Instinctively, Cardo mistook them for allies of Mangetsu and grasped his blade, prepared to strike. At this moment, even the full moon of the Ghost Lantern could not deter Kato's reckless actions, as he remained some distance away from him. When Obito noticed someone approaching with a knife, he instinctively drew a kunai in preparation for a counterattack. Kakashi, observing this audacious display from someone devoid of chakra, was just about to intervene when he heard Dazuna's urgent cry. That person is Kato. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kakashi relinquished his opportunity to act, opting instead to allow Obito to handle the situation. At this moment, Obito had not yet taken a life. He clutched a kunai with a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing Dazna declare that this was their target, he instinctively drew the weapon. The thought that eliminating the malevolent Kato would fulfill their mission finally steeled his resolve. The outcome was predictable. Kato, even in his final moments, could not fathom why he had charged at a ninja, albeit a mere Chunin. With a chime, the mission was accomplished. The others, including Might Guy, remained indifferent, while Yuhi Kurenai regarded Obito with a profound expression, astonished that despite his strenuous efforts, he had ultimately failed. Subsequently, Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy gradually faded from view. On the other hand, Mizuki Manju found himself in a more unfortunate predicament. His task was to personally eliminate Kato's. And now that someone else had done so, his mission was undoubtedly a failure. However, Mizuki Manju did not exhibit much disappointment, merely expressing to Obito, "I hope to see you again next time." With that, he too was transported away. Obito, brimming with exhilaration, had not anticipated emerging as the last one standing. He was on the brink of being sent out of the narrative. Naruto felt a pang of sadness. He had formed a strong bond with Obito, and now, after only a short time together, Obito was set to depart. It appeared that he would not see him again. Sasuke also felt a stirring within. Over the past few days, he had come to accept this carefree companion, who, at a crucial moment, had stepped forward to save him, much like Naruto would. "Naruto, do not worry. I will be waiting for you at the Hokage position," Obito said to Naruto with a look of longing. He then turned to Sasuke, who, despite his youth, seemed to harbor deep-seated grievances. "Sasuke, you must strive as well. I believe you will resolve the doubts that weigh on your heart." Finally, as Kakashi attempted to utter something more, it was too late. He was whisked away amidst Kakashi's guilt-ridden gaze. At this moment, many individuals in Konoha eagerly awaited the return of Obito. The villagers never anticipated that this young boy from the Uchiha clan could successfully complete the final mission. Unlike the others, the elderly residents of the village incessantly praised Obito, extolling his youthful accomplishments, innate brilliance, and exceptionally kind heart. Others seemed oblivious to the fact that Obito held such high esteem within the village. Eventually, Obito gradually emerged from the light. Upon seeing the multitude gathered to welcome him, he felt a tinge of shyness, surprised by the village's recognition. He was not merely an insignificant figure in Konoha. At that moment, Kakashi approached and pulled Obito aside. "I didn't expect this," Congratulations, Kakashi remarked, revealing a rare smile. At that moment, Rin approached and remarked, indeed, Kakashi has been quite concerned about you. Obito, taken aback by the unexpected display of worry from the usually indifferent Kakashi, momentarily felt as though he were witnessing a transformation in his friend. At this moment, Kakashi, upon hearing Rin's confession, instantly reverted to his usual cold demeanor. He then desperately explained, not at all. I was merely concerned about your ability to complete the task. Congratulations to Uchiha Obito for successfully accomplishing the mission, with a completion rate of 87. The system could not help but admire your duality, one hand in chaos, the other in repose. Mission reward, choose one individual from the following list to be resurrected, with no side effects. Manjiki Sharingan, Jonin level chakra. Uchiha's ancestral fire release techniques, Uchiha fire style, firestorm dance, fire release, dragon flame song technique. At this moment, the pattern in Obito's eyes underwent a transformation, shifting from the original three-tomo to a swirling triangle, clearly evolving into the kaleidoscope level. The mission involving Zuki Mangetsu had failed, with a completion rate of 91. It's absurd to lose like this. Despite my best efforts. Reward, 5 additional years of life and the resolution of the weakness in his water transformation technique that was susceptible to lightning release. Meanwhile, the tally system reported Zuki Mangetsu's reward, leaving everyone astonished, as they did not expect that a failure would still yield a reward. The mission concerning the wooden man also failed, with a completion rate of 52. A minor setback, my teammates were not up to par. Reward, Jonin level chakra. Might Guy's mission faltered as well, with a completion rate of 49. Seriously? Are you directing this? Why didn't you open the 8 gates? Reward, elimination of the physical damage caused by the 8 gates. Kuratsuchi successfully completed her mission, with a completion rate of 9. Obito is slacking, but you're truly idling. Reward, a 10 enhancement in appearance. As everyone awaited the next rewards, they noticed a lull in activity. Noki remarked, the tally system seems erroneous. Why has my shinobi not received a reward? Kaibutsu laughed heartily, you must be joking. Your shinobi was eliminated as soon as they entered the dungeon. It's quite amusing that Noki still expects a reward. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed, indeed. Our 2 genin from Konoha also received no rewards. Kuratsuchi retorted, as if we don't know that Konoha typically reaps the most rewards. Look at my measly 10 enhancement in appearance. Is this a slight against me? Subsequently, Kuratsuchi gazed into a mirror, noticing her skin appeared even fairer, and upon further inspection, her features were pleasingly accentuated. Truly, for women, beauty surpasses all else. At this moment, Obito found himself gazing upon a resurrection list, and one name upon it rendered him momentarily speechless. Noticing Obito's dazed expression, Kakashi inquired, what is it? Is there an issue with the resurrection list? Obito shook his head, excitement illuminating his features as he revealed the list for Kakashi to see. You may choose one of the following individuals to resurrect: Hashirama Senju, Kagaya Uchiha, Niji Hyuga, the second Mizukage, Yahiko, or Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi, upon seeing the names, fell into a deep silence. It was the name of that man, the one who had transformed his ideals, the man he had once held in the highest regard. Hiruzen Sarutobi approached, his gaze falling upon the list as well. He seemed on the verge of expressing something, yet a thought appeared to stay his tongue. Kakashi's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. He desperately wished for Obito to resurrect his father, yearning to ask him countless questions, to confront him about his choices. Yet, the words remained lodged in his throat, unspoken. Logically, reviving the esteemed second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Before Kakashi could finish his thought, Obito interjected, I wish to resurrect Tsukumo Hatake. He turned his face away, as if fearing Kakashi's judgment. Do not misunderstand. It is out of admiration for Tsukumo that I make this choice, Obito declared, his voice firm, yet defensive. At this moment, the wooden figure had already sensed something amiss. Just as Might Guy was about to step forward to render assistance, a hidden ninja blade suddenly lunged from behind. It was none other than Kagetsu Mangetsu, who had stealthily approached Might Guy from the rear, brandishing a decapitating sword that pierced through Might Guy's body. In that instant, the sword began to voraciously absorb the iron from Might Guy's blood. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted at this moment. Even the full moon of the ghost lantern could not deter Kato's reckless actions, as he remained at a considerable distance from him. When Obito noticed someone brandishing a knife, he instinctively drew a kunai in preparation for a counterattack. Kakashi, observing the audacity of this chakra-less individual, was about to intervene when he heard Dazuna's urgent exclamation, this person is Kato. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kakashi relinquished the opportunity to act, opting instead to allow Obito to handle the situation. At this moment, Obito had yet to take a life. His kunai felt somewhat unwieldy in his grasp. Upon hearing Dasuna declare that this was their target, he instinctively drew the kunai. The thought that eliminating the nefarious Kato before him would fulfill their mission emboldened Obito at last. The outcome was inevitable. Kato died without comprehending why he had charged at a ninja, albeit a mere Chunin. Ding, mission accomplished, echoed the notification. The others, including Might Guy, were indifferent. While Yamuri gazed at Obito with a heavy expression, realizing that despite his prolonged efforts, he had ultimately failed. Soon after, Yamuri and Might Guy gradually faded away. Kisame, however, found himself in a more unfortunate predicament. His task was to personally eliminate Kato, and now that Kato had been slain by another, his mission was bound to end in failure as well. Yet, Kisame did not display significant disappointment. He merely addressed Obito, saying, "I hope to see you again next time." With that, he too was transported away. Obito, filled with exhilaration, never anticipated that he would emerge as the last one standing. And he was on the verge of being expelled from the scenario. Naruto felt a pang of sadness. He had always found a kindred spirit in Obito, and now, after such a brief time together, it seemed he would never see him again. Sasuke, too, experienced a flicker of emotion. He had come to accept this carefree ally, who, in a critical moment, had stepped forward to save him just as Naruto had. "Naruto, do not worry. I will be waiting for you at the position of Hokage," Obito said to Naruto, his face reflecting reluctance. He then turned to Sasuke, a member of a clan that seemed to harbor deep-seated animosities despite his youth. "Sasuke, you must strive as well. I believe you will surely resolve the uncertainties within your heart." Lastly, Kakashi wished to voice something more, but it was too late. As he met Kakashi's guilt-ridden gaze, he was whisked away from the mission. At this moment, many individuals in Konoha awaited the return of Obito. The villagers had never anticipated that this young boy from the Uchiha clan could successfully complete the final mission. Unlike others, the elderly in the village showered Obito with praise, extolling his remarkable talent, intelligence, and kind-hearted nature. Others seemed oblivious to the fact that Obito held such high esteem within the village. Finally, Obito emerged slowly from the light. Seeing so many people come to welcome him made him feel a bit shy. He had not expected to be recognized by the village, proving that he was not merely the underdog of Konoha. At that moment, Kakashi approached and pulled Obito aside, unexpectedly congratulating him with a rare smile. At that moment, Rin approached and said, "Indeed, Kakashi has been quite worried about you." Obito was taken aback to realize that the usually indifferent Kakashi could actually harbor such concern for him. It was as if Kakashi had transformed into an entirely different person. At that moment, Kakashi, upon hearing Rin's revelation, instantly reverted to his usual expression of cold indifference. He then fervently explained, "No, I merely worry whether you can accomplish the task. Congratulations to Uchiha Obito for completing the mission. With a success rate of 87, the system cannot help but admire you. One hand in chaos, the other at rest. Mission reward. Choose one individual from the following list to resurrect, with no side effects: the Manjiki Sharingan, high-ranking ninja-level chakra, and the Uchiha clan's ancestral fire techniques: Uchiha Fire Formation, Fire Release, Blazing Wind Dance, Fire Release, Dragon Flame Song Technique." At this moment, the pattern in Obito's eyes undergoes a transformation, shifting from the original three-tomo to a spinning triangle, clearly evolving to the kaleidoscopic level. The mission of Hozuki Mangetsu has failed, with a completion percentage of 91. It's absurd to lose like this after putting in so much effort. Reward: 5 additional years of life and the resolution of the weakness of the water release technique being countered by lightning release. Meanwhile, the tally system also reports Hozuki Mangetsu's reward, surprising everyone. They did not expect that failure would still yield a reward. The mission of the Wooden Man has failed. With a completion percentage of 52, a minor setback, my teammates were not up to par. Reward: Jonin level chakra. Might Guy's mission has failed. With a completion percentage of 49, seriously, my friend, are you directing this? Why not open the 8 gates? Reward: elimination of the physical drawbacks caused by the 8 gates. Conan's mission has been completed. With a completion percentage of 9, sister, Obito is slacking, but you are truly idle. Reward: a 10-point enhancement in appearance. As they eagerly await the subsequent rewards, the others notice a lack of further announcements. Noki, the tally system seems flawed. Why has my hunter from Awagakure received no reward? Cade, this is quite amusing. Your hunter was eliminated the moment he entered the dungeon, and Noki still expects a reward, which is truly laughable. Saratobi Hiruzen, indeed. Our 2 genin from Konoha also received no rewards. Conan, who doesn't he know that Konoha receives the most rewards? Look at what I obtained, a mere 10 points in appearance enhancement. Is this a slight against me? Kak. Subsequently, Conan gazes into a mirror. Noticing her skin appears fairer and more delicate, upon further examination, her features are indeed perfectly sculpted. It is evident that beauty holds paramount importance for women. At this moment, Obito found himself gazing at a resurrection list, and one name on it rendered him momentarily speechless. Noticing Obito's dazed expression, Kakashi inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the resurrection list?" Obito shook his head, excitement flickering across his features as he revealed the list for Kakashi to see. You may choose one of the following individuals to resurrect: Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Kagami, Hyuga Niji, the second Mizukage, Yahiko, or Hitaki Tsukumo. Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence upon seeing the names. It was the man who had profoundly altered his ideals, the one he had once revered above all. Saratobi Hiruzen approached, glancing at the list, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately deciding against it, as if remembering something unspoken. Kakashi's heart was a tumult of emotions. He desperately yearned for Obito to bring back his father, burdened with countless questions about his choices. Yet, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to articulate them. Logically, resurrecting the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, would be the most prudent choice. However, before Kakashi could finalize his thoughts, Obito had already made his decision. I wish to resurrect Lord Tsukumo Hatake. With that, Obito turned his face away, as if fearing judgment from Kakashi. Do not misunderstand. My choice stems from profound respect for Tsukumo. Obito insisted defiantly. As he spoke, figures began to materialize on the screen, and anticipation filled the air. In a short while, the image grew increasingly vivid until ultimately, Tsukumo Hatake was resurrected. Regarding Tsukumo's demise, there were various theories. Some believed he had fallen victim to the third Hokage's jealousy, while others speculated that he had succumbed to the weight of village gossip and taken his own life. Yet now, as Tsukumo stood before Kakashi, the latter found himself overwhelmed with a mixture of emotions, unsure of where to begin. In the present, Kakashi had yet to grasp his father's complexities. Later, during Pain's assault on the Leaf Village, Kakashi would finally come to understand the choices Tsukumo made. Is this the Leaf Village? Am I not already upon opening his eyes? Tsukumo was greeted by many familiar faces, including his son, Kakashi Hatake. Congratulations, Tsukumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, brimming with joy. Tsukumo, slightly taken aback by the presence of the third Hokage, soon relaxed. After all, he had experienced death once already. Understanding the resurrection system, Tsukumo turned his gaze towards the young boy responsible for his revival. Thank you for giving my son a good talking to, he remarked. Obito waved his hand dismissively, replying, Not at all. Kakashi has always been my closest companion. Tsukumo smiled softly, realizing that even after his passing, Kakashi had not remained in despair. Now that Tsukumo has returned, I shall entrust the leadership of the Umbu to him. Upon hearing Sarutobi's intention to hand over the Umbu once more, Tsukumo politely declined, stating, No, third Hokage. I have not spent enough time with Kakashi for far too long. I wish to be by his side during this time. At this moment, Hatake Tsukumo had come to a realization and no longer desired to assume a position within the Umbu. Kakashi, on the other hand, wore a visage of deep embarrassment, astonished that his father would utter such words in the presence of the third Hokage. As the ninja world took stock of its powerhouses, the list included the formidable Akatsuki, a man who had battled against a deity, and the fourth Reikage, who brazenly proclaimed himself to be a warrior who had faced the divine. Such audacity was indeed astounding. Then there was Hanzo the Salamander, wondering if this individual might be a former adversary of his own. Koharu Udatane pondered aloud, questioning whether Hanzo's previous encounters might elevate his standing even further. The others gazed with intrigue at this man who had fought a god, if memory served. The legendary Sannin had managed to survive at Hanzo's hands, earning their esteemed titles. Given this context, one might speculate whether the Sannin could also find themselves on the list of the powerful. The current state of the Sannin was one of fragmentation. Tsunade had departed from Konoha, Jiraiya was wandering the land in search of the so-called child of destiny, and Orochimaru had transformed into a figure obsessed with human experimentation. At that moment, Jiaodu could not have anticipated that he had been exposed, nor could he have foreseen that his battle with that individual would also be revealed. At this moment, Kakuzu, although not yet a member of the Akatsuki organization, had already gained notoriety as a notorious bounty in the underworld. Kakuzu, an elite member of the former Takigakure village and one of the Akatsuki members, was partnered with Haiden. He possessed a secret technique known as Earthgrudge Fear, which allowed him to manipulate black tendrils released from his body using chakra to seize the hearts of others. Remarkably, he could store up to 5 hearts within himself, extending his lifespan by replacing his own heart with those he had taken, earning him the moniker of one who shares a lifespan with the heavens and the earth. What? Does that mean as long as he continues to take others' hearts, he can live forever? Exclaimed Obito incredulously. This individual known as Kakuzu likely has no concept of mortality, stated Minato with a grave expression. With this ninjutsu alone, he could achieve immortality. Kakuzu mused, I never anticipated that I would be acknowledged by the inventory system, and that I might join the Akatsuki in the future. How intriguing. At this moment, the Akatsuki organization established by Yahiko had gained notoriety within the ninja world, and many well-informed individuals were aware of the existence of a group that yearned for peace. Hanzo of the Salamander remarked, Are you not the defeated foe I once encountered? How laughable that you leave no impression whatsoever. Upon witnessing Hanzo proclaiming himself as his vanquished opponent on the screen, Kakuzu's countenance darkened. Who do you think you are? You foul-smelling fish. Seeking attention from afar and claiming to have bested me. How audacious. Kakuzu retorted, Silence, you old fool. You hardly deserve such respect. The crowd was taken aback by Kakuzu's vehement reaction, particularly Hanzo, who was publicly insulted in front of so many in the ninja realm. Hanzo responded, Very well. You have some gall. Should you dare to come to the village hidden in the rain, I assure you, you shall not fare well. Yet, Kakuzu remained unfazed to him. Hanzo had once been a formidable warrior, but now he was merely a high-value target hiding within the rain village. Noki inquired, Is this gentleman named Kakuzu not one who has clashed with Hanzo? Others were equally curious. Aside from Hanzo, who else could be deemed a god? Kakuzu smirked disdainfully, seemingly unimpressed by the comparison. The first leaf ninja I remember engaging with was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Noki gasped. What? Could it possibly be that esteemed individual? Sarutobi Hiruzen noted. If the ranking system is to be believed, then this fellow truly hails from the same era as Lord Hashirama. While many were unaware of the first Hokage's prowess, older figures like Noki could never forget the awe they felt in the presence of Hashirama's overwhelming strength. If other ninjutsu were but a trickle, then Hashirama's techniques were akin to a vast ocean, seemingly devoid of any flaw, if one had to point out a fault. It might be that his intellect was somewhat lacking. The Leaf villagers were left astounded. This man named Kakuzu had indeed crossed blades with Lord Hashirama and lived to tell the tale. At this moment, Kakuzu seemed to be transported back to that fateful battle when he undertook the assassination of the first Hokage. The godlike ninjutsu he encountered remained an indelible memory in his life. The sage art would release. True Thousand's hands saw Hashirama enter sage mode in an instant. His hands clasped together as he summoned a colossal statue of Cannon, adorned with countless massive arms. The statue towered over 100 meters, rendering even the tailed beasts deemed ultimate weapons mere toys in the presence of that man. Hanzo the Salamander scoffed, dismissing Hashirama as nothing more than a self-glorifying figure. Had they existed in the same era, he would have shown him what true godlike power entailed. Kakuzu was taken aback by Hanzo's audacity. It was evident he had never endured the first Hokage's might. Only Inoki had witnessed the prowess of the two founding figures of Konoha, while Hanzo was merely a man elevated to divine status by those who had never encountered a true deity. Hanzo could never reach the heights of Lord Hashirama. As these thoughts unfolded, figures began to materialize on the screen, and anticipation filled the air. Soon, the image of Tsukumo Hatake was resurrected. Concerning Tsukumo's death, some believed he was envied by the third Hokage, who ultimately conspired against him, while others speculated he succumbed to the village's slander and took his own life. Yet now, as Tsukumo stood before Kakashi, the latter was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions, unsure where to begin. At present, Kakashi had yet to comprehend his father's choices. However, later, during Pain's assault on Konoha, he would come to understand Tsukumo's decisions after witnessing him in the afterlife. Is this Konoha? Am I not already? Tsukumo Hatake's eyes fluttered open to reveal many familiar figures, including his son, Kakashi. Congratulations, Tsukumo, exclaimed Hiruzen Sarutobi, approaching with evident joy. Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback by the presence of the third Hokage, but he soon relaxed. He had already faced death once. Understanding the resurrection system, he glanced at the young boy responsible for his return. Thank you for teaching my son a lesson, Tsukumo remarked. Obito waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Kakashi has always been my closest companion. Tsukumo smiled, realizing that even after his passing, Kakashi had not succumbed to despair. Since Tsukumo has returned, let him assume the role of the Umbu leader, suggested Hiruzen. Upon hearing the third Hokage's intention to hand the Umbu back to him, Tsukumo firmly declined. No. Lord Third Hokage, I have not spent enough time with Kakashi. I wish to remain by his side during this period. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake had come to a realization. He no longer wished to assume a position within the Umbu. Meanwhile, Kakashi wore an expression of profound embarrassment, unable to fathom that his father would utter such words in the presence of the third Hokage. In the realm of shinobi, a recounting of power revealed the formidable figures of the shinobi world. 18. Kakuzu, a man who had battled against the divine. The fourth Raikage remarked, what audacity. To dare to proclaim himself as one who has fought against the gods. How arrogant can one be? Hanzo of the Salamander pondered. Could this be a former adversary of mine? Karina Yui mused, if that is the case, wouldn't Hanzo's ranking be even higher? Others regarded this man, who had clashed with the divine, with intrigue. If memory serves, the legendary Sannin had survived their encounter with Hanzo, earning the title of Sannin themselves. If so, could it be that the Sannin might also find themselves on the list? The Sannin, as they stand today, appear to be on the brink of disintegration. Tsunade Senju has departed from Konoha. Jiraiya has set forth on a journey in search of the so-called child of destiny. And Orochimaru has transformed into a figure consumed by the obsession with human experimentation. At this moment, Jiaodu had not anticipated that he would be exposed. Nor did he foresee that his previous battle with that individual would also come to light. At this moment, Kakuzu, although not a member of the Akatsuki, had already attained considerable notoriety as a bounty hunter in the underground world, a former elite of the Takigakure village. He was one of the Akatsuki's members and a partner to Haiden, possessing the secret technique known as Doton, Dynamiku Ida. He could manipulate black tendrils released from within his body using chakra, thus seizing the hearts of others. Remarkably, he could store up to 5 hearts within himself, extending his life by replacing his own heart with those he had taken, earning him the title of one who shares longevity with the heavens and the earth. What? Does that mean he can live forever as long as he continues to take others' hearts? Obito exclaimed in disbelief. This man named Kakuzu likely has no concept of mortality. Minato remarked gravely. With such a jutsu, he could indeed achieve immortality. Kakuzu mused, I never imagined that I would be recognized by a counting system, and in the future, I might join the Akatsuki. How intriguing. At this moment, the Akatsuki organization established by Yahiko had gained considerable fame within the shinobi world, and many well-informed individuals were aware of the existence of this peace-seeking group. Hanzo the Salamander remarked, "Are you truly the defeated foe I once encountered? How absurd. For I have no recollection of you whatsoever." Upon seeing Hanzo boastfully declare himself as the conqueror of his past, Kakuzu's expression darkened considerably. Where did this putrid, salted fish emerge from? Seeking attention from afar, and to claim defeat at your hands? What audacity you possess! Kakuzu retorted, "Silence, you fool. You dare presume to speak to me?" The onlookers were taken aback by Kakuzu's vehement response, particularly Hanzo, who was publicly addressed as an old man in front of so many in the shinobi world. Hanzo replied, "Very well, you have some guts. Should you dare to visit the village hidden in the rain, I assure you, you shall not find a pleasant fate." However, Kakuzu remained unfazed in his eyes. Hanzo was merely a former warrior, now reduced to a mere bounty target hiding in the rain village. Noki inquired, "Is it not true that this gentleman, Kakuzu, has crossed blades with Hanzo the Salamander?" Others were equally intrigued. Apart from Hanzo, who else could claim to be a god? Kakuzu smirked disdainfully. Seemingly unimpressed by any comparison to Hanzo, he declared, "The first shinobi I remember engaging with was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju." Noki gasped, "What? Could it truly be that esteemed individual?" Saratobi Hiruzen added, "If the reports from the system hold any truth, then this fellow may indeed be from the same era as Lord Hashirama." While many were unaware of the first Hokage's prowess, those of greater age, like Noki, could never forget the overwhelming strength displayed by the first Hokage of Konoha. If the techniques of others resembled a gentle stream, Hashirama's abilities surged forth like a vast ocean. It seemed impossible to find flaws in this man, save for perhaps a slight lack of common sense. The members of Konoha were astonished to learn that this man, Kakuzu, had once faced Lord Hashirama and emerged alive. At this moment, Kakuzu seemed to be transported back to that fateful battle, when he undertook the assassination mission against the first Hokage. The divine techniques wielded by that legendary figure were indelibly etched in Kakuzu's memory. Sage art would release. True Thousand's hands, Senju Hashirama instantly entered sage mode, his palms pressed together, summoning a colossal statue of cannon adorned with countless massive arms, towering over 100 meters. Even the tailed beasts, regarded as ultimate weapons, appeared merely as toys in the presence of that man. Hanzo the Salamander remarked, "What is Senju Hashirama, if not a self-aggrandizing figure? Had he lived in my era, I would have shown him what true divine power entails." Kakuzu was utterly astonished. Was Hanzo truly so arrogant? It was evident that he had never endured the first Hokage's formidable assault. Only Inoki had witnessed the prowess of those two founders of Konoha, while Hanzo was merely a man elevated to godhood by those who had never encountered divinity. Hanzo could never reach the heights of Lord Hashirama. At this juncture, Kakuzu was undoubtedly perceived as a being of the same caliber as Lord Hashirama. When the question arose regarding how Kakuzu and the first Hokage engaged in combat, a collective silence enveloped the crowd. "Goodness, how does this differ from what you claimed? Did you really mean a confrontation from 800 meters away? Or being utterly defeated by a wooden clone?" Kakuzu quickly sought to clarify his position. Kakuzu insisted, "It was not like that, I assure you." However, he found himself at a loss for words, for being bested by Senju Hashirama with a single blow was hardly distinguishable from the other outcomes. They all led to the same conclusion. Hanzo interjected, "I told you so. There is no way he is as formidable as you all suggest, a man like that. I could easily take on 10. Hanzo re-emerged, seemingly compelled to prove himself after being dismissed moments earlier. Kakuzu glowered at the insufferable pest, vowing to eliminate him in the future. Kakuzu declared, "So you are Hanzo the Salamander. I shall remember you. You had best hope your bounty is not too high, or else I shall claim your head." Yahiko interjected, "You must not speak of Lord Hanzo in such a manner." Nagato echoed, "Yahiko is correct." Conan added, "Indeed. Both Yahiko and Nagato are right." At this moment, a few nameless ninjas suddenly appeared, much to Kakuzu's displeasure. He vowed to teach these audacious youths a lesson in due time. In truth, Yahiko and his companions had long been observing the inventory system, but they refrained from responding too openly to avoid drawing attention. Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Jiraiya had also recognized his students, surprised to see them again after all this time. Yahiko, at this early stage, had just graduated and held a deep respect for Jiraiya, not yet having reached the point of confrontation. Moreover, at this juncture, Yahiko truly admired Hanzo for single-handedly protecting the hidden rain village, naturally disapproving of any disparagement towards him. Inoki, by the way, how did Kakuzu end up defeated by the first Hokage? Hanzo, do we even need to ponder that? He must have tossed a kunai from 800 meters away. Narashikaku, though I have never witnessed Lord Hashirama's might, I am certain he would not easily let go of someone attempting to assassinate him. Saratobi Hiruzen, why does hearing your words make me inclined to choose option D? Obito, it must be that Lord First Hokage generously spared you. I choose D. Before anyone else could respond, Obito decisively declared his choice, revealing a similarity between his character and that of Naruto and Hashirama, leading them to such assumptions. Inoki, I shall choose C, for Lord Hashirama's power is beyond our comparison. Hanzo, I choose A. I refuse to believe that Kakuzu possesses such formidable strength. At this moment, Hans adamantly refuses to acknowledge Kakuzu, finding him utterly displeasing regardless of the perspective. Terumi remarks, given that he has survived for such a long time and possesses the formidable entity of Land of Water's grievance, he must surely be able to contend with the first Hokage. I choose option B. Dans interjects, what do you know? The strength of the first Hokage could easily vanquish an unknown ninja. I select option C. For Dans cannot fathom that Hashirama would be so foolish, or rather, so benevolent, as to spare someone who came to assassinate him, thus resolutely choosing option C. Ding. The final answer is D. After Hashirama unleashes his true thousand-handed technique to defeat Kakuzu, he chooses to let him go. Congratulations to Uchiha Obito, Noararin, Namikaze Minato, Kakuzu, Yahiko, Tsunade, and Orochimaru for answering correctly. This time, a total of 7 individuals answered correctly, among them Kakuzu, who certainly remembers how he was defeated by Lord Hashirama. Tsunade is also acutely aware of her grandfather's character. He would undoubtedly perform such an act. Perhaps Orochimaru too understands his grandfather's nature, which led him to select option D. As for the others, Yahiko and Minato clearly believe that the first Hokage is indeed such a person. Those who answered incorrectly are left speechless. The first Hokage, who could even spare his would-be assassin, is that not a bit absurd? After all, Kakuzu was sent by the village hidden in the water. Would he truly be released just like that? Below is the list of those punished: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hans of the Salamander, Noki, Terumi, Dans, the 4th Raikage A, and Narashikaku. The punishment entails a random deduction of 5 ninjutsu techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly realizes that indeed, 5 ninjutsu techniques have vanished from his mind. However, they are merely B-rank techniques, insignificant to someone of his scholarly stature in the ninja world. Others have also lost a few techniques, but the impact is minimal. Only Dans appears visibly distressed, discovering that Izanagi, the seal of 4 symbols, and several other techniques have completely disappeared from his mind. Terumi exclaims, is this a joke? I finally mastered the water dragon bullet technique, and now it's been stripped from me. Sarutobi Hiruzen responds, it matters not. Who would bother with such a technique requiring over 20 hand seals? Besides, we in Konoha have an improved version of the water dragon bullet that requires only a few seals to release. What? Who on earth is the village hidden in the mist? Why are your techniques so much simpler than those of other ninja villages? Terumi retorts, fuming. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarks, this brings to mind the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju's water techniques. Many in the ninja world are aware of Tobirama Senju, known for his exceptionally powerful water release techniques. Reputedly capable of executing vast areas of water release even in the absence of water. Terumi, filled with indignation, thinks, cursed Konoha, do not think to tempt me. She is deeply angered, as she is a talented and beautiful kunoichi from the village hidden in the mist, destined to become the future 5th Mizukage. How could she possibly ally herself with Konoha? It is utterly absurd. However, the thought of the simplified water dragon bullet technique is indeed tempting. And she has heard that Konoha boasts far more handsome men than other places. No, Terumi, how can you succumb to such thoughts? You are destined to be the Mizukage. She silently vows. She resolves to become the Mizukage first, and then seek a partner. At which point, she will have a plethora of handsome suitors to choose from. At this moment, Kakuzu is undoubtedly regarded by the others as being on par with Lord Hashirama. The question arises, how did Kakuzu and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, engage in battle? A. Kakuzu threw a shuriken at Hashirama from 800 meters away before hastily fleeing. B. Kakuzu and Hashirama exchanged blows, ultimately ending in a draw. C. Kakuzu was utterly defeated by Hashirama's wood clone technique. D. Kakuzu was knocked down by Hashirama's true thousand-handed technique, after which Hashirama, seeing that Kakuzu had not harmed him, chose to let him leave. As soon as the question is posed, everyone falls silent. Goodness, this is not what you described. They exclaim. Are you suggesting that the confrontation involved a shuriken thrown from 800 meters away, or that he was defeated by a mere wood clone? Kakuzu hastily attempts to explain himself. It was not like that, I assure you. However, he feels embarrassed to continue, as being defeated by Hashirama's single move is not markedly different from the others' experiences. Hans interjects, I told you. How could anyone be as formidable as you claim? I could easily take on 10 such individuals. At this moment, Hans resurfaces, seemingly compelled to prove himself after being underestimated. Kakuzu glares at this insufferable fly re-emerging and thinks, I must eliminate him another day. Kakuzu declares, Hans of the Salamander, I have taken note of you. You had better hope your bounty is not too high. Otherwise, I will take your head. Yahiko retorts, you must not speak so of Lord Hans. Conan adds, Yahiko is correct. Nagato concurs, what Yahiko and Conan say is true. At this moment, a few nameless ninjas appeared out of nowhere, much to Kakuzu's dismay. He resolved to teach these audacious youths a lesson in due time. In truth, Yahiko and his companions had long been attentive to the inventory system, yet they refrained from responding too openly to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Jiraiya had also recognized his former students, astonished that he could see them once more. Yahiko, at this stage just having embarked on his journey, held great respect for Jiraiya, far from the point of future confrontations. Furthermore, at this juncture, Yahiko truly admired Hans for his solitary defense of Amigakure, and he would not allow anyone to belittle Hans's accomplishments. Noki, by the way, how did Kakuzu actually lose to the first Hokage? Hans, do I even need to think about it? He undoubtedly threw a shuriken from 800 meters away. Narashikaku, though I have never witnessed Lord Hashirama's might firsthand. I believe he would not easily let a would-be assassin go unpunished. Sarutobi Hiruzen, why do I feel inclined to choose option D upon hearing your words? Obito, it must be that the first Hokage had a multitude of opportunities to spare you. I choose D. Before others could respond, Obito decisively declared his choice, suggesting a resemblance in character between him, Naruto, and Hashirama, leading them to think alike. Noki, I will choose C, as Lord Hashirama's strength is beyond our comparison. Hans, I choose A. I simply refuse to believe that Kakuzu possesses such formidable skill. At this moment, Hans adamantly refused to acknowledge Kakuzu, finding him utterly displeasing from every angle. Terumi Mei remarked, given his longevity in the existence of such formidable entities as the Grudge of the Earth, it stands to reason that he could rival the first Hokage. I choose option B. Danzo interjected, what do you understand? The strength of the first Hokage would effortlessly defeat an unknown ninja. I select option C. Danzo harbored doubts that Hashirama would be so foolish, so benevolent, as to let go of someone who sought to assassinate him, leading him to decisively choose option C. A chime sounded, and the final answer was revealed, D. After Hashirama unleashed his Thousand Arms technique to vanquish Kakuzu, he chose to let Kakuzu depart. Congratulations to Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, Namikaze Minato, Kakuzu, Yahiko, Tsunade, and Orochimaru for answering correctly. This time, a total of 7 individuals answered correctly, among them Kakuzu, who certainly recalled how he was defeated by Hashirama. Tsunade was equally aware of her grandfather's character. He would undoubtedly commit such an act. Perhaps Orochimaru also understood his grandfather's nature, leading him to select D. As for the others, Yahiko and Minato evidently believed that the first Hokage possessed such a character. Those who answered incorrectly were left speechless. The first Hokage letting go of an assassin seemed absurd. After all, Kakuzu was sent by Takigakure. How could he simply allow him to escape? The following individuals were subjected to punishment: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hans of the Salamander, Inoki, Terumime, Danzo, the Fourth Raikage A, and Narashikaku. Punishments randomly resulted in the deduction of 5 ninjutsu techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly recalled that indeed, 5 ninjutsu had vanished from his mind, albeit they were merely B-rank techniques, inconsequential to him as a scholar of the ninja world. Others similarly lost a few techniques, but it had minimal impact. Only Danzo appeared visibly distressed, realizing that his Anaji, the 4-symbol seal, and several other techniques had completely disappeared from his memory. Terumi Mei exclaimed, is this a joke? My hard-earned mastery of the water dragon technique has been stripped away. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, it matters not. Who would bother with a technique requiring over 20 hand signs? However, we in Konoha possess an improved version of the water dragon technique that necessitates only a few signs for execution. Terumi Mei retorted, what? Who exactly is the Hidden Mist Village? Why are your techniques so much more convenient than those of other villages? Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. This brings to mind the second water shadow. No, the second Hokage Tobarama Senju's water release. Many in the ninja world were familiar with Tobarama Senju, who wielded powerful water release techniques rumored to be capable of performing extensive water techniques even in arid conditions. Terumi Mei thought angrily, cursed Konoha, you shall not tempt me. As a gifted and beautiful kunoichi from the Hidden Mist, destined to become the 5th Mizukage, how could she possibly ally with Konoha? It was utterly laughable. Yet, the idea of a water dragon technique that required only a few hand signs was indeed tempting. And she had heard that Konoha was home to many more handsome men than elsewhere. No. Terumi Mei, how can you fall so low? You aspire to be Mizukage. She vowed silently. She resolved to become Mizukage first and then seek a partner, at which point she could choose from a multitude of handsome suitors. Those who answered correctly were rewarded. Uchiha Obito received would release chakra. Noera Rin was awarded the Baika no Jutsu. Namikaze Minato received the Uzumaki clan physique. Kakuzu was granted 100 million Ryo. Yahiko earned Jonin chakra. Tsunade was rewarded with a cure for her hemophobia. And Orochimaru received an extension of 5 years to his lifespan. With a beep, the reward system descended with the prizes for the correct respondents. Orochimaru remarked, how intriguing. It can directly grant lifespan. The snake sage licked his lips, speaking fervently, the greatest allure for me is immortality. Presently, I have begun researching Hashirama's cells. At this moment, Tsunade gazed at the rewards presented by the inventory system with a look of disbelief, astonished that the hemophobia that had troubled her for years had been miraculously cured. She turned to Shizen and said, Shizen, please make a small incision on my arm. At this moment, Tsunade could hardly believe that the inventory system had healed her. So she had to let Shizen take action. Tsunade extended her snow-white arm, allowing Shizen to carve a wound upon it. As crimson blood trickled down her arm, Tsunade felt an absence of fear. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Did this mean that the inventory system could truly resurrect the deceased? Having left the village due to her hemophobia, Tsunade had brought only her injured niece, Shizen. If this were indeed true, a surge of hope filled Tsunade's heart. She was determined to revive her brother and her niece. With that thought, she promptly instructed Shizune, and the two prepared to return to Konoha. The ninja world began to buzz with anticipation, eager to witness this ninja from 800 meters away. No, to behold the infamous bounty hunter, Kakuzu. In the scene, Kakuzu was seen arriving at a temple accompanied by Haiden. It was immediately recognizable as the fire temple located in the Land of Fire. Yet no powerful entities were known to have emerged from there. At this moment, the individuals were still unaware of the existence of the Temple of Fire and Earth. For in their current understanding, it seemed merely to be slightly larger than a mere structure associated with Obito. Haiden, with his characteristic nonchalance, exclaimed, "Hey, Ku, isn't this just a temple? Is it truly possible for anything significant to be found within?" To which Kakuzu replied, "I am uncertain. However, this is no ordinary temple, and the likelihood of something remarkable being here is quite high." At this moment, Kakuzu and Haiden were tasked with capturing tailed beasts. The unfortunate Haiden remained oblivious to the fact that Kakuzu had come here solely for the bounty of 30 million. Unaware of the true purpose, Haiden was filled with excitement, preparing to make his move, believing that tailed beasts resided within. Upon reaching the door, they discovered that a sealing technique had been applied. Unless the occupants inside chose to open it voluntarily, forcing entry from the outside would require considerable effort. To their surprise, Kakuzu effortlessly shattered the door with a single punch. Undeterred by the impact, the resounding crash startled the monks meditating within the temple, who were not merely practitioners of chanting and sitting. The Buddhist sect also possessed fierce guardians. As the monks emerged to investigate the commotion, some hurried to report to the head monk, Dilu, at the Temple of Fire. They soon recognized the visitors. One monk identified them by their distinctive cloaks. The remaining monks were taken aback upon hearing the name Akatsuki, never expecting to attract such formidable adversaries. Konoha's Mei remarked, "By the way, Kakuzu, have you heard of this Akatsuki organization? Why do these monks appear so terrified?" Kakuzu replied, "Why would I know? In my eyes, the Akatsuki organization pales in comparison to the importance of money." Yahiko interjected, "Hey, our Akatsuki is an organization that cherishes peace. I will not permit such remarks." Mei retorted, "Peace? More like nuclear devastation." Yahiko was rendered speechless by Mei's words, for the duo of Kakuzu and Haiden had already begun a ruthless slaughter, showing no regard for their surroundings, indiscriminately killing anyone in sight. Stop. At this moment, a monk resembling a leader finally arrived. Observing the carnage strewn across the ground, Dilu could no longer suppress his fury despite his devotion to the Buddha. Upon seeing his target finally appear, Kakuzu abandoned the ordinary monks. "You two have come to my Temple of Fire to wreak havoc. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, you may not leave this temple alive," Dilu stated with a grave expression. It was said that legendary monks possessed extraordinary powers known as the talents of the immortal race. Particularly the head monk of the Temple of Fire, Dilu, who had a bounty of 30 million placed upon him. Kakuzu cautioned Haiden, "Do not underestimate them. It could cost you your life." However, Haiden paid no heed to this warning, exclaiming, "I am immortal. Do you think your words hold any weight?" Without further ado, Haiden charged forward, scythe in hand. At this moment, Dilu wore a grave expression as he assumed his stance. Behind him materializing a manifestation reminiscent of the true thousand hands of Senju Hashirama. However, the thousand-handed guanyin before him appeared to be an entity forged from the very essence of celestial powers, distinctly different from the true thousand hands created by Hashiramas would release. Haiden paid no heed to these distinctions. He swung his scythe directly at Dilu's head. Before he could even glimpse the thousand-handed guanyin, he was met with a barrage of punches, caught off guard as the guanyin relentlessly pummeled him. Just as Haiden managed to rise, he was sent flying once more. In a fit of rage, Dilu bellowed, prompting the guanyin to enter a state of fury, transforming into a wrathful king. With crimson chakra enveloping his fists, the guanyin unleashed a relentless assault on Haiden. Now, Haiden found himself unable to descend from the heavens, as Dilu delivered a final strike that sent Haiden hurtling away. At this moment, Haiden was battered and bruised. He finally comprehended that the individual before him was not a Jinchuriki, but rather Kakuzu, who was coveting the bounty. "Hey, Kakuzu. This guy is clearly not a Jinchuriki." Before Haiden could voice his grievances, Kakuzu activated his Earth Grudge fear technique. He integrated the fire mask and wind mask into his shoulders, binding the ground with black threads. Subsequently, he aimed at the ground and unleashed fire release, head hardening and wind release, pressure damage. A torrent of flames, akin to the sea, erupted from the mouth of the Earth Grudge fire mask, instantly expanding upon contact with the ground. At that moment, the ground had no option but to transform into its king form to withstand Kakuzu's fire attacks. Meanwhile, the other wind mask released a high-pressure wind ball, creating a vortex that relentlessly battered the ground, leaving it marred with wounds in an instant. Inoki remarked, "This Kakuzu can simultaneously wield two immensely powerful ninjutsu." Minato added, If I am not mistaken, the key lies within the masks on his shoulders. He can utilize these two masks to unleash corresponding ninjutsu. Kakuzu responded, indeed. You are the yellow flash of Konoha. This is the unique secret technique of Takigakure, Earth Grudge Fear. This technique allows one to preserve the still-beating hearts of fallen ninja to extend their lifespan and assimilate new chakra properties from the veins of other ninjas' hearts. Each heart that Kakuzu has acquired possesses a distinct chakra nature, granting him the ability to adeptly utilize 5 variations of chakra and unleash their utmost power. The mask monsters generated through Earth Grudge Fear can release these techniques individually or combine them to enhance their potency. Those who answered correctly received rewards. Obito Uchiha was awarded with Release Chakra. Rin Noera received the 100 Healings technique. Minato Namikaze was granted the Uzumaki clan's physique. Kakuzu earned a bounty of 100 million Ryo. Yahiko received Jonin-level chakra. Tsunade was rewarded with a cure for her blood phobia. And Orochimaru was bestowed with 5 additional years of life. With a chime, the reward system descended upon those who had answered correctly. Orochimaru, with a fervent glint in his eye, remarked, how intriguing, the ability to directly grant lifespan. He licked his lips, his face brimming with enthusiasm, for Orochimaru. The allure of immortality was paramount, and he had already begun his research on the cells of Hashirama. At that moment, Tsunade was utterly astonished to see the rewards presented by the inventory system, never anticipating that the hemophobia which had plagued her for years could be cured. She turned to Shizen and said, Shizen, please make a small incision on my arm. At this moment, Tsunade could scarcely believe that the inventory system had cured her. She could only allow Shizen to take action. Tsunade extended her snow-white arm, permitting Shizen to make an incision upon it. As crimson blood trickled down her arm, Tsunade felt no fear. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that the inventory system truly had the power to resurrect those who had perished? Tsunade, having fled the village due to her hemophobia, was accompanied only by her severed niece, Shizen. If this were indeed the case, a surge of hope enveloped Tsunade. She resolved to bring her brother and her niece back to life. With this determination, she promptly instructed Shizen, and the two prepared to return to Konoha. Meanwhile, the ninja world began to buzz with anticipation, eager to witness the infamous bounty hunter, Kakuzu, from 800 meters away. In the scene, Kakuzu was seen arriving at a temple with Haiden. It was immediately recognizable as the Fire Temple, located within the Land of Fire. Yet no one had ever heard of any formidable presence emerging from the Fire Temple. At this moment, the individuals were unaware of the existence of the Temple of Fire, as it could be said to be merely slightly larger than the figure of Obito. Haiden exclaimed nonchalantly, Hey, Kakuzu, isn't this just a temple? Could it truly be located within? To which Kakuzu replied, I am uncertain, but this is no ordinary temple. The likelihood is quite substantial. At this moment, Kakuzu and Haiden were tasked with capturing the tailed beasts. Poor Haiden remained blissfully unaware that Kakuzu's presence here was solely motivated by a bounty of 30 million. Oblivious to the truth, Haiden believed they were about to encounter a tailed beast and was brimming with excitement to take action. As the duo approached the entrance, they discovered that a sealing technique had been applied to the door. Breaching it from the outside would require considerable effort unless the occupants chose to open it willingly. To their surprise, Kakuzu effortlessly shattered the door with a single punch, remaining utterly unfazed. The resounding crash startled the monks within the temple, who were not merely practitioners of chanting and meditation. The Buddhist order had its fierce guardians as well. As the monks emerged to ascertain the cause of the commotion, some hurried to report to the head monk of the Fire Temple, Dilu. Upon recognizing the intruders, it became clear who had arrived. The distinctive cloaks left little room for doubt. They were members of the Akatsuki, as one monk seemed to recognize their attire. The others, upon hearing the name Akatsuki, were equally stunned, realizing they had provoked such formidable beings. By the way, Kakuzu, remarked Konan, have you heard of this Akatsuki organization? Why do these monks appear so terrified? Kakuzu replied, why would I know about such matters? To me, the Akatsuki is far less significant than the allure of wealth. Hey, our Akatsuki is a peace-loving organization. I cannot allow you to speak of it in such a manner, protested Yahiko. Peace? More like nuclear devastation, retorted Konan. Yahiko found himself at a loss for words. As the scene unfolded with Kakuzu and Haiden commencing their slaughter, showing no regard for their surroundings, indiscriminately killing anyone in sight. Stop. A monk, clearly the head of the temple, finally arrived. Witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, Dilu, despite his faith in the Buddha, could no longer suppress his fury. Upon seeing his target finally appear, Kakuzu abandoned the ordinary monks, focusing instead on the head monk. You two have come to my Fire Temple and unleashed havoc. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, you may find it difficult to leave the Fire Temple, Dilu declared with a grave expression. Legend spoke of monks possessing extraordinary abilities known as the talents of the immortal clan, especially the head monk of the Fire Temple, Dilu, who was under a bounty of 30 million. Kakuzu cautioned Haiden, do not underestimate your opponents. It could lead to your demise. However, Haiden dismissed the warning, proclaiming, I am immortal. What use is your advice to me? Without hesitation, Haiden brandished his scythe and charged forward. At this moment, Dilu wore a grave expression as he assumed a combat stance. and behind him materialized a manifestation reminiscent of the true 1,000 arms of Senju Hashirama, the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. However, this incarnation appeared to be a synthesis of celestial power, distinct from the genuine 1,000 arms conjured by Hashirama's would release. Fade Wan, undeterred by such differences, swung his scythe directly at Dilu's head. Before he could catch a glimpse of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, he was met with a barrage of punches, caught off guard as the deity relentlessly pummeled him. Just as he managed to rise, he was once again sent flying. With a fierce roar, Dilu commanded the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara to enter a state of fury, transforming into the wrathful king. Red chakra fists rained down upon Fade Wan, who found himself unable to descend from the air under the relentless assault. In a final, decisive blow, Dilu sent Fade Wan hurtling away. At this moment, Faden was already bruised and battered. He finally comprehended that the person before him was not a Jinchuriki, but rather Kaku, who was coveting the bounty on his head. Hey, Kakuzu, this guy is clearly not a Jinchuriki. Before Faden could voice his complaints, Kakuzu activated his Earthgrudge Fear technique. At this juncture, Kakuzu merged the Fire Mask and Wind Mask into his shoulders, binding the earth with black threads. He then aimed at the ground and unleashed Fire Release, Head Hardening, and Wind Release, Pressure Damage. From the mouth of the Earthgrudge Fear Fire Mask, a vast expanse of flames erupted, reminiscent of the sea, instantly expanding upon contact with the ground. The ground had no means of evasion and could only transform into the King of Light form to withstand Kakuzu's fire release. Simultaneously, a high-pressure wind ball was emitted from the wind mask, creating a vortex of storm that relentlessly battered the ground, leaving it covered in wounds. Oh my! Kakuzu can simultaneously wield two immensely powerful ninjutsu, exclaimed Noki. If I'm not mistaken, the key lies in the masks on his shoulders. He can utilize them to release corresponding ninjutsu, speculated Minato. Truly, you are the yellow flash of Konoha. This is the unique secret technique of Takigakure, Earthgrudge Fear. It allows one to preserve the still-beating hearts of fallen ninjas, extending one's own lifespan and enabling the mastery of new chakra attributes through the veins of other ninja hearts. Each heart Kakuzu acquires possesses a unique chakra nature, thus allowing him to freely manipulate 5 types of chakra transformations and unleash their full potential. The masked creatures generated by Earthgrudge Fear can release these techniques individually or combine them to amplify their power. Under the dual assault from Kakuzu, the ground quickly succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Just as Kakuzu was about to deal the finishing blow, Faden, who had been lying idle for quite some time, swiftly intervened. Hey, Kakuzu, I've gone through a lot to accompany you to this wretched place. Let me offer this person to Lord Evil God. Faden hastily proclaimed. Kakuzu, feeling no particular objection, handed the barely conscious ground over to Faden. Subsequently, Faden commenced the ritual to worship the evil god. Is this a joke? How can these two be so loathsome? Exclaimed Obito. Indeed, there are so many innocent lives, and they have ruthlessly slain them all, added Yuhiko. What are you two brats babbling about? In this world, human life pales in comparison to the joy brought by wealth, Kakuzu retorted. You, who only understand money. What do you know? Obito shot back. You could have spared the innocent, Yuhiko interjected. It is your very existence that has plunged the ninja world into chaos. I vow to create a peaceful ninja realm in the future, he declared. Noki remarked, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this Kakuzu part of your organization later on? Conan replied, please do not equate such individuals with us. Our mission has always been dedicated to the peace of the ninja world. Nagato, witnessing Yuhiko's reckless provocation of Kakuzu in the chat group, felt a deep concern, having just observed the formidable strength of this Kakuzu. The three of them certainly stood no chance against him. Sensing Nagato's anxiety, Yuhiko reassured, do not worry, Nagato, we are merely chatting in the system. How could he possibly come after us? Nagato found this reasoning sound and ceased his attempts to counsel Yuhiko, who raised his voice even louder in cursing. Kakuzu, an elderly man, found it impossible to contend with Yuhiko and Obito. Their incessant derogatory remarks had driven him to the brink of collapse. Ding. Detection of an intense desire to engage in combat between both parties. This system hereby activates the Ninja World Arena. The Ninja World Arena, a specialized competition space, will be established, where both participants will be transported. During the contest, true death will not occur, but the loser will incur a penalty of deducted coins. Coins can be exchanged for ninja tools, ninjutsu, lifespan, chakra, and memories. Each match will be available for viewing, with tickets priced according to the strength of the participants. Coins may also be used to redeem prizes from the system. The atmosphere fell silent, and Obito was left in despair, lamenting, I was just joking around. Why did the system take it seriously? Kakuzu, on the other hand, wore an expression of excitement. Weren't you two just having a great time insulting me? Now I've got you both right where I want you. The others seized the opportunity to browse the shop. Prices included 8 Gates Technique, 10,000 coins. 4 Symbol Seal, 10,000 coins. Shadow Level Chakra, 10,000 coins. Shadow Level Combat Experience, 10,000 coins. Beginner Sage Body, 50,000 coins. Mangeki Sharingan, 50,000 coins. Revival Coin, 1,000,000 coins. Everyone was astounded by the exorbitant prices. A mere shadow-level chakra was worth a staggering 10,000 coins. Why not just go rob someone? Before long, they were shocked again. Realizing that a B-rank ninjutsu was valued at only 10 coins, an A-rank ninjutsu at 200 coins, and an S-rank ninjutsu at merely 5,000 coins. It would take 1,000 B-rank ninjutsu to exchange for a single shadow-level chakra, and that didn't even include combat experience. Before the crowd could fully process this information. Ding. Selling A-rank ninjutsu, Palm Sage Technique, 200 coins. Selling B-rank ninjutsu, Painful Heavenly Foot, 100 coins. Selling A-rank ninjutsu, Chakra Scalpel, 200 coins. Tsunade was astonished to discover that the ninjutsu being sold did not vanish from her mind, and moreover, the ninjutsu sold for the first time could not be resold by anyone else. Consequently, she decided to sell all her S-rank ninjutsu along with the various techniques she possessed, not even sparing C-rank ninjutsu. As a medical ninja, she reasoned that other medical ninjas would likely know the techniques she had mastered. If she didn't sell them in advance, she might be unable to sell them later. Tsunade glanced at her coin balance, which had reached a remarkable 370,000, still lacking several hundred thousand to reach 1,000,000. However, considering that money could be converted into coins, she attempted to do so, only to find that it required 1,002 to convert into a single coin, rendering it unworthy. The others were equally stunned by Princess Tsunade's actions and quickly followed suit, selling off their less valuable techniques, only to find that they were either already sold or priced too low to be of any use. At this point, no one cared about unique techniques. They all hurriedly sold their skills in hopes of acquiring more coins. Ding. The Ninja World Duel Arena will feature the bounty hunter Kakuzu versus Konoha's Genin Uchiha Obito and Akatsuki leader Yahiko. The Ninja World was immensely intrigued by this match, as it was their first encounter with such an extraordinary venue, and they eagerly purchased tickets to watch. Obito, however, wore a face of grim concern, realizing that his casual remarks online had incited the wrath of Kakuzu, who was now determined to challenge him to a duel. Rin also bore a worried expression. Although Obito had activated his Manjiki Sharingan, he was still unfamiliar with its usage, having unlocked it rather effortlessly. At this moment, Obito, despite possessing the dual divine abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan, found himself unable to harness their full potential. Just then, Kakashi approached. Having spent a night in deep conversation with his father, he had finally come to understand the complexities of his father's struggles. The once existing rift between them had long since been mended. Obito, I have some gold coins here. Perhaps they might be of assistance to you, Kakashi offered. However, Obito displayed a visage of disinterest, pondering how much jutsu Kakashi could possibly possess. To his surprise, he discovered that there were indeed over 10,000 gold coins. At this moment, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Kakashi had sold his ancestral short blade. Obito was once again moved, not expecting Kakashi to display such unwavering loyalty at a critical juncture. Consequently, Obito resolved to conceal Naruto's intentions and discreetly inform Kakashi about the matter concerning the Emperor's uncle. Rin also encouraged him, saying, "Do not worry, Obito, we will all support you." In that instant, Obito resembled a valiant warrior, resolutely stepping into the arena without a backward glance. On the screen, the combatant Jur quickly succumbed to exhaustion under Kakuzu's relentless dual assault. Just as Kakuzu was about to eliminate Jur, Haiden, who had been lying idle for quite some time, hurriedly intervened. "What do you mean, Kakuzu? I've gone through considerable trouble to accompany you to this wretched place. Let me offer this person to Lord Jashin," Haiden exclaimed. Kakuzu, seeing no harm in it, relinquished the barely conscious Jur to Haiden. Subsequently, Haiden commenced the sacrificial ritual for his dark deity. Obito remarked, "Is this some sort of joke? How can these two be so despicable?" Yahiko added, "Indeed, there are so many innocent lives, and they have chosen to extinguish them all." Kakuzu retorted, "What are you two brats babbling about? In this world, human life pales in comparison to the joy that wealth brings." Obito shot back, "You are nothing but a money-obsessed fool. What do you truly understand?" He continued, "You could have spared the innocent." Yahiko declared, "It is precisely because of your existence that the shinobi world is shrouded in chaos. I, Yahiko, vow to create a peaceful shinobi world in the future." Noki interjected, "If I am not mistaken, isn't Kakuzu a member of your organization later on?" Conan responded, "Please do not compare such individuals with us. Our mission has always been to pursue peace within the shinobi realm." Nagato, observing Yahiko's audacious provocation of Kakuzu in the chat group, felt a surge of concern. Having just witnessed Kakuzu's formidable strength, the three of them alone would undoubtedly be no match for him. Sensing Nagato's anxiety, Yahiko reassured him, "Do not fret, Nagato. We are merely chatting in the system. How could he possibly confront us?" Nagato found this reasoning valid and ceased his attempts to dissuade Yahiko, who grew increasingly vocal in his denunciations. Kakuzu, an elder, found himself at a loss against the relentless verbal onslaught from Yahiko and Obito, as their incessant disparagement pushed him to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detecting a strong desire for combat between both parties. The system has activated the Shinobi Arena. The Shinobi Arena would create a designated space for competition, where both combatants would be transported. During the contest, actual death would not occur. However, the defeated would incur a penalty in the form of deducted coins. Coins could be exchanged for ninja tools, jutsu, lifespan, chakra, or even memories. Each match would be viewable, with viewing fees based on the combatant's strengths. Additionally, coins could be used to redeem prizes within the system. A hush fell over the crowd as Obito felt utterly despondent, lamenting, "I was merely jesting. Why did the system take it so seriously?" Kakuzu, on the other hand, was filled with excitement, taunting, "Weren't you two just reveling in your insults? Now I've got you right where I want you." The others seized the opportunity to explore the marketplace. Prices appeared astonishing. 8 gates of opening, 10,000 coins. For symbol seal, 10,000 coins. Kage-level chakra, 10,000 coins. Kage-level combat experience, 10,000 coins. Basic sage body, 50,000 coins. Manjiki Sharingan, 50,000 coins. And resurrection tokens, a staggering 1,000 coins. The spectators were taken aback by these exorbitant prices. A mere Kage-level chakra commanded a steep fee of 10,000 coins. Before long, they were further astonished to discover that a B-rank jutsu was valued at only 10 coins, an A-rank jutsu at 200 coins, and an S-rank jutsu at 5,000 coins. It would take 1,000 B-rank jutsu to exchange for 1 Kage-level chakra, and that was without combat experience included. Before they could fully process this, a notification rang out. Selling A-rank jutsu, Sage Technique, 200 coins. Selling B-rank jutsu, Painful Heaven S Feet, 100 coins. Selling A-rank jutsu, Chakra Scalpel, 200 coins. Tsunade was astonished to find that the jutsu being sold would not vanish from her mind, and that once a jutsu was sold, it could not be sold again by the next person. Thus, she hastily sold all the jutsu she possessed, including S-rank and even C-rank techniques. Being a medical ninja, she knew that other medical ninjas would likely possess the same techniques. If she did not sell them beforehand, she would be left with nothing. Upon checking her coin balance, Tsunade found it had reached an impressive 370,000, still requiring several hundred thousand to reach 1 million. However, recalling that money could be converted to coins, she attempted to exchange, only to discover that it took 1,000 taels to convert to a single coin, a poor trade indeed. The others were equally stunned by Tsunade's actions and promptly began unloading their less significant jutsu, only to realize that either the jutsu had already been sold or the prices were too low to be of any use. At that moment, they no longer cared about unique jutsu. They all eagerly sold their techniques in hopes of acquiring more coins. Ding! The Shinobi Duel Arena will feature a bounty hunter, Kakuzu, versus Konoha's Genin, Uchiha Obito, and the leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko. The Shinobi community was immensely intrigued by this unprecedented match, leading many to purchase tickets to witness the spectacle. Obito, however, was filled with dread, lamenting that his offhand remarks online had incited the wrath of Kakuzu, who was now intent on challenging him to a duel. Rin shared his concern, knowing that while Obito had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he was still unfamiliar with its use, having attained it with such unexpected ease. At this moment, Obito, despite possessing the dual Manjiki Sharingan of the Eternal Eye, found himself unable to harness its power. Just then, Kakashi approached, having spent a night in heartfelt conversation with his father, which allowed him to finally comprehend his father's struggles. The barriers between father and son had since dissolved. "Obito, I have some gold coins here. Perhaps they might be of assistance to you," Kakashi remarked. Obito, however, displayed a disinterested demeanor, questioning Kakashi's repertoire of jutsu. Yet, to his astonishment, there were indeed more than 10,000 gold coins at hand. At this moment, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Kakashi had sold his ancestral dagger. Obito was deeply moved, astonished by Kakashi's unwavering loyalty at such a critical juncture. Thus, Obito resolved to conceal Naruto's whereabouts and discreetly inform Kakashi about the situation regarding the Emperor. Rin also encouraged him, saying, "Do not worry, Obito, we shall all support you." At that moment, Obito resembled a valiant warrior, resolutely entering the arena without a backward glance. The ninja arena was situated at the heart of the village, surrounded by ample seating to accommodate the entire ninja world for observation, with Obito and Yahiko having been transported to the very center of the arena. At this moment, Kakuzu was holding his breath, fully aware that the events of this day would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. Deidara and Yahiko, however, felt a twinge of apprehension. Kakuzu stood before them like a fearsome deity, and they were uncertain of how they would endure the impending confrontation. "Deidara, do you think you can defeat him?" Yahiko inquired, swallowing hard. "Even if we both join forces, it seems unlikely we could prevail," Deidara admitted, feeling a lack of confidence. Just as they were about to commence, the betting system initiated its antics, spontaneously opening a betting round. Kakuzu versus Deidara Yahiko, odds 10-1. Witnessing the betting system activate, the onlookers eagerly placed their wagers. Anoki remarked, "Two teenagers, even with the rewards from the betting system, would struggle to overcome a seasoned warrior like Kakuzu. I wager Kakuzu will dispatch them within 10 minutes. Karatsuchi added, but the Uchiha boy possesses the Sharingan. Anything is possible. Lin encouraged Deidara. I believe in you. Meanwhile, Kakashi chose to support Deidara, but when he saw Lin stake her entire fortune on Deidara, he hesitated. After deducting the 10,000 gold coins he had gifted to Deidara, he borrowed 3,000 from Guy, recognizing a significant opportunity for profit. Yet, Kakashi worried that if Deidara discovered he had not bet on him, he might feel disheartened. Consequently, Kakashi decided to wager 500 gold coins on Kakuzu, while also placing 500 coins on Deidara. Deidara would undoubtedly be delighted to know he had the potential to earn such a fortune. At this moment, Xiaonan and Nagato were deliberating on whom to place their bets. Remarkably, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Xiaonan decisively announced that they would convert all the funds of the Akatsuki organization into gold coins and wager it all on Kakuzu. Supporting Yahiko was one thing, but the Akatsuki still needed to sustain itself. Yahiko would undoubtedly understand if he were to learn of this. Of course, when it came to gambling, Tsunade was the most adept, but the outcome remained uncertain. Lady Tsunade, shall we also bet on Kakuzu? Ino inquired from the side. It was evident that Ino harbored doubts about the ability of these two to triumph over a ninja of Kakuzu's caliber. At this moment, Tsunade shook her head and remarked, we currently lack too much. There are too many bets on the favored side, which means we cannot earn substantial profits. With a gleam of excitement in her eyes, she continued, if we were to bet on the underdog with lower odds, and should an upset occur, we could reap extraordinary rewards. Shizen was taken aback by Tsunade's reasoning. Why would she choose to back the weaker side when others were betting on the favored one? However, after some contemplation, Tsunade decided not to wager excessively and pulled out 1,000 gold coins to place her bet on Obito. Saratobi Hizashi then suggested, I propose that we collectively rally support for Konoha's ninja, Obito. At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen was unusually fervent in soliciting votes for Obito, not out of support for him, but rather because he had wagered a substantial sum of 100,000 gold coins on Kakuzu. At this moment, Obito Uchiha was hoping that more people would place their bets on him, so he could earn a little more. Ding! The match is about to begin. Please select a challenge method. 1. Choose to battle with your future self and pay 2,000 gold coins. 2. Choose to battle with your current self. Just then, Obito suddenly heard the countdown system's voice. Yahiko, did you hear that? Obito turned to ask. I did. It seems we can use our future selves to compete, but I don't have any gold coins, Yahiko replied. At this moment, Obito pulled out his 10,000 gold coins, leaving Yahiko astounded by the seemingly unremarkable Uchiha before him. To his surprise, Obito produced such a substantial amount of gold coins, which immediately solidified Yahiko's resolve to recruit him into the organization. Obito, I wonder if you might be interested in joining our Akatsuki? Yahiko coaxed. Akatsuki? But I am from Konoha, Obito questioned, as no one would typically allow members from other villages to join their organization. Yahiko, however, smirked discreetly and explained, you see, my companions and I are disciples of Lord Jiraiya from Konoha. Obito was taken aback by Yahiko's revelation, realizing that this loquacious man before him was indeed a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. The two instantly felt as though they were old friends, and Obito readily accepted Yahiko's invitation, considering that his own teacher, Minato Namikaze, was also a disciple of Jiraiya. This connection made Obito feel a sense of camaraderie, albeit he quickly dismissed such unrealistic thoughts. He knew he could not contend with Kakuzu using his current strength, thus he decisively chose to harness his future abilities. Now that he was part of an organization, Obito also generously lent Yahiko 5,000 gold coins, remarking that it was merely Kakashi spending money. Subsequently, they each drew out 2,000 gold coins to opt for utilizing their future strengths, while wagering the remaining amount on their victory. Once their choices were made, their bodies began to undergo continuous transformations. At this moment, Uchiha Obito donned a white mask adorned with 3 tomo, a deep blue robe, and wielded an Uchiha fan. His left eye bore the Rinnegan, while the right was graced with the Sharingan. The current equipment of Obito could be described as exceedingly lavish, and his prowess was truly formidable. It seemed that he sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within his eyes, allowing him to effortlessly wield various jutsu. Complemented by his vast combat experience, Yahiko had transformed into a form reminiscent of the Devapathpang, maintaining his original appearance yet adorned with several black rods upon his face. Most astonishingly, both individuals now possessed the Rinnegan, albeit they were unaware of its significance, an enigma even to Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. They remained unconcerned, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to vanquish Kakuzu, a thought that brought them a modicum of delight. Kakuzu, on the other hand, had encountered a similar choice, but in his overconfidence, he refrained from harnessing his future self's abilities, reluctant to part with the 2,000 gold coins. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Kakuzu gradually entered the arena, intent on projecting an aura of high stature, yet oblivious to the fact that the audience's gaze was not directed at him. Kisame remarked, what is going on? Where did these two come from? Isn't that Uchiha Obito and someone named Yahiko? Rin replied, the one wearing the white mask appears to be Obito. Presently, Obito had not endured the anguish of Rin's loss, so his demeanor and even his gait reflected the clarity of his former naivety. However, the Obito from the Fourth Great Ninja War had transformed into an entirely different person. Even those close to him might fail to recognize him. For instance, Obito believed that Minato Namikaze could identify him, yet considering he was completely shrouded and masked, it would be impossible for anyone to recognize him. The Ninja World Arena was situated at the center, flanked by ample seating to accommodate the entire ninja community for viewing. Both Obito and Yahiko had been teleported to the very heart of the arena. At this moment, Kakuzu was holding his breath, fully concentrated, as he prepared to ensure that today's encounter would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Obito and Yahiko felt a twinge of apprehension. Kakuzu, standing before them, resembled a fearsome deity, and they were uncertain about the impending beatdown they were about to endure. Obito, do you think you can defeat him? Yahiko asked, swallowing hard. Even if the two of us team up, it seems unlikely we can prevail, Obito admitted, filled with doubt. As the showdown was about to commence, the betting system sprang to life, abruptly initiating the wager. Kakuzu versus Obito Yahiko, with odds set at 10-1. Witnessing the betting system activate, the onlookers hurried to place their bets. Noki remarked, two mere teenagers, even with the rewards from the betting system, would struggle to overcome someone as seasoned as Kakuzu. I wager that Kakuzu will finish this in under 10 minutes. Kurenai countered, the Uchiha brat possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. The outcome is far from certain. Rin encouraged, Obito, I believe in you. Kakashi also chose to support Obito, but upon seeing Rin pledge all her wealth to him, he hesitated momentarily. After deducting the 10,000 gold coins he had gifted Obito, he borrowed 3,000 from Guy, recognizing this as a prime opportunity for profit. Yet, Kakashi worried that if Obito discovered he hadn't bet on him, he might feel disheartened. Thus, he decided to place 500 gold coins on Kakuzu while setting aside 500 coins for Obito. Obito would surely be delighted to know he had the potential to earn such a fortune. At this moment, Konan and Nagato were deliberating on whom to place their bets. Remarkably, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Konan decisively declared that they should convert all the Akatsuki's funds into gold coins and wager them on Kakuzu, while supporting Yahiko was admirable. The Akatsuki still needed to sustain themselves, and Yahiko would surely understand upon learning of their decision. Of course, when it came to gambling, Tsunade was undoubtedly the most adept, though the outcome remained uncertain. Lady Tsunade, shall we also bet on Kakuzu? Ino inquired from the side. It was evident that Ino harbored doubts about the two's ability to triumph over a ninja as formidable as Kakuzu. At this moment, Tsunade shook her head and remarked, we currently lack too much. There are too many individuals betting on the favored side, which diminishes our potential earnings. With a face alight with excitement, she continued, if we place our bets on the underdog and a surprise victory occurs, we could reap substantial rewards. Shizen was taken aback by Tsunade's reasoning. While others were betting on the favored side, Tsunade seemed determined to support the weaker contender. However, after careful consideration, Tsunade decided not to wager excessively and took out 1,000 gold coins to place her bet on Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen then proposed, I suggest we all rally our support for the Leaf Village ninja, Obito. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi was unusually fervent in soliciting votes for Obito. Not out of support for him, but rather because he had wagered 100,000 gold coins on Kakuzu. At this moment, Obito Uchiha was hoping for more individuals to place their bets on him, so he could profit a little more. Ding. The match was about to commence. Please select the mode of challenge. 1. Engage in battle with your future self by paying 2,000 gold coins. Or 2. Face off with your current self. Just before the match, Obito suddenly heard the sound of the inventory system. Hey, Yahiko, did you hear that? Obito inquired, turning around. I did. It seems we can use our future selves to compete, but I don't have any gold, Yahiko replied. At that moment, Obito produced his 10,000 gold coins, leaving Yahiko utterly astonished by this seemingly ordinary Uchiha. The unexpected display of wealth solidified Yahiko's resolve to recruit Obito into their organization. Obito, I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Akatsuki? Yahiko tempted. Akatsuki? But I'm from Konoha, Obito questioned, as it was uncommon for individuals from other villages to be accepted into their ranks. Yahiko, however, smirked secretly and explained, you're unaware. But my companions and I are disciples of Lord Jiraiya from Konoha. Obito was taken aback by Yahiko's revelation. He had not anticipated that this loquacious individual was, in fact, a student of one of the legendary three ninjas. In an instant, they felt as though they were old friends. Obito readily accepted Yahiko's invitation, considering that his own mentor, Minato Namikaze, was also a student of Jiraiya. This made Yahiko his peer, if not his superior in terms of seniority. However, Obito quickly dismissed such unrealistic thoughts. It would be unwise to confront Kakuzu with his current strength, so he decisively chose to utilize his future abilities. Now that he was part of an organization, Obito generously lent Yahiko 5,000 gold coins, expressing that it was merely Kakashi spending money. Thus, the two each drew out 2,000 gold coins to employ their future strengths, simultaneously wagering the remainder on their victory. Once their choices were made, their bodies began to undergo remarkable transformations. At this moment, Uchiha Obito donned a white mask, a deep blue robe, and wielded the Uchiha fan. His left eye bore the Rinnegan, while his right eye showcased the Sharingan. The current attire of Obito could be described as extravagantly luxurious, and his power was undeniably overwhelming. He seemed to sense an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within his eyes, allowing him to effortlessly employ various ninjutsu, complemented by his vast combat experience. Yahiko had transformed to resemble a figure closer to Nagato's Deva path, retaining his own visage but now adorned with several black rods on his face. Most astonishingly, both individuals possessed the Rinnegan, though they remained oblivious to its significance. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, was unaware of its true nature. Consequently, they paid little heed to this fact, anticipating with a flicker of delight the opportunity to overpower Kakuzu. Kakuzu, too, had encountered a similar option. Yet the self-assured warrior chose not to harness the strength of his future self, as he was already in his 70s or 80s and was reluctant to part with the 2,000 gold coins. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Kakuzu gradually stepped into the arena, still contemplating how to project an air of high esteem, only to find that the audience's attention was entirely elsewhere. Kisame remarked, "What is happening? Where did these two come from? Isn't this Uchiha Obito, accompanied by someone named Yahiko?" Rin noted, "The one wearing the white mask appears to be Obito." Presently, Obito had not endured the anguish of Rin's loss, and thus his demeanor, even the way he walked, reflected a certain naive clarity that was reminiscent of his former self. However, the Obito from the Fourth Great Ninja War had undergone a profound transformation. Even those who were once close to him might struggle to recognize him. For instance, Obito fancied that Minato Namikaze could identify him. Yet he had wrapped himself so thoroughly that even with a mask, it would be impossible for anyone to discern his identity. At this moment, Obito resembled a curious child entering a grand garden for the first time, his face masked by a white facade that concealed his eagerness to explore. If not for this disguise, he might have leapt up in excitement. Meanwhile, Yahiko, who had seen his fair share of the world, observed the crowd of tens of thousands in the audience. The match between Kakuzu and Uchiha Obito, along with Yahiko, was about to commence. As the announcement echoed, they were transported to the center of the arena. Kakuzu, suppressing the fury simmering within him, felt as if he had endured a lifetime of humiliation that day. Regardless of what tricks these two youngsters were up to, he was determined to make them aware of the formidable presence he represented. With a fierce declaration, Kakuzu took a step back, creating distance as he prepared to exhaust his opponents with ninjutsu. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The previously tranquil ground began to crack, and a massive earthen dragon surged upwards, aimed directly at Obito. Kakuzu intended to test the waters. Despite any strategic underestimations, he would never belittle his adversaries in battle. For even a lion exerts full force when hunting a rabbit. Obito, on the other hand, sought to experiment with his burgeoning abilities. Just as the earth dragon was about to strike him, he transformed his body into an ethereal form, allowing the dragon to pass harmlessly through him. Kakuzu stared in disbelief. He had clearly made contact, yet Obito emerged unscathed. The spectators were equally perplexed by Obito's maneuver, utterly unaware of the powers bestowed upon him by the awakening of his Mangeki Sharingan. Kagami remarked, "Is this a trick? How could the earth dragon bullet pass through Obito's body?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered, "Could it be an illusion? But my Sharingan cannot detect any traces of genjutsu." Rin encouraged, "Go. Obito, Kakashi and I believe in you." Kakashi replied, albeit reluctantly, "Yes, Rin is right." At this moment, Kakashi felt an ominous premonition, a sense of impending misfortune. Meanwhile, Kakuzu did not remain astonished for long. Upon realizing that his ninjutsu had no effect, he resolved to employ taijutsu to subdue Uchiha Obito. However, the opponent he faced was none other than the man behind the white mask, a formidable adversary capable of holding his own against Might Guy. What audacity did Kakuzu possess to confront him? Regardless of Kakuzu's relentless assaults, they were evaded by Obito's intangibility technique, which gradually sapped Kakuzu's patience. "What, you little brat? Is evasion your only strategy? Come face me," Kakuzu taunted. Obito thought to himself, "If that is the case, then I shall not hold back any longer." He unleashed the fire release, exploding wind dance. With a fusion of his Mangeki Sharingan and fire release, he first distorted the surrounding space using Kamui to create a swirling vortex of wind, then expelled a spiraling serpent of fire from his mouth. The combination of the vortex and the fiery serpent resulted in a colossal conflagration, its scope far exceeding that of a typical fire release technique. Kakuzu found himself with no angles of escape, compelled to confront the onslaught head-on. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. A torrent surged forth from Kakuzu's mouth as he attempted to leverage the principles of elemental superiority to counter the attack. However, he was oblivious to the fact that such principles were futile at this stage. Just as Madara's fire release could not be subdued by 1,000 water ninjas, neither could Kakuzu hope to withstand Obito's flames. Kakuzu's Water Dragon Bullet was relentlessly consumed by the fire release, while the exploding wind dance continued to surge forth unabated. Realizing he could not withstand the assault any longer, Kakuzu hastily activated his Earth Release secret technique, hardening his skin to enter a defensive stance. Once his arms solidified, they turned black, but the ninjutsu that could easily repel numerous attacks seemed ineffective against Obito. The searing flames scorched Kakuzu's body. Only due to his superior physical constitution did he endure such a fierce fire release. Obito, unfazed by the astonishment of the onlookers, directly executed the wood release, hell's chaos before their very eyes. At this moment, the colossal tree conjured through wood release gradually ascended before plummeting with great force, intending to crush Kakuzu to his demise. Kakuzu, witnessing the Uchiha youth before him wielding wood release, a technique exclusively mastered by the first Hokage, was instantly reminded of the moment he had been ruthlessly defeated by the first Hokage himself. At this moment, Kakuzu was pierced by countless thorns without even attempting to evade. He sought to unleash his ninjutsu, only to discover that these innumerable thorns were capable of absorbing his chakra. Witnessing the relentless siphoning of his chakra, Kakuzu ultimately resorted to his ultimate ninjutsu, the Earth Grudge Fear Mode. At this moment, Kakuzu affixed the Fire Release Mask and the Earth Release Mask upon his shoulders, and the Fire Release Mask incessantly unleashed ninjutsu to eliminate the thorns that enveloped him. However, he found himself devoid of the courage to confront this peculiar youth. Yet, retreat was not an option. Kakuzu was engulfed in profound regret, questioning why he had felt compelled to teach these two youngsters a lesson. He found himself in a predicament from which escape was impossible. Resolutely, Kakuzu steeled his heart, determined to strike once more. At this moment, Kakuzu's wrist was severed from his arm, releasing a torrent of dense black threads that surged toward Tobi, aiming to pierce his heart. Yet, to Tobi, all of Kakuzu's efforts appeared futile. He merely needed to employ his Sharingan to effortlessly evade the attack. However, as the black threads neared Tobi, they inexplicably veered at an unusual angle and hurtled toward Yahiko instead. Kakuzu thought to himself, I cannot restrain you, but can I not also restrain your companion beside you? Just as he perceived his jutsu was about to strike, Pain slowly raised his hand and nonchalantly uttered a phrase, Shinra Tensei. Subsequently, everything within the vicinity of Kakuzu was forcefully repelled by a wave of gravitational energy. Kakuzu was also affected, being propelled over 20 meters away. Had it not been for the indestructible nature of the arena's boundaries, he would have been sent far beyond. Before Kakuzu could regain his composure, another gravitational force seized him, drawing him before Pain once more. At this moment, Pain grasped Conan's neck tightly with both hands, while Conan struggled helplessly in a desperate attempt to break free. At this moment, the fire release mask on Kakuzu's shoulder yearned to unleash another jutsu, yet Pain afforded him no opportunity to do so. Once again, a powerful Shinra Tensei sent Kakuzu hurtling through the air. At this moment, Kakuzu gazed in terror at his pierced heart, astonished that Pain had immediately disowned the crux of the Earth Grudge Fear technique. Kakuzu's 5 hearts corresponded to 5 masks. Eliminating 1 heart rendered its associated mask unusable. Pain's strike had precisely shattered his most proficient fire release mask. Utterly helpless, Kakuzu resorted to regenerating a lightning release mask. Subsequently, he unleashed a sharp lightning spear from the mouth of the Earth Grudge Fear, lightning release mask, sweeping bolts of lightning from near to far. The potency of lightning release techniques is unparalleled by ordinary ninjutsu. As the lightning struck Pain, Kakuzu finally exhaled in relief. The wooden man remarked, how could he miss? What is wrong with Kakuzu? Noki countered, no, it seems he has fallen into a genjutsu. Recognizing Kakuzu's peculiar state, Noki elucidated further. Uchiha Fugaku pondered. When did he manage to ensnare someone in genjutsu without their awareness? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt an inexplicable pressure when gazing into the eyes of Obito and Yahiko. Akin to the inherent oppression that a noble bloodline exerts upon a lesser one, etched deeply into the very essence of their being. At this moment, Obito resembled Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, his face brimming with curiosity. Were it not for the white mask adorning his visage, concealing his wandering expression, he might have leapt up and shouted in excitement. Meanwhile, Yahiko, seasoned in the ways of the world, surveyed the audience, which swelled to tens of thousands. The match between Kakuzu and Uchiha Obito, accompanied by Yahiko, commenced. With that declaration, the two were transported to the center of the arena. Kakuzu, suppressing the fury that boiled within him, felt he had endured a lifetime of humiliation that day. Regardless of what tricks these two youngsters were up to, he vowed to make them aware that some individuals were not to be trifled with. Kakuzu spoke with a fierce determination, then took a step back to create distance, intending to first exhaust his opponents with ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, he exclaimed. At that moment, the once tranquil ground began to crack open, and a colossal earth dragon surged forth, aimed at Obito. Kakuzu's intention was merely to probe their abilities. Despite any strategic disdain, he would never underestimate his adversaries in battle. After all, even a lion exerts its utmost strength when hunting a rabbit. Obito, on the other hand, sought to test the depths of his future capabilities. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to strike him, he phased his body into a spectral form. The Earth Dragon effortlessly passed through Obito without inflicting any harm. Kakuzu's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He had clearly struck him, yet Obito remained unscathed. The audience, witnessing Obito's unexpected maneuver, was left bewildered, as they had no comprehension of the power he had awakened with the Mangeki Sharingan. Is this a trick? Kurenai pondered aloud. Why did the Earth Dragon pass through Obito's body? Could it be an illusion? Fugaku Uchiha speculated, yet my Sharingan detects no signs of genjutsu. Go, Obito. I believe in you. Rin cheered, her voice ringing with encouragement. Kakashi, albeit reluctantly, added, yes, Rin is right. At this moment, Kakashi felt an ominous premonition, as if something dreadful were about to transpire. However, Kakuzu did not remain astonished for long. Upon realizing that his ninjutsu was ineffective, he resolved to employ taijutsu to subdue Uchiha Obito. Yet, who was he facing? It was the man behind the mask, someone who could contend with Might Guy without faltering. What audacity did Kakuzu possess to challenge him? Regardless of Kakuzu's relentless assaults, Obito skillfully evaded them using his intangibility technique, gradually wearing down Kakuzu's patience. You insolent brat. Do you solely rely on evasion? Come and face me. Kakuzu taunted. Obito pondered. If that is the case, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Fire style, blazing wind dance. Obito merged his Manjiki Sharingan with fire-based ninjutsu, distorting the surrounding space with Kamui to create a swirling tempest. Then expelled a spiraling serpent of flame from his mouth. The combination of the tempest and the fiery serpent culminated in a colossal vortex of flames. The scope of this technique was several times larger than an ordinary fire jutsu, leaving Kakuzu with no angles of escape, compelling him to brace himself against the onslaught. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent surged forth from Kakuzu's mouth as he attempted to utilize the principle of elemental dominance to counter the impending attack. However, he was oblivious to the fact that such principles were ineffective at this juncture. For instance, even with thousands of water ninjas, one could not extinguish Madara's fire. How could Kakuzu hope to suppress Obito's flames? Kakuzu's water dragon was relentlessly consumed by the fire, while the blazing wind dance continued to surge forth. Realizing that he could not withstand it any longer, Kakuzu hastily employed an earth-style secret technique, hardening his skin to enter a defensive state. His arms hardened, turning black. Yet the ninjutsu that could easily repel numerous attacks seemed futile against Obito. The searing flames scorched Kakuzu's body. It was only his superior physical constitution that allowed him to endure such ferocious fire. What style? Hellish rampage. Unfazed by the astonishment of the onlookers, Obito unleashed his wood-style technique before their very eyes. At this moment, the colossal tree conjured through wood release began to rise gradually, only to plummet violently, intent on crushing Kakuzu to death. Kakuzu was taken aback to witness this Uchiha youth wielding wood release, a technique reserved solely for the first Hokage. Instantly, memories of his own brutal defeat at the hands of the first Hokage flooded back to him. At that moment, Kakuzu did not evade at all, and was instead pierced by countless thorns. He attempted to utilize his ninjutsu, only to discover that these innumerable thorns could absorb his chakra. Witnessing the continuous depletion of his chakra, Kakuzu ultimately unleashed his ultimate ninjutsu, the Earth Grudge Fear Mode. At this moment, Kakuzu affixed the Fire Release Mask and the Earth Release Mask upon his shoulders, the former continuously unleashing ninjutsu to rid him of the thorns that clung to him. Yet, he found himself devoid of the courage to confront this peculiar youth. Retreat was not an option. Kakuzu was engulfed in profound regret. Questioning why he had felt compelled to teach these two youngsters a lesson, he now found himself in a predicament from which there was no easy escape. Summoning his resolve, Kakuzu made the decision to engage once more. At this moment, Kakuzu's wrist was severed from his arm, releasing a dense array of black threads that shot towards Obito, aiming to pierce his heart with a singular blow. However, to Obito, all of this was in vain. He merely needed to employ his Kamui to effortlessly evade the attack. Yet, as the black threads passed through Obito, they turned at an uncanny angle and hurtled towards Yahiko. Kakuzu thought to himself, if I cannot stop you, can I not also hinder your companion beside you? Just as his ninjutsu was about to strike its target, Pain slowly raised his hand and, with deliberate calmness, uttered a phrase, Shinra Tensei. Subsequently, everything within the radius centered around Kakuzu was violently repelled by an overwhelming force of gravity. Kakuzu was also affected, sent hurtling over 20 meters away. Had it not been for the indestructible boundaries of the arena, he would have been launched far beyond. Before Kakuzu could regain his composure, another gravitational force seized him, drawing him directly before Pain. At this moment, Pain grasped the neck of Kakuzu with both hands, while Kakuzu futilely struggled in desperation. At this moment, the fire-style mask upon Kakuzu's shoulder yearned to unleash another jutsu, yet Pain granted him no opportunity to do so. Once again, a powerful Shinra Tensei sent Kakuzu soaring through the air. At this moment, Kakuzu gazed in terror at his pierced heart, astonished that Pain had swiftly discerned the crucial aspect of the Earth Grudge Fear technique. Each of Kakuzu's 5 hearts corresponded to a distinct mask. Thus, eliminating one heart rendered its associated mask unusable. Pain's strike had precisely shattered the mask he wielded with the utmost proficiency, the Fire Release Mask. Kakuzu, left with no other option, promptly regenerated a Lightning Release Mask. Subsequently, he unleashed a sharp lightning spear from the maw of the Earth Grudge Fear Lightning Release creature, sweeping the area with piercing bolts of lightning, whose power far surpassed that of conventional ninjutsu. As the lightning struck Pain, Kakuzu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even with this, he can miss? What is wrong with Kakuzu? Muttered Noki. No, it seems he has fallen into a Jinjutsu. Noki quickly deduced, recognizing Kakuzu's unsettling state. When did he manage to ensnare someone in a genjutsu without their awareness? Inquired Uchiha Fugaku, astonished. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt an inexplicable pressure when gazing into the eyes of Obito and Yahiko, as if the innate dominance of a noble lineage weighed heavily upon a lesser one. It became apparent that Obito had already ensnared Kakashi with a subtle suggestion through genjutsu the very first time Kakashi was sent flying. At this moment, Kakuzu remained ensnared in the illusion, envisioning a favorable conclusion, oblivious to the fact that he had been deftly manipulated by Obito. Hey, Obito. I could have unleashed another Shinra Tensei against him just now. While Yahiko expressed his dissatisfaction with Obito's actions, Kakuzu inexplicably broke free from the illusion. My apologies. My illusion techniques are not yet fully refined, although I can still employ them. At this juncture, Obito, witnessing Kakuzu's struggle to escape his illusion, hurriedly sought to defend himself. Yahiko, however, was unconcerned with such matters, fully aware that Kakuzu's current prowess was no match for them. Nevertheless, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Yahiko resolved to unleash his most formidable strike to eliminate him. Super Shinra Tensei is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, requiring a significant expenditure of chakra. It involves concentrating all of Pain's chakra onto the Deva path, amplifying its power to expel everything within a vast radius, extending over several kilometers. Once this technique is activated, the Deva path will be rendered incapable of utilizing ninjutsu for an extended duration, and it may even diminish the lifespan of Nagato, its original wielder. In the original manga, Nagato amassed the chakra of the other 5 Pains onto the Deva path, enhancing the range and potency of Shinra Tensei, obliterating the entirety of Konoha in an instant. Obito recognized his earlier unreliability. Had this been a genuine confrontation, the adversary would have long since fled the illusion. Thus, he too resolved to deliver a fatal blow. However, Kakuzu was not one to resign himself to fate. The remaining masks simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, seeking to thwart Yahiko's incantation. Earth release, earth spear, wind release, pressure damage. Lightning release, false darkness, water release, water curtain. In unison, the 4 masks executed their diverse elemental techniques, aiming to disrupt Yahiko's accumulated power. At this moment, Obito swiftly brandished his weapon, the Uchiha fan, positioning himself in front. A cacophony of ninjutsu erupted against the fan, yet Obito remained unscathed. The Uchiha's counterattack commenced. Subsequently, all the ninjutsu were absorbed by the Uchiha fan, transforming into wind attribute chakra that rebounded with force. At this moment, Mihiko had gathered his strength, and subsequently unleashed an overwhelming Super Shinra Tensei, blinding all the spectators present. As the brilliance faded, only Obito and Mihiko remained on the field. Noki exclaimed, "Such a technique! This ninjutsu!" At this moment, Anoki was utterly astonished by the overwhelming force of the Super Shinra Tensei. Even from a distance, the spectators in the stands could feel the immense pressure it exerted. Some individuals in the front row were unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, and it was fortunate that the arena was separated from the audience by the inventory system. At this moment, the inventory system relayed the news of Kakuzu's defeat. Ding! Kakuzu has fallen. Uchiha Obito and Yahiko emerged victorious. Rin exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Obito." Turning to Kakashi, she intended to invite him to join her in celebrating Obito's success, only to notice Kakashi's rather pallid complexion. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Rin inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit happy for Obito," Kakashi hastily clarified. Rin, reassured by Kakashi's response, could not doubt him, especially since he had personally gifted Obito 10,000 gold coins. Observing their camaraderie, she wisely chose not to comment further. As the competition unfolded, emotions ran high, some rejoiced while others lamented. Tsunade, in particular, felt a profound regret for not wagering her entire fortune on Obito. For had she done so, she could have easily recouped the costs of resurrection. The most disheartened, however, was the esteemed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After selling every technique he possessed, he staked 100,000 gold coins on Kakuzu's victory, only to be outmaneuvered by the 2 jesters. Hiruzen's blood pressure surged, rendering him unable to stand, prompting his companions, Genin and Konohamaru, to rush to his side. Yet, Hiruzen dared not confess that he had bet against his own village's contender, now left to swallow his disappointment in silence. When Obito returned to Rin's side, his face radiated with excitement. He had not anticipated his future self being so formidable, wielding an array of diverse jutsu and possessing weapons capable of reflecting techniques. Notably, he had not expended much gold. Instead, he had gained 30,000 gold coins through betting on his own victory. As he departed, Yahiko graciously returned 5,000 to him, resulting in a total windfall of 25,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Obito transferred 10,000 gold coins back to Kakashi. "Rest assured, Kakashi, I shall not forget your assistance. This 10,000 gold coins are for you," he proclaimed with grand generosity. Rin, puzzled, questioned why Obito donned a white mask and executed various jutsu during his performance. "Thanks to Kakashi, I was informed that I could spend 2,000 gold coins to summon my future self for the battle," Obito explained. Kakashi, however, remained obstinately reticent about his earlier maneuvers, reasoning that since Obito had won, he could repay Might Guy later, regardless of his own losses. Meanwhile, Konan and Nagato found themselves in a conflicting state of joy and sorrow upon hearing of Yahiko's victory. They were elated by Yahiko's success, but disheartened by the total loss of all their Akatsuki funds. As Yahiko approached with a beaming smile, they felt no need to conceal their actions. Yahiko, we bet all our Akatsuki funds on Kakuzu. Before Yahiko could boast of his 25,000 gold coin profit, he learned from Konan about their misfortune. Indeed, money should never be entrusted to Konan. She is far too extravagant, he mused. No worries. I earned 25,000 gold coins this time, Yahiko cheerfully informed them, adding that he had invited a Leaf Village ninja to join the Akatsuki. Thanks to the contributions of one Uchiha Obito. Yes, Obito and I share a profound bond. We are united by our noble ideals, Yahiko passionately declared. He and Obito had agreed that one would become the reign leader while the other would attain the title of Hokage, together striving to bring peace to the ninja world. Had they known the eventual outcomes of their choices in the original timeline, their spirits would surely have been dampened, for Obito was the hidden hand behind Yahiko's demise, indirectly leading to Konan's death. It remained uncertain whether they would come to regret their decisions made that day. Unbeknownst to them, when Kakuzu was first sent reeling, Obito had already cast an illusion to implant a suggestion within Kakuzu's mind. At this moment, Kakuzu remained ensnared in an illusion, dreaming of a favorable conclusion, unaware that he had already become a mere puppet in Obito's hands. Hey, Obito, I could have unleashed another Shinra Tensei on him just now. While Yahiko expressed his dissatisfaction with Obito's actions, Kakuzu inexplicably broke free from the illusion. My apologies, my illusion techniques are not yet perfected, although I can still wield them. Obito hastily justified himself upon witnessing Kakuzu struggle out of his illusion. Yahiko, however, paid little heed to such matters, fully aware that Kakuzu's current strength was no match for them. Nevertheless, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Yahiko resolved to unleash his most powerful attack to eliminate him. The Super Shinra Tensei is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, requiring a vast expenditure of chakra to concentrate all the chakra of the 6 paths of pain into the Deva path, maximizing its power and repelling everything in its vicinity, with an effective range of several kilometers. Once activated, the Deva path would be unable to utilize ninjutsu for an extended period, potentially even shortening Nagato's lifespan. In the original manga, Nagato focused the chakra of the other 5 pains into the Deva path, amplifying the range and potency of Shinra Tensei, instantly flattening the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Obito recognized that he had been reckless, realizing that had this been a genuine confrontation, the opponent would have long since escaped the illusion. Thus, he too decided to deliver a decisive blow. However, Kakuzu would not remain passive. The remaining masks simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu in an attempt to interrupt Yahiko's incantation. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Wind Style, Pressure Damage. Lightning Style, False Darkness. Water Style, Water Curtain. In an instant, four masks released different elemental techniques, all aimed at disrupting Yahiko's gathered power. In that moment, Obito Uchiha swiftly brandished his weapon, the Uchiha Fan, positioning himself in front of the onslaught. All the ninjutsu erupted violently against the fan, yet Obito remained completely unscathed. Uchiha Rebound. Subsequently, all the ninjutsu was absorbed by the Uchiha Fan, transformed into wind element chakra, and rebounded back with formidable force. At this moment, Yahiko had also completed his build-up, and subsequently unleashed an overwhelming Shinra Tensei, blinding all the spectators present. As the brilliance faded, only Obito and Yahiko remained in the arena. Noki remarked, this kind of ninjutsu. At this moment, Daimu was utterly astonished by the overwhelming force of the Super Shinra Tensei. Even from the distant spectator stands, one could feel the immense pressure it exuded. Some spectators in the front rows were unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere. Fortunate that the arena was separated from the audience by the inventory system. At this moment, the inventory system delivered the news of Kakuzu's defeat. Ding! Kakuzu has fallen. Uchiha Obito and Yahiko emerged victorious. Rin exclaimed, that's wonderful, Obito. She turned to Kakashi, hoping to rally him to cheer for Obito as well, only to find that his expression was rather grim. Kakashi, are you alright? Rin inquired with concern. I'm fine truly. I'm just happy for Obito, Kakashi hurriedly clarified. Rin, reassured, remembered that Kakashi had personally gifted Obito 10,000 gold coins. Witnessing the camaraderie between the two, she refrained from further questioning. In the aftermath of the match, emotions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Tsunade was filled with regret, wishing she had wagered her entire fortune on Obito, as she could have easily recouped her investment. The most disheartened was the renowned doctor of the ninja world, the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After selling all his various jutsu, he staked 100,000 gold coins on Kakuzu's victory, only to be outmaneuvered by these two jesters. Hiruzen's blood pressure skyrocketed, rendering him unable to stand. Noticing his pallor, Murin and Konohamaru hurried to inquire about his well-being. However, Hiruzen dared not disclose that he had bet against his own village's contender. When Obito returned to Rin's side, he wore an expression of triumph. He had not anticipated his future self to be so formidable, showcasing an array of jutsu and wielding weapons capable of reflecting techniques. It is noteworthy that Obito not only spent little gold but also secured 30,000 coins through his successful wager. On his departure, Yahiko generously presented him with 5,000, leading Obito to realize he had effectively gained 25,000 gold coins without expenditure. Subsequently, he transferred 10,000 coins back to Kakashi. Rest assured, Kakashi, I shall not forget your assistance. Here, this is for you, Obito proclaimed with grandiosity. Rin appeared puzzled, questioning why Obito donned a white mask and employed various ninjutsu. I owe my thanks to Kakashi. The inventory system indicated I could use 2,000 gold coins to summon my future self for battle, Obito explained. Kakashi, stubborn as ever, refrained from revealing his earlier clever maneuver, reasoning that since Obito had profited, he would simply repay Might Guy later, regardless of his own loss. Meanwhile, Konan and Nagato were engulfed in mixed emotions upon hearing the news of Yahiko's victory. They were delighted for Yahiko's success, but sorrowful for having wagered all their resources from the Akatsuki. As Yahiko approached, brimming with joy, they felt no need to conceal their previous actions. Yahiko, we placed all our funds on Kakuzu, they confessed. Before Yahiko could boast about his winnings of 25,000 gold coins, he learned of their misfortune from Konan's words. Indeed, entrusting money to Konan had proven ill-fated, as she had squandered it. Fear not, I earned 25,000 gold coins this time, Yahiko assured them, elaborating on the fact that he had invited a Leaf Village ninja to join the Akatsuki. Thanks to this Uchiha Obito, Konan mused. Indeed, Obito and I share a profound bond. We are united by our grand ideals, Yahiko responded. He and Obito had even vowed that one would become the leader of the Rain Village while the other would assume the role of Hokage, together bringing peace to the ninja world. Had they known the eventual fate of their counterparts in the original timeline, they would not have felt such elation. After all, Obito was the orchestrator behind Yahiko's demise, indirectly leading to Konan's death as well. One wonders if they would come to regret the choices they made on this day. At this moment, everyone was transported back to their respective ninja villages, and as the unfortunate loser of the duel, Kakuzu paid a hefty price in gold coins. It is likely that Kakuzu would prefer to forget the events of this day for the rest of his life. In contrast, Obito gained considerable insight from this competition, such as the utilization of the Mangeki Sharingan and the release of various ninjutsu techniques. Although Obito also acquired some ninjutsu as rewards, he found that his execution was not as seamless as it was while donning his mask. Fortunately, there were no pressing missions today, prompting Obito to invite his close classmates to celebrate. At this juncture, he could be considered among the wealthiest individuals in Konoha, having amassed resources from several missions in this recent duel, empowering him to host a small gathering. As he pondered whom to invite, he deemed it essential to include Kakashi, who seemed to be at home today. Then there was Might Guy, adorned in his signature green attire. Although Guy occasionally forgets his own name upon seeing Obito, the latter was determined to overlook such trivialities, for he aspired to become the Hokage. Additionally, he contemplated inviting Ebisu, who had been preoccupied with his own affairs lately, seemingly engrossed in learning the ways of teaching. Moreover, he considered inviting Rin, as their previous encounter during a mission was brief and devoid of conversation. Obito had intended to greet Rin and her companions, but the girl with blue hair had appeared rather intimidating. Asuma would undoubtedly follow suit if he invited Kurenai, as he had a penchant for shamelessly tagging along. Lastly, he thought of inviting Hanabi, who had been somewhat elusive recently. He wondered whether she still enjoyed eating sweet rice dumplings and red bean paste, having heard rumors of her apprenticeship under Orochimaru. As for Rin, Obito resolved to extend a personal invitation. After finalizing the list of classmates, he prepared to seek out Rin for the invitation. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko found herself in Orochimaru's laboratory. Master, what are all these experiments for? She inquired with a curious expression, pointing at the human tissue within the laboratory. While most young girls might feel a twinge of fear at the sight of such a setting, Anko was instead captivated. Orochimaru glanced at his naive disciple. He had taken Anko under his wing not only because her father had perished for his sake, but also to provide some solace to his own master. Observing Anko's inquisitive demeanor, Orochimaru refrained from disclosing that the tissue was a result of implanting Hashirama cells into the human body. During this period, Orochimaru had begun to feel a sense of confusion. Having witnessed the deaths of countless individuals, he had come to view life as fragile. He believed that the human body harbored untapped potential that could remain dormant throughout one's existence. Hence, he sought immortality to learn every ninjutsu and grasp the truths of the world. However, recent events had led him to question the validity of his previous discoveries regarding the Sharingan he had obtained. He noted that both the cellular vitality and the capabilities of the Sharingan were identical to those of the Uchiha clan. This led him to ponder whether he could attain the essence of immortality through a systematic approach. Consequently, Orochimaru had gradually ceased his related experimental endeavors, recognizing that he still had ties to Konoha that he could not easily sever. At this moment, gazing at Hondo, Orochimaru was reminded of numerous thoughts. Hondo, didn't your classmate Uchiha Obito invite you to a gathering? Orochimaru inquired. Hondo was taken aback by her teacher's unexpected interest in such matters, as Orochimaru typically focused solely on experiments and seldom inquired about personal affairs. Indeed, I was just planning to seek out Obito after your experiment concludes, Hondo responded, fulfilling her role as Orochimaru's disciple and nominal assistant. However, unlike Kabuto, Orochimaru did not involve her in experimental matters, as her inherent kindness rendered her ill-suited for his work. In that case, you may leave early, Hondo. I have no pressing matters at hand, Orochimaru stated. Really? Hondo asked with an expression of excitement, as she was not accustomed to toiling in the laboratory. After receiving Orochimaru's approval, she joyfully exited, while Orochimaru resumed his experiments. A short while later, Orochimaru abruptly remarked, "The person has departed. Come forth." Shortly thereafter, a member of Root appeared behind him. "Lord Danzo urges you to expedite your research on the Sharingan transplant." The Root member replied expressionlessly. Orochimaru regarded the Root member with intrigue. Wasn't Root disbanded by the third Hokage? Why are you still serving Danzo? The Root member seemed oblivious to Orochimaru's question, providing no response. Feeling exasperated, Orochimaru contemplated ending the related research, yet Danzo audaciously pursued the Sharingan. Had it not been for his prior lack of research funding, he would have never consented to work for Danzo, now that he had resolved not to conduct human experiments. There was no longer any need to cater to Danzo's whims. Subsequently, Orochimaru, in a classic manner, licked his lips, and a serpent silently emerged beside the Root ninja, swiftly ending the ninja's life before he sensed any danger. As Orochimaru surveyed the experimental base before him, he felt no pangs of nostalgia and set it ablaze, erasing it completely. Just as he prepared to depart, he encountered a surprising revelation in the inventory of the ninja world. Orochimaru ranks as the 17th most powerful among the shadow-level ninjas. Orochimaru had not anticipated that he would be the focal point of this assessment. The situation was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, everyone was transported back to their respective ninja villages, and as the unfortunate loser of the duel, Kakuzu incurred a significant loss of gold coins. Likely, Kakuzu would prefer to forget this day for the rest of his life. Conversely, Obito gained considerable insights from this competition, such as the usage of the Manjiki Sharingan and the invocation of various jutsu. Although Obito also acquired certain jutsu as rewards, he found that employing them was not as seamless as in his masked form. Fortuitously, there were no missions scheduled for today, prompting Obito to contemplate inviting his close classmates to celebrate. At this juncture, Obito could be regarded as one of the wealthiest among the elite of Konoha, as previous missions combined with this recent duel had bestowed him with the means to host a small gathering. He pondered whom to invite, with Kakashi undoubtedly on the list, especially since it appeared he was home today. Then there was the ever-energetic Might Guy, clad in his signature green attire. Despite the occasional forgetfulness regarding his own name, Guy would surely not begrudge Obito, who aspired to become Hokage. Additionally, there was Ebisu, whose recent activities were a mystery, as he seemed engrossed in acquiring knowledge to become a teacher. And he must not forget to invite Rin. Their last encounter during a mission had been brief and lacking in conversation. Obito had intended to greet her and Lin, but the girl with blue hair had appeared rather intimidating. Asuma would undoubtedly tag along if Obito invited Kurenai, as he was known for his shamelessness in such matters. Lastly, he thought of Hanabi, who had recently become less visible. He wondered if she still enjoyed sweet rice dumplings and red bean paste, having heard rumors of her apprenticeship under Orochimaru. As for Rin, Obito planned to extend a personal invitation. Having finalized several names on his list, he prepared to seek out Rin to extend his invitation. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko finds herself within Orochimaru's laboratory. "Master, what are all these experiments about?" She inquires with a look of curiosity, pointing at the human tissues scattered throughout the lab. While most young girls might feel a twinge of fear upon encountering such macabre sights, Anko is instead captivated by the spectacle. Orochimaru gazes at his naive apprentice, reflecting on his decision to take Anko under his wing, partly because her father perished for his sake, and partly to assuage his own master's concerns. Observing Anko's inquisitive expression, he refrains from divulging that those tissues were the result of cellular implantation from Hashirama's cells. During this period, Orochimaru has found himself in a state of confusion. Having witnessed the demise of countless individuals, he has come to regard life as fragile. He believes that the human body harbors potential that remains untapped throughout one's existence, compelling him to seek immortality in order to master all ninjutsu and grasp the truths of the world. Yet, recent events have sown seeds of doubt within him. His research into the Sharingan he acquired revealed that both the cellular vitality and the functions of his Sharingan mirror those of the Uchiha clans. Thus, he contemplates whether he might extract the essence of immortality through the inventory system. In light of recent developments, Orochimaru has gradually ceased his related experimental pursuits, recognizing that there are still ties to Konoha that he cannot easily sever. At this moment, gazing at the red beans, Orochimaru found himself contemplating an array of thoughts. "Red Bean, did not your classmate, Uchiha Obito, invite you to a gathering?" Orochimaru inquired. Red Bean was taken aback by her teacher's interest in such matters. Typically, Orochimaru was solely focused on his experiments and rarely inquired about her personal affairs. "Indeed, I was just planning to seek out Obito after your experiment concludes," Red Bean replied, serving as both a pupil and nominal assistant to Orochimaru. However, unlike Kabuto, Orochimaru did not involve her in the experimental processes, as Red Bean's inherent kindness rendered her ill-suited for his line of work. "Since that is the case, you may leave early, Red Bean." I have no pressing matters at hand, Orochimaru stated. Really? Red Bean asked, her face alight with excitement, for she was not particularly fond of toiling away in the laboratory. After receiving Orochimaru's approval, she joyfully dashed out, while he resumed his experiments. A short while later, Orochimaru abruptly remarked, "The person has left, come out." Upon his command, a member of the Root organization appeared silently behind him. Lord Danzo urges you to expedite your research on the transplantation of the Sharingan. The Root member stated with a stoic expression. Orochimaru regarded the member with a hint of curiosity. Was not the Root disbanded by the third Hokage? Why are you still serving Danzo? The Root member seemed oblivious to Orochimaru's inquiries, offering no response. Feeling somewhat vexed, Orochimaru considered that he had already intended to conclude his related research, yet Danzo audaciously continued to covet the Sharingan. Had it not been for his prior lack of funding for research, he would never have consented to work for Danzo. Now that he had resolved not to conduct human experiments, Danzo's involvement seemed unnecessary. With a characteristic flick of his tongue, a serpent stealthily emerged beside the Root ninja. Striking swiftly, the unsuspecting ninja was dispatched without any awareness of the impending danger. Observing the experimental base before him, Orochimaru felt no sentimentality, incinerating it until nothing remained. Just as he prepared to withdraw, a tally of the ninja world revealed that the subject of this assessment was none other than himself, Orochimaru. A rather intriguing turn of events indeed. At this moment, Orochimaru himself remains uncertain whether he might commit acts that would provoke the ire of both gods and men, despite his current lack of such intentions. Meanwhile, at the barbecue restaurant gathering, Akamichi was the first to notice the situation regarding the inventory system. I never anticipated that Red Bean's teacher would be so formidable, mused her close friend, Hinata. At this moment, Orochimaru's reputation among the people of Konoha remains that of one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for his remarkable contributions to the village. However, there lingers a perception of his somewhat sinister demeanor. Nevertheless, there is no doubt regarding Orochimaru's loyalty to Konoha, and he is still regarded as a formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru was indeed a ninja who made significant contributions during the Second Shinobi World War. My father once remarked that Orochimaru was his favorite disciple. Asuma quickly interjected, almost as if boasting about his father, the Hokage. Yet, Obito, while observing Orochimaru within the evaluation system, sensed that there was more to him than mere coldness. Something felt amiss. The assessment of the Shinobi world categorized Orochimaru as a formidable power with the label of a materialist, a scientific thinker, and a diligent teacher. The group noticed a dissonance between the tags presented by the evaluation system and the reality of Orochimaru's character. Furthermore, the description of him as a diligent teacher seemed rather incongruous. While Akato believed Orochimaru had treated him fairly well, it hardly reached the level of diligence and dedication. At this moment, Hongdo still believes herself to be the one and only disciple of Orochimaru, the cherished little comforter of her master. Little does she know that the third wheel, Uchiha Sasuke, has already captured Orochimaru's affections. The scene unfolds upon the battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village. At this moment, Orochimaru's team was tasked with providing support to the second battlefield, where the Hidden Cloud Village was already showing signs of collapse. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, I will surely protect myself, Shoshiro bravely declared to Orochimaru. At this juncture, the war has escalated to a fervent intensity, with ninjas of all ranks from the Hidden Leaf Village dispatched to the battlefield. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Shinsui could not evade participation in the conflict. Asuma inquired, who is this disciple of Orochimaru featured in the scene? I do not recall having seen him before. To which Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, Asuma, be silent. At this moment, Asuma wore an expression of innocence as he was reprimanded by his father, merely inquiring about the reason behind such intense anger. Was it about the rope tree? At this moment, Orochimaru's thoughts were drawn back to that war, which could aptly be termed the Konoha meat grinder, the Second Shinobi World War. In retrospect, it seemed as if he could still hear the dying words of Rope Tree. Orochimaru-sensei, please tell my sister not to mourn for me. At that time, Rope Tree was so severely injured by explosive tags that he was hardly recognizable. Yet, this cheerful young boy still expressed concern for his sister, wishing to shield Tsunade from sorrow. However, his teacher disappointed him, as Orochimaru could hardly consider himself a competent instructor. Moreover, if only Tsunade's proposal to establish a medical corps had been accepted, in that moment, Orochimaru's pupils darkened, as if he had become unrecognizable to himself since the demise of Rope Tree and Dan. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who was on her way back to Konoha, witnessed the scene before her but remained oblivious to what had transpired. She only knew that Orochimaru had coldly delivered the news to her. At that instant, it felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her, while that scoundrel Orochimaru stood by, uttering indifferent remarks. If only Konoha had adopted the medical plan you proposed back then. At that time, she had no understanding of its significance. In the imagery, Orochimaru gazed proudly at his disciple, utterly unaware that soon they would be separated by the veil of death. At that moment, Shankshu swiftly darted past Orochimaru, heading to scout the terrain ahead. Shankshu, you are truly brave, Orochimaru thought. feeling a swell of pride for his apprentice. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed in the air. The sound of a detonating seal. In the wake of the blast, Orochimaru could hardly believe his eyes as he beheld Shinkshu, shattered and broken before him. Master! Shinkshu managed to utter, blood pouring from his mouth. Please tell my sister not to grieve for me. With great effort, Shinkshu struggled to articulate a few more words. All right, just hold on. Orochimaru could only offer words of comfort to Shinkshu, his heart heavy with despair. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to master the art of medical ninjutsu as he would in the future. He could only instruct others to care for Shinj while he ventured forth in search of a medical ninja. In the dense forest, Orochimaru relentlessly scoured the area, scarcely daring to linger for even a moment. Meanwhile, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, yet it seemed as though he were impervious to its touch. After thoroughly searching the entire vicinity, he found not a single medical ninja. With no other recourse, Orochimaru was compelled to return. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the devastating sight of Shin's lifeless body. At this moment, Orochimaru gazed at the somber sky, his heart weighed down by countless regrets that he could not articulate. Life is indeed so fragile. Tsunade observed the scene of her brother's relentless struggle, ultimately failing to reach him, a truth she, as his elder sister, remained oblivious to. It is no wonder that Orochimaru once uttered such perplexing words to her. She had scolded him for his apparent coldness. Yet, it was not that he was devoid of compassion, rather. He had been unable to locate a medical ninja in that dire moment. Meanwhile, Obito was equally taken aback by the brutality of war. Realizing that even such young children were being sent to the battlefield, Obito declared, I, Uchiha Obito, shall become Hokage. I will change this chaotic and conflict-ridden ninja world. The others were astonished by Obito's ambitious aspirations, never expecting this young Uchiha to harbor such noble ideals. Yahiko concurred, indeed, our village of Amigakure has been poisoned by war. Our parents perished in the conflicts of great nations. My purpose in establishing the Akatsuki is to ensure that one day, the ninja world will know peace. The fourth Raikage interjected, what are you saying? During the Second Ninja World War, many of our ninjas from Kumogakure fell at the hands of Konoha. Why is it that no one speaks on behalf of our village? Orochimaru chuckled. Who would have thought that one day, the village that instigated war would now seek sympathy? Inoki added, indeed, who does not know that Kumogakure has instigated several ninja world wars? At that moment, the fourth Raikage, found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that their village had indeed been the catalyst for these conflicts. Kohara remarked, in my view, what is there to commend about war? It only leads to the death of so many. At this moment, Orochimaru remains uncertain whether he will one day commit acts that would incite the wrath of both gods and men, despite his current lack of such intentions. Meanwhile, at the barbecue restaurant gathering, Akamichi observed the situation with the inventory system immediately. I can't believe that Red Bean's teacher is so formidable, remarked her close friend, Hinata. At this moment, Orochimaru's reputation among the people of Konoha remains that of one of the legendary Sannin, celebrated for his formidable contributions to the village. Yet, there persists a perception of his somewhat cold demeanor. Nonetheless, his loyalty to Konoha is seldom questioned, and presently, Orochimaru stands as a formidable contender for the position of the fourth Hokage. It was during the Second Shinobi World War that he rendered exceptional service to Konoha, earning him the admiration of my father, who once declared Orochimaru to be his favorite disciple. Asuma hastily chimed in, seemingly eager to flaunt his father's status as Hokage. However, Obito, observing Orochimaru through the lens of the inventory system, harbored a sense that there was more to him than mere coldness. Something felt amiss. In the inventory of the shinobi world, Orochimaru is categorized with tags such as materialist, shinobi scientist, and diligent and dedicated teacher. The discrepancies between these labels and the reality of Orochimaru's character struck everyone as peculiar. Was the designation of diligent and dedicated teacher truly applicable to Orochimaru? Although Akamichi believed that Orochimaru had shown him a fair degree of consideration, it hardly seemed to reach the level of earnest dedication. At this moment, Hongdo still believed himself to be the one and only disciple of Orochimaru, the cherished little companion of his master. Little did he know that the third party, Uchiha Sasuke, had long since captured Orochimaru's affection. The scene unfolds on the battlefield between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village. At this moment, Orochimaru's team was dispatched to provide support to the second battlefield, where the Hidden Cloud Village was already showing signs of collapse. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei, I will certainly protect myself. Ju declared bravely to Orochimaru. At this juncture, the war has escalated to a fervent intensity, with every ninja from the Hidden Leaf dispatched to the battlefield. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Shoshin too found himself inexorably drawn into the conflict. Asuma inquired, who is that disciple of Orochimaru depicted in the scene? I do not recall having encountered him before. To which Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, Asuma, be silent. At this moment, Asuma wore an expression of innocence as he was scolded by his father. He merely inquired about the reason behind such intense anger. Was it the rope tree? At this moment, Orochimaru's thoughts were drawn back to that war, which could aptly be termed the Konoha meat grinder, the Second Shinobi World War. In retrospect, it seemed as though he could still hear the dying words of Suk, Orochimaru-sensei, please tell my sister not to be sad for me. At that time, Suk had been devastated by explosive tags, yet this cheerful young boy still showed concern for his sister, wishing to spare Tsunade any sorrow. However, his teacher had let him down. He could hardly consider himself a qualified mentor. Moreover, had Tsunade's proposal to establish a medical corps been embraced, perhaps at this moment, Orochimaru's pupils darkened, as if he had become unrecognizable since Suk's demise. Meanwhile, Tsunade, on her way back to Konoha, witnessed the scene before her. She had no understanding of what had transpired, only knowing that Orochimaru had coldly delivered the news to her. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon her, while Orochimaru continued to utter sarcastic remarks beside her. If only Konoha had adopted the medical plan she had suggested at the time, she had been oblivious to its significance. In the vision, Orochimaru gazed proudly upon his disciple, completely unaware that soon they would be separated by the veil of death. At this moment, Shankshu swiftly dashed past Orochimaru, venturing forth to scout the terrain ahead. Shankshu, you were truly courageous. Just as Orochimaru felt a swell of pride for his disciple, a resounding explosion echoed from the front, the sound of a detonating tag. Subsequently, under Orochimaru's incredulous gaze, he beheld the gruesome sight of Shankshu, shattered by the blast. Teacher, at that moment, Shankshu managed to utter a few words before blood began to pour from his mouth. I hope you can tell my sister not to grieve for me. With great difficulty, Shankshu struggled to express a few more sentences. All right, please do not speak. Orochimaru could only offer continuous words of comfort to Shankshu. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to master medical ninjutsu as he would in the future. He could only instruct others to take care of Rope Tree while he embarked on a quest to find a medical ninja. Orochimaru tirelessly searched through the forest, scarcely daring to linger as a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, seemingly unnoticed by him. After scouring the entire area, he found not a single medical ninja. With no other choice, Orochimaru had to return. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the tragic sight of Rope Tree's lifeless form. At this moment, Orochimaru gazed at the overcast sky, filled with countless regrets that remained unspoken. Life is indeed so fragile. Tsunade watched the scene unfold, observing the relentless efforts made to save her brother, only to realize that in the end, she was utterly unaware of his struggles as an elder sister. No wonder Orochimaru had once uttered such an enigmatic remark to her. She had scolded him for his apparent coldness. It turned out that he was not heartless, but rather, he had been unable to find a medical ninja at that time. Meanwhile, Obito was also taken aback by the brutal realities of war, where even such young children were compelled to head to the battlefield. Obito declared, I, Uchiha Obito, shall become Hokage. I am determined to alter this chaotic and war-torn shinobi world. The crowd marveled at Obito's ambitious aspirations, surprised that this young member of the Uchiha clan harbored such noble ideals. Yahiko chimed in, indeed, we of Amigakure have been poisoned by war. Our parents perished in the conflicts of the great nations. My purpose in establishing the Akatsuki is to ensure that one day, the shinobi world knows no war. The fourth Raikage interjected, what do you say? During the Second Shinobi World War, many of our ninjas perished at the hands of Konoha. Why is there no one to speak on behalf of our Cloud Village? Orochimaru chuckled. Who would have thought that one day, the warmongering Cloud Village would come to lament? Anoki retorted, indeed, who doesn't he know that the Cloud Village instigated several of the Shinobi World Wars? The fourth Raikage, was at a loss for words. It seemed undeniable that their village had instigated the conflicts. Kohara spoke up, in my view, what is the merit of war? It only leads to countless deaths. Yet, despite her words, how easily can hatred be eradicated? The first Hokage suppressed other nations, granting the most fertile lands to Konoha. Could the other ninja villages be satisfied with this? While the first Hokage was alive, the other villages dared not voice their grievances. But now, as Konoha continues to decline, the shinobi world cannot accept this. Furthermore, with the death of the second Hokage at the hands of the Cloud Village, could the people of Konoha come to terms with this? Certainly not. As for the third Raikage being schemed against by Inoki, the current Cloud Village holds a deep-seated resentment towards the Rock Village, as evidenced by the recent mission debacle where the Rock Ninja was soundly beaten. Not to mention the Sand Village, which endures a life in the desert and consistently finds itself at odds with Konoha. Who could truly accept this? The scene continued to unfold. At this moment, the scene shifts to the hidden Cloud Village. Due to the insufficient strength of the Eight-Tail Seal, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Baru, has been placed in a secluded area of the hidden Cloud Village, away from prying eyes. At this moment, Barubi, having become a Jinchuriki, discovered that the attitudes of those around him had transformed, leading to an increasing weariness of both body and mind. The tailed beast would seize the opportunity to erupt violently when the Jinchuriki's heart was at its most vulnerable, resulting in Barubi's current state of profound instability. At this moment, Barubi requires the attention of specialized medical personnel to administer tranquilizing medication to suppress the tumultuous turmoil within him. The physician depicted in the scene is diligently preparing today's dosage for Barubi, unaware that a small serpent stealthily approaches from behind him. Subsequently, the serpent transforms into a human form, resembling a woman strikingly similar to the infamous Orochimaru. The fourth Raikage exclaims, "There has been an intrusion into the hidden cloud village." What is happening? At this moment, the fourth Raikage was enveloped by a wave of unease, or perhaps an inkling of doubt. The circumstances surrounding the Eight Tails rampage were shrouded in ambiguity. Although the state of Burubai at the time was far from optimal, the Eight Tails exhibited a lesser degree of violent desire than anticipated until its eventual subjugation. The hidden cloud village suffered the loss of elite shinobi, a blow that undeniably struck deep into the heart of the village. As for the mention of Tsuchikage and the connection to snakes, the thought of Orochimaru crossed his mind. The mere speculation ignited a fire of anger within the fourth Raikage. Should this be true, he vowed to etch an unforgettable memory into Orochimaru's existence. In that very instant, the female form of Orochimaru struck with lethal swiftness, claiming the life of a physician from the hidden cloud village before the man could even comprehend the peril he faced. Almost immediately, Orochimaru transformed into the guise of the physician, hastily tidying the surroundings. Before long, Burubai entered, looking haggard, evidently suffering from another restless night. Orochimaru then presented the meticulously prepared medicine to Burubai. After scrutinizing it, Burubai remarked, "Today's medicine appears quite different from the previous ones." In response to Burubai's inquiry, Orochimaru calmly elucidated, "This is a new medication. It will help you attain a deeper slumber." With no suspicion lingering in her mind, Burubai accepted the new medicine and departed. As night fell, she indeed succumbed to a profound sleep. At this moment, Orochimaru had arrived at Burubi's bedside. "It must be exhausting to be alive. I shall liberate you from the torment of being a Jinchuriki." With that, a hand swiftly covered Burubi's mouth to stifle any sound. Burubi was immediately jolted awake, only to see a female ninja standing before him. Then, Orochimaru removed her disguise, and Burubi's pupils constricted upon recognizing her. However, he found himself utterly incapable of employing any means to resist. "No need to struggle. The potion you ingested today contains my specially crafted illusionary drug." Subsequently, Orochimaru instantaneously unsealed the Eight Tails within Burubi and amplified the beast's fury through the concoction. Having completed her task, Orochimaru hastily departed the scene, anticipating the rampage of the Eight Tails. True to expectations, shortly after Orochimaru's departure, the Eight Tails began its destruction, and Burubi lost all rationality, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Fourth Raikage, it is indeed you, Orochimaru. I shall ensure your utter destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enough. Has your village, Kumogakure, also engaged in underhanded dealings? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I recall you once intended to abduct our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Raikage certainly owes us an explanation. Fourth Raikage, you and Konoha have not suffered significant losses, yet our Kumogakure has lost 8 elite jonin. Orochimaru, since this is war, employing ruthless tactics is hardly excessive, especially considering my disciple perished at your village's hands. Anoki, your disciple was killed by his own explosive tags. Do not place the blame on us for everything. Darui, what an audacious accusation. Were those explosive tags not buried by your village? As the discussion continued, the reason for Orochimaru's incursion into the land of clouds and the subsequent chaos of the Eight Tails became the subject of inquiry. A. To avenge his disciple. B. Under orders from the village. C. To acquire the cells of the Eight Tails. D. Orochimaru harbors animosity towards Kumogakure. Once the answers to the inquiry were revealed, everyone was left astounded by Orochimaru's motives. Terumi Mei, it requires no contemplation. It is undoubtedly to avenge his disciple. Anoki, indeed. After all, Kumogakure was responsible for the death of his most cherished student. Tsunade, I never anticipated this. Orochimaru, I had misjudged you in the past. At this moment, Tsunade was profoundly moved by Orochimaru's actions. She never anticipated that the seemingly heartless individual would make such a choice in the end. Jiraiya remarked, Orochimaru? Could you truly make such a decision? Tsunade retorted, You fool, Jiraiya, where are you wandering off to now? Startled by Tsunade's admonition, Jiraiya promptly abandoned his idea of gathering material for inspiration for his novel, determined not to let Tsunade discover his intentions. Don't let me catch you gathering material again. Tsunade scolded. Jiraiya, with a resigned expression, felt the weight of his circumstances. He had his own reasons for seeking inspiration. Meanwhile, the young ninjas of Konoha began to admire Anko, taken aback by the responsibility of her mentor, which left them deeply moved. They unanimously decided upon option A, oblivious to any potential discrepancies. Furthermore, everyone in the ninja world believed that Orochimaru was exacting revenge for his apprentice. Only Orochimaru pondered for a moment before making an astonishing choice, decisively opting for option C. Ding. The answer is option C. Congratulations to Orochimaru for answering correctly. The others were left dumbfounded. How could this not be an aid of avenging his apprentice? Only Orochimaru understood that if he were truly seeking vengeance for Rope Tree, he would never employ such a method. Indeed, this approach resulted in the loss of 8 elite jonin from the Cloud Village, yet it was far from his usual style. Congratulations to Orochimaru for answering correctly. You have earned a large dungeon entry. Ding. The large dungeon for the Konoha collapse plan is about to commence. However, despite this, one cannot easily eradicate hatred. The first Hokage suppressed other nations, allocating the most fertile lands to Konoha. Could the other ninja villages simply acquiesce? When the first Hokage was alive, they dared not voice their dissent, but with Konoha's ongoing decline, the ninja world could hardly accept it. Moreover, the death of the second Hokage at the hands of the Cloud Village was something the people of Konoha could hardly come to terms with. As for the third Raikage's demise due to Inoki's schemes, the current Cloud Village harbored significant resentment towards the Rock Village, especially following the last mission where a wood ninja was thoroughly beaten. Not to mention the Sand Village, which lived in the harsh desert. They constantly sought to undermine Konoha. Who could truly accept such grievances? The scene continued to unfold. At this moment, the scene shifts to the hidden Cloud Village. Due to the inadequacy of the eight-tailed ceiling, the tailed beast Jinchuriki, Buru, has been placed in a secluded area of the village, undisturbed. At this juncture, Burubi, having become a Jinchuriki, has discerned a palpable shift in the attitudes of those around him, which has increasingly drained his physical and mental fortitude. Furthermore, the tailed beasts seize the opportunity to unleash their fury during moments of profound vulnerability within the Jinchuriki, culminating in Burubi's current state of profound instability. At this moment, Burubi requires specialized medical personnel to administer tranquilizing medication to suppress the tumultuous turmoil within him. In the scene, the doctor is preparing today's medication for Burubi, while unbeknownst to him, a small serpent quietly slithers behind him. Subsequently, the serpent transforms into a humanoid figure, resembling a woman strikingly similar to Orochimaru. The fourth Raikage exclaims, "Someone has invaded the hidden Cloud Village. What is happening?" At this moment, the fourth Raikage was suddenly enveloped by a sense of unease, or perhaps a lingering doubt, regarding the tumultuous events surrounding the Eight Tails rampage, which had been shrouded in numerous ambiguities. Despite the fact that Burubi was not in optimal condition at the time, the Eight Tails did not exhibit such an intense desire for destruction until its eventual subjugation. The hidden Cloud Village suffered significant losses, including elite shinobi, marking an indelible blow to the village. As for the mention of a connection to snakes, the fourth Raikage's thoughts drifted to the possibility of Orochimaru being involved. The mere suggestion of this made him seethe with anger. If this were indeed true, he would ensure that Orochimaru would be left with a haunting memory for a lifetime. At that moment, Orochimaru, now transformed into a female ninja, struck swiftly, and before the village doctor could react, life was snuffed out. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru morphed into the guise of the doctor, meticulously tidying up the surroundings. Before long, Burubi entered, looking haggard, evidently having had a restless night. Orochimaru then presented the prepared medication to Burubi. After a cursory examination, she remarked, "Today's medicine seems quite different from the previous ones." In response to Burubi's inquiry, Orochimaru calmly explained, "This is a new formula. It will help you sleep more soundly." Burubi, without suspicion, accepted the new medication and departed. That night, indeed, Burubi fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, Orochimaru had arrived at Burubi's bedside. "Living must be exhausting. I shall liberate you from the torment of being a Jinchuriki." Subsequently, a hand swiftly covered Burubi's mouth to stifle any sound, startling him awake. Upon awakening, Burubi beheld a female ninja standing before him. In the next instant, Orochimaru removed her disguise, causing Burubi's pupils to constrict in alarm. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of employing any means of defense. There is no need to struggle. The illusionary drug you have ingested today is of my own concoction. Orochimaru then effortlessly unsealed the eight tails within Burubi and amplified the beast rage through her potion. After completing her task, Orochimaru hastily departed, eagerly anticipating the chaos that would ensue from the Eight Tails rampage. As expected, not long after Orochimaru's departure, the Eight Tails began its destruction, and Burubi, having lost all rationality, commenced a rampant assault. Fourth Raikage, it is indeed you, Orochimaru. I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enough. Hasn't your village, Humogakure, engaged in its share of clandestine actions underground? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I recall that you once intended to abduct our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Raikage deserves to provide an explanation to us, the Leaf Village. Fourth Raikage, you Leaf Village have not suffered significant losses. However, our Kumogakure has endured the loss of 8 elite Jonin. Orochimaru, since this is war, employing brutal tactics is not excessive, especially considering my disciple perished at the hands of your village. Tachikage, your disciple was killed by an explosive tag of his own making. Do not cast blame upon us for everything. Noki, you are slyly shifting the blame. Were not those explosive tags buried by your Kumogakure? As the discourse continued, the question arose, what was the motive behind Orochimaru's incursion into the land of clouds to incite the Eight Tails rampage? A. To avenge her disciple. B. Under the village's orders. C. To acquire the Eight Tails cells. D. Orochimaru harbors disdain for Kumogakure. Once the answers were revealed, the assembly was left astounded by Orochimaru's rationale. Koharu Udatain, there is no need for deliberation. It is undoubtedly for avenging her disciple. Noki, indeed. After all, Kumogakure was responsible for the death of her most cherished pupil. Tsunade, I must admit, Orochimaru, I misjudged you in the past. At this moment, Tsunade was deeply moved by Orochimaru's actions, surprised that the seemingly heartless individual would ultimately make such a choice. Jiraiya remarked, Orochimaru, would you truly make such a decision? Tsunade retorted, "You fool, Jiraiya. Where are you wandering off to now?" Startled by Tsunade's reprimand, Jiraiya quickly abandoned his plans for inspiration, as he was currently seeking ideas for his novel and could not let Tsunade discover his intentions. Tsunade warned, "Don't let me catch you gathering material again." Jiraiya sighed helplessly. He had his reasons for doing so. Meanwhile, the young ninjas of Konoha began to admire Akane, astonished to realize she had such a responsible teacher, which was truly heartwarming. The group unanimously decided to choose option A, unaware of any discrepancies. Furthermore, everyone in the ninja world believed that Orochimaru was seeking revenge for his disciple. Only Orochimaru himself pondered for a moment before making an astonishing decision, decisively opting for option C. Ding. The answer is option C. Congratulations, Orochimaru, you answered correctly. The others were left dumbfounded, questioning how it was not about avenging his disciple. Orochimaru alone understood that if his intent had been to assist Rope Tree in seeking vengeance, he would never have employed such a method, which indeed resulted in the loss of 8 elite Genin from the Cloud Village. However, this was simply not his style. Congratulations, Orochimaru, you answered correctly. You have earned a slot in a major side quest. Ding. The Konoha Collapse Plan major side quest is about to commence. Ding. This side quest is a major one, and all participants may join by paying gold coins. Genin are required to pay 100 gold coins, Ch-Nin 1,000 gold coins, and J-Nin 5,000 gold coins. Those of Kage-level strength are prohibited from participating, except for slots earned through answering questions. Upon hearing this, the Konoha residents began discussing how to participate. "I am a Genin. The cost is simply too great," Kakashi remarked, exasperated. "Every time. The restrictions on Genin are so severe that it feels like entering would lead to financial ruin. Kakashi, you must join me this time." Obito insisted meaningfully. The last time he encountered a future Kakashi, he regretted not bringing him along. He wondered what expression Kakashi would wear if he knew how his future turned out. Obito also found himself missing Naruto and Sasuke, having parted ways too abruptly to bid them a proper farewell. However, the only frustrating aspect was that his strength was still classified as that of a Genin. What a travesty, for he, Uchiha Obito, was a bona fide Genin. This time, the village indeed planned to send Kakashi into the quest alongside them. At that moment, Minato Namikaze approached the gathering Konoha ninjas. "Teacher Minato," Rin exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to see him there. Minato smiled gently, saying, "I also come bearing a command from Lord Hokage." It turned out Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to take preemptive measures regarding the major side quest, knowing that each ninja village would send their most elite ninjas, typically comprising a higher proportion of Ch-Nin and Genin. As for J-Nin, the cost was too great for the village to bear at this time. Sarutobi regretted his impulsiveness, lamenting why he had to gamble. Indeed, gambling could ruin a life. Subsequently, the major ninja villages made their arrangements, all eager to secure first place in this quest. Ding. Participant statistics are complete. From the Mist Village, Terumi Mei, Ao, and Zuki Mangetsu. From the Rock Village, Anoki and Shura. From Konoha Village, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Noera Rin, Mitokado Akane, Might Guy, and Orochimaru. From the Cloud Village, Yamatsu, Ki, and Samui. From the Sand Village, Raza, wondering why, in the future, he was unable to reach Kage-level. From the Rain Village, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Upon seeing the roster, everyone was stunned by Konoha's lineup. Although Konoha had a higher number of Genin, they were puzzled by Orochimaru's participation, questioning how they could field someone of his caliber, while other villages struggled to send even one Genin. It was evident that this was part of the Konoha collapse plan. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Village declared that regardless of who was attempting to undermine Konoha, they would lend their support. It was no wonder Konoha was being so cautious. After all, the mere mention of that name instilled fear. Once everyone had arrived, the tally system would transport them to the quest. Unlike before, due to the large number of participants, there were not many isolated competitors. The first to enter the quest were Orochimaru and his disciple, Mitokado Akane. "Teacher," Akane exclaimed, delighted to be on a mission with her mentor. Orochimaru, however, seemed indifferent, confident that none of the competitors could rival him. He began to survey his surroundings, marveling at how the quest world resembled reality so closely, with the environment mirroring Konoha by approximately 80%. Soon, Orochimaru noticed a scroll appearing before him, presumably the task assigned by the tally system. He gradually unfurled the scroll. Task: the Chunin exam hosted by Konoha is fraught with conspiracies. Your future disciple is in danger. Go forth and rescue your most prized disciple, allowing him to feel the warmth of your mentorship while conveniently resolving Konoha's crisis. Truly just a side note. Orochimaru stared at the task scroll in confusion, pondering the situation regarding his future disciple. He knew that over 200 Genin had come for the exam. How would he ever locate his disciple? Shifting his gaze to Akane, he inquired, "Akane, what does your task scroll say?" She blushed slightly, slowly revealing her scroll under Orochimaru's watchful eye. Task: your teacher, Orochimaru, has a prized disciple in peril. Guess who that might be? Answer incorrectly, and find that person to give them a little lesson, ensuring they understand that the title of master's little darling belongs to you. After reading this, Orochimaru's expression turned deadpan. Teacher, let me explain. This isn't. Akane hurriedly attempted to clarify. Don't worry, Akane. It seems our tasks align. We both need to find my future disciple. Orochimaru quickly grasped the essence of the predicament. As for the wording on Akane's scroll, it appeared to be a jest. After all, it did mention giving someone a small lesson. Yet first, they needed to ascertain the current situation. Orochimaru promptly withdrew several small snakes from his sleeve. In a brief moment, the serpents began to scout in all directions. This place was none other than the Forest of Death. The very site where Naruto and his companions had been ambushed by Orochimaru, though this was not the Orochimaru who had traversed through time. Concurrently, other ninjas began to unfurl their mission scrolls. Uchiha Obito found himself in quite the unfortunate predicament. The current scenario rarely allowed for solitude. Yet he had unwittingly stumbled into it. This time, Obito was without a single teammate, compelled to rely solely on himself to fulfill the mission. He pondered whether he would see Naruto and the others again. As he slowly opened his mission scroll, he read, "Return to your homeland. Do you still yearn for your former self? Konoha is currently under threat, and whether to destroy it or not lies solely within your thoughts." Confused by the words inscribed on the scroll, Obito could not discern the true nature of the assessment system. Resolving to dismiss these troubling thoughts, he reassured himself that he could never harm Konoha. After all, he aspired to be the future Hokage. Thus, he decisively chose to aid Konoha. However, he was at a loss regarding what actions to take next, knowing only that this scenario was dubbed the Konoha collapse plan, with no further intelligence at his disposal. Nevertheless, he resolved to take things one step at a time. Ding. This mission is classified as a large-scale operation. All participants can join by paying a fee. Genin requires 100 coins, Chunin requires 1,000 coins, Jonin requires 5,000 coins. And those of Hokage-level strength are prohibited from participating, except for those who obtain a spot through answering questions. Upon hearing this, the ninjas from Konoha began to deliberate on how to participate. I am now a Jonin. The cost is prohibitively high for me, Kakashi said, exasperation evident on his face. Every time, there are such stringent restrictions on Jonin. It feels as though entering would lead to financial ruin. Kakashi, you must accompany me this time. Obito implored meaningfully. He regretted not bringing Kakashi along the last time he encountered his future self. He wondered how Kakashi would react upon learning of his current fate. He mused about Naruto and Sasuke, feeling nostalgic as their last parting had been too abrupt for a proper farewell. However, he found it rather vexing that his own strength was now classified as Jonin level. What a cruel twist of fate for Uchiha Obito, who was indeed a mere Genin. This time, the large-scale mission intended to send Kakashi into the operation as well. At that moment, Minato Namikaze approached, stating, "The Hokage has decided to take command of the large-scale operation ahead of time." The young ninjas of Konoha, who were gathered for a feast, were taken aback at Minato's arrival. "Teacher Minato," Rin exclaimed in surprise. Minato smiled gently. "I have come bearing the orders of the Hokage." It became evident that Hiruzen Saratobi had chosen to preemptively oversee the plans for this large-scale mission, knowing that each ninja village would dispatch their most elite shinobi, typically with a higher ratio of Chunin and Genin. As for Jonin, the cost was too great for the village to bear at this time. In that moment, Hiruzen regretted his impulsive decision to gamble. The saying gambling destroys lives rang true. Subsequently, various ninja villages finalized their arrangements, all vying for first place in this operation. Ding. Participants have been tallied. Mist Village, Terumi-me, Ao, and Hozuki Mangetsu, Rock Village, Anoki, Karatsuchi, Leaf Village, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, Saratobi Asuma, Narashikamaru, Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and Orochimaru, Cloud Village, Yagura, Kumo, Samui, Sand Village, Raza, wondering why, as the future Kazekage, he could not even reach the level of a shadow, Rain Village, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato. Upon the release of the participant list, everyone was astonished by Konoha's lineup. While it was true that Konoha had a larger number of Genin, the presence of Orochimaru posed a significant challenge. Each village struggled immensely to support a single Jonin, while Konoha could dispatch one of the legendary Sannin. It was no wonder Konoha was being so cautious. The mere mention of Orochimaru's name instilled worry in all. Once everyone had gathered, the assessment system prepared to transport them to the mission site. Unlike previous instances, the high number of participants meant there would be few isolated contenders. The first to enter the mission realm were Orochimaru and his disciple, Anko Mitarashi. "Teacher," Anko exclaimed joyfully, thrilled to be on a mission with her mentor. Orochimaru, indifferent, replied that it mattered little, for none of the competitors posed a threat to him. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that this so-called mission realm bore a striking resemblance to reality, with the environment closely mirroring that of Konoha. Soon, Orochimaru noticed a scroll had appeared before him, presumably the task assigned by the assessment system. He opened it slowly, reading, "The Chunin Exams hosted by Konoha are rife with conspiracies. Your future disciple is in peril. Come forth and rescue your most cherished apprentice," allowing him to feel the warmth of his master's affection, while conveniently addressing Konoha's crisis. Truly merely a side task. Orochimaru was left bewildered by the scroll's contents. "What is this? My future disciple?" He recalled that over 200 Genin had come to take the exams. How could he possibly locate his disciple among them? He turned to Anko and inquired, Anko, what does your mission scroll say? Anko, feeling a bit shy, hesitantly produced her scroll under Orochimaru's gaze. It read, your teacher, Orochimaru, has a favored disciple in danger. Could that person be you? Answer incorrectly, and you must find this individual to teach them a small lesson, reminding them that the title of Master's little darling belongs to you. Orochimaru's expression remained impassive upon reading it. Teacher, let me explain, this isn't. Anko hurriedly attempted to clarify, but Orochimaru interrupted. It appears our missions are aligned. We both must find my future disciple. He quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Anko's scroll seemed to contain a jest, with its mention of a small lesson. Yet first, they needed to ascertain the current situation. Orochimaru once more summoned the small snakes from his sleeve, and they began to scout the area. It was indeed the Forest of Death, the very place where Naruto had been ambushed, not by the Orochimaru who had traversed time. Meanwhile, other ninjas were also unfolding their mission scrolls. Uchiha Obito, once again, found himself in a rather unfortunate situation. This mission rarely allowed for solitude, but he had inadvertently encountered it. This time, Obito was entirely without teammates and had no choice but to complete the task alone, uncertain if he would ever reunite with Naruto and the others. Tobirama murmured to himself as he slowly unfurled the mission scroll. The task read, return to the old haunts. Do you still yearn for the person you once were? Konoha is currently engulfed in crisis. Its fate rests solely upon your whims. Confounded by the scroll's words, Tobirama found himself bewildered by the system's intentions. Never mind, he thought. How could I ever bring harm to Konoha? I am destined to be the future Hokage. Resolutely, he chose to aid Konoha. Yet, uncertainty loomed over him as he pondered what actions to take next. He was only aware that this particular mission was dubbed the Konoha Collapse Plan, with little further intelligence at his disposal. Nevertheless, since he had embarked on this path, he resolved to proceed step by step. The scene shifted to the examination room for the Chunin Exams in Konoha, where Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai were engaged in discussion. Is it truly appropriate for Marino Ibiki to oversee the first exam this year? Kakashi inquired from his seat. The stakes for the initial exam just escalated. That individual is notoriously ruthless in crafting his questions, Kakashi lamented. Originally, this year's Chunin Exams were to be a collaborative effort. Yet the Hokage had dispatched such a figure to supervise. Who can say? The old man has always been like that. Asuma sighed, flicking the ash from his cigarette. He hasn't been called upon in previous years. I wonder what prompted this change. Kurenai, somewhat perplexed by their conversation, asked, Marino Ibiki? What about him? Asuma, setting down his cigarette, elaborated, he possesses a remarkable talent for psychological interrogation, a veritable master of the art of coercion. After all, he is the captain of Konoha's Umbu torture and interrogation unit. Meanwhile, the first round of the Chunin exam had just concluded, with all participants except Naruto submitting their answer sheets. Only 78 of you remain, Ibiki observed, addressing the remaining candidates. I shall pose one final question. You may choose to answer or not. He spoke slowly, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Will there be any penalties if we choose not to answer? Tamari stood and inquired. Certainly. Should you opt for silence, you will automatically fail, and your companions will share in your punishment due to your incorrect choice, Ibiki declared, revealing the stark reality of the situation. Everyone present had aspired to attain Chunin status, yet now found themselves entangled in a dilemma where both answering and remaining silent posed the risk of failure. Does this render all our efforts futile? At that moment, Naruto wrestled with his inner turmoil, having proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage. Could he truly falter at the very first hurdle? Not just Naruto. Many participants were engulfed in confusion, uncertain whether to answer the question posed. Ibiki, meanwhile, skillfully exerted psychological pressure, dismantling their mental defenses step by step. However, after a brief struggle, Naruto, to everyone's astonishment, raised his arm. I will answer, even if I am wrong, even if I remain a Genin for life. I shall not relinquish a single opportunity to become Hokage, he declared boldly. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's unexpected bravery. Who would have thought that the typically foolish Naruto could exhibit such courage? Encouraged by Naruto's resolve, Sasuke too raised his hand, and soon, many others followed suit. Before long, all 78 candidates chose to respond. This unexpected turnout took Ibiki by surprise. He had anticipated only a handful of participants would be willing to answer. Very well. Since you all have decided, I now declare. He paused for dramatic effect, raising the tension in the room. Just as the anxiety peaked, Ibiki abruptly announced, all of you have passed. Naruto was momentarily stunned by Ibiki's unexpected decision. After mustering the courage to stand, he found himself granted passage so easily. Ibiki clarified. This final question was merely a test of your courage, a measure of your willingness to take risks. As ninjas, theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to the importance of confronting oneself. He added, however, do not presume that having passed this stage grants you the luxury of relaxation. The true excitement of the Chunin exams lies ahead. Just as the candidates reveled in their success, an exuberant figure burst into the room. I am your examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. A spirited ninja entered, full of energy. It was the grown-up Anko, but regrettably. The Anko who had traversed time was denied the opportunity to meet her future self. Tomorrow, I will lead you to the location of the second exam. I hope you are all prepared. With that, Anko exited without a backward glance, leaving Naruto, who had just cleared the first round. Feeling that the upcoming exam might be considerably easier. When the next day arrived, Anko had already brought them to the entrance of the Forest of Death. Naruto scanned the area, seemingly assessing his surroundings. However, all he could see were dense trees. What? Is this really the Forest of Death? He scoffed, immediately adopting a defiant stance, as if he had no fear whatsoever. Oh, you seem quite spirited. But suddenly, Anko hurled a kunai directly at Naruto, catching him off guard. Kids like you often meet their demise first, she remarked as the kunai narrowly missed his cheek, continuing its flight until it struck behind a figure resembling Orochimaru. At that moment, Anko was already behind Naruto, gently caressing the blood on his face. Simultaneously, she swiftly retaliated with a kunai thrust backward. It turned out that a person with a striking resemblance to Orochimaru had stealthily appeared behind Anko, using his elongated tongue to catch the kunai she had just thrown. Here's your kunai back. Anko hadn't anticipated being underestimated in her role as proctor on her first day, especially since she hadn't detected the person's presence behind her. The kunai had grazed past Naruto, inadvertently cutting this person's hair. It was evident to anyone observant that this individual was a snake charmer with an exceptionally long tongue. Much like Orochimaru. However, Anko, seemingly oblivious, mistook him for a ninja from another village. Without further ado, Anko proceeded to announce the mission for the examination. Each team would receive a scroll, and success would be achieved by acquiring both Heaven and Earth scrolls and reaching the central tower in the Forest of Death. This implied that teams would need to seize scrolls from others to complete the task, as each team would initially possess only one scroll. Naruto's team received the Heaven scroll from Anko. Ah, ours is the Heaven scroll, Naruto exclaimed upon opening it. The scene transitioned to the Konoha Chunin Exam Proctor's Lounge, where Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Saratobi, and Kurenai Yuhi were engaged in discussion. I wonder if it's wise to have Ibiki Marino as the proctor for the first exam this year, Kakashi remarked while seated. This first exam is going to be perilous. That guy's questions are notoriously twisted, Kakashi added with a sigh. This year's Chunin exam was originally intended to be a joint examination, but the Hokage had insisted on appointing this particular individual as proctor. Who knows? The old man is always like that, Asuma muttered, tapping the ash from his cigarette. He's never been assigned this role in previous years. I wonder what's different this time. Kurenai pondered, puzzled by their conversation. Ibiki Marino? What about him? Kurenai inquired, unaware of the situation. Asuma put down his cigarette and explained. He's exceptionally skilled at inflicting mental anguish on examinees. In some respects, he's a master interrogator. After all, he's the leader of the Konoha Umbu torture and interrogation force. Asuma disclosed Ibiki Marino's identity. Meanwhile, the first stage of the Konoha Chunin exam had just concluded, and everyone except Naruto had submitted their papers. Only 78 people left. Ibiki Marino mused, observing the remaining examinees. Now, I will pose one final question. You may choose to answer or decline, Ibiki Marino announced. Will there be repercussions if we choose not to answer? Temari inquired, standing up. Of course. If you choose not to answer, you will fail this exam. And your teammates will also fail due to your incorrect decision, Ibiki Marino stated the harsh reality. Everyone who had made it this far aspired to become a Chunin. But this final twist presented a dilemma. Answering the question risked failure, while refusing to answer also guaranteed failure. Does this mean everything we've done so far has been for naught? Naruto lamented, feeling conflicted. He had vowed to become Hokage. But was he about to stumble at the first hurdle? Many examinees were similarly perplexed, unsure whether to answer the question. Ibiki Marino gradually increased the pressure, employing his expertise to erode their resolve. After a brief internal struggle, Naruto raised his hand amidst the astonished gazes of his peers. I will answer. Even if I answer incorrectly and remain a genin for life, I will not relinquish my dream of becoming Hokage, Naruto declared courageously. Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's decision, surprised that the often foolish Naruto could display such bravery. Sasuke slowly raised his hand, followed by a surge of others inspired by Naruto's example. Soon, all 78 examinees had chosen to answer the question. Ibiki Marino was astonished, having anticipated that only about 20 would raise their hands. Very well, since that is the case, I declare that all of you. Ibiki Marino paused for dramatic effect. Just as everyone's hearts were pounding with anticipation, Ibiki Marino suddenly proclaimed, pass. Ah, Naruto exclaimed, bewildered by Ibiki Marino's actions. He had mustered the courage to stand up, only to be passed through without further ado. Ibiki Marino explained. This final question was merely a test of your courage and your willingness to take risks. As a ninja, book knowledge is not the most important thing. What matters most is your ability to confront yourself. However, do not think that passing this stage means you can let your guard down. The most exciting part of the Chunin exam is yet to come, Ibiki Marino declared. As everyone rejoiced, a figure burst into the room. I am your proctor for the second exam, Anko Mitarashi. A boisterous ninja announced. It was none other than the grown-up Anko Mitarashi. Tomorrow, I will take you to the location of the second exam, so make sure you are all prepared. With that, Anko Mitarashi departed without a backward glance. Naruto, having just passed the first exam, felt that the upcoming exam would be much easier with this carefree proctor. The next day, Anko had already led them to the entrance of the Forest of Death. Naruto looked around, seemingly observing his surroundings. However, all that could be seen were dense trees. What? This is the Forest of Death? Naruto exclaimed dismissively. He immediately struck a series of provocative poses, as if he were not afraid at all. Is that so? You seem quite spirited. Suddenly, Anko hurled a kunai directly at Naruto, who had not anticipated the proctor's sudden attack. Kids like you are usually the first to die. The kunai grazed Naruto's cheek and flew past him toward a person resembling Orochimaru. Presently, Anko found herself behind Naruto, gently caressing the blood on his face. Simultaneously, she swiftly brandished a kunai, thrusting it backward. It appeared that an individual bearing a striking resemblance to Orochimaru had stealthily materialized behind Anko, using his elongated tongue to retrieve the kunai she had just launched. The kunai returned, he remarked. Anko was taken aback, never anticipating such disregard on her inaugural day as an examiner. Indeed, she had failed to detect the person's approach. It transpired that the kunai, in its trajectory past Naruto, had inadvertently grazed the individual's hair. To the discerning observer, the person's identity was readily apparent, a serpent charmer with an inordinately long tongue, closely resembling Orochimaru. However, Anko, seemingly oblivious, remained under the impression that he was a ninja from a different village. Without further ado, Anko proceeded to apprise them of their mission for the examination. Each team would be furnished with a scroll, and success hinged upon acquiring both Heaven and Earth scrolls and reaching the central tower within the Forest of Death. This implied that the acquisition of scrolls from other teams would be indispensable, as each team would initially possess only one scroll. Naruto's team received their scroll from Anko. Oh, ours is the Heaven scroll, Naruto exclaimed upon opening it. Meanwhile, Obito remained unaware that the Chunin exams had commenced, aimlessly wandering about. The Forest of Death was vast, and Obito, unfamiliar with the terrain, risked meandering until the examination's conclusion without assistance. At this moment, Obito swiftly navigated through the forest, keenly observing his surroundings. Concurrently, various ninja teams had set off, hastily making their way towards the heart of the Forest of Death. By sheer coincidence, Obito found himself on a path leading directly to the center. Suddenly, he sensed movement ahead. He came to an abrupt halt after his promotion to Jonin. His perceptive abilities had significantly heightened. However, Obito decided to remain vigilant, for he was familiar only with Kakashi and his companions in this place, and any misunderstanding could lead to complications. Just ahead of him, Hinata's team had fallen under the watchful gaze of a group of grass ninjas as soon as they entered the Forest of Death. It is worth noting that Shino, being a reconnaissance-type ninja, was particularly adept at sensing danger, while Inuzuka Kiba's spirit dog possessed an acute sense of smell. It was rather alarming that a small team was attempting to ambush them within the woods. Despite Shino's usual lack of presence, he was remarkably astute in critical moments. He discreetly signaled to Kiba, who, understanding the cue, continued forward with the other ninjas trailing behind. As a reconnaissance-type ninja, Kiba had thoroughly familiarized himself with the surrounding environment. And with Hinata's Byakugan assisting, he was well aware of the traps and dangers hidden nearby. The concealed grass ninjas, observing the shift in position of the trio, followed them closely, confident that they had the upper hand. Once Kiba lured them to their intended destination, the grass ninjas revealed themselves and launched a surprise attack from behind. However, before they could strike, a swarm of leeches cascaded from the trees, overwhelming the grass ninjas before they could react. The few who managed to regain their wits quickly retreated, trying to escape the leech-infested area, only to find themselves ensnared by traps laid by the examiners, leaving them suspended in the trees with their scrolls scattered on the ground. Kiba hurriedly retrieved one, only to discover it was identical to his own, his disappointment palpable. I thought it might be a heavenly scroll, but it's just like ours, he complained. Obito, watching from the sidelines, had not realized that his position had become somewhat exposed. Despite his efforts to conceal himself, Shino noticed something amiss. The forest was teeming with insects, each one serving as Shino's eyes. Kiba, be cautious behind you, Shino warned. Upon hearing Shino's alert, Kiba immediately sensed the presence of enemies lurking behind the trees and rushed forward with Akamaru, intent on apprehending Obito. Don't misunderstand. I'm not your enemy, Obito exclaimed as he stepped out from behind the tree, fully aware that his presence had been detected. Kiba was skeptical of Obito's claim. After all, they were all here to participate in the Chunin exams, and allies were hardly common in such circumstances. Hinata, Shino, let us go, Kiba shouted, charging ahead. In an instant, Kiba and Akamaru spun rapidly, forming two tornado-like assaults directed at Obito. Hinata, upon hearing Kiba's command, did not hesitate, despite her usual shyness. She showed no mercy in the face of an adversary. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata joined her hands together, unleashing the Hyuga clan's unique martial art, capable of inflicting significant damage through the combination of her Byakugan and technique. Seeing that communication had faltered, Obito had no choice but to retreat. Yet, Kiba and his companions were resolute in their intentions, surrounding him with a united front. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. With no choice left, Obito retaliated. Realizing that the trio's abilities posed no genuine threat to him, the moment he unleashed his ninjutsu, the team was forced to retreat. The Hinata team, unprepared for such an assault, found themselves bewildered, exclaiming, "How can you just use ninjutsu? We're merely practicing with shuriken and taijutsu." At their level, executing a single ninjutsu was already commendable, whereas Obito currently exhibited skills at the elite Jonin level, despite his relative inexperience in battle. Once they were pushed back, Obito hastily clarified, "I truly mean no harm. I'm here searching for a friend and accidentally got lost." His excuse was rather unusual. Any normal ninja would find it hard to believe that he was merely lost while others were engaged in an exam. "Really, my friend's name is Kakashi Hitaki. You must know him. Come on, you can't be serious. We're in the middle of an exam," Kiba retorted, exasperated. Hinata, however, pondered the name. She recognized Kakashi, as he was Naruto's instructor, and thus the connection was not entirely lost on her. "Kiba, look," he asked, wearing a Leaf Village headband, Shino observed, noting the emblem that adorned Obito's forehead. This revelation made their skepticism waver. While Kiba might not know every genin in the village, he was aware of most. Yet he had never encountered this individual before. "I really know Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura," Obito insisted, trying to bolster their trust. Mentioning Naruto seemed to ease Kiba's tension slightly. It was one thing to claim acquaintance with Kakashi, but knowing Naruto, a mere genin, was less likely to be fabricated. Once Kiba had relaxed his guard, Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Why is it that mentioning Kakashi doesn't seem to work? He mused internally, resolved to question Naruto about it once they met. "Since you're Naruto's friend, why have you come to our exam site?" Kiba inquired. Obito found himself at a loss for words. Explaining that he had traversed time might lead them to think him foolish. "It's rather unclear. I was just wandering and ended up in this forest." He fabricated a response. Hinata and the others showed no suspicion. The forest of death was vast, and it was plausible for someone to accidentally wander in. "I wish to find Naruto. May I accompany you?" Obito asked, preferring to join them rather than roam aimlessly. "Officially, that is not permitted. But since you're Naruto's friend, we are willing to assist," Kiba replied after conferring with his teammates. "I'm Kiba Inuzuka, and this is my partner, Akamaru." He introduced himself. "This is Shino Aburame, and the shy one here is Hinata Hyuga." They greeted Obito, though Hinata's voice was soft and barely audible. "Hello, I am Obito Uchiha," he responded cheerfully. "What, you're from the Uchiha clan?" Kiba asked, intrigued. "Of course, I'm a prodigy of the Uchiha clan," Obito responded with pride. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba was uncertain about the truth of the matter. As far as he knew, the Uchiha clan seemed to have already. Well, he decided it was best to take him to Naruto for further inquiries. Unbeknownst to Obito, the Chunin exams had already commenced, and he was aimlessly wandering without purpose. After all, the forest of death was vast, and Obito was unfamiliar with the terrain without assistance. He might very well continue to roam until the conclusion of the examination. At this moment, Obito traversed the forest while keenly observing his surroundings. Concurrently, various ninja teams swiftly made their way towards the heart of the forest of death, and by sheer coincidence, Obito found himself on a path leading to the center. Suddenly, he sensed movement ahead. Stopping abruptly, Obito, having advanced to Jonin, had significantly heightened his perceptive abilities. However, he decided to observe a little longer. After all, in this forest, he was only familiar with Kakashi and the others. Any misunderstanding could lead to complications he would rather avoid. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata's team had just entered the forest of death and immediately attracted the attention of a group of grass ninja. It must be noted that in Hinata's team, Shino was a reconnaissance-type ninja, and Kiba's Neendog possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Currently, a small squad was planning an ambush on them within the woods. Despite Shino's usual lack of presence, he always managed to seize the critical moment. He discreetly signaled Kiba, who, understanding the cue, continued to lead the other ninja forward. As a reconnaissance ninja, Kiba had long since familiarized himself with the surrounding environment, especially with the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan providing insight into nearby traps and dangers. The hidden grass ninja, seeing this group shift positions, quickly followed, considering them easy prey and thus paying little heed to their movements. Once Kiba led them to their intended destination, the grass ninja ceased their concealment and launched a surprise attack from behind. However, before they could strike, a torrent of leeches cascaded down from the trees, catching the grass ninja completely off guard. Reacting swiftly, the few who regained their wits attempted to retreat to avoid the leeches, only to find themselves ensnared by traps set by the proctors. Hanging helplessly from the trees with their scrolls dropped on the ground, Kiba hurriedly picked one up and opened it, only to find it identical to his own, leading to a wave of disappointment. "I thought it was a heavenly scroll, but it's just like ours," he lamented. Meanwhile, Obito was stealthily observing Hinata's team, unaware that his position had become slightly too exposed. Despite his efforts to conceal himself, Shino sensed an anomaly. The forest teemed with insects, each acting as Shino's eyes. "Kiba, be cautious of what's behind you," Shino warned. Upon hearing Shino's alert, Kiba immediately noticed the hidden enemy behind the trees and, along with Akamaru, moved to apprehend Obito. Wait, I'm not your enemy, Obito exclaimed, revealing himself upon being discovered. Kiba, however, was skeptical of Obito's claim. After all, they were all here for the Chunin exam, and it was unlikely that allies could appear in such a setting. Hinata, Shino, let us go, Kiba shouted as he charged forward. Without hesitation, Kiba and his Nindog Akamaru spun rapidly, forming two tornado-like assaults aimed at Obito. Hinata, upon hearing Kiba's command, also sprang into action. Despite her usual shyness, she showed no mercy in the face of an adversary. Gentle Fist, 32 palms of the 8 trigrams. Hinata combined her hands and unleashed the unique taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, capable of inflicting substantial damage when utilized with the Byakugan. Seeing that dialogue failed, Obito was compelled to retreat, but Kiba and the others had no intention of letting him escape. They surrounded him with their combined might. In response, Obito resorted to counterattack, fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. With this, he forced the trio to retreat. The members of Hinata's team were not prepared for such a powerful technique. Feeling disheartened that they were merely playing with shuriken and taijutsu while Obito resorted to ninjutsu. In the lower ranks, even using a single ninjutsu was considered impressive. Yet Obito's prowess was akin to that of an elite jonin, despite his somewhat lacking battle experience. After compelling them back, Obito hastily explained, I assure you, I am not a villain. I merely got lost while searching for my friend. His reasoning, albeit peculiar, would surely be met with skepticism from any normal ninja, especially during an exam. Honestly, my friend's name is Kakashi Hitaki. You must know him, he insisted. Come on, there's no need to fabricate such tales. We are in the midst of an exam, Kiba retorted, exasperated. Hinata, however, appeared to ponder. She recognized the name Kakashi due to Naruto's connection, as he was the jonin leading Naruto's team. Kiba, look, this person is wearing the Leaf Village headband, Shino noted, observing Obito's attire. This revelation deepened their suspicion, as although Kiba was familiar with many ninjas from their village, he had never encountered Obito before. Truly, I also know Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, Obito added, hoping to bolster their trust. Mentioning Naruto seemed to ease Kiba's wariness slightly, while Kakashi's name might be contested. It was unlikely that a mere genin like Naruto would be known by an outsider. Upon hearing Naruto's name, their defenses lowered, and Obito finally exhaled in relief. Kakashi? Why does mentioning your name yield no effect? Obito mused internally, vowing to inquire further upon meeting Naruto. Since you claim to be Naruto's friend, why are you here in our exam area? Kiba asked, raising an eyebrow. Obito struggled with how to clarify his situation. Revealing that he had traversed from the past might lead them to deem him a fool. After all, he had only just gained a semblance of their trust. I'm not entirely certain. I was wandering and somehow found myself in this forest. Obito fabricated a casual explanation. Hinata and the others, not suspecting foul play, accepted his story. I wish to find Naruto. May I accompany you? Obito inquired. Rather than meandering aimlessly, he preferred to join them, hoping it might lead him to Naruto. Officially, that would be against the rules, but since you are Naruto's friend, we are willing to assist you, Kiba replied after consulting with his teammates. I am Kiba Inuzuka, and this is my Nindog Akamaru. Kiba introduced himself. This is Shino Aburame, and this is Hinata Hyuga, that greeted Obito. Though Hinata's voice was barely audible due to her shyness. Greetings, I am Obito Uchiha, he replied with a smile. What? You are from the Uchiha clan? Kiba inquired, intrigued. Of course, I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Obito declared proudly. Tobi proudly responded. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba was uncertain of the truth. As far as he knew, the Uchiha clan seemed to have. Never mind, he decided to take Tobi with him to find Naruto and inquire further. Meanwhile, Naruto's team had just entered the Forest of Death, and compared to Hinata and her group, Naruto's situation was far more dire. Right upon their entry, they were ambushed by a ninja from the Rain Village, who disguised himself as Naruto in an attempt to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Sasuke's keen observation of Naruto's unusual behavior prevented them from being eliminated first. However, the true terror lay ahead. What began as a mere contest among genin escalated when an unknown ninja relentlessly pursued them. They contemplated turning back to retaliate until that individual unleashed a wind release technique, creating a massive crater several hundred meters wide, which sent the group fleeing in sheer panic. By this point, had the one using snakes caught up with them? After running for quite some time, they believed they had evaded Orochimaru's pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely what Orochimaru intended, to gauge the strength of his vessel, Uchiha Sasuke. This time, he inscribed his most exquisite curse mark upon Sasuke, eager to assess the extent of Sasuke's potential. The longer he observed, the more he admired Uchiha Sasuke's perfection. Realizing he could no longer remain, as Konoha had detected something amiss, he dispatched his Sound Village subordinates to pursue Sasuke. This presented an opportunity for Sasuke to harness the power of the curse mark, aiming for a more profound integration. T.S. Kin and Sakan were the Sound Village genin sent by Orochimaru. They too had assimilated the curse mark, albeit a less advanced version. Their purpose was to measure the extent of Sasuke's capabilities. At this moment, Sasuke had just been marked with a cursed seal by Orochimaru, leaving him utterly drained of strength. On the verge of collapse, Naruto was not faring much better. Having suffered a blow from Orochimaru, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Only Sakura remained alert amidst the turmoil. No, it seemed they were closing in on them. Swiftly, Sakura concealed the two boys within a hollow of the tree, subsequently camouflaging their hiding spot with surrounding foliage. Just as Sakura contemplated her next course of action, the Sound Ninja Trio had already arrived, revealing that her comrades were indeed unconscious. At this moment, Sakura found herself surrounded by the three of them, with escape utterly impossible. Grasping the kunai in her hand, she resolved to protect Naruto and Sasuke. As the sole female among the Sound Ninja Trio, Kin intended to eliminate the troublesome Sakura. In a flash, Kin swiftly teleported behind Sakura and struck her back. Leaving Sakura no chance to contend, she could only endure the relentless blows. Observing Sakura's beautiful hair, Kin, seizing a handful of it, expressed her jealousy. To be fair, Sakura, as one of the more attractive females in the ranks of Hokage, had indeed left a lasting impression with her vibrant pink locks. Had this been the future Sakura, she would undoubtedly unleash her fury and overpower these adversaries. However, the current Sakura was merely a freshly graduated Genin, compared to these individuals who had undergone Orochimaru's cursed seal. Sakura's strength paled significantly. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Sakura found herself ensnared by the hair. Unable to escape the grasp of the Sound Ninja from the village of Sound, just as the assailants prepared to strike, Kin appeared to be suddenly possessed. Turning against her own comrades and launching an attack, Tosu and Sokka swiftly evaded her onslaught, bewildered by Kin's inexplicable aggression towards them. Hey Kin, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking us? Sokka complained, promptly drawing his weapon in readiness to counter. At this moment, To's keen attention was drawn to a shadow advancing toward him and his companions. Be cautious, it is the shadow manipulation technique of the Leaf Village. Upon hearing this, Sak quickly unleashed his Void Slash. He raised his hands high to gather energy and then swung them toward the source of the shadow, creating a sonic wave that erupted with explosive force. Once the explosion subsided, they discovered it was the Yamanaka team, led by Ino. Hey, wide forehead, are you alright? Ino inquired, directing her question toward Sakura. At that moment, TOS also realized that it was the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu controlling Kin. Meanwhile, seeing that his attack had missed, Sak became even more exhilarated. Now, let us see how you evade this one. He began to gather energy once more, aiming directly at the unconscious Naruto and his companions. Shikamaru and Choji were about to rush to assist when TOS intervened. Your opponent is me, he declared. Utilizing the porous armor equipped on his right hand, TOS unleashed a piercing sonic wave attack, disrupting the hearing of Shikamaru and Choji, rendering them unable to provide support. I've got you now, Sak exclaimed, watching as his sonic wave was about to strike Naruto. Lightning cutter. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, they focused their gaze once more, only to find that Sak had been sent flying by an unknown jutsu that had come from seemingly nowhere. At this moment, Sak found himself ensnared in a tree. Utterly disheveled. Don't just stand there, pull me down, he implored his companions. However, Tors and the others were paralyzed with fear, for a silver-haired ninja, clad in a black mask, had placed a kunai against Tors's throat. When did this happen? How could it be so swift? Tors thought, still reeling from the sudden threat. Die. Ino exclaimed in shock, not out of fear, but rather because this unexpected ninja was simply too striking. The newcomer was none other than Kakashi, who had quickly discerned that he was in the death forest of Konoha upon entering the instance. Unlike Obito, Kakashi swiftly grasped the surrounding situation. Meanwhile, a mission scroll materialized in his hand. The task, to rescue Team 7 from the clutches of the Sound Ninja Trio, and to guide them to excel in the Chunin Exams. Although he was uncertain of the identities within Team 7, this did not deter Kakashi from gathering intelligence, ultimately arriving at a crucial moment. Excuse me. May I ask your name? Ino's infatuation surfaced as she unabashedly inquired about Kakashi's name, disregarding the presence of others. Shikamaru, bemused, thought to himself, what is happening? We are in a precarious situation, and you are already swooning over this stranger. At this moment, Kakashi recognized the Leaf Ninja before him, though he was not acquainted with them. Who among you belongs to Team 7? Kakashi inquired of the group. At that moment, Sakura slowly raised her hand. I am from Team 7. We were attacked by unidentified ninjas. She assumed the individuals before her were members of the Umbu, seeking to clarify the situation. However, Kakashi interjected. I will handle it. Without elaborating on his identity, he assessed Naruto and Sasuke's conditions. Both appeared to be relatively unharmed. Nonetheless, he advised, you should have someone familiar examine the cursed mark on this Uchiha ninja. After all, Kakashi was still quite young, in his teens, and was not well versed in the cursed marks devised by Orochimaru. His impression of Orochimaru was merely that he exuded a chilling demeanor. Meanwhile, Naruto's team had just entered the Forest of Death. In stark contrast to Hinata and her group, Naruto faced a far grimmer fate. Upon their initial entry, they were ambushed by ninjas from the Rain Village. One had disguised himself as Naruto, attempting to launch a surprise attack. But thanks to Sasuke's keen observation of Naruto's peculiar behavior, they narrowly avoided elimination. The situation became even more dire. What began as a mere contest among Genin escalated when an unknown ninja relentlessly pursued them. They contemplated turning back to retaliate until that individual unleashed a powerful wind technique, creating a massive crater that spanned several hundred meters, prompting them to flee in terror. Has that snake user caught up with us? Having run a considerable distance, the group believed they had evaded Orochimaru's tracking. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely what Orochimaru intended, to gauge the strength of his vessel, namely Sasuke Uchiha. He inscribed his most perfect cursed mark upon Sasuke, eager to test the extent of Sasuke's potential. The more he observed, the more he recognized Sasuke's perfection. Realizing he could no longer remain undetected, Orochimaru instructed his subordinates from the Sound Village to pursue Sasuke. This would provide Sasuke with the opportunity to harness the power of the cursed mark, achieving a superior integration. TOS, Kin, and Sakan were the sound ninjas dispatched by Orochimaru. They had also assimilated the cursed marks, albeit the most rudimentary ones. Their purpose was to measure the extent of Sasuke's capabilities. At this moment, Sasuke had just been marked with a cursed seal by Orochimaru, leaving him utterly drained of strength, on the verge of collapse. Naruto fared little better. After enduring a strike from Orochimaru, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Only Sakura remained alert amidst the dire situation. They seemed to be closing in on them. In a hurry, Sakura concealed the two boys within a hollow of a tree, then set about camouflaging their hiding place with surrounding foliage, just as she contemplated her next move. The sounding trio from the Sound Village had already pursued them relentlessly. It appeared that your comrades had fallen into unconsciousness, as Tsu discovered upon catching up. At this moment, Sakura found herself encircled by the three of them, with any hope of escape utterly impossible. Grasping the kunai in her hand, she resolved to protect Naruto and Sasuke. As the sole female among the Sound Ninja trio, Kin intended to eliminate the troublesome Sakura. In an instant, Kin teleported behind Sakura and struck her forcefully, sending her reeling. At this point, Sakura was no match for her and could only endure the blows. Observing Sakura's lovely hair, Kin, with jealousy, clutched a handful of it and remarked, "To be fair, Sakura, as one of the more attractive characters in the Naruto series, had indeed made a lasting impression with her striking pink locks. Had it been the future Sakura, she would undoubtedly have unleashed her wrath upon these individuals. But alas, the current Sakura was merely a freshly graduated genin. Compared to these individuals who had undergone Orochimaru's cursed seal, Sakura's strength was woefully inadequate. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Sakura was ensnared by the hair, unable to escape from the grasp of the Sound Village ninjas. Just as the assailants were poised to strike, Genin, seemingly possessed, suddenly turned and launched an attack on his own comrades. Tosu and Saku swiftly evaded, perplexed by Jin's inexplicable aggression towards them. "Hey Genin, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking us?" Saku lamented, swiftly drawing his weapon in preparation for retaliation. At this moment, Tors attentively noticed a shadow advancing towards him and his companions. "Be cautious, it's the shadow manipulation technique of Konoha," he warned. Upon hearing this, Saku instantly unleashed his void slash, raising his hands high to gather energy before sweeping them towards the source of the shadow, creating a sonic wave that erupted with explosive force. As the dust settled, they discovered it was none other than the Yamanaka clan squad. "Hey, Wide Forehead, are you all right?" Ino called out to Sakura. Tors then realized that it was indeed the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique that had taken control of Genin. Observing that his attack had missed, Saku became even more exhilarated. "Now, let us see how you evade this." He gathered energy once more, this time aiming at the unconscious Naruto and his companions. Shikamaru and Choji were just about to rush to their aid when Tors intervened, declaring, "Your opponent is me." With a powerful cry, he unleashed his sound wave attack using the porous armor equipped on his right hand. The sonic assault disrupted Shikamaru and Choji's hearing, rendering them unable to provide assistance. "Gotcha," Saku exclaimed as he watched his sound wave hurtle towards Naruto. Lightning blade. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, they all focused their gaze and discovered that Saku had been sent flying by an unexpected ninjutsu from an unknown source. At this moment, Sak found himself precariously hung from a tree, utterly disheveled. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull me down," he implored, seeking assistance from his companions. However, Tors and the others remained frozen in place, paralyzed by the presence of a silver-haired ninja, clad in a black mask, who had positioned a kunai against Tors' throat. When did this happen? How could it escalate so swiftly? Tors thought, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. "Damn it," Ino exclaimed, her astonishment stemming not from fear, but from the undeniable allure of the unexpected ninja's striking appearance. The newcomer was none other than Kakashi, who had promptly recognized that he had entered the perilous death forest of Konoha. Unlike Obito, who had become lost in the surroundings, Kakashi swiftly assessed the situation. At the same time, a mission scroll appeared in his hand. The task was to rescue Team 7 from the clutches of the Sound Ninja trio and guide them to excel in the Chunin Exams. Although he was uncertain of Team 7's composition, this did not deter Kakashi from gathering intelligence, ultimately arriving just in the nick of time. "Excuse me. May I inquire your name?" Ino's infatuation surfaced as she unabashedly questioned Kakashi, oblivious to the presence of others. Shikamaru, bemused by the situation, thought to himself how absurd it was that, in the face of such an unknown threat, Ino was already swooning. At that moment, Kakashi recognized the Leaf Ninja before him. Though he did not know them personally. Who among you belongs to Team 7? Kakashi inquired, directing his question towards the group. It was then that Sakura slowly raised her hand. I am from Team 7. We were ambushed by unidentified ninjas. She assumed that the individual before her was a member of the Umbu, seeking to inquire about the situation. However, Kakashi interjected, I will handle it. Without further elaboration on his own background, Kakashi assessed the conditions of Naruto and Sasuke. They appeared to be relatively unscathed, but he advised, it would be prudent for you to have someone familiar examine the cursed seal on the Uchiha ninja's back. After all, Kakashi himself was still quite young and not well versed in the techniques devised by Orochimaru. His recollection of Orochimaru was merely that of a somewhat sinister figure. You should report this issue to your supervising Jonin. The Forest of Death seems rather perilous at the moment, Kakashi explained. Given the significant commotion caused by Orochimaru's covert infiltration of the Forest of Death, it was certain that the Umbu of Konoha would take notice. At that moment, Sakura could only tremble as she stood up. She was now the sole remaining member of her team and had to devise a way to care for Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss, as he too needed to assist, given that Sakura's current condition made it difficult for her to look after herself. Why are you all so relentlessly pursuing them? After resolving the matter concerning Sakura, Kakashi turned his attention to the three from the Sound Ninja village. Tosu was utterly astonished by the prowess displayed by the ninja before him, feeling utterly incapable of defying Kakashi's words. Can't you see that Sakura is still hanging from that tree? We are mere genin from the Sound Ninja village here to participate in the tournament, of course. We are pursuing them to seize their scroll. Tosa concealed the fact that they were subordinates of Orochimaru. Upon hearing Tosu's response, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Cognizant that they were ninjas who had come to Konoha for the Chunin Exams, and thus he could not act too harshly. Hand over your scrolls. Kakashi ultimately decided to let them go. Tosu, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, wasted no time in hastily retrieving Sakura from the tree before the three of them departed without looking back. As they left, their expressions were filled with a sense of luck, for the pressure Kakashi had exerted on them was immense. Unlike Obito, who ascended to Jonin status through system rewards, Kakashi attained his rank purely through his own strength. In terms of combat experience, intelligence gathering, and problem solving, Kakashi exhibited a remarkable level of sophistication, even at a mere teenager. He had accomplished numerous S-rank missions, and most Jonin would not stand a chance against him. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly exhibited signs of awakening, as the cursed seal began to expand from the back of his shoulder. Before long, his entire body was enveloped by the seal, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, resembling a frenzied beast. The situation was becoming increasingly alarming. Shikamaru, noticing Sasuke's unusual behavior, urgently grabbed Ino and Choji, preparing to flee. Choji, still munching on snacks, was taken aback as Shikamaru abruptly pulled him into a run. What on earth was happening to Shikamaru? At that moment, Choji remained oblivious to the fact that Sasuke had lost his sanity. At this moment, the curse mark laid down by Orochimaru enveloped Sasuke entirely, his body adorned with ominous black markings, radiating an aura of terror. In a swift motion, Sasuke appeared behind Choji, perceiving him as a foe ready to strike. It was too late for Shikamaru to intervene. Sasuke's speed was simply too formidable. At this moment, Kakashi finally took action, seizing CHG by the shoulder and tossing him aside. Simultaneously, he positioned one hand in front of Shikamaru, intercepting Sasuke's furious strike. Wait, Sasuke. He isn't. Before Sakura could finish her explanation, Sasuke launched another attack. He suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, aiming to kick him away. However, the current Sasuke was no match for Kakashi, even with the enhancement of the curse mark. Kakashi swiftly retaliated with an elbow strike to the back, followed by a deft shoulder throw, capturing Sasuke effortlessly. At this moment, Sasuke found himself pinned to the ground by Kakashi, rendered utterly immobile. However, Kakashi was not particularly adept at sealing techniques, and it was precisely such techniques that Sasuke required to suppress the curse seal afflicting him. The others present were even less capable than Kakashi. Just as Kakashi found himself at a loss, Orochimaru and Anko, who had also come to participate in the mission, approached. Upon arriving in the Forest of Death, Orochimaru began his search for a potential disciple, observing nearly 100 participants. While he noted some promising young talents, none possessed the requisite qualities to become his most esteemed apprentice. At that moment, Orochimaru and Anko encountered the three Sound Ninja who had just been released by Kakashi. The trio mistook Orochimaru for the very one who had brought them to Konoha to execute their plan. They proceeded to report the recent events to him. Orochimaru recognized that these individuals were utilizing the power of the cursed seal he had been studying. To his surprise, he had not yet delved deeply into this research. Yet it seemed this world's counterpart had already developed such extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, Orochimaru gleaned information regarding the Uchiha clan from their accounts, and upon understanding the situation, he made his way toward the direction they indicated. At this moment, Sakura felt as though she might faint upon seeing Orochimaru, mistakenly believing that the person who had been pursuing her had arrived. It was rather amusing. She had not anticipated that the ninjas of Konoha would regard her with such expressions. It appeared that these individuals were indeed the disciples mentioned on the mission scroll. At this moment, Orochimaru also noticed Sasuke's condition. He needed to apply a seal, and he declared, "Allow me." Slowly, Orochimaru brought his hands together and began to perform the sealing technique. In the year of the tiger, the rabbit, the snake, the horse, the goat, and the rooster, he intoned, and with the final gesture, he cast the seal upon Sasuke. Immediately, the dark markings enveloping Sasuke began to dissipate, retreating entirely to his shoulder. As the curse mark vanished, Sasuke regained consciousness, his first sight being a man gazing at him with curiosity, accompanied by a defiant young girl beside him. "You are awake," Orochimaru said, striving to convey his most amiable demeanor. At this moment, Naruto had already recovered. For someone of the Uzumaki lineage, the injuries he sustained were merely trifling. "Hey, Kakashi, what tasks are listed on your mission scroll?" Hondo inquired upon seeing that Sasuke and the others had awakened. Hearing about the mission scroll, Naruto suddenly became animated. "Do you all possess mission scrolls as well?" he asked eagerly. "How did you know there would be mission scrolls?" Kakashi responded, surprised that Naruto was familiar with them. At this moment, Sakura and Sasuke were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend Naruto's words. "Have you forgotten, Sasuke? It was during our first mission in the Land of Waves that we encountered Obito." Naruto's reminder sparked a sudden recollection in Sasuke. "You know Obito?" Kakashi was increasingly intrigued, questioning how this group had any connection to Obito. "Of course. We even assisted him with his mission scroll," Naruto proclaimed with pride. It became apparent that this particular instance of the alternate world corresponded to the very period when Obito first ventured into it. And the current group still remembered their collaborative efforts on missions with him. "Well, that simplifies matters. Since everyone is acquainted, it will be much easier to explain our circumstances of traversing time," Shikamaru interjected. "Are you all from the past?" he queried. Choji and Ino looked on in curiosity, surprised by Shikamaru's assertion. "How did you know?" Kakashi was equally taken aback that his identity had been uncovered so swiftly. Naruto and his companions were expressions of curiosity. "Come on." She just called out Kakashi's name, clearly referring to that silver-haired guy, Shikamaru pointed out, indicating the girl who had just mentioned Kakashi. "Kakashi?" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura found it hard to believe. They gathered around Kakashi, scrutinizing him closely. "Is it possible that this guy is really Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto inquired. "Exactly. How could Kakashi-sensei be so aloof and dashing? Look at this guy. He is so powerful, he bears no resemblance to the Kakashi-sensei we know who is always late." Sakura responded. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement, sharing their disbelief. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi overheard their whispers, bemused that they were gossiping about him behind his back. "When have I ever been late? I am not like Obito, who spends his days helping old ladies across the street." Kakashi exclaimed. "Is that so? But you two do bear a resemblance, both wearing masks," Naruto retorted. "And the silver hair is quite similar," Sasuke added. It was unexpected that this group doubted Kakashi's identity. "I can vouch for him. He's indeed Kakashi," Orochimaru interjected at that moment. "You should report your findings to your supervising Jonin." "The Forest of Death seems rather perilous at present," Kakashi advised. With Orochimaru's stealthy infiltration causing such a commotion in the Forest of Death, it was certain that Konoha's Umbu would take notice. At this moment, Sakura could only stand unsteadily, as she was now the sole survivor of her team. It was imperative for her to devise a means to care for Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss, as he would need to assist her. After all, in her current condition, managing her own affairs was already a challenge. "Why do you persistently pursue us?" he inquired after addressing Sakura's situation, turning his attention to the trio from the Sound Village. TS was taken aback by the prowess displayed by the ninja before him, rendering him unable to defy Kakashi's authority. "Can't you see that Sakura is still hanging from the tree? We are Genin from the Sound Village here to participate in the exam. Our intent in pursuing them was to seize the scrolls." TS concealed the fact that several among them were subordinates of Orochimaru. Upon hearing TS's response, Kakashi furrowed his brow, recognizing that they were ninjas come to Konoha for the Chunin Exams, and he could not act too excessively. "Leave your scrolls behind." Kakashi ultimately resolved to allow them to escape. TS felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly freed Sakura from her arboreal predicament. And the three departed without looking back, their faces betraying a sense of fortuitousness, for the pressure Kakashi had exerted upon them was immense. Unlike Obito, who ascended to the rank of Genin through system rewards, Kakashi earned his status solely through his own capabilities. In terms of combat experience, intelligence gathering, and problem solving, Kakashi exhibited remarkable sagacity. Even as a teenager, he had completed numerous S-rank missions, making him a formidable opponent against the average Genin. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly exhibited signs of awakening. The curse seal began to spread relentlessly from the back of his shoulder. Before long, his entire body was enveloped by the seal, and his eyes glowed crimson, resembling a frenzied beast. The situation was dire. Shikamaru, noticing Sasuke's abnormality, urgently pulled Ino and CHG to make their escape. CHG, still indulging in snacks, was bewildered as Shikamaru abruptly seized him and started to run. What on earth is happening, Shikamaru? At this moment, CHG remained oblivious to Sasuke's complete loss of reason. At this moment, the heavenly curse seal laid by Orochimaru enveloped Sasuke entirely, and he was adorned with ominous black markings that radiated a terrifying aura. In a swift motion, Sasuke appeared behind Choji, clearly perceiving him as a foe intent on attacking. It was too late. Shikamaru realized he could no longer intervene, for Sasuke's speed was simply too formidable. At this moment, Kakashi finally took action, seizing Shikamaru by the shoulder and casting him aside. Simultaneously, he raised a hand in front of Shikamaru, intercepting Sasuke's furious strike. Wait, Sasuke. He is not. Before Sakura could finish her explanation, Sasuke lunged again. He suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, intent on delivering a kick to send him flying. However, the current Sasuke was no match for Kakashi, even with the enhancement of the curse mark. In a swift motion, Kakashi executed an elbow strike backward, then swiftly lifted Sasuke and executed a shoulder throw. At this moment, Sasuke found himself pinned to the ground by Kakashi, utterly immobilized. However, Kakashi was not particularly adept in the art of sealing, which was precisely what Sasuke required to suppress the curse seal afflicting him. The others present were even less capable than Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was at a loss, Orochimaru and Anko, who had also come to participate in the mission, arrived on the scene. Upon entering the Forest of Death, Orochimaru began his search for a worthy future disciple. After observing nearly 100 contestants, he noted a few promising individuals, yet none exhibited the exceptional qualities required to become his most esteemed apprentice. At that moment, Orochimaru and Anko encountered the three-sound ninja who had just been released by Kakashi. The trio mistook Orochimaru for the one who had brought them to Konoha to execute their plans. They proceeded to recount the recent events to him. Orochimaru recognized that these individuals were utilizing the power of the cursed seals he had been researching. However, he had yet to delve deeply into this subject. So he was taken aback to discover that this version of himself had developed such remarkable abilities. Subsequently, Orochimaru gleaned information about the Uchiha clan from their accounts and, having grasped the situation, made his way towards the direction they indicated. At this moment, Sakura felt as though she might faint upon seeing Orochimaru, mistakenly believing that the person pursuing her had arrived. It was quite intriguing. She had not anticipated that the shinobi of Konoha would display such expressions upon encountering her. It seemed that these individuals were indeed the disciples mentioned in the mission scroll regarding her future. At this moment, Orochimaru also noticed Sasuke's condition. He needed to cast a seal. Allow me, he said slowly. In the year of the tiger, rabbit, snake, horse, goat, and rooster, Orochimaru joined his hands and began to perform the sealing technique. Evil sealing technique. Upon completing the final step, Orochimaru placed the seal upon Sasuke. And soon the dark markings began to recede until they entirely returned to rest upon Sasuke's shoulder. As the curse mark dissipated, Sasuke awoke. And the first thing he saw was a man gazing at him with curiosity, accompanied by a young girl who wore an expression of defiance. You are awake. Orochimaru endeavored to reveal his gentler side. At this moment, Naruto had long since recovered. For him, possessing the physique of the Uzumaki clan, the recent injuries were mere trifles. Hey Kakashi, what tasks are inscribed on your mission scroll? Upon noticing that Sasuke and the others had awakened, Akamichi turned to Kakashi with curiosity. Hearing the mention of the mission scroll, Naruto suddenly became animated. Do you also possess a mission scroll? He inquired eagerly. How did you know there would be a mission scroll? Kakashi responded, surprised that Naruto was familiar with the scroll. At this moment, Sakura and Sasuke appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Naruto's words. Have you forgotten, Sasuke? Remember the first mission we undertook in the Land of Waves when we encountered Obito? With Naruto's reminder, Sasuke instantly recalled the matter concerning Obito. Do you know Obito? Kakashi's curiosity grew, pondering how this group was acquainted with him. Of course, we even assisted Obito in completing his mission scroll, Naruto declared with pride. It turned out that this alternate world was situated in the same time frame following Obito's initial venture into it, and the current group still recollected their past mission alongside him. This simplifies matters. Since everyone is familiar with each other, explaining our journey through time will be considerably easier. Shikamaru interjected. Suddenly, he posed a question. Did you come from the past? Choji and Ino regarded him with curiosity, surprised by Shikamaru's inquiry. How did you know? Kakashi, too, was taken aback by the immediate revelation of his identity. Naruto and the others shared a look of intrigue. Come on, she clearly just called out Kakashi's name. It's evident she was referring to that silver-haired guy, Shikamaru pointed out, indicating the girl who had mentioned Kakashi. Kakashi? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were struck with disbelief upon hearing Shikamaru's words. They promptly surrounded Kakashi, scrutinizing him closely. Then, Naruto whispered to Sasuke and Sakura, Are you kidding me? This guy is really Kakashi-sensei? Exactly. How could Kakashi-sensei possibly be this cold and handsome? Just look at this powerful guy before us. He bears no resemblance to the Kakashi-sensei who is perpetually late, Sakura responded. Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. Unbeknownst to them, Kakashi overheard their conversation. Realizing these youngsters were conspiring against him. When have I ever been late? I'm not like that Obito fellow who helps old ladies cross the street every day. Kakashi exclaimed. Is that so? But you two do share some similarities. You both wear masks, Naruto retorted. And you both have the same silver hair, Sasuke added. To their astonishment, the group seemed unwilling to accept Kakashi's identity. I can vouch for him. He is indeed Kakashi, Orochimaru interjected. The group gasped, unable to fathom how. In just a few short years, Kakashi could transform from this composed and decisive ninja into the perpetually tardy instructor who enjoys watching romantic dramas. The disparity was overwhelming, and they found it hard to reconcile. Kakashi began to understand that these individuals were, in fact, his future disciples. Perplexed as to how he could possibly become like Obito in the future, as Shikamaru and the others prepared to leave, he resolved not to disclose the events that transpired here to the proctor, knowing full well they would not believe him anyway. At this moment, only Naruto's team, Kakashi, Orochimaru, and his disciple, Mitarashi Anko, remained. I am not the one who came to hunt you just now. Like Kakashi, I have traversed from the past, Orochimaru elucidated. According to his knowledge, the version of himself in this world seemed to have taken a keen interest in the Uchiha youth before him. Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others did not entirely lower their guard, for the current Orochimaru sought to eliminate them. And there was no assurance that the Orochimaru from the past would not harbor similar intentions. However, I truly wish to take you as my apprentice, Orochimaru declared at that moment. Sasuke was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Orochimaru desired him as a disciple. Can you help me grow stronger? Sasuke inquired, disregarding all else. For if this individual could indeed amplify his strength, he would not shy away from accepting him as a mentor. Sasuke, you must consider, Naruto attempted to interject. Do not concern yourself with this matter, Naruto. I am determined to avenge that man, Sasuke asserted, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru, eager to extract an answer from him. Orochimaru, brimming with confidence, replied, if you take me as your master, I will empower you to surpass your current self. I want you to teach me the ninjutsu capable of defeating Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke declared, his expression fierce, resolute in his quest to eliminate that man. Orochimaru, unfazed, recalled that Itachi was indeed the child of Fugaku Uchiha, someone he had encountered in the village previously. Itachi had once inquired about the meaning of life. Reflecting on that moment, he wondered if the child had been overly mature for his age, a perplexing thought. Nevertheless, molding a disciple to rival Itachi's strength was a task Orochimaru believed to be well within his capabilities, for the title of the legendary Sannin was not earned without merit. At this point, Orochimaru remained unaware that his counterpart in this world had been swiftly defeated by Itachi. Had he known, he would certainly refrain from making such bold statements. Seeing Orochimaru's assertion, Sasuke's resolve to become his disciple intensified. Naruto, recognizing the futility of his efforts to dissuade him, resigned himself to the situation. However, I must witness your worth, Orochimaru smiled, intrigued by Sasuke's current abilities. What must I do? Sasuke retorted, confident in his capacity to earn Orochimaru's approval through his own prowess. This is my other disciple. If you wish to gain my acknowledgement, challenge her. Orochimaru gestured towards his other apprentice, Anko. At this moment, Hondo was taken aback by her teacher's words. Although her task was to engage in a duel with Uchiha Sasuke, she was not particularly skilled in combat. However, after casting a glance at Orochimaru, she resolved not to disappoint her teacher and decided to face Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, was surprised that Orochimaru had chosen this young girl as his opponent. In his view, she was even less formidable than Sakura. Yet, Sasuke instinctively recognized that Hondo, at the very least, was a direct disciple of Orochimaru. While she might not pose a significant challenge to Uchiha Sasuke, she was undoubtedly stronger than the current Sakura. With a swift motion, Hondo initiated the attack, unleashing multiple serpents from her hand towards Sasuke. Sasuke quickly dodged to the side, as he had limited ninjutsu at his disposal and did not immediately resort to using any. Seizing an opportunity, Sasuke produced several shuriken and hurled them at Hondo, but she adeptly evaded the projectiles. However, as soon as she managed to avoid the shuriken, she looked up only to find Sasuke had swiftly closed the distance between them. In an instant, he unleashed a series of powerful strikes, subjecting Hondo to relentless blows in midair. Lion's Barrage. At this moment, Sasuke harnesses the momentum generated by his aerial assault, delivering a final strike amplified by the force of gravity, causing Hanabi to crash violently into the ground. However, the smoke rising from the impact obscures her current condition. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke tirelessly scans the area in search of Hanabi's silhouette. Realizing that his previous combination of unexplainable taijutsu techniques has evidently inflicted little damage. At this moment, the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes was ceaselessly searching. Suddenly, he noticed a figure appearing behind him. The twin serpent jutsu. Red Bean's hands transformed into two serpents that ensnared Sasuke tightly, gradually constricting their grip. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Sasuke transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving only a piece of wood on the ground. A substitution technique? At this moment, Red Bean had already exhausted much of her chakra after consecutively casting two ninjutsu. Her eagerness to attack had led to this predicament. Time and again, her assaults were easily thwarted by Uchiha Sasuke, and now, with her chakra nearly depleted, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to evade Sasuke's impending offensive. At this moment, Sasuke was diligently observing and searching for any weaknesses in Hanabi. The series of attacks he had executed earlier had significantly depleted her chakra, leaving her with scarcely any remaining. Seizing a moment of distraction from Hanabi, Sasuke suddenly struck. As Hanabi noticed Uchiha Sasuke advancing towards her and attempted to evade, he activated his Sharingan. A single motion that momentarily hindered her actions. Unable to dodge in time, Hanabi was struck by Sasuke, rendering her incapable of retaliation. Truly, the prowess of the Uchiha clan is remarkable, remarked Orochimaru in admiration. The others, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, were equally incredulous. Within just a few short years, Kakashi had transformed from this composed and decisive ninja into the perpetually tardy leader who seemed to relish in watching the antics of his students. The disparity was quite staggering, leaving them all in disbelief. Kakashi, too, began to comprehend that these individuals before him were to be his future disciples. And he found it perplexing to fathom how he might end up resembling Obito in the future. As Shikamaru and the others confirmed that Naruto and his companions were unharmed, they planned to depart. Naturally, Shikamaru would not disclose the events that transpired here to the proctor. After all, even if he did, they would hardly believe him. At this moment, only Naruto's team and Kakashi remained, alongside Orochimaru and his disciple, Mitarashi Anko. I am not the one who came to hunt you down earlier, like Kakashi. I have traversed from the past, Orochimaru elucidated. According to his knowledge, the version of himself in this world appeared to have taken a liking to the Uchiha boy before him. Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others did not completely lower their guard. After all, the current Orochimaru sought to eliminate them, and it was difficult to ascertain whether the Orochimaru from the past would be any different. However, I truly wish to take you as my disciple, Orochimaru declared. Sasuke was taken aback. He could not comprehend why Orochimaru would want him as a pupil. Can you help me become stronger? Sasuke questioned, disregarding everything else. If this individual before him could indeed enhance his power, then becoming his disciple was not out of the question. Sasuke, think this through. Naruto attempted to dissuade him. This matter does not concern you, Naruto. I must seek revenge against that man, Sasuke replied, his gaze fixed intently on Orochimaru, eager to extract answers from him. With unwavering confidence, Orochimaru responded, if you become my disciple, I will make you stronger than you are now. I want you to teach me the jutsu that can defeat Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke said, his expression twisted with determination, resolute in his desire to slay that man. Orochimaru, however, appeared unconcerned, recalling that Itachi was, to his knowledge, the child of Fugaku Uchiha, whom he had encountered in the village. At that time, Itachi had inquired about the meaning of life. Reflecting on it now, he wondered if that child had been excessively mature for his age. One could not tell if that was a blessing or a curse. Nonetheless, turning a disciple into someone as formidable as Itachi Uchiha would be a trivial task for him, as the title of the legendary Sannin was not earned without merit. At this juncture, Orochimaru remained unaware that this world's version of him had been effortlessly vanquished by Itachi. Had he known, he would never have made such bold claims. Observing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke's resolve to become his disciple only intensified. Naruto, seeing this, could do nothing but resign himself to the situation. However, you must show me your worth, Orochimaru smiled, intrigued to witness Sasuke's current prowess. What do I need to do? Sasuke retorted, confident in his ability to earn Orochimaru's acknowledgement. This is my other disciple. If you wish to earn my recognition, challenge her. Orochimaru gestured towards his other pupil, Anko. At this moment, Hondo was taken aback by her teacher's words. Although her task was to engage in a duel with Uchiha Sasuke, she was not particularly adept at combat. However, after glancing at Orochimaru, she resolved not to disappoint her teacher and decided to confront Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, was surprised that Orochimaru would assign this young girl as his opponent. In his eyes, she was even inferior to Sakura. Nevertheless, Sasuke instinctively recognized that Hondo was indeed a disciple of Orochimaru, and while she might not stand a chance against him, she was still significantly stronger than Sakura. With a swift motion, Hondo initiated the attack using her technique, Serpent's Shadow Hand. Multiple serpents emerged from her hands, lunging towards Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke quickly retreated to the side, lacking sufficient ninjutsu to mount an immediate counterattack. Seizing an opportunity, Sasuke drew several shuriken and hurled them at Hondo, but she reacted swiftly and evaded the projectiles. However, as soon as she dodged the shuriken and lifted her gaze, Sasuke had already closed the distance, standing right before her. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, employing a combination of punches and kicks as Hondo found herself relentlessly attacked midair. Lion's Barrage. At this moment, Sasuke harnessed the momentum generated by his aerial strikes, channeling it into a final blow that, amplified by the force of gravity, propelled Hondo violently into the ground. However, the smoke billowing from the impact obscured any clear view of Hondo's condition. Utilizing his Sharingan, Sasuke relentlessly searched for the silhouette of Hondo. acutely aware that his previous series of unelaborated taijutsu moves had evidently failed to inflict significant damage. At this moment, the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes was ceaselessly searching. Suddenly, he noticed a figure appearing behind him. The twin serpent jutsu. Red Bean's hands transformed into two serpents, tightly coiling around Sasuke, exerting force as they constricted. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Sasuke transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving only a piece of wood behind. A substitution technique? At this moment, Red Bean had already exhausted her chakra by unleashing two ninjutsu in quick succession. Her eagerness to attack had hindered her. Despite numerous attempts, she found herself easily thwarted by Uchiha Sasuke, and now, with her chakra nearly depleted, evading Sasuke's impending assault would prove exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Sasuke was meticulously observing his surroundings in search of Hinata's vulnerabilities. The recent series of attacks had significantly depleted her chakra, leaving her with little energy remaining. Seizing upon a fleeting moment of distraction, Sasuke suddenly struck. As Hinata noticed Uchiha Sasuke advancing towards her, she instinctively attempted to evade. However, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, causing her movements to falter for just an instant. Unable to dodge in time, Hinata was struck by Sasuke, rendering her incapable of mounting a counterattack. Truly a testament to the prowess of the Uchiha clan. It was a remarkable display, remarked Orochimaru. It was evident that Orochimaru had acknowledged Sasuke's capabilities throughout the battle. Sasuke had remained calm and collected, deftly exhausting Hinata's chakra while employing the simplest of substitution techniques to evade her assaults. The pivotal factor was the utilization of his eyes. Despite merely possessing the Tsutomu Sharingan, he could keenly perceive Hinata's movements. Orochimaru was exceedingly pleased with Sasuke's performance. Conversely, Hinata felt somewhat embarrassed. Despite having been a disciple of Orochimaru for quite some time, she had just been bested by someone who had yet to become his apprentice. Nevertheless, Hinata's straightforward nature allowed her to quickly cast aside the humiliation of her defeat, and she found herself genuinely admiring Sasuke's remarkable skills at such a tender age. Although Orochimaru believed his time in this world would be limited, this posed no significant concern for him. Moreover, the version of himself in this realm would never relinquish such a promising vessel as Sasuke. While sealing the cursed mark earlier, he had also discerned its purpose. Reflecting on his future self, he sensed an urgency. Had something unforeseen occurred? Meanwhile, Sasuke had successfully become an apprentice, while Naruto maintained a vigilant demeanor, seemingly wary that Orochimaru might attempt to claim Sasuke for himself. Hey, aren't you going to complete your mission? Kakashi inquired, gesturing toward the scroll in his hand. All right, Naruto exclaimed, hastily unrolling the scroll left behind by the sound ninja. Sure enough, it contained the earth scroll they required. Fantastic. Now, all we need to do is reach the Tower of Death at the forest center, and our mission will be accomplished, Naruto declared with elation. At this juncture, Kakashi had completed half of his mission and did not intend to reveal himself overtly. Instead, he planned to conceal himself in the shadows, discreetly observing Naruto and his companions. Orochimaru had achieved his objectives, and he was not yet prepared to appear openly in Konoha. After imparting some ninjutsu to Sasuke, he resolved to infiltrate the village and conduct intensive training with Sasuke during the third exam. At this moment, the group was preparing to part ways. Naruto's team was heading towards the Tower of Death, while Kakashi remained in the shadows, providing protection. Simultaneously, Hinata's team was swiftly making their way to the Tower of Death as well, having secured the scrolls they needed early on. Amidst their journey, Inuzuka Kiba inquired about how Obito had come to know Naruto. Obito found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain, and simply stated that he had met Naruto during a mission. Kiba, however, did not harbor any suspicions, as it was not uncommon for multiple teams to collaborate on certain missions, and he too had encountered similar scenarios in the past. At this moment, Hinata, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly came to a halt. There was a situation unfolding before us. Upon activating her Byakugan, Hinata observed the presence of other ninja squads in the vicinity. It's not as though we cannot defeat them. We can simply charge forward, Inuzuka Kiba asserted with unwavering confidence, believing that none of the remaining teams posed a significant threat. However, within Kiba's arms, Akamaru appeared distinctly fearful, as if it had glimpsed something truly terrifying. At this moment, Hinata also noticed Akamaru's unusual behavior and inquired with great concern, what has happened to Akamaru? At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba had become exceedingly cautious, shedding the confidence he previously held. Akamaru possessed the innate ability to sense the chakra of others, Kiba explained. He then gazed ahead, his expression grave as he remarked, the aura Akamaru detected from that group ahead is incredibly formidable. Their chakra is so potent that even Akamaru hesitates to act recklessly. Is it truly that serious? Uchiha Obito acknowledged the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, Hinata activated her Byakugan to scrutinize the scene ahead. Before her, a skirmish unfolded between a team of Sunigakure and Amigakure ninjas. Leading the Sunigakure contingent was a figure with short red hair, marked by a kanji for love inscribed on his forehead, most notably carrying a massive gourd upon his back. It was astonishing that this individual could instill such fear in Akamaru. I suggest we take a detour, Kiba proposed. However, this is the most direct route to the Tower of Death, Shino countered. then there is no other option. With Gaara and the Amigakure ninjas clashing ahead, we cannot afford to divert, Kiba decided, leading his comrades to stealthily conceal themselves in the nearby underbrush, waiting for Gaara to conclude his battle. As it turned out, Gaara had entered the forest of death with an insatiable thirst for combat, disregarding whether the scrolls his opponents possessed were of any value to him. And he fought with extreme ferocity. Coincidentally, the Amigakure team, presuming themselves to be superior due to their age, had fixated on Gaara and his siblings. Gaara's expression soon morphed into one of murderous intent, as those who engaged him found themselves either gravely injured or dead, clearly unaware of Gaara's formidable prowess. Kid, I advise you to surrender the scroll before you suffer, the Amigakure ninja menacingly circled closer. Gaara, however, regarded these young ninjas with disdain. Even a Chunin would likely falter against him in battle. Assuming Gaara's silence indicated trepidation, the trio from Amigakure seized the moment to strike. Sankofen. They witnessed as sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, ensnaring their bodies tightly. Having never encountered a ninja of such strength, they quickly reconsidered their approach. One of them, in a panic, exclaimed, I'll hand over the mission scroll. Just let me go. Yet, he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Unlike others who might show mercy, Gaara was known for his ruthless nature. With a swift motion of his hands, he declared, Sand funeral. The sand began to constrict, suffocating the Amigakure ninjas, who felt as if their bodies were on the verge of bursting. With a resounding crash, their forms were crushed to oblivion, eliciting a reaction from Gaara's siblings, Kankuro and Temari, who could no longer bear to witness the carnage. Gaara, can't we at least examine their scrolls before resorting to violence? Why must it always end this way? Kankuro implored. But Gaara's icy gaze warned him that any further words could lead to his own demise. Sensing the escalating tension, Temari intervened. Let us hurry and search for the scrolls. Their luck had been rather unfortunate, as they encountered several scrolls that were of no use to them. At Temari's urging, Gaara gradually relinquished his grip and resumed his quest for the scrolls. Damn, can't he consider his brother's feelings? It's as if he wants to eliminate me every time, Kankuro lamented inwardly. Gaara, still unredeemed by Naruto, was consumed by a need for validation, compounded by the betrayal of his father, which had left his psyche in disarray. Meanwhile, Obito, who secretly observed, was astounded by Gaara's actions. Even after the scroll was surrendered, he showed no mercy. How cruel could one be? Obito pondered, recognizing that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. It was merely a struggle for scrolls. Yet it had escalated to bloodshed. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba was fortunate enough not to have had a confrontation with Gaara and his companions. Otherwise, he might have met a similarly unfortunate fate. However, Kiba remained oblivious to the fact that Obito's strength could effortlessly overpower Gaara. For a Jinchuriki's greatest fear lies within the Sharingan, not to mention that Obito possessed the formidable Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba waited for Gaara to leave for quite some time before finally revealing himself. He had not anticipated such formidable opponents in the Chunin Exams, thus, they hastened towards the Tower of Death. Hinata and Shino wholeheartedly agreed, while Obito expressed indifference, stating that he would intervene when faced with a strong adversary. They quickened their pace, eager to reach the Tower of Death ahead of time. Including Naruto's team, 2 groups had already gathered all the scrolls, and the remaining teams would only intensify their competition. Unbeknownst to them, Gaara's team was also approaching the Tower of Death, and they would inevitably cross paths. It was evident that Orochimaru had acknowledged Sasuke. During their recent battle, Sasuke had calmly depleted Hanabi's chakra, employing the simplest of substitution techniques to evade her attacks. Crucially, the utilization of his eyes, near Tsutomu's Sharingan, allowed him to keenly perceive Hanabi's movements. Orochimaru was highly satisfied with Sasuke's performance. On the other hand, Hanabi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite having trained under Orochimaru for quite some time, she had been outwitted by someone who had yet to become his disciple. However, Hanabi's straightforward nature allowed her to swiftly cast aside her defeat, and she found herself genuinely impressed by Sasuke's prowess at such a young age. Although Orochimaru believed he could only remain in this world for a limited time, this posed no issue for him. Moreover, the version of himself in this world would never relinquish such a valuable vessel as Sasuke. While sealing the cursed mark earlier, he had also discerned its function. Reflecting on the future, he felt an urgent anticipation had he encountered some unforeseen circumstances. At this juncture, Sasuke had successfully become a disciple. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared vigilant, seemingly concerned that Orochimaru might snatch Sasuke away. Hey, aren't you all going to complete your mission? Kakashi inquired, pointing to the scroll in his hand. Oh right, Naruto exclaimed, eagerly unrolling the scroll left behind by the Sound Ninja. To his delight, it contained the Earth Scroll they needed. Fantastic. Now, we just need to reach the Tower of Death in the heart of the forest to complete our mission, Naruto declared joyfully. At this juncture, Kakashi had completed half of his mission and did not intend to reveal himself. Instead, he resolved to remain concealed, quietly observing Naruto and his companions. Orochimaru's objectives had been met, yet he could not boldly appear in Konoha. After imparting some ninjutsu to Sasuke, he planned to infiltrate Konoha and conduct specialized training with Sasuke during the 3rd exam. Meanwhile, the group was preparing to part ways. With Naruto's team heading towards the Tower of Death, while Kakashi discreetly provided protection from the shadows. Simultaneously, Hinata's team was swiftly making their way to the Tower of Death, having already secured the scrolls they required. By the way, how did you come to know Naruto? Inuzuka Kiba inquired as they journeyed. Toby, uncertain how to elaborate, could only say that they had met during a mission. Kiba did not question this, as it was not uncommon for multiple teams to collaborate on certain missions, and he had encountered similar situations before. At this moment, Hinata, who was leading the way, suddenly came to a halt. Something was amiss ahead. Activating her Byakugan, Hinata discerned the presence of other ninja teams in the vicinity. We are more than capable of confronting them. We can simply charge ahead, Inuzuka Kiba declared with unwavering confidence, convinced that the remaining squads posed no threat. However, nestled in Kiba's arms, Akamaru appeared to be quite frightened, as if he had glimpsed something truly terrifying. At this moment, Hinata also noticed Akamaru's unusual behavior and inquired with great concern, what has happened to Akamaru? At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba had become exceedingly cautious, his previous confidence now dissipated. Akamaru possesses a remarkable ability to sense the chakra of others, Kiba elucidated. He then fixed his gaze ahead, his expression grave, stating, the aura Akamaru detected from the group ahead is immensely formidable. Their chakra is so potent that even Akamaru dares not make a move. Is it truly that dire? Obito remarked, recognizing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Hinata activated her Byakugan to scrutinize the scene ahead. Before them lay a battleground where a squad of Sunigakure ninjas clashed with their counterparts from Amigakure. Leading the Sunigakure team was a figure with short red hair, a kanji for love emblazoned on his forehead, and most notably, a large gourd slung across his back. It was astonishing that this individual could incite such fear in Akamaru. I propose we take a detour, Kiba suggested. Yet this is the most direct route to the Tower of Death, Shino replied. Then we have no choice, Kiba declared. With Gaara and the Amigakure ninjas engaged in combat ahead, we cannot afford to deter. He decided to lead his companions to stealthily hide within the nearby foliage. Awaiting the conclusion of Gaara's confrontation, Gaara had plunged into the forest of death, fervently seeking opponents without regard for whether or not their scrolls were of any use to him, and he fought with brutal intensity. Unbeknownst to him, the Amigakure squad underestimated their adversaries, believing that their age and experience rendered them superior. The Amigakure squad turned their attention towards the trio of Gaara and his siblings. Gaara's demeanor shifted to one of lethal intent. Those who faced him were either dead or grievously injured, clearly unaware of his true power. Kid, I advise you to surrender your scroll promptly, lest you suffer the consequences. The Amigakure ninja menacingly encircled them. Gaara, however, dismissed them with contempt. Even a Chunin would likely falter against his prowess. Seeing Gaara's lack of reaction, the three Amigakure ninjas presumed he was intimidated and rushed in to seize their opportunity. Sand coffin. Gaara's gourd unleashed a torrent of sand that ensnared the three adversaries tightly. Clearly unaccustomed to confronting such a powerful ninja, they contemplated surrender. One stammered, I'll hand over the mission scroll, just spare me. However, he misjudged the situation. Had it been anyone else, they might have shown mercy, but this was Gaara, a merciless killer. With a swift motion, Gaara commanded, sand burial. The sand relentlessly constricted, suffocating the Amigakure ninjas, who felt as if their bodies would burst from the pressure. In a mere moment, a resounding crack echoed as their forms were crushed to oblivion. Even Kankuro and Temari, Gaara's siblings, could scarcely bear to witness the brutality. Hey, Gaara. Can't we at least inspect their scrolls before resorting to violence? Why must it always come to this? Kankuro began, but Gaara's piercing gaze silenced him, as if warning that any further words might provoke his lethal wrath. Sensing the perilous tension, Temari interjected, enough. Let us hasten to find the scrolls. At that moment, the group faced unfortunate luck, encountering several scrolls that were not of their interest. Only upon hearing Temari's words did Gaara gradually relent, resuming his search for scrolls without a backward glance. Must he never consider his brother's feelings? It feels as though he seeks to eradicate me with every encounter. Kankuro lamented inwardly. At this juncture, Gaara, still untouched by Naruto's salvation, was deeply troubled, yearning for acceptance while haunted by his father's betrayal. Nearby, Obito observed in astonishment, shocked by Gaara's merciless actions. Even after the Amigakure ninjas had surrendered their scroll, he showed no signs of mercy. How cruel this was. Obito couldn't comprehend why the situation had escalated to such brutality over mere scrolls. At this moment, Kiba was fortunate not to have encountered any conflict with Gaara and his companions. Otherwise, he too would have met a similar fate. However, Kiba was unaware that Obito's current capabilities would allow him to easily subdue Gaara, as the Jinchuriki's greatest fear lies in the Sharingan. Not to mention that Obito possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba waited for Gaara to emerge after a considerable interval. He did not anticipate encountering such formidable opponents in the Chunin Exams, thus, they hastened towards the Tower of Death. Hinata and Shino concurred wholeheartedly, while Obito expressed indifference, stating he would intervene when faced with a strong adversary. Subsequently, they quickened their pace, eager to reach the Tower of Death ahead of schedule, including Naruto's team. Two groups had already gathered all the scrolls, intensifying the competition among the remaining teams. Unbeknownst to them, Gaara's group was also nearing the Tower of Death. and their paths would inevitably converge. Upon Obito's arrival at the tower, they found themselves the first group to complete the examination. Fantastic. I can't believe we are the first to finish. Kiba exclaimed with excitement. In contrast, Hinata remained remarkably composed, unperturbed by such exhilaration. Just as they were conversing, voices from outside suddenly interrupted. Is this our destination? Gaara's team leisurely approached from the outside. At this moment, they had successfully gathered the scrolls of heaven and earth. However, Gaara seemed to regard the individuals before him with indifference. Perhaps he had already acquired the scrolls and felt no desire to engage in combat. Gaara and his companions exchanged glances with Obito and the others before preparing to depart, as they were now ready for the third examination. Yet, the one-tail within Gaara instinctively sensed the presence of the Sharingan, a malevolent aura it would never forget throughout its existence. At this moment, the one-tail, though oblivious to the outside circumstances, could sense the chakra of several individuals. The one-tail was particularly wary of Gaara potentially provoking a member of the Uchiha clan. Given the notorious recklessness of that clan, it had no desire to once again experience the overwhelming sensation of being dominated by the Sharingan. Shortly thereafter, Naruto's team had completed their mission. Thanks to Kakashi's intervention, they had acquired an additional scroll, thus avoiding an encounter with Kabuto as depicted in the original narrative. Naruto! Exclaimed Obito, filled with excitement upon seeing Naruto. The latter also recognized Obito, surprised to find him present alongside Kakashi. Obito, it has been quite some time. Naruto responded with evident delight. Although it felt like an eternity to Naruto, only a few days had passed for Obito. Sasuke and Sakura also greeted Obito. By the way, what mission do you have this time? Naruto inquired curiously. However, Obito was still uncertain about his own mission. He was unaware that Orochimaru had already assassinated the fourth Kazekage and was preparing to execute a plan to bring down Konoha. Before the group could reminisce further, the proctors had already arranged to escort them to a place of rest. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly pulled Obito aside, and while others were distracted, the two stealthily slipped away. Kakashi, I never expected to see you. Obito exclaimed with excitement upon spotting Kakashi. Obito, how did your mission go? Kakashi inquired. Reluctantly, Obito recounted the details of his task. After listening, Kakashi fell into contemplation, gradually understanding the essence of the mission. From Orochimaru's conjectures, he surmised that this version of Orochimaru might be plotting something sinister against Konoha. Upon hearing this, Obito immediately expressed his determination to save Konoha. Kakashi, however, was at a loss for words. Obito had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was likely that the other shinobi from various villages accompanying them had also received missions, which, according to Kakashi's suspicions, were detrimental to Konoha. The upcoming third exam the following day could potentially witness an unexpected assault. Now he and Obito needed to accumulate strength, for it seemed an arduous battle awaited them on the morrow. At this juncture, Konoha was already bracing itself for the impending storm. The next day arrived. At this moment, the Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen and the disguised Orochimaru, masquerading as the fourth Kazekage, were seated in the stands, observing the current tournament. Before them unfolded a match between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, yet for reasons unknown, Sasuke was delayed and unable to arrive for the contest. Lord Hokage, the match can no longer be postponed, spoke Narashikaku, the Hokage's aide. At this moment, Orochimaru was filled with curiosity as to why Sasuke had yet to arrive for the match. It turned out that after Sasuke successfully completed the second round of the competition, Orochimaru began to conduct intensive training with him, strengthening his foundational skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi sought out the Kakashi of this world, hoping to enlist his assistance. The future Kakashi was somewhat astonished as he gazed upon his past self, learning from him that his father, Tsukumo Hatake, had been resurrected by Obito. If possible, Kakashi harbored a deep desire to experience the same fate as his past counterpart, thereby avoiding the anguish of losing his father, friends, and mentor. Upon hearing Obito's warning that someone might attempt to cause chaos during the Chunin exams, Kakashi immediately thought of Orochimaru, having already detected his presence at the exam site. Just as Kakashi prepared to report to the Hokage, a tremendous explosion erupted at the location where Sasuke was undergoing his training. A sense of dread washed over Kakashi as he realized that Sasuke was in peril. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the site of the explosion, followed closely by Obito and the future Kakashi. Orochimaru. At that moment, the site of the explosion was filled with panic as Kuratsuchi and Shino stared in horror at the figure before them. Their mission, as outlined in the scroll, was to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke, yet they had not anticipated that Orochimaru would be so close to him. At this moment, Sasuke stood behind Orochimaru, appearing as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. It turned out that the two individuals before him had deployed a multitude of explosive tags in close proximity, and had it not been for Orochimaru's timely arrival, the situation could have been dire. Moreover, the power of these two figures was unfathomable, particularly that imposing giant, against whom Sasuke's fire techniques had seemed utterly futile. So it is you, Huangtu, he remarked, recognizing the man before him. Orochimaru gazed at the two with a knowing expression, surprised that the mission from a Wagakure would involve his own disciple. Earth release. Great earthquake, Huangtu declared, plunging his hands into the ground, causing the earth beneath Orochimaru to rise dramatically, reaching a height of over 20 meters. Sho, retreat, Huangtu instructed his companion. However, Sho was unwilling to abandon the mission. Having previously led to their village's failure, he could not let this opportunity slip away. If we retreat, the mission will fail again. We won't truly die anyway. We have to fight him, Sho insisted. Indeed, spurred by Sho's words, Huangtu realized that neither of them would perish for real. They could fight desperately to replace Sasuke and still accomplish their objective. With a resolute expression, Huangtu shouted, Earth release, cracking earth palm. He concentrated chakra in his palm and struck the ground, causing it to fissure in an attempt to attack Orochimaru. The towering stone columns crumbled as Orochimaru leapt down with Sasuke unharmed. Sasuke, deal with that ninja employing explosive techniques, Orochimaru instructed. After training Sasuke for several days, he was eager to witness the results. The two pairs thus engaged in combat, Orochimaru facing Huangtu, while Sasuke confronted Sho. Orochimaru joined his hands together. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale surged towards Huangtu, whose strength was at best that of an elite Genin, revealing a significant gap between him and Orochimaru. Huangtu attempted to shield himself with earth flow wall, yet the violent wind rendered him unable to see, leaving him vulnerable as Orochimaru transformed into numerous snakes, charging at him. In that moment, Huangtu found himself at a loss against Orochimaru's jutsu, hoping fervently that Sho would swiftly conclude his battle to assist him. However, having undergone intensive training under Orochimaru, Sasuke's strength had significantly increased. In terms of physical combat alone, he utterly overwhelmed Sho, who relied solely on his chakra to unleash explosive techniques repeatedly. Yet, it seemed as if Sasuke's eyes were omniscient, effortlessly evading Sho's attempts at surprise attacks. I have told you about these eyes, Sasuke stated. Under Orochimaru's tutelage, he had begun to harness the power of the cursed seal without succumbing to madness. At this moment, the hunter felt utterly overwhelmed. Every kick from Sasuke felt like being struck by a boulder. The hunter could only evade, as it was now Sasuke's turn to attack. With a mighty breath, Sasuke unleashed the Great Fire Dragon technique, spewing forth enormous, dragon-shaped flames to assail his foe with tremendous force. After acquiring the power of the cursed seal, Sasuke's chakra had significantly increased, augmenting his reserves by at least 0.5 units. Thus, the consumption of chakra while executing fire techniques had diminished considerably. Previously, although Sasuke could perform fire techniques, his chakra had been insufficient to unleash them extensively, unlike Naruto, who was not lacking in chakra. The colossal fire dragon surged towards the hunter, who could only utilize his finest chakra to deploy an explosive technique in defense. However, to his astonishment, the fire technique did not strike him as expected. Just when the hunter thought Sasuke had miscalculated, the dragon altered its trajectory in a remarkably uncanny manner. Unprepared, the hunter was struck by the fire dragon, and in his final moments, he could scarcely believe such a fire technique existed. Nearby, Orochimaru observed with satisfaction as Sasuke dispatched the enemy, feeling gratified that his training over the past few days had borne fruit. He then turned his gaze towards the Earth User. It was time to deal with you as well. The serpents entwining the Earth User tightened their grip. And despite the formidable Earth techniques at his disposal, he could not withstand Orochimaru's lethal assault. Soon, the Earth User succumbed to Orochimaru's relentless attack. With a chime, the announcement echoed, Earth Ninja from a Wagakure, mission failure. The onlookers outside understood that a Wagakure had once again been the first to be eliminated. The unfortunate village had never possessed many formidable ninjas. In recent years, the most outstanding talent had been Deidara, who had been ruthlessly abducted by the Akatsuki. If this were to occur today, it would undoubtedly be deemed a case of child trafficking. The younger generation in the village had been entirely decimated during the Third Ninja World War, and it was no wonder that even Kuratsuchi's strength warranted her position as Tsuchikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, Tell me, Inoki, why is it that your Wagakure is always the first to be eliminated? To which Inoki retorted, Hiruzen, you old fool. Spare me your sarcasm. If it weren't for your Konoha's Orochimaru, how could the Earth User possibly have failed? Have you no shame, Konoha? At this moment, Demu was exceedingly frustrated, having never anticipated being eliminated once more. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was always the first to be ousted. Could it truly be that the Rock Ninja Village was becoming progressively inferior with each passing generation? At this moment, the confrontation had reached a fever pitch. After dealing with the Yellow Earth, Orochimaru was soon joined by Kakashi and Obito. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the future Kakashi instinctively grasped his kunai. Orochimaru, wearing a smile, remarked, Kakashi, there's no need to be so cautious. I am not from your timeline. Despite this, Kakashi remained instinctively wary of Orochimaru. However, the group soon noticed the devastation surrounding them. Have other shinobi villages intervened? 12-year-old Kakashi inquired. Logically, Sasuke should have commenced his participation in the Chunin Exams by now, yet he remained here, still unprepared for departure. He has been momentarily delayed, but it is of little consequence, Orochimaru replied. Nevertheless, since there has already been an engagement here, it is likely that the Chunin Exams have commenced their proceedings as well. Indeed, as Orochimaru had anticipated, shortly after he had dealt with the Yellow Earth, he disguised as the fourth Kazekage, initiated the plan to bring Konoha to ruin. At this moment, Orochimaru seized the opportunity while Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily distracted, abruptly taking him hostage. The spectators, bewildered by the unfolding events, struggled to comprehend why the fourth Kazekage would suddenly turn against Konoha. In an instant, Orochimaru cast aside his disguise. "It has been a long time, my esteemed teacher," he remarked to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, all the Umbu surrounding the Hokage have been subdued by the quartet of sound ninja dispatched by Orochimaru. This action seems to serve as a signal, simultaneously with Orochimaru's assault. The hidden ninjas from the Mist Village, Tobarama, Ao, and Kirigakure's Manatsu also made their move. However, they did not reveal their identities as Mist Village ninjas, instead donning the attire of the Sand Village and claiming that any issues should be directed to the Sand Village. Raza, who had traversed alongside them, found their antics amusing, remarking, "Can you not exhibit such blatant foolishness? Do you truly believe I, Raza, would fail to recognize you?" At this moment, Rasha remained oblivious to the fact that the Rasha of this world had already been dealt with by Orochimaru. He still believed that the Kazekage was merely a guise worn by a human. "Aren't you also clad in the garb of Sunagakure?" Karura's remark left Rasha speechless. "Please. I am a native of Sunagakure. Is it not entirely ordinary for me to wear their attire?" However, considering that their mission was to disrupt Konoha, Rasha chose to temporarily suppress his discontent, vowing to teach him a lesson once their task was accomplished. Upon receiving the signal, Gaara began to unleash the power of his Jinchuriki. "What? It's actually the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. Orochimaru, what exactly are you plotting?" Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned angrily upon witnessing Gaara's display of power. "My dear teacher, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own predicament," Orochimaru retorted. 4 Purple Flames Formation. The 4 members of the Sound Ninja Village positioned themselves at the cardinal points, forming a rectangular barrier of translucent purple flames. This barrier, imbued with purple fire, prevented external parties from entering. Any contact with its walls would result in burns from the flames. Lord Hokage, the Umbu, upon seeing their leader trapped, became exceedingly anxious. Yet they were powerless to shatter the seal. "Teacher, let us settle this matter seriously," Orochimaru said with a mocking tone. Knowing that no one could interrupt him at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that to escape the 4 Purple Flames Formation, he must defeat Orochimaru, leaving the affairs outside to Danzo and the others. Danzo remarked on how he had acted when the 4th Hokage perished, and now he would do the same. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in battle with Orochimaru within the 4 Purple Flames Formation. "I say, Inoki, why is it that your Iwagakure is always the first to be eliminated?" Sarutobi Hiruzen quipped. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old fool, spare me your taunts. If it weren't for your Konoha's Orochimaru, how could my Tsuchikage have possibly failed? Do you Konoha still have any shame?" Inoki retorted. At this moment, Danyemu was exceedingly frustrated, having never anticipated being eliminated once more. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was always the first to be ousted. Could it be that the Rock Ninja Village truly declines with each passing generation? At this moment, the battle had reached a fever pitch. After dealing with the Yellow Earth, Orochimaru was soon joined by Kakashi and Obito. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the future Kakashi instinctively grasped his kunai. Orochimaru, however, wore a smile and remarked, "Kakashi, there's no need to be so cautious. I am not from your timeline." Despite this, Kakashi remained on guard against Orochimaru. The group then noticed the devastation that surrounded them. The ground strewn with debris. Have other shinobi from different villages intervened? 12-year-old Kakashi inquired. Logically speaking, Sasuke should have commenced his participation in the Chunin Exams by now. Yet he was still present here, delayed but not significantly hindered. "It's just a minor setback," Orochimaru replied. "However, since a confrontation has already begun here, it is likely that actions have also commenced at the Chunin Exams." Indeed, as Orochimaru had surmised, shortly after he dealt with the Yellow Earth, he, disguised as the 4th Kazekage, initiated the plan to dismantle Konoha. At this moment, Orochimaru seized the opportunity while Sarutobi Hiruzen was distracted, abruptly taking him hostage. The onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding events, were at a loss as to why the 4th Kazekage would suddenly turn against Konoha. In an instant, Orochimaru shed his disguise. "It has been a long time, Sensei," he addressed his former teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the Umbu surrounding the Hokage had all been subdued by the quartet from the Sound Village brought forth by Orochimaru. This seemed to serve as a signal. Concurrently with Orochimaru's actions, the hidden ninjas of the Mist Village, Kagami-me, Ao, and Kazuki Manatsu, also made their move. However, they did not reveal their identities as ninjas of the Mist Village, instead donning the attire of the Sand Village, asserting that any issues should be directed towards the Sand Village. The trio's antics amused Rasha, who had crossed over with them, exclaiming, "Can you not be so shameless? Do you truly believe I cannot recognize you?" At this moment, Rasha remained oblivious to the fact that the Rasha of this world had already been dealt with by Orochimaru. He still believed that the Kazekage was merely a guise. "Aren't you also clad in the garb of Sunagakure?" Karura's comment left Rasha momentarily speechless. "Please. I am indeed a member of Sunagakure. Is it not entirely natural for me to wear its attire?" However, considering that their mission was to disrupt Konohagakure, Rasha chose to temporarily suppress his discontent, vowing to teach him a lesson once their task was accomplished. Upon receiving the signal, Gaara began to unleash the power of his Jinchuriki. What? It is indeed the Jinchuriki of Sunigakure. What on earth are you scheming, Orochimaru? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his outrage upon witnessing Gaara's display of power. Oh my dear teacher, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own predicament, Orochimaru retorted. For Purple Flame's formation, the four ninjas of Otogakure positioned themselves at the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, erecting a rectangular barrier of translucent purple flames. This barrier, imbued with the violet flames, prevented any external entities from breaching its confines. Any who dared to touch its walls would be seared by the fire. Lord Hokage, the Umbu agents, witnessing their leader ensnared, grew anxious, yet they found themselves powerless to dismantle the seal. Teacher, let us settle this matter between us, Orochimaru said with a mocking tone, relishing the solitude that allowed him to confront Sarutobi without interruption. Sarutobi understood that escaping the four purple flames formation necessitated defeating Orochimaru. The affairs outside would have to be managed by Danzo and his cohorts. Danzo, recalling how he had acted during the demise of the fourth Hokage, resolved to employ the same tactics now. Consequently, Sarutobi and Orochimaru engaged in a fierce battle within the confines of the four purple flames formation. At this moment, the Chunin exam venue was in utter chaos, with both the Hidden Leaf and Sand Ninja engaged in fierce combat. However, their ultimate aim was to witness the confrontation between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen within the four purple flames formation. Nevertheless, with the assistance of Temari, the conflict in the Sand Village did not subside as swiftly as the original narrative suggested. Under the leadership of Maki, a throng of Sand Ninja launched a frenzied counterattack. Let us hope that no unforeseen incidents arise this time, thought Akatsuki's Manatsu, after effortlessly dispatching a group of Leaf Ninja, having failed to accomplish his mission previously. He was determined that, with the rewards from the inventory system this time, he would not falter again. Fire Rat Jewel. Another wave of azure flames surged towards him, prompting Akatsuki's Manatsu to hastily employ the water transformation technique to evade the assault. At that moment, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, accompanied by a team from the Cloud Village led by the Woodman, emerged slowly. What a hassle. Why must our mission involve aiding the Leaf? We could simply watch from the sidelines, complained she, expressing frustration over the unexpected involvement. Had it not been for the Woodman's sudden intervention, they could have waited to harvest the aftermath. You are the previous Two Tails Jinchuriki. Akatsuki's Manatsu recognized the female ninja before him. I recognize you as well. Akatsuki's Manatsu from the Mist Village. The Woodman replied coolly, recalling the prior encounter where he had been overwhelmed by both Akatsuki's Manatsu and Might Guy. This time, he was resolute not to be defeated again. You are a defeated foe. Akatsuki's Manatsu, disinterested in further banter with the Woodman, unleashed his signature water iron cannon technique, relentlessly firing at him. The Woodman displayed agility akin to that of a cat, truly deserving of the Two Tails recognition. Few could rival his swiftness. It was evident that Akatsuki's Manatsu was not among that select few. The rewards he had received significantly mitigated the Woodman's previous shortcomings. Currently, Akatsuki's Manatsu could barely graze the hem of the Woodman's attire. Suddenly, the Woodman deftly maneuvered behind Akatsuki's Manatsu, his claws striking with relentless precision. Akatsuki's Manatsu struggled to defend himself, quickly becoming marred with numerous scratch marks. Witnessing yet another mist water cannon, he resolved to shift his focus. If he could not hit his opponent, perhaps he could target his allies instead. With his weapon aimed at Shi and Samui, he realized that she was merely a reconnaissance-type ninja and Samui was still a genin, incapable of withstanding his assault. At that moment, the tardy arrival of Obito and his companions finally graced the battlefield. Damn it, you all, this is truly unforgivable, Uchiha Obito exclaimed upon witnessing the devastation, as countless Leaf villagers fell victim to the Sand Ninja's onslaught. At this moment, both the youthful Kakashi and the adolescent Kakashi entered the battlefield, their target being the disguised Terumi-me. The time-traveling Orochimaru immediately spotted the unfortunate Rasha amidst the crowd. Despite Rasha's cautiousness upon seeing Orochimaru, he could not escape detection. Damn it, this is bad. With that thought, Rasha hastily attempted to flee, yet Orochimaru was relentless in his pursuit, keeping a keen eye on him. Simultaneously, Obito chose to join the fray, inadvertently colliding with the water cannon unleashed by Suigetsu. Would release, Tree World Wall. Obito invoked his ninjutsu, causing a shield composed of numerous wooden vines to sprout swiftly from the ground, effectively blocking Suigetsu's water attack. Thank you, Ninja of Konoha, remarked Samui, who remained remarkably composed, unfazed by Suigetsu's presence. This individual possesses the ability to evade most physical attacks through his water transformation technique. You must exercise caution. Samui had keenly discerned Suigetsu's vulnerability. The previous rewards had rendered his water transformation technique immune to the weaknesses against lightning release, and now he realized that the only means to defeat him lay in Genjutsu. Only Genjutsu can vanquish this foe, Samui conveyed to Obito. But none of us are particularly adept at Genjutsu, responded Kiri, standing nearby. At this moment, Obito spoke with great confidence, Indeed, no one understands illusions better than I do. He gestured toward the Uchiha clan emblem on his attire. And Samui recognized that the individual who had thwarted their attack was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, Obito activated his double-eyed Manjiki Sharingan, and astonishingly, he appeared behind Suigetsu. Caught off guard, Suigetsu had not anticipated Obito's surprise assault. The wooden figure observed the Uchiha ninja with a hint of astonishment. Realizing that he could inflict harm upon Suigetsu, "Do not underestimate the Uchiha clan," Obito declared, clasping his hands together and calling out, "Fire release, exploding wind dance." He unleashed a swirling serpent of flame from his mouth, creating a massive vortex of rotating fire. This ninjutsu had been employed against Kage previously, albeit with less finesse than before. Suigetsu, however, was exceedingly cautious this time, promptly utilizing the water transformation technique to evade the attack. Just as he narrowly escaped the flames, Obito concealed himself behind the inferno, locking eyes with Suigetsu. Obito strained to wield his Manjiki, and after a brief struggle, Suigetsu fell silent. "My control over this ninjutsu is limited. Make your move quickly." Due to his inexperience with the Manjiki, Obito was not entirely adept in its use. Upon hearing Obito's words, the wooden figure remained vigilant and unleashed his most powerful strike. In his half-tailed beast transformation, the tailed beast bomb surged towards Suigetsu. The unfortunate Suigetsu offered no resistance as he was swept away by the tailed beast bomb. Ding! Suigetsu is eliminated. In the midst of the Chunin Exams, chaos reigned supreme. With both the Leaf and Sand ninjas engaged in combat, their ultimate objective, however, was to await the resolution of the clash between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen within the Four Purple Flames formation. At this moment, the presence of Mei Taromi in the Sand Village prevented a swift resolution to the turmoil as the Sand ninjas, led by Maki, mounted a fervent counterattack. One could only hope that no unforeseen incidents would arise. As Akatsuki's Manjmaru effortlessly dispatched a multitude of Leaf ninjas, he muttered to himself, reflecting on his previous failure to complete a mission and pondering the rewards he had acquired from the inventory system, convinced that he could not falter again. Fire Mouse Jewel. A surge of azure flames surged toward him, prompting Manjmaru to hastily employ the water transformation technique to evade the attack. Emerging slowly was a team from the Cloud Village, led by the Two Tails Jinchuriki. "What a hassle. Why must we assist the Leaf when we could simply observe from afar?" Hiki complained. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention of Maki, she mused, it would have been far more advantageous to wait until the battle concluded before swooping in to reap the rewards. "You are the previous Two Tails Jinchuriki." Manjmaru recognized the female ninja before him. "I recognize you as well, the Mist Village's Manjmaru," Maki retorted, maintaining a calm demeanor. Recalling how he had previously been overwhelmed by Manjmaru and Might Guy in a past encounter. This time, he vowed not to be defeated again. Defeated underlings. Manjmaru, uninterested in further banter with Maki, unleashed his signature water iron cannon technique, relentlessly firing at him. Maki displayed agility akin to that of a cat, proving himself worthy of the Two Tails recognition, as few could rival his swiftness. It became evident that Manjmaru was not among those few. However, armed with his rewards, Maki significantly compensated for his previous shortcomings. Now, Manjmaru found it impossible to land even a glancing blow on Maki. In a flash, Maki maneuvered swiftly behind Manjmaru, his claws striking relentlessly. Manjmaru struggled to defend himself, soon covered in a myriad of claw marks. After yet another water cannon missed its target, he pivoted, declaring, "If I cannot hit you, then I shall strike your allies." He aimed at Hiki and Samui, who, at that moment, were merely a reconnaissance ninja and a lower-ranked ninja, respectively, unable to withstand the onslaught. Just then, the delayed arrival of Obito and his companions finally graced the battlefield. "Damn it, you have truly crossed the line," Uchiha Obito exclaimed upon witnessing the devastation, with countless Leaf civilians mercilessly slaughtered by the Sand Village ninjas. At this moment, the youthful Kakashi and the adolescent Kakashi both entered the battlefield, their target being the disguised Mei Taromi, masquerading as a sand ninja. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having traversed through time, immediately spotted the unfortunate Raza amidst the crowd. Despite Raza's attempts to exercise caution upon seeing Orochimaru, he was nonetheless discovered. Cursed fate, misfortune loomed. With that thought, Raza hastily sought to escape. However, Orochimaru was relentless, fixated on him from behind. Concurrently, Obito chose to join the fray, fortuitously colliding with the water cannon unleashed by the formidable Suigetsu. Would release Deep Forest Emergence. Obito executed his ninjutsu, swiftly conjuring a shield formed of intertwining wooden vines from the ground to provide protection. The water cannon from Suigetsu was effectively intercepted by this barrier. "Thank you, Leaf Ninja," remarked Samui, exhibiting remarkable composure, unperturbed by Suigetsu's assault. This individual possesses the ability to evade most physical attacks through his water transformation technique. One must exercise caution. Samui had astutely discerned Suigetsu's vulnerability. The prior reward had granted his water transformation technique immunity to the shortcomings typically associated with lightning-style attacks, thus leaving him with but one method to vanquish him: Genjutsu. Only illusions can defeat this adversary, Samui conveyed to Obito, but we are not particularly adept at illusions, interjected the observant Kira. At this moment, Obito spoke with great confidence, asserting that no one comprehended illusion techniques better than he. He gestured towards the Uchiha clan emblem on his attire, and Samui recognized that the individual who had thwarted their attack was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. With a swift motion, Obito activated his double Manjiki Sharingan, and to everyone's astonishment, he appeared behind Akatsuki's member, Kaido, caught off guard. Kaido had not anticipated such an assault. The shinobi, Yamaki, regarded the Uchiha ninja with surprise, never expecting him to inflict harm upon Kaido. One should not underestimate the Uchiha clan. Obito then clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "Fire release, wind dance of the explosive flames." He unleashed a swirling serpent of fire from his mouth, creating a massive vortex of flames. This technique had been employed during his battle against Kakashi, albeit with less finesse than before. Kaido, however, was on high alert and swiftly performed the water transformation technique to evade the attack. Yet, just as he narrowly escaped the flames, Obito concealed himself within the fire, and their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Obito desperately channeled his Manjiki Sharingan as Kaido struggled momentarily before falling silent. "I can't maintain this technique for long. Make your move." Due to his inexperience with the Manjiki, Obito found himself struggling. Hearing his words, Yamaki did not allow himself to be complacent. He unleashed his most formidable attack. In his half-tailed beast transformation, he launched a tailed beast bomb directly at Kaido. The unfortunate Kaido could hardly muster a defense before being swept away by the tailed beast bomb. Ding! Kaido has been eliminated. Witnessing Yamaki dispatch Kaido, Obito hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Samui. "No need for thanks. It is merely part of our mission," Samui replied coolly. Despite her seemingly aloof exterior, she felt a sense of relief from the preceding events. Beneath her stoic facade, she harbored a profound concern for her comrades, willing to exert every effort to ensure their safety. With little time for further conversation, Obito rejoined the fray, eager to engage in battle once more. At this moment, the unfortunate Terumi May finds herself in a predicament. Although her mission is to create chaos in Konoha, she cannot tolerate the demeanor of the individuals from Sunagakure. Moreover, her former companions, Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurenai, are present. Thus, Terumi May resorts to idling while reminiscing with Rin and the others, for in Kirigakure, she has few friends. And she finds camaraderie with Rin and her companions. It is entirely due to her Sunagakure attire that she appears as a villain, being pursued by the two behind her. "Hey, you two, please stop chasing me," Terumi May exclaimed, realizing she was on the verge of being caught, and quickly turned to Kakashi. However, upon glancing back, she discovered both a young and an older Kakashi pursuing her. "You are Terumi May from Kirigakure, right? I recognize you," the younger Kakashi stated. The older Kakashi seized the opportunity to inquire, "Is she truly the Terumi May from Kirigakure?" He felt uncertain, for in his timeline, Terumi May was renowned as a formidable woman in Kirigakure, and the young girl before him hardly matched that reputation. "Excuse me. Are you two questioning my identity right in front of me?" Terumi May said, somewhat displeased. The two Kakashis exchanged glances before responding. "Why are you wearing the clothing of the Sand Ninja and attacking the ninjas of Konoha?" Kakashi interrogated. At this juncture, Terumi May found herself at a loss for words. Could she possibly claim to be an undercover agent? No, that was out of the question. Kirigakure had treated her as a daughter, and she could never betray them. The two Kakashis, seeing her reluctance to explain, were momentarily at a loss until Rin hurried over. "Please, stop fighting." Rin urgently intervened, attempting to pacify Kakashi and Terumi May. She quickly explained to Kakashi that she and Terumi May had become close friends, asserting that Terumi May had not harmed anyone from Konoha and that she was merely goofing off. Suddenly, an announcement echoed: "Elimination. A Jonin from Sunagakure has been disqualified." Before anyone could respond, another participant was eliminated, and the remaining individuals were few. Besides those present, only Yahiko and his companions from Amagakure had yet to make their move. Meanwhile, on Naruto and Sasuke's side, free from distractions, Naruto began his ideological education with Gaara. At this moment, Gaara clearly would not heed Naruto's verbal persuasion. He completely relinquished control over his body and swiftly succumbed to slumber. At this moment, the One-Tail managed to temporarily emerge through Gaara's body. Its towering height of nearly 100 meters drew the attention of the crowd, who turned their gazes towards this extraordinary sight. This is dire. Sunagakure has actually sent a Jinchuriki to infiltrate Konoha. The urgency of the situation left Nara Shikaku, observing the formidable One-Tail before him, feeling a deep sense of dread. At this moment, the inhabitants of Konoha were on the verge of quelling the turmoil in the Sand Village. However, just when it seemed they were gaining control, another tailed beast appeared, this time within the confines of Konoha itself. At this moment, Riku could only strive to disperse the crowd, preventing a large-scale catastrophe. Subsequently, he reluctantly directed the elite ninjas near the four purple flames formation away. As for the Hokage, there was no way for them to enter, leaving them to fend for themselves in a one-on-one battle. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to hear this, he would undoubtedly express his frustration, lamenting that it was indeed a one-on-one scenario, yet he found himself being jointly assaulted by the first and second Hokage. Regrettably, Riku had now redirected all the ninjas outside the formation towards the One-Tail. One could imagine that Riku was thinking to himself, "Aren't you the strongest Hokage of Konoha? Surely, Dealing with the reanimated first and second Hokage should not pose too great a challenge for you. Once we have resolved the situation with the One Tail, we shall come to your aid. At this moment, it is evident to any discerning observer that Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin is on the brink of failure. The shinobi from Sunagakure have been subdued, and the members of Otogakure exhibit little combat prowess. The only noteworthy presence comes from a few ninjas from other hidden villages who participated in the joint operation, however. They too have been swiftly dealt with by Orochimaru and Obito. Now, the remaining individuals await the conclusion of Gaara's defeat, anticipating the emergence of the esteemed Hokage. At this moment, Gaara, having fully transformed into a tailed beast, rendered Naruto no longer a worthy opponent. Damn it, Naruto exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Why does this person, who shares a fate so similar to mine, evoke within me a ridiculous desire to rescue him from his solitary existence? Hey, Naruto, don't be reckless. This individual is beyond our capacity to handle, Sasuke urgently interjected. The towering beast before them, nearly 100 meters in height, was far beyond their ability to confront. Yet, Naruto, filled with an unwillingness to concede, replied. Gaara is also yearning for familial bonds and friendship. Why must he act this way? At the very moment of their confrontation, Naruto felt an intense longing emanating from Gaara. A longing that mirrored his own. Ultimately, how could he allow things to reach this point? I, Naruto Uzumaki, will never give up. Just as Naruto prepared to charge forward, he was abruptly halted. Little brother, leave the dangerous matters to the adults. Looking up, Naruto was met with the sight of a young man with orange hair, alongside another with red hair, whom he found strikingly familiar, as if their connection resonated within his very blood. The newcomers were Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, who had been present from the very beginning, remaining hidden as the tailed beast had yet to emerge. Their mission was to reseal the One Tail. At this moment, Mihiko glanced at the lively and cheerful boy before him, who, despite being an adversary, evoked a profound sense of sympathy. Rest assured, we shall rescue him. At this moment, Yahiko exuded confidence. It was not without reason. He had just purchased a sealing technique for Nagato with gold coins. After all, what was the purpose of earning money if not to spend it on a good brother? As for Konan, well, Yahiko no longer dared to entrust her with any money. He observed Nagato, who shyly smiled and remarked, I'm not very familiar with sealing techniques either. Almost immediately, Nagato clasped his hands together. Earth explosion stars. In an instant, the surrounding earth and trees began to rise, encasing the tailed beast within a colossal stone. The stone continued to expand, voraciously absorbing everything around it, growing ever larger. Before long, the tailed beast found itself ensnared within an enormous rock. At this moment, Naruto found himself bewildered, pondering the sudden appearance of such a colossal meteorite. Did you not claim that you were not particularly adept at sealing techniques? At this moment, Nagato found himself in a state of chakra depletion, and Konan hurriedly supported him as he struggled to stand. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, One Tail succumbed to an overwhelming impact and fainted, causing Gaara to fall as well. Konan gracefully caught Gaara with her paper butterflies, but he had already slipped into unconsciousness. Allow me to reinforce the seal, Nagato remarked, observing the exceedingly rudimentary seal on Gaara. He pondered the incompetence of the individual responsible for such a simplistic seal, questioning whether they possessed any proficiency in sealing techniques at all. It was no wonder that One Tail often went on rampages. With determination, Nagato slowly performed several hand signs and utilized the sealing technique he had acquired from the market, belonging to the Uzumaki clan. For symbol seal, he declared. He diligently reapplied the seal until the final one was successfully completed, depleting his chakra in the process. At last, it's done. He won't go on rampages anymore, Nagato said weakly. Just then, Gaara's sister, Temari, approached, and upon hearing Nagato's words, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, she had feared that Konoha would capture them, using them as leverage to negotiate with Sunagakure. As the wooden figure dispatched the formidable AO, Obito hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Samui. No need for thanks. This is merely our duty, Samui replied coldly. Nevertheless, she too felt a sense of relief over the preceding events. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, deep within her heart lay a profound concern for her friends, and she was willing to exert every effort to ensure their safety. Obito, having no time for further conversation, rejoined the fray, eager to continue the battle. At this moment, the unfortunate Kimi May found herself in a predicament. Though her mission was to disrupt Konoha, she could not abide the behavior of the denizens of Sunagakure. Furthermore, her former comrades, Noara Rin and Yuhi Kurenai, were present. Thus, Kimi May resorted to idly reminiscing with Rin and the others, for in Kirigakure, she had few friends, and had always found herself more at ease with Rin and her companions. It was all due to the Sunagakure attire she wore, which made her appear as a villain, leading the two behind her to pursue her relentlessly. Hey, Tenten, you need to chase me any longer, Kimi May called out, realizing she was about to be caught, and turned to Kakashi for assistance. To her dismay, she found not one, but two Kakashis were in pursuit. Ah, you are Kimi May from Kirigakure, aren't you? The younger Kakashi inquired. The older Kakashi seized the opportunity to question, is she truly the Kimi May from Kirigakure? He was somewhat uncertain, as in his timeline. Kimi-mae was renowned as a formidable kunoichi. The girl before him, with her youthful demeanor, seemed incongruous with that reputation. Are you too doubting my identity in my presence? Kimi-mae retorted, a hint of annoyance evident in her voice. The two Kakashis exchanged glances before responding. Why are you clad in Sunagekure-esque garb while engaging against the shinobi of Konoha? At this point, Kimi-mae found herself at a loss for an explanation. Was she to pose as an undercover agent? No, that was out of the question. Kirigakure had treated her as their own daughter. How could she betray them? The two, seeing that Kimi-mae was unwilling to divulge any information, were momentarily at a standstill until Rin rushed over. Please, cease your hostilities, Rin implored, swiftly intervening to mediate between Kakashi and Kimi-mae. She explained to Kakashi that she and Kimi-mae had become close friends, assuring him that Kimi-mae had not truly harmed anyone from Konoha, and that her earlier actions were merely a ruse. Just then, an announcement echoed, elimination. Sunagekure-S Raza has been disqualified. Before anyone could respond, another participant was eliminated, and this time it was a Genin from Sunagekure. The remaining competitors were dwindling. Apart from those present, only Yahiko and his two companions from Amagekure had yet to engage. Meanwhile, unencumbered by distractions, Naruto began to impart some ideological education to Gaara. At this moment, Gaara evidently would not heed Naruto's verbal persuasion. He completely relinquished control over his body and promptly succumbed to slumber. At this moment, the one tail momentarily emerged through Gaara's body. Its towering height of nearly 100 meters drew the attention of the crowd, all eyes fixated on this spectacle. It was alarming. Sunagekure had actually dispatched a Jinchuriki into Konohagakure. In this critical situation, Narashikaku gazed at the daunting presence of the one tail, feeling a profound sense of concern. At this moment, the inhabitants of Konoha were on the verge of quelling the turmoil in Sunagekure, yet at a critical juncture, another tailed beast emerged. This time within the confines of the village itself. At this moment, Rugio could only strive to disperse the crowd, preventing a large-scale catastrophe. Subsequently, he reluctantly dispatched the elite ninjas near the Four Purple Flames formation, knowing full well that they would have to face the situation without him and his companions. As for Lord Hokage, since they could not enter the fray, he would have to contend with a one-on-one battle. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to hear this, he would surely express his frustration, lamenting that it was indeed a one-on-one. Yet here he was, being besieged by both the first and second Hokages in a relentless onslaught. Regrettably, Rugio had already directed all the ninjas outside the formation towards the One Tail. At this moment, Rugio might be thinking to himself, aren't you the strongest Hokage of Konoha? You should be able to handle the reanimation of the first and second Hokages without much trouble, right? We shall rescue you once we have dealt with the One Tail. At this juncture, it is evident to any discerning observer that Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha is on the brink of failure, as the ninjas of Sunagekure have been subdued. The few from Otogekure possess little combat capability. The only noteworthy individuals are those from the other ninja villages who participated in the instance. Yet they too have been vanquished by Orochimaru and Obito. Now, the remaining individuals await the conclusion of Gaara's defeat, poised to confront the esteemed Hokage thereafter. At this juncture, with Gaara having undergone a complete transformation into his tailed beast form, Naruto found himself significantly outmatched. Blasted, Naruto exclaimed, wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He lamented the cruel irony that this individual, sharing a similar fate to his own, was the very person he earnestly desired to extricate from the throes of solitude. Naruto, don't be reckless. This adversary is beyond our capabilities, Sasuke urgently cautioned. The colossal beast towering before them, nearing 100 meters in height, presented a challenge insurmountable for their current skill. But, Naruto protested, his voice laced with frustration. Gaara, too, yearns for familial affection and camaraderie. Why is he resorting to such measures? In the brief exchange with Gaara, Naruto sensed a profound longing within him, mirroring his own. Yet, it had culminated in this tragic outcome. I, Naruto Uzumaki, refused to yield, Naruto declared, poised to charge forward, only to be intercepted. Youngster. Perilous tasks such as these are best left to the adults, a voice asserted. Naruto gazed upward, beholding a young man with striking orange hair, accompanied by a red-haired figure who evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if stemming from their shared lineage. The newcomers were none other than Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. They had been present from the outset, remaining concealed until the emergence of the One Tail. Their mission, to reseal the formidable beast. At this moment, Yahiko gazed at the lively and cheerful boy before him, who, despite being an adversary, evoked a profound sense of sympathy. Rest assured, we shall rescue him. At this moment, Yahiko exuded an air of confidence, for he had recently purchased a sealing technique for Nagato using gold coins. The question of whether it was expensive was irrelevant, after all. Earning money was simply a means to indulge his dear friends. As for Konan, well, Yahiko was now hesitant to entrust her with any funds. Nagato, with a bashful smile, remarked, I am not particularly well versed in sealing techniques. He then joined his hands together, invoking the technique, Shinra Tensei. Instantly, the earth and trees around them began to rise, encasing the tailed beast within a colossal stone. The stone continued to expand, absorbing its surroundings as it grew larger and larger. Before long, The tailed beast was enveloped within this immense rock formation. At this moment, Naruto was utterly bewildered. What was happening? How had such a colossal meteorite suddenly appeared? Hadn't you claimed to be rather unskilled in the art of sealing? At this juncture, Nagato was also experiencing a depletion of chakra, prompting Konan to swiftly support him as he faltered. A resounding crash echoed as Fugaku, the one-tail, succumbed to the immense impact and lost consciousness, causing Gaara to plummet. Konan gracefully caught Gaara with her paper butterflies, only to find him already unconscious. "Allow me to reinforce the seal," Nagato declared, casting a disdainful glance at the rudimentary seal on Gaara's person. Who could be so inept? Do you even know sealing techniques? To bungle even the most basic seal. No wonder the one-tail rampages incessantly. Nagato proceeded to weave several hand seals before employing the Uzumaki clan sealing technique that Yahiko had acquired from the shop for symbol sealing. He tirelessly reapplied the seals until the final layer was complete, exhausting his chakra reserves. Finally finished, he won't be rampaging anymore. Nagato weakly proclaimed. Temari, Gaara's sister, approached and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Nagato's words. She had feared that Konoha would capture them, using them as bargaining chips in negotiations with Sunagakure. Barring the third Hokage's entrapment within the four Violet Flames formation, the mission could be deemed a resounding success. As for the third Hokage, it was unlikely anyone would come to his aid, given that even his close ally Danzo had not offered assistance. At this moment, our mightiest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was gradually succumbing to exhaustion. After all, he was no longer the formidable ninja he once was. As he approached the end of his life, Sarutobi resolved to perform one final act for the sake of Konoha, the Reaper Death Seal. He gazed upon his once most esteemed disciple, who had now fallen to such depths. "It seems I have been an inadequate master," Sarutobi lamented. He then grasped Orochimaru's hands, intending to draw him, along with the first and second Hokages, into the embrace of death itself. However, Orochimaru was unwilling to allow this, fiercely fighting against the impending fate, unwilling to part with his precious life. Yet, the aged Sarutobi, weakened by time, found it increasingly difficult to restrain three individuals. Ultimately, Orochimaru escaped the Reaper Death Seal at the cost of his own arms. At this moment, Orochimaru gazed at his bloodied hands and then at the third Hokage, who was on the verge of collapsing. A maniacal grin spread across his face, leaving one to wonder whether he was anxious about his sealed hands or elated by his successful betrayal of his master. Unbeknownst to him, the Orochimaru from the past was also witnessing this scene, filled with profound emotion. "I never anticipated that my future self would arrive at this juncture," he lamented. At this moment, the youthful Kakashi found himself beside Orochimaru. The barrier had dissipated, allowing Orochimaru to make his escape. Kakashi, however, was beset by numerous questions yearning for answers. Why must you, in the future, take the life of the third Hokage, a man who was once your most esteemed mentor? Kakashi inquired earnestly. Orochimaru, now lost in contemplation, pondered, have I truly changed? When did this transformation begin? Was it when I first delved into forbidden techniques and faced my master's reprimand? Or was it during my clandestine experiments in collaboration with Danzo? At this moment, Kakashi has long believed that when the third Hokage made his choice for the fourth Hokage, he did not pass the position to Orochimaru, but rather selected the renowned Minato Namikaze, who gained fame during the Third Shinobi World War. However, it seems that Orochimaru is destined to withhold the truth from him, perhaps intending to bring a gust of change to Konoha. Reflecting on this farcical plan for the destruction of Konoha, Orochimaru eliminated the Kazekage, leaving the thousands of sand shinobi who invaded Konoha without a leader. And he personally engaged in a duel with his own master, ultimately taking his life. Regardless of how one interprets it, Sunagakure can no longer oppose Konohagakure. With the demise of the Kazekage and the loss of the majority of its elite shinobi in this operation, Sunagakure will likely have to submit to the will of Konohagakure in the future. "It is time for us to depart," Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Present at this moment are Obito, Kakashi, Yamato, Samui, Shi, Rin, Tsunade, Akatsuki, Might Guy, Orochimaru, Koharu, and the three members of Amigakure, Yahiko. There was no time to bid farewell to the young Kakashi, as the system once again transported them back to Konoha. Ding! Orochimaru's mission was successful, with a completion rate of 81. Do you still remember the lonely apprentice you left behind in that world? Mission reward: research on the Cursed Seal technique, along with an enhancement of the success rate for the Cursed Seal technique. At this moment, Orochimaru contemplated the existence of his disciple, yet he felt no anxiety. For he was profoundly acquainted with himself, as well as with Sasuke. Sasuke would undoubtedly resort to the Cursed Seal once more. He could not suppress his insatiable thirst for power. Consequently, he would seek out his future self. One might ponder whether this could be construed as taking on a disciple for his future self. Nevertheless, Sasuke's temperament is rather complex, and one wonders if his future self could endure it. Ding! Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, your mission has been accomplished, with a completion rate of 85. You truly exerted yourself in this round. Your sealing technique outperformed the opposition. Mission reward: 5 sets of Akatsuki uniforms, which bestow peculiar effects when worn. But be cautioned not to remove them. Yahiko, what is this? I invested a significant amount of gold in acquiring sealing techniques, only to be rewarded with these mere garments. Conan, we cannot entirely dismiss their value. These garments do possess some merit. Yahiko, what merits? I have yet to discern any. Conan, haven't you noticed? They look particularly striking when worn. Rusha, haha. I never imagined the reward to be so meager, merely a few outfits. By the way, if you from the Hidden Rain village require clothing, do not hesitate to inform me. I can send some your way. At this moment, Rasha cast a disdainful gaze upon their rewards, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He found it difficult to look at anyone without feeling a sense of scorn. The subsequent rewards for the others were rather unremarkable. Obito received a folding fan, though he was uncertain of its utility, having previously observed his future self wielding one in the arena. Kakashi, on the other hand, was bestowed with an increase in chakra, though he was puzzled as to why chakra was being awarded, as he did not lack for it himself. The others received nothing more than some gold coins. While the wooden figure gained enhanced physical attributes in a non-tailed beast state, Orochimaru remarked, "Is it truly intriguing? It appears to concern the study of cursed seals." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, "Orochimaru, I will not permit you to conduct such experiments." Orochimaru replied, "Understood, old man. I shall not endanger Konoha." Oh, how transparently double-faced Orochimaru had become. His claim of not jeopardizing Konoha raised the question of whether he intended to pose a threat to other hidden villages instead. Uchiha Fugaku interjected, "Since Mr. Orochimaru has stated his intentions, I trust he will uphold his word." Orochimaru replied, "While I may not, there are those who covet the eyes of the Uchiha clan." Fugaku suggested, "Then might I invite Mr. Orochimaru for a cup of tea, so we may engage in a more detailed discussion?" Orochimaru responded, "I would be remiss to decline such an invitation." At this moment, Danzo found himself rendered speechless by Orochimaru's actions. "You, Orochimaru, not only squander my research funds, but also betray me, do you?" However, due to the interruption of Orochimaru's research, Danzo was compelled to halt the forthcoming experiments, for there was no one in the root organization capable of taking over Orochimaru's work. At this moment, Obito was joyfully introducing his newly acquired weapon to Rin. "Rin, do not underestimate this fan. It possesses the remarkable ability to reflect other ninjutsu as wind-based techniques." He presented the Uchiha clan's fan with pride. Unbeknownst to Obito, this fan was a treasured heirloom of the Uchiha clan, taken away when Uchiha Madara defected, leaving very few members of the Uchiha clan aware of its existence today. At this moment, Obito was unaware of the significant growth he had experienced, while Rin gazed at him with a joyful expression. She felt elated to witness Obito steadily realizing his dreams. Kakashi, on the other hand, harbored a tinge of jealousy towards Obito's fortune. He pondered why he had only attained an increase in chakra while Obito had been bestowed with a formidable weapon. Excluding the third Hokage, who was ensnared within the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation, this mission could be deemed a resounding success. As for the third Hokage, do not jest. Even his close ally, Danzo, refrained from offering assistance. Who else would dare intrude upon this lively affair? One might observe that none of the other Leaf Village members ventured to lend a hand. At this moment, our most formidable Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is gradually succumbing to exhaustion. After all, he is no longer the legendary shinobi he once was. Now, as he faces the end of his life, Hiruzen resolves to perform one final act for the sake of Konoha, the Reaper Death Seal. He gazes upon the disciple he once held in such high regard, now fallen to such depths. "It seems I have been a most inadequate master," Hiruzen laments. With determination, he seizes Orochimaru's hands, intent on dragging him, along with the first and second Hokages, into the belly of the Shinigami. However, Orochimaru is unwilling to comply. He cannot bear to sacrifice his precious life. The Snake Sage struggles fiercely. Yet, the aged Hiruzen, burdened by years, finds it impossible to restrain three individuals simultaneously. Ultimately, Orochimaru narrowly evades the Reaper Death Seal, paying the price with his arms. At this moment, Orochimaru gazed at his bloodied hands, then turned his attention to the third Hokage, who was on the verge of collapse. A manic smile spread across his face, leaving one to wonder whether he was distressed over his sealed hands or elated by the successful demise of his mentor. Unbeknownst to him, the Orochimaru from the past was also witnessing this scene, filled with profound emotion. "I never imagined that the future me would reach such a juncture," he lamented. At this moment, the youthful Kakashi found himself beside Orochimaru. The barrier had dissipated, allowing Orochimaru to seize the opportunity to escape, while Kakashi was left with a multitude of questions yearning for answers. "Why did you, in the future, feel compelled to assassinate the third Hokage, the very man who was once your most respected mentor?" Kakashi inquired. Orochimaru, now ensnared in contemplation, pondered whether it was he who had undergone a transformation, and if so, when this metamorphosis had begun. Was it when he first delved into forbidden techniques and faced his teacher's reprimands? Or was it during the clandestine experiments conducted in collaboration with Danzo? At this moment, Kakashi has always believed that when the fourth Hokage was chosen, the third Hokage did not pass the position to Orochimaru, but rather selected the renowned Minato Namikaze from the Third Shinobi World War. However, it seems that Orochimaru is destined not to provide him with the answers he seeks. Perhaps Orochimaru wished to bring a tempest to Konoha. Reflecting on this farcical plan for the destruction of Konoha, Orochimaru eliminated the Tsuchikage, leaving the thousands of sand shinobi who invaded Konoha without a leader, and personally engaged in a confrontation with his own master, ultimately taking his life. Regardless of how one may articulate it, Sunigakure can no longer stand in opposition to Konohagakure. With the demise of the Kazekage and the loss of the majority of its elite shinobi during this operation, Sunigakure will likely find itself perpetually subservient to the will of Konohagakure. It is time for us to depart, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Present at this moment are Obito, Kakashi, Yamato, Samui, Shi, Rin, Tsunade, Akatsuki, Might Guy, Orochimaru, and Mei Terumi, along with the three from Amigakure. There was no time to bid farewell to the young Kakashi, as the system swiftly transported them back to Konoha. Ding! Orochimaru's mission was deemed successful, with a completion rate of 81. Do you remember the lonely apprentice you left behind in that world? Mission reward, research on the curse seal technique and an enhancement of its success rate. At this moment, Orochimaru recalled that he had a disciple somewhere. However, he felt no concern, for he was the one who understood himself best, as well as Sasuke. Sasuke would undoubtedly resort to the cursed seal once more. He could not suppress his yearning for power. Given this, it was certain that he would seek out his future self. One might ponder whether this could be regarded as taking on a disciple for his future self. Speaking of Sasuke's personality, it is rather complex. One wonders if his future self would be able to endure it. Ding! Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato have completed their mission with an 85 success rate. In this round, you performed admirably. Your sealing technique was superior to the opponent's. Mission rewards, 5 sets of Akatsuki's distinctive uniforms, which possess peculiar effects, but be sure not to remove them. Yahiko, what is this? I spent a significant amount of gold on sealing techniques, and all we received were these garments. Konan, we cannot completely dismiss them. These outfits do have their merits. Yahiko, what advantages? I fail to see any. Konan, haven't you noticed? They look exceptionally good when worn. Or sick, haha. I didn't expect the rewards to be so underwhelming, just a few pieces of clothing. By the way, if you from the Hidden Rain Village needed outfits, you should have mentioned it. I could have sent some over. At this moment, Rasha cast a scornful glare at their rewards, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He found it difficult to look at anyone without sensing an air of mockery. The subsequent rewards given to the others lacked any particular significance. Obito received a folding fan, the utility of which he did not quite comprehend, although he recalled seeing a future version of himself wielding it in the arena. Kakashi was bestowed with a substantial increase in chakra, though he was perplexed as to why chakra was necessary for him, as he hardly found himself in need of it. The remaining individuals received mere coins, while the wooden man acquired enhanced physical attributes in a non-tailed beast form. Orochimaru remarked, isn't it intriguing? It pertains to the study of cursed seals. Hiruzen Sarutobi retorted, Orochimaru, I will not permit you to conduct such experiments. Orochimaru replied, understood, old man. I shall not endanger Konoha. One could hardly overlook Orochimaru's blatant double standards. His assurance of not threatening Konoha raised the question of whether he intended to target other shinobi villages instead. Fugaku Uchiha interjected, since Mr. Orochimaru has expressed such sentiments, I hope he remains true to his word. Orochimaru countered, while I may not, there are those who covet the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku responded, is that so? Then might I invite Mr. Orochimaru for a cup of tea, so we may engage in a more detailed discussion? Orochimaru replied, I would be remiss to decline such an invitation. At this moment, Dance found himself rendered speechless by Orochimaru's provocations. So, you, Orochimaru, not only squander my research funds, but also betray me. Is that it? However, due to the interruption of Orochimaru's research, Dance was compelled to suspend the forthcoming experiments, as there was no one at the root capable of undertaking Orochimaru's work. At this moment, Obito was joyfully introducing his newly acquired weapon to Rin. Rin, do not underestimate this fan. It possesses the remarkable ability to reflect other ninjutsu as wind-based techniques. He proudly presented the Uchiha clan's fan. Unbeknownst to Obito, this fan was an ancestral artifact of the Uchiha clan, taken away when Uchiha Madara defected. As a result, very few members of the Uchiha clan today were aware of its significance. At this moment, Obito remains unaware of the significant growth he has undergone, while Rin gazes at him with a joyful expression. Witnessing Obito gradually realize his aspirations fills Rin with happiness. Kakashi, on the other hand, cannot help but feel a twinge of envy towards Obito's fortune, pondering why he has only experienced an increase in chakra, while Obito has been bestowed with a formidable weapon. At this moment, Rin simply gazed at the daily banter between Obito and Kakashi, as if it had become an essential part of each day. It would be an understatement to say that Obito was lagging behind, with his left hand wielding the Manjiki Sharingan and his right the Uchiha fan. It was indeed quite a challenge for an ordinary Jonin to provoke him. Minato Namikaze observed the joyful atmosphere among his disciples, feeling pleased with their growth and strength. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha family residence, Fugaku was taken aback. What? You say Danzo is secretly conducting experiments on the Sharingan? He inquired with astonishment. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. though he refrained from revealing his own involvement in the matter. Moreover, clan leader Fugaku, Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan is not a recent development. Even with the protection of the Hokage, who can guarantee that Danzo will not make another move? Orochimaru remarked provocatively. At this moment, Fugaku found himself enveloped in doubt. Was it possible that Danzo harbored an unyielding grudge against the Uchiha clan? Despite his nominal position as the captain of the Konoha Guard, he was relegated to managing thankless tasks, forever barred from the true centers of power. Fugaku, do you comprehend why the village feels entitled to suppress your clan so freely? Orochimaru inquired, observing Fugaku's indecision. This was a question that Fugaku himself pondered deeply. No matter his actions, the villagers seem perpetually biased against the Uchiha. It is because your clan is excessively proud. Orochimaru astutely identified the Uchiha's flaw. Not all families within the village harbored prejudice against the Uchiha. Many understood that the Hokage feared the clan's formidable strength. If the Uchiha could set aside their arrogance and engage in earnest communication with the other shinobi clans, it was conceivable that those clans might ally with them under normal circumstances. The times had irrevocably changed. The eradication of the Uchiha no longer necessitated force. A well-crafted narrative could dismantle the clan entirely. Presently, the common folk of Konoha regarded the Uchiha with disdain, perceiving them as haughty, unapproachable, and emotionally aloof. Of course, aside from the anomaly that was Uchiha Obito, whose methods seemed eerily reminiscent of the Sinja clan. Upon hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Fugaku experienced an epiphany. He had not realized that the Uchiha's trouble stemmed from this very issue. If he fostered closer ties with other clans and altered the stubborn perceptions of the Uchiha, perhaps his son could even ascend to the position of Hokage. Such thoughts traversed Fugaku's mind. At this moment, Orochimaru discerned Fayek's ambitions but felt compelled to interrupt him. The Uchiha clan will not ascend to the position of Hokage, at least not within the next 50 years. Fayek, doused with this cold reality, wore a perplexed expression, questioning why his earnest efforts to cultivate relationships with other clans were in vain. If it were merely a matter of forming amicable ties with a few clans, Konoha would not intervene. However, if one were to excessively ingratiate oneself with other families, how would that reflect on my mentor? Orochimaru countered. Ultimately, these actions would only marginally elevate the Uchiha clan's standing. The road to becoming Hokage remains long and arduous. Moreover, do you wish to know what I encountered in the recent quest? Orochimaru inquired mysteriously. Fayek was largely oblivious to the happenings within the clan, as Obito would not disclose all matters to him. The clan leader, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, is Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru revealed, sharing the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing Minato's name, Fayek felt a spark of joy, only to swiftly realize the incongruity of his delight. Considering that the very person who had failed in the Hokage election stood before him, expressing such exuberance would surely displease Orochimaru. Noticing Fayek's smile fade, Orochimaru divulged an even graver secret. However, shortly after Minato ascended, both he and his wife met their untimely demise. Fayek's heart sank. On one hand, he shared a good rapport with Minato, and on the other, Mikoto and Kushina were close friends. Yet, only with Minato's rise could the biases held by the Hokage lineage against the Uchiha clan be dismantled. With Minato's passing, Konoha would likely choose between Jiraiya and Tsunade, neither of whom harbored aspirations for the Hokage position. Thus, it was probable that the third Hokage would return to power, leaving matters unchanged. This contemplation filled Fayek with anxiety. At that moment, Orochimaru spoke again. Fayek, there is no need for such concern. I no longer serve Danzo, and he surely harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me. We now share a common objective. After careful consideration, Fayek realized that Orochimaru's assertion held truth. Both were targets of Danzo's ire, so why not collaborate? However, Orochimaru had no intention of forming an alliance with the Uchiha clan, for he was aware that the elder had been observing him closely. Should the elder discover his proximity to the Uchiha leader, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, despite my inability to align myself entirely with you, Fayek, I shall still share crucial information when necessary, Orochimaru declared, not entirely dismissing the idea of aiding Fayek. After all, his future disciple belonged to the Uchiha clan, and he could not allow the clan to suffer undue oppression. He must create some trouble for Danzo. Just as the two were on the verge of forming an alliance, a notification from the system popped up. Shadow-level combat power of the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi, the beloved son of the Uchiha clan, a devoted brother, and a double agent. At this moment, the inventory system unexpectedly revealed a formidable combat power rating of 16. To everyone's astonishment, the individual ranked 16th turned out to be a member of the Uchiha clan, specifically the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. At this moment, Itachi obediently followed Shursui in practicing ninjutsu, while his father, Fugaku, engaged in conversation with Orochimaru. Consequently, Itachi sought out Shursui for training. However, at this juncture, Itachi found himself unconcerned with his own ranking. He had begun to contemplate the meaning of life. Yet, for Shursui, who had never received formal education, there were no answers to provide. Unlike Izumi, who could frolic carefree each day, Itachi bore the weight of being the son of the clan leader. He even felt compelled to conceal his fondness for sweets from his father, fearing it would lead to disappointment. Upon seeing Itachi's ranking, Fugaku was immensely pleased, finally revealing the expression befitting a father. At this moment, it seems as if the great Mount Fuji is about to proclaim, "My son." Uchiha Itachi possesses the potential to become Hokage. Orochimaru, intrigued, wonders how Itachi has managed to achieve a rank higher than his own. At this moment, Rin simply gazed at the daily banter between Obito and Kakashi, as if it had become an indispensable part of her day. It would be an understatement to say that Obito was lagging behind, with my Manjiki Sharingan in my left hand and the Uchiha fan in my right. It is indeed difficult for an ordinary Jonin to provoke me. Minato Namikaze observed the joyful atmosphere among his disciples, feeling pleased with their growth and strength. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha household, "What? You say Danzo is secretly conducting experiments on the Sharingan?" Fujimoto inquired, astonished. Orochimaru nodded with certainty, though he would not disclose his own involvement. Furthermore, clan leader Fujimoto, Danzo's desire for the Sharingan has not arisen overnight. Even with the protection of the Hokage, who can guarantee that Danzo will not strike again? Orochimaru remarked, unabashedly stirring the pot. At this moment, Fugaku harbored some doubts, pondering whether Danzo's animosity towards the Uchiha clan had truly waned. Although he held the nominal title of captain of the Konoha police force, he found himself mired in ungrateful tasks, unable to penetrate the genuine centers of power. Fugaku, do you comprehend why the village can so brazenly oppress your clan? Orochimaru inquired, gazing at the indecisive Fugaku. This question was one that Fugaku himself yearned to understand. No matter his efforts, the villagers perpetually viewed the Uchiha with disdain. It is precisely because your clan is far too arrogant. Orochimaru incisively identified the flaw of the Uchiha clan. Not all families within the village harbored such biases against the Uchihas. Many were acutely aware that the Hokage feared their formidable power. Had the Uchiha been willing to set aside their pride and engage earnestly with the other ninja clans, there might have been hope for alliances. The current era had transformed. Eliminating the Uchiha no longer necessitated brute force. Public opinion alone could dismantle them. Presently, the common folk of Konoha perceived the Uchiha as haughty, aloof, and stoic. Of course, with the exception of that peculiar individual, Uchiha Obito, whose mannerisms seemed reminiscent of the Senju clan. Upon hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Fugaku felt as though he had received a profound revelation. Realizing that the Uchiha's predicament stemmed from this very issue, if he were to cultivate closer ties with other families and alter the stubborn image of the Uchiha, perhaps his son could ascend to the position of Hokage, Fugaku mused. At this moment, Orochimaru discerned the ambition harbored by Fugaku. However, he felt compelled to interrupt, stating that members of the Uchiha clan would not ascend to the position of Hokage, at least not within the next 50 years. The cold water poured on him by Orochimaru left Fugaku perplexed, pondering why his earnest efforts to cultivate relationships with other clans would thwart his aspirations for the Hokage title. If it were merely about forging normal alliances, Konoha would not intervene. Yet, if one were to excessively ingratiate themselves with other clans, what would that imply to my mentor? Orochimaru countered. Ultimately, these maneuvers could only slightly alter the standing of the Uchiha clan. The path to becoming Hokage remained long and arduous. Moreover, do you wish to know what I encountered during my recent mission? Orochimaru inquired cryptically. Fugaku, somewhat oblivious to the happenings within the compound, recognized that Obito would not disclose every detail to him as the clan leader. The fourth Hokage of Konoha is Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru revealed, sharing what he had gleaned from his assignment. Upon hearing Minato's name, Fugaku felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by an unsettling realization, especially considering that the very individual who had failed in the Hokage election stood before him. Displaying such joy could only serve to displease Orochimaru. Noticing Fugaku's smile falter, Orochimaru divulged an even greater secret. However, shortly after Minato's ascension, both he and his wife met their untimely demise. Hearing this, Fugaku felt a chill descend upon him. On one hand, he had a commendable relationship with Minato, and Mikoto and Kushina were close friends. On the other hand, Minato's rise was crucial to altering the Hokage lineage's prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Now, with Minato's passing, Konoha was likely to choose between Jiraiya and Tsunade, neither of whom harbored ambitions for the Hokage position. Thus, it was probable that the third Hokage would resume power, rendering the situation unchanged. Contemplating this left Fugaku in a state of disquiet. However, at this juncture, Orochimaru spoke. Fugaku, there is no need for such distress. I am no longer in the service of Danzo, who undoubtedly harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me, thus aligning our objectives. After careful reflection, Fugaku acknowledged that Orochimaru's assertion held merit. Both were targets of Danzo's ire, and an alliance could prove mutually beneficial. Yet, Orochimaru had no intention of forming an alliance with the Uchiha clan, aware that the elder had been watching him closely. Should the elder discover that he was engaging closely with the Uchiha clan leader, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Nevertheless, while I may not stand alongside you, Fugaku, I am still willing to share crucial intelligence with you, Orochimaru remarked, not entirely dismissing Fugaku. After all, his future disciple resided within the Uchiha clan, and he could not permit the clan to be excessively oppressed at this juncture. It was imperative to create some turmoil for Danzo. Just as the two reached a tentative agreement, The system assessed the situation. Ninja World Shadow Level Combat Power. 16. Uchiha Itachi, the beloved son of the Uchiha clan. A devoted brother and a double agent. At this moment, the inventory system unexpectedly revealed a combat power level of 16, and to everyone's astonishment, the 16th rank belonged to a member of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, it was none other than the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. At this moment, Itachi obediently followed Shisui to practice ninjutsu, while his father, Fugaku, engaged in conversation with Lord Orochimaru. Consequently, Itachi sought out Shisui for training. However, at this juncture, Itachi was not preoccupied with his ranking. Instead, he began to ponder the profound meaning of life. Yet, for Shisui, who had never received formal education, he could not provide answers to such existential questions. Itachi realized that he could not indulge in carefree play like Izumi, for he bore the weight of being the clan leader's son. He even felt compelled to conceal his fondness for sweets from his father, fearing it might bring disappointment. On the other hand, upon seeing Itachi's ranking, Fugaku was immensely pleased, finally revealing the expression one might expect from a proud father. At this moment, Fugaku seemed poised to exclaim, "My son, Itachi Uchiha, possesses the potential to become Hokage." Orochimaru, intrigued, pondered how Itachi could possibly rank higher than himself. Onoki remarked, "I have come to realize why the leaderboard is dominated by those from Konoha." The fourth Raikage interjected, "At least your village has a Deidara on the list. Our Cloud village has not yet seen a single individual ascend." Hiruzen Sarutobi responded, "Do you not comprehend the prestige associated with being the foremost ninja village?" Kahaku retorted, "I believe this has little to do with your status as the strongest Hokage." At this juncture, even Hiruzen felt a twinge of embarrassment for having excessively glorified his position as the greatest Hokage in textbooks, as other ninja villages now reveled in his misfortune. Kahaku continued, "However, it appears we have yet another handsome member from the Uchiha clan." Reflecting on this, she noted that it seemed all Uchiha individuals were strikingly handsome. From the previous Shisui to the current Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku interjected, "Please refrain from focusing on my son. He is still but a child." Kahaku, incensed by Fugaku's words, retorted, "Are you implying I am incapable of attracting suitors? The admirers have been flocking from the Mist Village to the Land of Fire." Hiruzen remarked, "Truly, Fugaku, your son will surely not bring shame to the Uchiha clan. Have you considered allowing Itachi to join the Umbu?" Danzo interjected, "Hiruzen, such a prodigy should be recruited into the root." Hiruzen countered, "Silence, Danzo, the root has been disbanded." Danzo insisted, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this decision." Hiruzen firmly stated, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Observing the exchange between the third Hokage and Danzo, Fugaku had no intention of allowing his son to join the root. Such an organization was hardly commendable. As for the Umbu, it could be considered when Itachi matured, at which point he could also place his own trusted individuals within the ranks. At this moment, Fugaku was contemplating the delightful surprises his proud son might bring him in the future, unaware that indeed, surprises awaited him. However, what was the matter with this double agent? Had the village dispatched Itachi to serve as a spy? As Fugaku gazed at Itachi's label, he found himself utterly perplexed by the existence of such a concept as a double agent. The Uchiha clan. At this moment, the entire Uchiha clan is gathered for a meeting, yet the atmosphere is charged with intense agitation. Konoha has been relentlessly pressuring our Uchiha clan, esteemed leader. We cannot remain passive in the face of such circumstances. At this moment, Uchiha Ina, an elite of the Uchiha clan, confronted the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was already overwhelmed, having just received the distressing news of Uchiha Shirsue's suicide. Under the pressure exerted by the villagers, he had no choice but to convene this clan meeting. "Everyone, please remain calm. The circumstances surrounding Shirsue's death will undoubtedly be clarified by the Uchiha clan," Fugaku declared with resolve. However, the clan members were far from convinced. The fact was that Fugaku had consistently tolerated the oppression from the village, making it increasingly difficult for him to pacify the hawkish faction within the clan. Leading this faction was Uchiha Tetsu, who aggressively proposed instigating a coup. Fugaku sighed, realizing the complexity of the situation. Did they truly believe that the Uchiha strength alone could overthrow the Hokage's faction? Additionally, the Umbu and Root, along with the Hige clan and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with numerous other ninja clans, posed a formidable threat that the Uchiha had to regard with caution. Yet, the radicals within the village continued to harbor grand illusions of the Uchiha clan as the preeminent ninja clan. At this moment, the onlookers found it hard to believe. How had the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan deteriorated to such a degree? "Go summon Kamine and the advisor, Koharu," Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, instantly regaining the authority of the Hokage. The uprising of the Uchiha clan was far from a welcome tidings. After a moment of contemplation, he added to the Umbu, "Also, bring Danzo here." With tears in his eyes, Danzo finally emerged from his dark confinement. Gazing upon the flourishing village of Konoha, he felt compelled to proclaim, "Konoha, your emperor has returned." Fugaku, observing the comments of his clansmen on the screen, wondered what had happened. Had Shisui truly taken his own life? Was it not previously reported that he had been secretly harmed by Danzo? As one of the few prodigies of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku was deeply invested in this matter. And upon hearing the sudden news of Shirsue's suicide, he immediately sensed a conspiracy at play. Simultaneously, the Dove faction leader, Uchiha Hakadai, along with the Hawk faction members Uchiha Taka and Uchiha Inazuma, as well as the Elder faction representative, Uchiha Shana, gathered at Fugaku's residence to discuss the situation revealed in the report. In an instant, Konoha was engulfed in turmoil, drawing the attention of other ninja villages. Should Konoha exhibit even a hint of weakness, it was likely that the other villages would seize the opportunity to divide it among themselves. Why was this happening? How could Shirsue possibly have taken his own life? Obito found it utterly implausible. Had not the report indicated that Danzo had stolen Shirsue's eyes? Obito, you mustn't be reckless. Rin expressed her concern as she observed the turmoil surrounding the clan to which Obito belonged.